order to come back and hit you, it must have gone all the way around the Earth. And especially when you end up with these seismic waves hitting each other, bouncing off each other, or completely circumnavigating the globe, or even just the time difference between the beginning of the seismic wave and where it's picked up from place to place to place to place, all of this must indicate that it's a globe. It only maps out on a globe. And just saying that it requires a horizontal baseline in order to form angle measurements is a fallacy. It's begging the question of whether you can form an angle from a curved baseline or whether a curved baseline is required for those measurements. So please back up that assertion.
No, you need to back up that you can acquire an angle from a curved surface. You can't.
Yeah, it's called angle from a curve.
No, angle's too... sorry, excuse me. No, an angle is too straight. Do you not understand the definition of what an angle is?
Yeah, I actually do. Do you want the definition?
It's two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Yes. Do those straight lines always have to be physical straight lines?
Stop. Waffle through my
win. I'm sorry. You're allowed
Excuse me, don't waffle through my win.
Excuse
me. At the point that I win, I'd prefer you didn't just carry on chanting. Yeah, that's right. Two straight lines. No, not one curved line. It's an angle. The return angle will be with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's what an angle is. You're talking about an angle. And you do not acquire that from a curved surface. You require an angle. Not a curve angle. Not a straight line meeting a curved surface. That will not give you an angle. Absolutely, unequivocally will require a horizontal plane of reference, and a global surface won't give you that. You need to reference this angle to horizontal. What it is. Now, you inferred that, no, I can do angles with curves. No, you can't. You can draw angles to tangents, not from them. And that's what we're doing. We're measuring these angles from a horizontal plane of reference to give us these angles. Your response, I can do curve angles. No, you can't.
Okay, all you've given is an assertion so far. So the problem with this is that when you say that you can make an angle from, say, two straight lines, yeah, I agree with that. But those straight lines don't have to be the physical thing that you're standing on. You can make an abstract straight line while standing on a curved line by just looking off in the horizon and drawing a straight line from your eye line to that distance. Or you can do a tangent to a curve.
No, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Perfectly fine to do. And
no, you're wrong. I'm interrupting you because you're wrong. No, globes don't have that. You have a ever bent line. What is it? No Atmo Day? What are you talking about? No. You're not up to date with the flat Earth debate. You never have a straight line. Always refracted, always. I don't know what you're talking about. Meanwhile, in seismology, we're referencing the surface. What we're dealing with, the actual Earth itself. We're not drawing imaginary tangent points to imaginary globes so we can form a straight line with respect to horizontal. So you're suggesting that the globe would establish a horizontal at a point on the globe so you can have these angles. No, we're doing it in reality with respect to the surface. You will need a flat Earth to reference these angles to, as I stated correctly initially. Your response curve angle still fails, and saying, well, no, I can draw out a horizontal to a point on a globe, what the one you imagined when we're dealing with the surface, and angles from it for seismology. No, we're not imagining anything. We're measuring stuff with respect to the ground itself. Not imaginary tangent points, so you can have your angle that you can't get from the ground and a horizontal plane of reference the globe won't give you. So no.
So, unfortunately, what you've done there is called a reification fallacy, where you've taken a principle of geometry, which is drawing straight lines in order to get that angle. And even though you can have tangent from a curve, you're taking the abstract straight line that you draw as actual reality, a straight line in reality. So if we're talking about making a straight line to the horizon and then getting an angle off it like a sextant would do, yes, that straight line will have to correct for refraction, but you're saying that you can't make an angle off a straight line in geometry. And in reality, we have to account for refraction of that straight line. So in reality, when I say the straight line,
I did not say those words. Please don't put words in my mouth that I didn't say so you can attack those like a little straw man that I didn't say. Those words did not cross my lips. You just got to lie. I'm sick of this. Right? You're a lying glurf. Right? Don't make up words I haven't said. You'll get told off. When you say what you're saying, what you should actually say is, what I need to attack as a straw man, and you haven't actually said, and I can't put quotes round. No, mate, I'm not going to have it. No, you absolutely need to acquire a horizontal plane of reference to get the angle, and we are specifically dealing with Earth. You telling me that I'm reifying your imaginary globe with your tangent from it, not to it, when we're measuring the actual Earth. Now, that's your reification fallacy of your imaginary tangent. I didn't do that. I pointed out that the angles need a horizontal plane of reference. They do. You're getting around it after having said that you can get it from curves. Angles don't come from curves. So you have to imagine a horizontal plane of reference that what is refracted, but also straight. It's not straight then. Meanwhile, you haven't got this straight line on a globe. You need to imagine it. That's your reification fallacy. Projection onto me. Also lies by just making up stuff I haven't said. What you need to be saying. No, you're reifying stuff, projecting it, and then making up crap and lying about what I haven't said. Man. Please, can you stop doing that?
Because we're getting tired of people telling us what we say and lying.
Yeah, they can't cope with what I actually say. They just need to deny it. No, you don't need a horizontal plane of reference. Curve angles. Really, so when I reiterate and point out that it's with respect to the angle that you're measuring and horizontal will be required, you start telling me how you'll get that horizontal that was formerly a curve angle from an imaginary, apparently my reification, straight line to a point on a globe. No. These are your reification fallacies, introducing a globe that you aren't measuring. Measuring angles with respect to the surface for seismology. I'll reiterate it till I'm blue in the face. Your denial of it and then making up other crap I haven't said so you can attack that. It's just your nature as a glurf. You've got to lie to glurf. In this instance, lie about things I haven't said so you can attack them. Meanwhile, you're measuring angles. Dealing with Earth, it's seismology. Right? Just measuring angles. That's all you're doing. The return signal needs a horizontal plane of reference. Facts. You creating one on a globe is your reification, not mine. Don't project your failures onto me.
Oh, two things again. Number one, I'm happy to say that wasn't a reification. It was just a misunderstanding. I was talking about conceptual geometry, and you were talking about, in reality, refraction will change the lines of that conceptual geometry to curve. But number two, in Tony's measurements of Earth, it's just about the time that the seismic waves will move away from the source or reflect off each other and come back. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the angles, but across that horizontal view, I don't see why you'd need the flat baseline or the horizontal baseline unless you're doing a vertical angle measurements. And they're not
getting an angle. That's exactly so. Basically, tell me that we're going to ignore the angles you will need to reference for your seismology claim because suddenly the angles need a horizontal plane of reference, so you don't need them. You're getting a return angle. You do. That's exactly what you're dealing with. It will require a horizontal plane of reference or seismology.
At the end, I mentioned that the return angles are across a horizontal. They're not vertical angles. And the angle problem that you're having is at the baseline of a vertical angle. So, like, you've got something that's
not
2 degrees above the horizon.
Why are you telling me about a problem? I don't have a
flat.
problem. The return angles coming from a horizontal plane of reference isn't a problem for me. It's a problem for you. More projection. Right, Andrew? More projection. You need to project this crap onto me. You're failing. You're imagining tangent points when you need horizontal planes for return angles. Are you projecting my failure on? I'm not failing here. No, using a horizontal plane of reference when you're measuring the ground for a return signal to it is a flat earth proof. It's not a problem for me. It's your problem you're projecting onto me. I'm failing. I'm not. I'm proving Earth's measured flat, and so are you. You need it to be flat for this measurement also. You guys need a flat plane more than we do. Because this is your claim of seismology, and the return angles require a flat Earth. Not my problem, mate. It's yours. Don't project.
Your problem is that you're confusing a vertical axis and a horizontal axis.
On a globe, no.
So with the seismic one, that lays on the horizontal axis. So all it is 2 points off in the distance. You're the third point, and you draw the angle between those 2 points off.
Sorry,
in the
2
distance.
points off in the distance for a globe isn't horizontal. 2 points off in the distance on a flat Earth is horizontal. 2 points off in the distance for a horizontal plane of reference isn't globular. You dumb? Just described a flat straight line that you're going to reference.
The angle,
and that is not globular. 2 points off in the distance on a globe is not horizontal for you. This is your problem. You just projected it onto me again after I specifically told you not to. So I'm just going to interrupt you. I've explicitly now told you twice, don't project your failure of not having a horizontal plane of reference. That's 2 points off in either side of you in the distance. Form a horizontal plane to measure the angle, the return angle from. Yeah, that's a flat plane. You need. You're describing that what with respect to a globe. A globe doesn't have those things, my friend. And you're telling me it's my problem? Stop doing that, please. Third time.
Well, okay, but it is, and I've explained it, and you haven't addressed what I've said. So there are 2 points off in the distance to the left or right of you, and you're the third point, and you just measure the angle between those points and you. You're not measuring any distances, but when the distances are measured, it shows curve.
You need a flat Earth for that. My point is you need a flat Earth for that. Yes, you do.
Do you want me to draw it for you?
If you're measuring with respect to a horizontal and you've got 2 points off in the distance, are they points in space?
No, they're points on the horizon.
On the ground,
can be points on the horizon.
So
you can still get an angle to them. You just have to be able to see them
in the distance.
Or know where they are.
This is a flat Earth proof. You're trying to project out like it's my failure. No, my friend. You will need a flat Earth for these points out in the distance with respect to the ground. They're not out in space with the globe falling away from them, are they?
So there is no reason why you can't take 2 points on a globe and get a horizontal angle between them. There's no
when I'm telling you that these points out in the distance are
only if you try to do
with respect to the ground. They are not with respect to a globe falling away from the ground. That isn't points on the ground anymore. You need a flat Earth for this. I'd like an address to that specific point that I've put to you in rebuttal. Can you refute this, or are you going to waffle off in La La Land? You need a flat Earth for that.
My rebuttal is that if you were to try to do a triangle with a curved baseline, that would be difficult. You'd have to do a tangent from that curve, which you don't agree you can do. But if you're doing it on the horizontal axis, there's no problem with creating that angle by standing at one point and looking at the 2 points off in the distance and just making
with
straight
respect
imaginary
to the ground.
lines.
I've just addressed this. He's just rinsing and repeating.
No, what do you mean by respect to the ground?
They're off in the distance in space on a globe, and then therefore not with respect to the ground anymore. You've literally been non-responsive 3 times. You think you're going to get away from this?
They are away from you at an angle, so maybe 15 degrees.
Wait, what angle? You're not getting one from a globe surface. The globe surface won't give you that angle. There is no angle from a curve.
It will give you that angle.
Are you describing
You're confusing vertical with horizontal, Nathan.
That's all you're doing over and over again. Describing how much of
You're confusing vertical with horizontal. Do you want me to draw you a picture?
Sorry, you're going to be sarcastic about what I need with respect to horizontal and vertical.
No, I'm going to be serious. Would you like me to draw your picture?
It's perpendicular to horizontal. You'll need a flat Earth for that too. But you keep asking me what I need when I'm detailing that which you just told me and inferred I don't understand. Meanwhile, for these points out in the distance with respect to the ground, they're not in space with respect to a tangent on a globe, because then it's not the ground. 4th time, you're not addressing it. You need a flat Earth for this. There's no getting away from it.
So, Nathan, you just said
so Andrew, can you conform with a decent sentence without stammering your words
angle
make the thought that you're actually going to rebut me with? No, these points in the distance are with respect to the ground. Return angle is the ground you're dealing with seismology. Points out in space with respect to an imaginary tangent you draw when you project your reification onto me aren't the ground. You need a flat Earth for this. That is 5 times.
There is no reason you have given me. If something is 200 kilometers off in the distance and you're 15 degrees easterly from your position, there is no reason why you can't go there. And then you can't
is a flat
do
distance.
15 degrees to the westerly.
Sorry, you're starting by using a distance that's flat. 200 kilometers, that's a flat distance.
How do you know it's a flat distance? Could you explain it?
200k. That's a flat.
I was muted, little fella.
Distance,
I was muted,
isn't it?
So 200 kilometers can be curved.
I'm telling you that the distance you refer to in rebuttal is a flat horizontal distance and will also require a flat plane. 200k.
So you've said that multiple times now, Nathan, but you haven't given me a reason. What is your reason for kilometers requiring flat?
They're not curved.
How do you know?
How do I know? We're talking about straight line distances. You got
I never
curvy
said
tape
anything
measures.
about that.
So you're measuring out inches, feet, millimeters, and with a curved ruler. No, they're flat. Distances measurements are flat.
No, you can do it with string. You can do it with the amount of time
With
and speed
kilometers,
that
we
an
do it
object
flat.
is moving over the Earth
Do
or
it
the
flat with
ocean.
kilometers.
So can I not
Flat,
get distance? Can I not get distance out of the time and the speed of my motion in a direction?
You can't get a horizontal plane of reference from a globe for the return angle in seismology.
So I'm going to repeat the same question. Can you get distance by using time and speed?
What you need for the angle in seismology is a horizontal plane of reference. That's what you need. You'll
So
need a flat Earth.
This is the last time.
You're chanting
I'm going to
through
repeat
the
it, and then we can
repetition
move
of
on.
that which you cannot respond and have just found a little segue to subvert away from won't succeed. No. For the points out in the distance, if we're referencing the ground, horizontal plane of reference, that means we reference it for the angles. They need to be the ground. For you, they're points out in space with respect to an imaginary tangent you reified and projected onto me. That's the 6th time I've actually put the rebuttal that destroys and annihilates. Points out in space? Reference plane in space? No, these return angles need the ground to be flat. 7 times.
If I'm moving at 100 kilometers an hour for 2 hours over a curved surface, will that be 200 kilometers worth of
This is
distance that I have traveled?
non-responsive. You're non-responsive. You're not answering my point that I've put to you 7 times when you start talking about distance travelled. No. Return angle is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's a fact. You tried to conjure it with tangents. Yeah, we saw. But you need it. That's why you conjured it. With your projection of reification. This is the 8th time. Meanwhile, you're talking about points on the ground. It's a plane of reference. You reference it. If they're out in space, as you have so far in rebuttal got to, and then tried to subvert away from, then they are not on the ground and not a reference plane anymore for the return angles. You need a flat Earth or this horizontal plane of reference for return angles in seismology. Thank you.
My rebuttal to that is that you can have something that is 30 degrees easterly and then a different point that is 30 degrees westerly at, say, 200 kilometers away. And you can get that 200 kilometers by speed and time giving you distance. This is just known mathematics. We use it every day. Nothing about that straight line across a curved surface and the vertical change as that line is straight will change the
vertical change with respect to a horizontal plane of reference
those.
also. The vertical change that you describe will also need a horizontal plane of reference. Go ahead, John. Andrew's done.
You pointed out that he's using a horizontal plane of reference, which means it must be referenceable. And then he immediately used 15 degrees, which is the horizontal plane of reference, and just ignored it. Did he not hear you?
Got your
My
tongue?
direct rebuttal is the vertical change caused by a globe won't affect the horizontal change of the angle. That's my direct rebuttal.
You can only describe the vertical change with respect to the horizontal that you need as a plane of reference in the first place.
When we're talking about the angles through seismology, that is along the horizontal axis. There is no vertical calculation to that angle. So the vertical change doesn't impact the angles measured on the horizontal axis.
You have no angles.
Right, stop. You got to think about what you're saying. You're saying stuff that is factual. You're just not thinking about what that means.
I bet $200 you can't repeat back what I just said.
The changes in seismology are along the horizontal axis, along the vertical.
Oh, great. You send me a DM and I'll PayPal you $200.
Now,
Nathan, do you have a problem with that argument?
Just so you understand, now listen to you. Please listen to me. The horizontal plane of reference is a plane that must be referenceable for you to get an angle on your return.
No, it is not the horizontal, the vertical change, which would need a horizontal line as the baseline for your angle. It is
Precisely.
2 lines across a horizontal angle.
Precisely. So you need so you need a horizontal line to reference for the angle.
No, you don't. That's only if you're doing a vertical angle, Nathan. That's what my whole argument is with this.
No, if you're not using horizontal and it's not in relation to Earth, yeah, you could point at 2 points in the sky and say between this star and that star is 0.2 degrees within the celestial sphere that I have already used a flat plane for. You could do that. Why would you?
But that's the vertical axis again. I keep talking about the horizontal axis. That's 2 points on the ground, and you're measuring the distance horizontally between those 2 points. You're not measuring the distance vertically between 2 points.
I already said that to you. You completely ignored me. Yeah, the one is
Yeah, and
intrinsic to
both
the
of
other.
those can be straight lines of sight, or they can act as straight lines on a curved surface. Because it's the vertical that changes, not the horizontal.
No, you can't.
What? No. It's not a straight line on a curved surface. It's just a straight line. You're adding in a curved surface because you have a belief.
So it's his reification of his belief that he's introducing into the actual measurement that requires a horizontal plane of reference. He's introducing his belief. He, before you got here, projected that onto me as reification. He called foul, cried fallacy, and said I was reifying. I don't know, I haven't made any claims. Meanwhile, he's introducing tangent points to points in space. Reference planes. Pointed out to him now 10 times. 10 times. I kid you not. Andrew's a complete fundamentalist religious zealot. He'll start chanting through me. He's got about 100 sock accounts to come troll us. This nonsense waffle.
Buddy, this is my only account, and my name's not Andrew, so I don't know what you're saying.
Were you not Andrew Johnston?
You will hear how many times Nathan
Oh, my
says
bad.
it to
I
him.
thought you were Andrew
He's
Johnston.
listen and repeat it.
But you've done the
I thought you
same
were
thing
someone
again.
else.
You've talked about the vertical angle, but if you draw it out as 2 points off in the distance, and it doesn't matter what the ground shape is, if those 2 points, you just connect a line from you to those 2 points, that line
Measuring the
can
ground.
alter
Sorry, this
across
is a study of the
vertical.
ground. Sorry, you just told us it doesn't matter about the ground. But it's a ground study, right?
Yeah, so the reason that this
Yeah, so
the
you're just
seismic waves
waffling on about
changes
what it
the
doesn't
shape of
matter
the
when
ground
it's our
is the
winning argument. So
time.
when we point out that the ground has got a return angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, you tell me it doesn't matter, then the angles don't matter, and the ground doesn't matter. Well, because we've overcome your argument with the horizontal plane of reference this requires. Yeah, so suddenly the ground.
No, so what I'm
Yeah, they do this with celestial navigation too. When we point out that the surface is flat, there's no deviation whatsoever from horizontal in all respects everywhere, they start telling us that it's not important. The ground's not important when we're navigating the ground. In this instance, you've come up with a claim that's specifically in reference to the ground. We point out we need a horizontal plane of reference for the return angle. You start telling us it's not about the angles. It's not about horizontal. It's about vertical. The two are intrinsically linked, by the way. Me and John have told you that. Can't have one without the other. Nevertheless, you try and deviate from everything that is your claim of angles returning to a horizontal plane of reference so you can measure them. Not points out in space, not points on a tangent you've imagined from your reified model that was developed from flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris in the first place, for you to claim that you're getting curve angles and then change your mind and say that we will establish horizontal. It's not curve angle after all. You're a double-speaking, lying glurf who's also made up stuff I haven't said so you can attack that in strawman format. You know, you're about as disingenuous as opponent can be.
So again, Nathan, the angle that we're measuring is across a horizontal axis. There's no vertical involved in it.
Named.
Right, go ahead, John.
Within the Earth curve mass, what he's calling a tangent has a name. Could he tell us what the name of what he believes the tangent is?
Do you mean the sphere?
No, the horizontal line with respect to the vertical in your Earth curve mathematics, it has a name. It's not just tangent, something
Tangent
else.
plane.
What is,
That's not what it's called.
no,
Just
no.
let
What's the
John
name?
let John lead him, Neil.
Yeah, so I don't understand the question. I've never come across this before.
You
so,
appear to a
if there's an
tangent.
argument
I'll explain.
involved,
I'll make it simple for you. You don't understand, so shut up. Yeah, you don't understand. Fine. Appeal to a tangent going out into points in space for the horizontal plane of reference. That's a flat Earth that you'll be measuring, referencing flat Earth required. You appeal to some reification of a tangent point out in space that isn't the ground anymore. I'm saying that's got a name. That tangent you appeal to. You know what it is. It seems we're more advanced in your belief and religion of a globe than you are, if you don't know the name of it. Because I know the name of it. You don't seem to. If you don't understand the question, I can repeat it a third time. Comprehension skills low. You understand now? I've reiterated that which John's put to you about the tangent you appeal to. Do you understand now what it's called? Could you tell us?
I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. It'd be easier if you just told me what the acceptable
Let
answer
John
is.
enlighten you then.
Within your Earth curve mathematics, or what you believe is Earth curve mathematics, what you would claim as a tangent, get that mathematics? It's got a name. It's called surface
level.
Surface level?
Yeah, go
I don't
look at your own
understand.
maths. Yeah, go. You don't understand.
mean-
I appreciate that. You think curve angles would be the most appropriate response initially. Yeah. Then you quickly appeal to tangent planes because you need a plane of reference. Yeah. In your globe maths, it's called surface level.
Yeah, so like sea level. Is that what you mean?
Like a level C. Yeah, you'll need a flat Earth for this.
Well, no. So your definition of level comes off sea level.
It's not
Your
my
definition of
definition of
level is
anything. It's
horizontal.
not my definition of
My
anything.
definition of level.
It's not my definition of anything. I've not defined anything. Right? No. It's in your globe maths. Explicitly in bold type and capital letters. It says surface. You know what a surface is? We break this down for you. Surface means a surface. Level means flat.
That's a tautology, buddy.
And that
It's
is
not a
what you are
definition.
using for the return angles. There's no need to chant from you. I know it's painful to have the flat Earth requirement you have in your maths and for seismology pointed out, excuse me, to you.
So, level can be curved. Level just means
No, it
no
can't.
point higher
No,
than the
surface
other.
level
So
in
over the
Earth curve maths
surface
is
of a
not
curved
curved.
surface,
Neither is eye
no
level.
point higher
If
than
it
the
was
other
curved, it
would
wouldn't
be
be a
curved.
reference to give you angles for and from. So no, surface level in Earth curve maths, the very thing we've just used and you didn't know, does not curve. Neither does eye level. It's horizontal, as per Euclid. It's not curving. Level does not curve. Surface level in Earth curve maths certainly isn't curved. You didn't even know what it was 2 minutes ago. Don't tell me that surface level curves when your own maths requires it not to curve. That's absurd. I'm done with you. You're just
No, my
disingenuous.
maths
You're making
doesn't
up
require
stupid
that.
nonsense and yammering through me when I tell you off. This discussion started with you appealing to somebody who appealed to seismology, telling a flat earther off when he pointed out that you'll need a flat earth for it. He will. Now I'm telling you off. Disingenuous scumbag liar, putting words in my mouth and making up stuff and saying level is curved. Not in the Earth curve maths that we've just specifically referenced that you didn't know where your tangent came from. Surface level. That certainly is not curving. You wouldn't be able to describe the curve of the globe beneath it in reification model format unless surface level was level. Your statement's utterly stupid. Typical glurfed idiot making nonsensical statements about curves in their maths that we referred to that they don't understand as being bent. You think surface level in Earth curves maths is bent? No. Stupid idiot.
So, level means no point higher than the other over whatever it's referencing. If it's referencing a curved surface, then level can be an equidistant line that is curved. Can you
Repeat,
No.
rinse and repeat. Go ahead,
No.
John.
Doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say. The Earth curve maths, which gives you the idea that level can curve, only works with level being a flat plane.
Okay, so unfortunately, no one gave me maths. They gave me definition. So that's a semantics argument that you're equivocating
Right,
with.
we specifically referenced Earth
No,
curve
no.
maths and surface level in Earth curve maths with respect to your claim within your geometry of a sphere Earth you reified with a tangent point isn't ground positions out in space. So no, we didn't make any definitions. We used your claim of your tangency that isn't ground, isn't horizontal, that isn't plane of reference when it's curving away, and pointed out that in your own Earth curve maths, level isn't curving. And you say, well, I can describe something that isn't level as being level but curved. That would be the surface. No, in your own maths, surface level's flat. Level, not curving, not deviating from anything. And to describe a deviation, that would be a curve. You'd need horizontal to describe it deviating from. Thank you.
So-
Earth is flat. Earth is measured flat. This example that you give us, that's flat. You need flat Earth to get this measurement. Just to point that out, it's about 12th time.
So just there, with multiple points, you defined level as horizontal. You equivocated those two words. Do you have a reason why level must always be horizontal and cannot be curved?
Yeah, it's in your Earth curve maths that way.
What mass? You haven't given mass, you've given
The
definitions.
Earth curve
Okay,
maths,
that's what I
there's only
criticised
one,
for you
it's
2
very
seconds ago.
specific. It's Earth curve maths. I've cited it, you used it, you drew tangents with respect to points out in space with it. It's Earth curve maths. It needs level to be level. So when you say why is horizontal level, when I'm, equivocating? No, they're synonyms. And they are defined very specifically. And you've got them in your Earth curve maths. I cited your own hostile source for how level won't be curving. You haven't conceded to that fact. It is a prerequisite requirement for you to blag that below surface level there's a horizon called Earth curve. Meanwhile, to get return signals, 14 times, you need a horizontal plane of reference. Plane of reference, that means you reference it. It's not tangents out in a reified model out in space. No, it's referenceable for the ground, because that's what we're measuring. It's not the ground, when I point that out either, and it's not the angles, when you're claiming them, return angles. I pointed this out when you blagged a whole room full of people that this was a globe proof and worth telling a flat earther off for. No, it isn't. No, numpty. No, we measure Earth flat with a horizontal plane of reference for these return angles. Earth must be flat to have a plane of reference. Not points out in space under your reified model 15 times.
So it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, you think that surface level must be straight and must be horizontal, that it cannot curve. Is that correct?
He'll be starting his show, dogs. So he's going to go and do his intro, and he'll be back in a minute. They can't actually hear us at the moment.
That's fine. I guess I'm just a glurf numpty who lies and is disingenuous all the time.
No, well, I must say I'm impressed with your behaviour tonight, dogs.
Thank you. I'm just turning off the part of me that decides to shout back for a little. I don't think it'll make me look very good. It'll make him look good.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Neil, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Hey!
Hello.
My tangent's a level.
Your tangents are level. Have you seen a doctor about it? Is there any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
No. Nice job this morning.
The moment you try to curve level, you're going to end up in a paradox where you can't assert curvature anymore because you've curved level. And you can't get an angle differential for your eye level where surface level appears to meet the sky. So, you kind of need level to be a flat plane.
Yeah, those guys need a flat Earth more than we do. And they'll glurf their way through lies and angles that are curved and planes of reference that are out in space and can't be referenced. They'll lie their way through their globe earth belief when they absolutely, without question, require a horizontal plane of reference for angle measurements for things like seismology. The evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth.
No. Well, they have the pregnancy test for women.
By pregnancy
use that
tests,
on Earth
you mean
too.
P waves and
Like
S waves. P waves and S waves, you mean?
Correct.
And you'll need a flat Earth for
That'll
those.
be using an angle.
Yeah, John.
It'll use an angle of incident, which requires a horizontal plane of reference. But you can't really convolute yourself with a point out in space with that one, I wouldn't think, because it has to be the ground or a level to it.
So we were talking about the definition of level. And nowhere in the definition does it say it must be horizontal. It just says equidistant over its reference. Now, the surface level that you were talking about in respect to a tangent,
The definition
is that
of
surface level necessarily horizontal and a straight line, or can it be curved?
It cannot be curved because you're going to get angles from it. Your dip angle is from an eye level. So if you curve that, you don't get an angle.
Is the eye level referencing?
You didn't
the
acknowledge
Earth
him.
shape?
I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt. I've gone through that with you 15 times. Now, he's just gone through it with you on a live show, rather than us repeating the thing that we did in the live show, where you completely ignore what's been put to you and rinse and repeat your claims. You actually address what he just said. Perhaps you could repeat it back to him. Not for $200, but just repeat it back so he understands that you've acknowledged what he said. Maybe you could repeat it, because I've now put him a gap between. Go ahead, John. Can you repeat it and we'll see if he can acknowledge it?
Well, I can repeat it to him.
Eye level must be a horizontal for you to get angles from it. It cannot be curving, else you would not be getting an angle from it.
Right. So the eye level is an abstract line you've created. It is a straight line between your eye and something off. Excuse me, I'm not done yet. And something off in the distance. So to claim that that must fit the physical line of the Earth is a failure in logic. It's a non sequitur. It does not.
You didn't
connect.
claim that. No,
So
that's
what
a straw
about
man.
your
We talked about
abstract eye
surface
level
level.
has
You
to
talked
fit
about
the-
sea level. Eye level just has to be level. It's not curving.
So eye level is a straight line, an abstract one you draw between you and a distant point. And in fact, it's not straight because of refraction, something you pointed out before, Nathan. So I don't see how that references the shape of the Earth.
No. That's your all claim of refraction. It's nonsensical for you to say refraction. We're
Yeah,
just
he
pointing
tried
out
to put
that
I'm
that on
just-
the earlier.
refraction.
If a point out in the distance is not straight, then it's not going to be used as horizontal. So that's your problem. You claim it's refracted, not us. So that's not our problem. It's your problem. Your problem. What you should be doing is explaining why you haven't got horizontal when your lines that need to be straight to reference are bent. You should be explaining why you haven't got that. I can just say Earth is flat. We've got a horizontal plane of reference, and this measurement uses a horizontal plane of reference. No explanation is required. It is what it is. You need to reify beneath your feet a sphere that is derived from measurements of a flat plane. Let's move on to that. To get a sphere that you're implying curved geometry, which it isn't. It's based in flat planes being flat. That's what we explained in the pre-show with maths. You need a flat plane to get the R value to infer that you've got a sphere for you to reify. You need flat Earth for R. Spherical R.
You don't. That's just lie.
Right,
So
and
when you
level
draw
it
these
as it
angles,
Where'd you get R from? We're talking about a globe, so you can infer that there's some sphericity and curve to account for. Okay. That starts with you reifying a model into existence with the use of an R value. Where's it measured?
Yeah, so any celestial navigation where you measure the angle to Polaris will give you the R value of the Earth because it's a linear
Flat Earth
progression of 1
required.
degree every
That requires a
61
flat
miles.
Earth. That's a flat Earth measurement.
Incorrect.
It's a
And
flat-
I can explain how if
I've
you'd
got it
let
on
me.
screen now for my audience. It's not incorrect. No.
It
What you
is
can see on
incorrect,
screen
Nathan,
now is,
sorry.
excuse me, I'm not going to be chanted through. You are incorrect. That proves a flat Earth. The angle measurement to Polaris for your R value is an angle. One of the straight lines, as depicted on screen now, is the baseline, meeting the GP ground position below Polaris. The equatorial value, that is a flat Earth. Prerequisite, it must be flat.
So what points does that baseline connect when using a sextant? What are the 2 points that you draw that line between?
It's an angle. It's a straight line. It's not curved.
I'll answer the question for you. It's between
It
your
wasn't
eye
a question. It
and
was
a
a
point
statement.
on the
It wasn't a
horizon. Now,
question.
I don't know
seem
if
to
you
be
know this,
hearing
Nathan.
things. I didn't ask a question for you to answer. I made a statement of fact. Line between you and Polaris is fact, not a question. Baseline. Fact. It is flat. It cannot be curved or it would not be an angle. This is a flat Earth prerequisite. There was no question in there. You're hearing things. Yeah? What I stated was the fact that Earth must be flat for this angle to give you your globe radial value. It is factually a flat Earth measurement because the baseline forms part of the angle. Ergo, you need a flat Earth to take us on this merry dance of inferring that level isn't level and it actually curves, even though your maths of a sphere Earth with an R value measured on a flat Earth needs level to be level also. So, in conclusion, the R value this man used to reify a model into existence that won't give him a horizontal plane of reference, it'll give him points out in space, was measured on a flat Earth with angles to Polaris. As he just described, angles won't have curves in them. This needs a flat Earth. No point arguing about what curved level will do anymore, because your inference is, because your inference has its genesis in a flat Earth measurement. So I'm not going to take your reification of level not being level when that inference comes from a measurement of a radial value that's flat. The end of this discussion.
You mean level not being horizontal? That's what you actually mean? I agree, level is
No,
level.
I didn't say that. When you say what I
level,
actually mean is level is not horizontal, you mean you need to invent words I haven't said. I'm done talking to this guy. All he can do is lie and make up things I haven't said to attack. Those words did not cross my lips. You're creating a little straw man to attack because of your failure to appreciate
it's
how
logically it follows from what you've said
angle
previously.
you detailed with Polaris requires a flat Earth to measure. That's where your globe R comes from for you to reify into existence level not being level anymore. Nonsense, and it needs a flat Earth. Here it is on screen. That's not a curved line.
The baseline.
That's a straight flat one. It's a straight flat line. Forms a triangle with 90 degrees below Polaris. Earth required.
So a couple of problems again with your idea of how sextants work. One, the straight line is between your eye, which is 6 foot above the surface of the Earth, and then a spot on the horizon. Now, I don't know if you know this, but points or spots aren't necessarily curved and or straight. It's a singular point.
You'll need a flat Earth for that. You just described a flat Earth.
Second, it's a reification fallacy to claim that the line between your eye and that point in the distance is straight, therefore the Earth must be straight. That's a reification.
Sorry, the line between your eye, you mean
sextant use, an abstract line between your eye.
Is that the line between your eye that you're referring to? Eye level? Yeah, that's level, definitely. It's level. It's called eye level.
Sextants don't use eye level. Sextants go from your eye to a point on the horizon.
Eye level. Hyphenated, perhaps. Maybe you
sextants don't use eye level, Nathan.
Point between your eye and a distant point that's actually curved. It's called eye level. You need to lie about what eye level is. It seems so. Glurf, right? Gotta lie.
Sextants don't use eye level, Nathan.
You don't think we're using an eye level with a bubble sextant?
I'm not sure how a bubble sextant would. If it creates a 90 degrees, yes, it potentially
could.
An idiot. But if it
don't understand what sextants do because you've just told me we won't use eye level with sextants. So what, a bubble sextant?
Great, so
a sextant? Yeah, you don't need to yammer through me humiliating you. Your last statement was that we won't use eye level with sextants. Instantly, I gave you an example that requires eye level to be level and is a sextant measurement with a bubble. That would be an eye level that you're looking through.
With a bubble sextant, what part of the baseline
Why are you asking me a
references the shape
question?
of
You
the
just
Earth?
told me we don't need eye level for sextants. Yes, we do. You're wrong. You don't seem to be
Great,
offering
I'm
many
going to explain
concessions,
it to you
just
then.
offering lies, glurf lies about things I haven't said that you need to attack instead of the words I actually use. And when I use them, you decide that you're going to ignore them, rinse and repeat, and offer a rebuttal that puts tangent points for reference planes out in space. Seismic wave return angles. You've lost. You're done. You've been toasted. You're cooked, mate.
So
This is the end.
I'm
done.
going to
You keep
explain.
making up stuff I
I'm
haven't
going to
said.
explain the
I'm listening to your
reification
lies about
fallacy
me.
to you
Mate,
again
I'm trying to
because you
tell you
haven't
that I want to
addressed it.
disengage from you. Mate, I'm trying to tell you I don't want to engage with you anymore. You keep inventing stuff I haven't said. You've done it 3 times. At this point, I don't want to tolerate you because you just keep lying about things I haven't said. I don't like talking to people like that. You know, actually, you disgust me. You with your globe belief. You warrant telling off, as you suggested was warranted for somebody claiming seismology and talking to a flat earther when they told them off. No, you aren't telling off. You're a liar. You keep making up stuff I haven't said. Absolutely outrageous. That's all you've got. You've got to lie to have this conversation with me. And I'm done. I don't like liars. You. Hey, 3 examples is
After
enough.
all of that, you
I'm
wanna
done with you.
teach?
Need a flat earth for reference planes, for elevation angles, and for return angles in seismology. E waves and S waves. Yeah, you're going to need a flat plane for that. Yeah, for the R value to make a globe, you'll need a flat plane for that also. Doesn't acknowledge any of these points. He just keeps lying about me, so I'm done with him.
And then he wants to start teaching. Oh, you've been pummeled. For
Sextants
40
don't
minutes.
need eye level. What about this one that needs eye level? Oh, well, what does blah blah? I'll ask you a question. No, you're just wrong. No, get lost. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. You need a flat earth for this stuff. You didn't realise. We pointed it out. You said curve angles. Then you changed your tune and started inventing tangent planes so you can get return angles to them, even though they're out in space when you measure in the ground. We all need a flat earth for this, and he just doesn't like that and needs to lie to get around it. Oh well, I'm done with liars. We are the ones telling the truth. We don't need to appeal to some bullshit that he hasn't said to attack his argument. We could just point out his argument needs a flat earth. And we did. 16 times.
So did he.
Right.
But he thinks it's a globe.
Well, the thing is, when he was saying that a section is a point of the horizon, it's you use a dip correction to get to eye level. How are you going to say that point in the horizon is a point of tangency? Is beyond me at that point.
Well, it isn't. They refracted it in 2020, not realising how devastating that was in this particular scenario. Guy tried to flip the burden and claim that it was a problem for me that it's refracted. Well, then we need to account for that not straight line that we'll use as a reference plane out in space. Really? Will you? No, you won't. You just measure the reference plane. That's what they do. They get a return angle to it. It's really simple. Because Earth's flat. It's an altitude angle. Here's another one. They've been flashing up on screen the whole time. They all need a flat Earth. That's how they're done. Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. That's why we're in the politics server. Sorry, AJ,
Dogs
go
is
ahead.
actually in the chat. I was just saying, Dogs is actually in the chat stating that he would like to finish one final point. If you guys would like to cover that one final point before.
No, I don't want anything from him. I went through something that he didn't acknowledge 15 times. So why? Well, he gets to have the final word after I've told him to get lost because he keeps lying about me. Oh, it doesn't matter that I've not. Did he, in the chat, in any way acknowledge the 15 renditions, the fact he needs a flat Earth for a return angle to a horizontal plane of reference? Did he respond to that in the chat? Or did he just suggest that he should get the final word? Did he acknowledge that he lied about me 3 times in the chat?
No, he didn't acknowledge any of that. Maybe
he can get lost. No, I'll have the final word, thanks. No, Earth's measured flat in his example. We detail it daily on a show called Flat Earth Debate on the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel. He asks the question daily about any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core, because that has the prerequisite requirement of a flat Earth to claim P waves and S waves also. We've been asking it daily for years. I've put it to him 15 times. He thinks he needs the last word. No. Earth's measured flat, mate. Your example proves it. That's the last word. I will give it, because I won. You didn't win. You had to lie. You failed to acknowledge 15 renditions of the same winning point. So you can get lost. Brende? Boring for the audience.
He's only going to rinse and repeat.
Neil.
I'm just saying he's only going to rinse and repeat. He's not going to come out with anything new.
Shout out to Q Lyric. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but thank you for joining as a member. You can enjoy the pre-show where you get the same exact thing we had in the first, whatever we've had so far, 15, 18 minutes of the live show. Just the previous 14 attempts to get him to acknowledge the horizontal plane of reference that's referenceable. Out in space, bent lines to it, not horizontal, not with respect to the ground on his globe that he reified. You can hear all that again, if you remember. Thank you for joining. 75 people watching. Please share the show. We're currently in Politics Discord server, so if one of my moderators would be kind enough to send the link through the live stream chat, because it's not the official link to the Flat Earth Debate Discord server that's in the info box, as I suggested in the intro, incorrectly. So hopefully one of the mods will put a link to the Politics Discord server so you can all join the discussion there, or just join as a member. It's a great server. We've had a very warm welcome every single time we've had interactions with them. Mods are very, very laid back, but do their job exceptionally well. No complaints in that regard.
Nathan, why is it that they're always trying to move away from the ground? You mentioned it, how they do it in celestial navigation too, and now he's doing it in seismology, because we've proven that a flat Earth is acquired, and now all of a sudden the Earth is not important anymore.
Because we're measuring the ground flat. Therefore, in my example that I'm using Earth to specifically prove that Earth is sphere-shaped and the ground is curving, it's not about the ground anymore when you prove I need a flat ground to get a return angle. So it's not about the ground. In fact, it's not about angles when I use return angles to prove we're on a sphere with a horizontal plane of reference to get the angles from. It's not about the ground anymore. Same with navigation. What's that? We navigate the ground flat. In all instances, we need angles off a flat ground to get around and find our position and map. Yeah, we do, yeah. Well, it's not about the ground. I'm mapping and moving around a spherical surface that won't give us any of those things. So it's not about the ground anymore. Yeah, it is. We're navigating the ground. Earth is flat. Like I say, that's why we're doing tour de servers. So that people appreciate that the winning argument is the one we should be putting forward on the front foot. That's why I stepped in as soon as I heard someone claiming that a flat earther was worthy of telling off by a globe believer because his seismology claim proved it spherical, therefore justified in getting angry with the flat earther. No, you'll hear my disdain when I point out the horizontal plane of reference that's required because it proves a flat earth. What's that? No submission, just 15 rinse and repeat attempts and an attempt to get the last word even when you've lost. That's what you've got to do when you're a glurf. I assume the angry glurf was met with a subservient flat earther.
Well, it's funny that he appealed to a tangent that had a name, but he didn't know the name of what he was appealing to.
Surface level. I was waiting for the timing so you and I could say it in unison. Hopefully that comes across well on the recording.
That's when they say tangent, what they're really talking about is surface level, but they don't want to think of that as the ground. But that's just how the math works.
If you're talking about navigation, they'll draw out a tangent plane. That's a plane of reference you can reference with regards to the angles and the ground that you're measuring, the baseline that's on a flat Earth. You'll take those angles and say, oh no, it's okay that we can put those now in the centre of Earth. All lights coming in parallel. I might as well be going to the centre of Earth on the flat equatorial plane in the centre of hell. Because we need to use this with angles, like off a flat Earth and that, so putting it in the centre of globe is fine. All light comes in parallel to this plane I've created, imaginary with respect to a ball that I created with flat Earth measurements to Polaris. It's all good. And therefore, level isn't level anymore, it's actually bent. I'll reference how bent it is from the level that we need to be level. It can also be bent when level's level to reference how bent it is. That's their argument. It's absolutely pathetic. Meanwhile, we can move forward as flat earthers in this server, telling people Earth's measured flat because it is. And every single example a globe believer will ever put forth to you will require Earth to be measured flat for their claim, as you just saw.
If I get the Walter Bislin curve calculator and post it, or will you show it to everyone so that they know that I'm not joking when I say that the tangent they invoke has got a name?
Sure, stick it in Master B and I'll post it up on screen. I mean, I tend to use the Mick West one, but that's just because of what I'm more familiar with from debating about it for years on end at the Isle of Man. Nevertheless, I know what the maths entails. I don't actually need the curve calculator in front of me to know how it functions now. I've been dealing with it for 6 years. Meanwhile, it has surface level. It's the tangent plane they need to reference. And it's got surface and level in the name. That's it. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. So that level is curving. No, it isn't. Not for your maths. Where you put a globe Earth edge horizon that we debunked in 2020 with a black swan below surface level. That's precisely what they do. They need surface level to be flat to infer that there's Earth curve. We'll measure Earth flat and then infer that there's a sphere Earth dangling beneath a tangent plane. That's the surface level we measured. While we're waiting for that model to appear on screen, we'll ask a couple more housekeeping questions, see if anyone else has got anything to add. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
That's a deathly silence. If ever I've heard one, I'll answer that one.
I was wrong.
It was.
Go on.
Yeah, no, it doesn't appear to be any scientific evidence that's hypothesis based and tested and repeated. Lots of people come into this channel, Nathan, and still talk about Cavendish and say that that's a scientific experiment and proves mass attraction of mass. No one else has brought it up, but I wondered what your thoughts are on that. If you wanted to answer that question quickly, why? What's this Cavendish experiment they bring in? Why is that not scientific?
It's a parlor trick.
Parlor trick that uses level as horizontal because they're asserting a downward force. Down is an aspect of the vertical with respect to horizontal. They're hijacking the flat Earth to claim a force that we can't observe.
So yeah, there is no phenomena. The phenomena is a downward bias. There is no downward bias. They conjure one. Amazing, really. 5 years ago, all we had barked at us was there was nothing but science. This globe claim, especially gravity. Whole body of science has claimed to prove it. Now, nothing but silence. Amazing.
Well, we do have GF6, again, the tip of the globe spear, Manufactotum, claiming a experiment for gravity in the chat. But he's not speaking up.
Is he in the VC? Can you tell us the
Yeah,
phenomena was observed? He is in VC. Can we get the phenomena that's being observed in this claim to be experiment? From whoever's claiming it in the sidelines chat. Fashion Pig, was it you?
Shut up, fag.
Jack, sorry, what was that? Nobody's claiming it. Oh, strong evidence. Luna Cat, did you want to make claim to this? You've opened your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Clearly not. Let's move on.
Both of those curve calculators are in the.
I'll pop the one
Sorry,
on screen.
Nathan. That was Manufactotum, and he's working at the moment. He said he might get 5 minutes very shortly if you're still around, so we'll hear him shortly.
I'm here for the next hour and a half, probably. I want to outstay my welcome. I was here for 10 hours last time.
Who's making those weird noises, AJ?
I don't know. I've just booted one guy who was jumping in, but I'm trying to see who's making the other ones.
Let's ask another housekeeping question. See how clean this hotel is. Oh, there's a super chat to shout out in the meantime. I'll do that first. Shout out to Central Goat. You just send me money. Maybe he said something too rude for super chats. Thank you for the super chat anyway. Really appreciate the support. No evidence, scientific or otherwise, for gravity. What about any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Those areas of study are not natural science.
Again, we've been told the whole body of science proves the globe claim based in astronomy. So nobody's got any scientific evidence.
Until we learned what science was.
Okay, I think that's enough housekeeping. You guys in this server got the general gist of why we've come, or why we're making frequent appearances in the server? If you're a frequent member of the server, that is. I know some of the people here are quitting my server and others, but any regulars in here understand why we're here, or not understand why we're here?
Regulars on the flat Earth side or regulars on the globe side?
Anyone. I've come with a purpose, me specifically, but obviously I brought a whole team of people along with me, and I'm inquiring to see if you know the motivation for me going out of my way to come along, argue the toss with fundamentalists, and hopefully get your ear in regards to something specific.
Well, it's to spread truth, yeah?
Yeah, like a virtual road tour.
Exactly. To spread the message that was concluding the argument that was just had with the other chap, who I thought was Andrew Johnston, but wasn't. Which is to say that the Earth is measured flat for everyone, including globe believers. Example for him was radial value for his inferred globe with tangent points out in space. The R value came from a measurement of the flat Earth. That's why I'm here. To point that out so that anybody who's a flat earther in the server can move forward, not with a belief that Earth is flat, with the truth that they've got in terms of feast of nonsense arguments that infer ice walls or domes, to know that that's how Earth is actually measured. That's how it's dealt with.
Yeah, I think
on the front foot.
most of us are from 24/7, so we don't talk about ice walls.
That's fair enough.
That's good to hear.
Very.
Yeah, we try and stick away from, and I love this phrase, feast of nonsense. I think it's awesome. Yeah, on 24 and over here, we try to stick to the stuff that we can demonstrate to be true, like physical measurements and how the Earth is dealt with. We start talking
Verifiable.
about, yeah, that's a good word, Timbo. We start talking about ice walls and dielectric planes and ethers, and so it's not stuff that can be demonstrated, not stuff that we know to be true. So we try to stick away from that because we can get lost really, really quickly.
Music.
On Humble. Did you want to add something, Humble?
I was going to say, I think it's fair to say the 24/7 crew about 2 years ago cast off a lot of the feast of nonsense, and a lot of people left with that.
Really, there was a purge as a result. People didn't like the fact that was being challenged.
More like an exodus, yeah.
Exodus, that's a much better word. Yeah, that's a better word. Exodus.
Yeah, it was like a bunch of Hebrew Israelites left the server.
Yeah,
Not
let me tell you
Mennonites,
about a
though,
Genesis.
Yeah, but those arguments that are put forward that we call the feast of nonsense is what allows a glober to stay in the argument.
Like what?
Because you're working in areas that you don't know.
For example,
Can you give an example?
Claim there's an ice wall, if you claim there's an ice wall, you can challenge that as a globe believer.
Yeah, because it's not
Or if
proven.
you claim a height to the stars.
Yeah, a measured height to the sun or stars or moon that can attack that.
Exactly.
The thing is, not necessarily on the main topic of why I'm here. That is to say, I want you all to know that you can move forward with a stone cold knowledge of Earth being flat. It sounds like many of you are already well into that anyway, which is great. It's really refreshing to hear. We were somewhere else yesterday that was not the case. So, maybe as people come and go from this server and we frequent it, there'll be people who haven't heard of this and will then go from being flat Earth believers to flat Earth knowers. But aside from that, the Feast of Nonsense, people should be so cautious when they hear some of the claims that are made. Because you, as a flat earther, if you are, you may not be in this server, there may be plenty of globers in here, but are considered dumbest of the dumb. You're fair game to have lies made up about you, words you haven't said, for example. That's fair game. I don't care.
Yeah.
You're dumb. You're a flat earther. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We're
retards.
retards, therefore, what you like to them doesn't matter. Well, but with that being the standard, you should raise your game in terms of what you can prove. Not open yourself up to speculation, because that will just open the door to more ridicule. We should be
that's
hyper
silly.
vigilant when it comes to proving things. Right, I'm done.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, and that's what we try and do here. We don't go into speculation. We have speculation Sunday, but we kind of go, this is only speculation. This is not proven. We can't prove this. Yeah. So we have a day where we can go across things where people may have speculations. And then Monday, we go back to what we can prove.
Oh, how sweet. You have a speculation day. Nathan, can we have a speculation day?
No.
I'm going to say that. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with fine, that sounds wonderful, and it's good that you can vent your speculation in some way. However, I'm not suggesting that I'm decrying that in any way with the next statement. Me personally, I feel it's inappropriate, because even if it's in a humble environment where you've got perceived friends, every word you say will still get used against you, regardless of it being in an environment that's conducive with speculation. Furthermore, just to put a positive spin on that shit sandwich, it's the best bit of the subject. Part of the joy that I get out of the subject is the fact that we don't know certain aspects. We might be the ones to find out. That's exciting, and does, in some form or another, require speculation. You're going to speculate. Even if you're adhering to the scientific method, you've got to speculatively guess what you think causes the effect, right? And then test it to see if it is or not. That type of thing, speculation, is a necessity to make discoveries. And I have to decry it, which is sad. That's only because of the stereotype of a flat earther being dumb, and therefore you have to rise above that in every single respect, in my humble opinion.
So the last 2 days, I would say that we've been having a conversation about what is science. And a astronomer came up with, we said, what is a science to an astronomer? And he said, anything that a scientist does. So we all laughed.
Well, he would.
Yeah?
Well, he's using the magic trick. Science means to prove by experiment, right? And offering proof, empirical evidence, is a very powerful tool. So either way of education, we all understand from 5th grade that it proves things because we're taught how the method works. We just, most of us forget, me included.
Yeah, you test
understand. Yeah, you test your hypothesis, but the point is that the outcome is empirical. If you're a pseudoscientist, in the case of an astronomer, and you're going to turn around and say, well, science is anything I say. Because science to you means proof. Therefore, what I say is proof.
Well, it was even worse. It was, so he said, anything a scientist does. And then you go, okay, well, if it's anything a scientist does, then who names what a scientist is? And then it becomes a circular argument. Who calls each other scientists?
In reality, a scientist is somebody who can vary and manipulate presumed cause and effect in a hypothesis to see if it actually causes something.
Experimentation.
Yeah, the guy who varies the presumed cause or formulates the hypothesis, those two people I would call scientists. The guy involved in the experiment actually being the person varying and manipulating the presumed cause, or the guy that comes up with the hypothesis. The guy that comes up with the hypothesis, strictly speaking, is the scientist, though, because that is the genius of the method. Suppose the cause and get it right upon variation and validation. That's genius.
So why can't you just say anyone who adheres to the scientific method?
Well, that's what
I'm
that
a
is. That is
but if
science.
I adhere to it,
that is science. That's correct. Anybody that adheres to the scientific method.
It got even worse than that. And then AI said, so you've got a scientist who's watching porn. Is he doing science?
Certainly is.
And they pretty much said yes, because there was a guy that did a experiment about sex, and that apparently became science. Yeah, this was their argument.
Because they don't know what science is, and they've got let it go to their heads
Exactly.
that they are
Well,
science. They're not.
That came from
What was the observed phenomena?
astro.
A hard on?
No need.
Sorry, Neil, what the hell?
Well, no, if an erection was the phenomena, then you would be ascertaining the variable, independent variable,
Well,
that
that's
caused
biology,
that
mate.
phenomena. Well, you can put anything into the method if it's a phenomena. If you want to have erections as the phenomena, you can. You can cause and affect that. You can put it through the method if you want to. That could be science, is my point.
Who's going to vary and manipulate that?
Part of the problem, though, is they've confused measurement with science at the
Yes.
highest levels of academia. That is, so. But the thing is, all of their measurements are using a flat plane. So when they appeal to the body of science, they're appealing to measurements off a flat plane.
Yeah, most of them become calculations instead of measurements.
No. I'm glad you said that. The calculations for a globe have their genesis in real-world measurements. And those real-world measurements are flat in all instances. Angles more specifically than anything else. There are others, but yeah, like as again flashing up on screen right now. You've got angle measurements with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's how the globe is calculated. When Earth gets measured, like the guy in the pre-show and at the start of the live show, he's got a reference plane. What does that mean? It means you can reference it, and it's a plane. That means you're referencing a flat Earth. That's what a plane is. He needs it to be a bendy plane, or he needs the angles to be bent lines meeting straight ones. Neither are conducive with reality or geometry, so it fails immediately. What do you actually do? You just measure Earth flat.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but when you said it fails immediately, that's what happened to Dogs of Gods when he came in your pre-show and he was talking about seismology. As soon as he invoked an actual physical measurement of the Earth, he was screwed. I've never seen somebody walk so hard into their own claim and smash themselves into a wall. It was brilliant. But what you just said then, yeah, you're absolutely right. He had 2 angle measurements that he required the Earth to be referenced as a horizontal plane because it is. One, the return angle between here and there, and then the bearing, the north, east, south, and west direction. That is a horizontal bearing. So, yeah, we're going to be using the Earth as flat. We're going to be measuring from a horizontal plane. Everything's going to be referenced to the Earth because we're measuring things that happen actually on the Earth. This is an Earth science. And your first measurements are going to be ding, ding, ding. Angles. What you do after that, well, that's up to you. But you're going to be measuring and utilising a horizontal plane. That plane is the one that you're standing on.
Absolutely correct.
No, that was brilliant. I just Dogs of Gods.
It sounded like you, Nathan. What's up, Chocolate?
Jedi. You know Jedi, surely.
Yeah, it's
Jedi. Of course I know Jedi. He's the reason I'm here. What's up, Jed?
awesome. Yeah, good to hear, man. Good to hear. But yeah, with Dogs of Gods visits this channel. What's up, Chocolate?
Who's Jedi?
I have no idea.
Aha, the guy talking is Jedi.
I'm joking, man.
But yeah, Dogs comes in frequently, and he is a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown. He thinks he knows everything, and yeah, he walked into this, and it was beautiful. So I'm glad that you jumped in when you did, Nathan, because you took him apart superbly, mate.
I hope it wasn't tedious because we did it 15 times.
No, I think
And I will say,
how stupid he was. He was like a headless chicken running around with no clue where he was going, banging into walls after that point.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for a
citation. As well.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for a citation from Dogs of God from over a week ago.
Yeah, what for?
For another baseless assertion.
Hey, wait, can we get a Elder Bear? Are you there? Or you don't want to talk to him, Nathan? Or I'm just looking at the chat.
It's gonna be the same thing.
Yeah, I know. Water level, this, Earth's not flat because of hills and valleys. Yeah, I know, same old shit. But apparently he's got a claim. There doesn't seem to be anyone else that wants to jump in, so maybe Elder Bear can do it.
What do you mean? Nobody has proof we're living on a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum. Nobody has proof of that? Darn.
No, instead we get contention from other supposed flat earthers. And we have to book.
Yeah, I can't spend another day being called a liar. I'm sorry. Sorry.
There he goes.
I did try.
You're up.
Did try.
Hey,
sorry, guys.
That's all right. You're up, Elder
That's
Bear.
fair enough.
We're all,
that's fair enough.
All right.
I just
going
want
to
to
say we're all
acknowledge
going
what
to
he
go
said.
quiet. But yeah, okay.
I'll just acknowledge him. Yeah, that's fair enough. You talking will inevitably result in us pointing out where you've lied, made up stuff we haven't said. Yeah. So if you don't want to contend with that, best you keep your mouth shut. I would agree.
I'm sure somebody else will come along you can swear at again, like last week. You know, maybe an hour or so.
Just kick him out. If you're going to act like that, what are you even here for, Elder Bear? What are you here for if you're going to come and just make accusations?
He said he had a
recorded.
positive claim,
Recorded. It's all out there. I shouldn't worry about making accusations. Pretty true.
Exactly.
Recorded, the whole thing.
He's come here to attack me personally. Evidence that's presented by me is ignored entirely in favour of attacking me, the man.
Yeah, you know, when you were swearing at people and then the libelous allegations of paedophilia against, people in the community. Perhaps you could address that.
What? I'm not going to. My arguments is what I invite people to address.
It was your libel, though. You address.
Now let him go.
Server operators had enough of that garbage.
Elder Bear, you're not here to do that. That's not the topic of the forum. Come on, man. Grow up. Stop it.
Attack the argument, not the person, Elder Bear.
Mad. Somebody shitting your cereal or something? What's the problem?
Well, I mean,
seriously,
I can
what's wrong
understand.
with you, man? Every time, I'm sorry,
You all stand around and support him.
just...
You support all this language and this bad behaviour. I mean, you're all standing, all these you guys, you men, you all stand here and let it go on week after week.
Shut the freak up and go!
You're a pussy, Neil. You're a pussy, Neil. You're the big...
Can we? This doesn't have to devolve, Elder Bear. It's interesting
Did you
every
get it
time you
all
come
off? Did you get it all off your chest?
I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit and try to tie my friends back when he's being constantly barraged with nonsense and then people making stuff up about what he didn't say. I'm not going to tie his hands and say that he can't respond however he wants to. It's on him to do.
Well, John, sorry, John, but Brian gave the perfect example. If somebody's going to come kicking and throwing stuff at your head and smacking you in the back of the head and egging you on, yeah, there's going to come a point where the guy's going to turn around and lash out at you. And that's exactly what they do to Nathan. Sorry.
That's all good. Politics server have got this kind of... I'm very relaxed when I'm here, actually, Neil. I was far more stressed yesterday in a different server where they seem to be sympathetic to the opponent more so than to us. It's stressful. This isn't at the point that there's glorified personal attacks coming our way. Somebody in the server just steps in and says, "That's not what we do here. Get lost."
Yeah. Fuck that. I'm sorry. No matter what team you're on, it's just kind of etiquette.
Can you get close to your mic, Sydney? You're all distorted.
Oh, sorry. I just said no matter what team you're on, it's just called proper etiquette, so fuck that. I agree. Poking the bear, right? No.
Yeah, I think John's point is that they've got nothing to lose, so who's Elder Bear? He doesn't care. His reputation on YouTube isn't important to him, so he can poke and poke and poke and poke until he gets a reaction, and then go, look, bad person. Right tactics.
Yeah. I mean, I know my reputation is quite literally a retard, according to YouTube, and I'm okay with that because I stand by my shit. So whatever, I'm with you.
We use the devil's advocate analogy. which is when Al Pacino's explaining to Keanu Reeves that if he's driving around in a flash car with a flash suit, then people see him coming a mile away. Whereas if he's riding the subway and dress is down, and he's a surprise, not expecting him to be what he is, but what he knows. And you should use that to your advantage. People automatically assume that you're a numpty. They very quickly get stymied and flustered when you actually start spitting some facts at them.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just smiling ear to ear right now, so I'm with you, man.
It won't be 10 hours this time. It'll only be a couple of hours this time.
Especially when they're in your face and there's no internet to turn off. That's when you get it. That's when it's the most brilliant. It's in your face.
Sydney, it sounds like
at the end of the day, if it goes bad enough, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, if it gets bad enough, somebody will put their fingers in their ears, walk away saying, la, 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 I can't listen to you. Because that's literally happened.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Sydney, Sydney, you sound like your mic's underwater. Can you get a little bit closer?
Yeah, I'll refresh. Be right back.
Perfect. Yeah, drop and rejoin. That's normally the answer. We had a guy do that yesterday. So he gets to the conclusion point and he's rumpused it 5 or 6 times. And when the mods finally get control of him and the point gets concluded, he goes on server deafen. So he doesn't have to listen.
Yeah, pretty typical. Is this any better?
Are there any globers in here at the moment? I've looked down the list. I don't think there is.
Wow, our reputation really does precede us then. I can't believe that.
Anyone want to talk up? Anyone want to make a claim? Anyone want to say that Nathan's wrong about something? Just open your mic and we'll all mute up and you can have a one-on-one chat. Go ahead.
I've got an impression of Neil.
Go ahead, Roto.
That's correct.
That was perfect.
That's incorrect. I called somebody. If you would have listened yesterday, I called Jeremy exactly what he was. I'll listen back.
You got to have the blinker going, though, Neil.
Yeah, the blinker going.
So we got nihilistic Chris. Nihilistic Chris, do you want to speak up and you can, have a chat with Nathan one-on-one? Nihilistic Chris, you there? Or you just text skank?
He's just chat skanking, but I noticed Brenda's joined us. Brenda Debates is here as well.
Oh, Brenda. Oh, God.
So what's up, Brenda? Good to see you. Did you want to speak to Nathan?
Good morning.
Hello?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have yet to hear one single shred of evidence for the flat Earth.
That's a hearing problem.
No, that's a metaphor. That means nobody has presented any evidence, positive evidence for the flat Earth.
That's just an incorrect statement. It's
Go ahead.
flat with Polaris. I explained it to you yesterday.
No, go ahead. Give me the evidence then.
We measure a flat baseline for latitude. The latitude system itself is derived from measurements with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, a flat baseline.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me the evidence.
Just did.
No, that's a claim. That's not an evidence. That's not evidence.
Can flat surfaces in reality be a good presentation for a flat surface?
So
can flat surface in reality be good presentation for flat surface?
I'm talking to Nathan. You can
No,
have
I'm
another
talking
time.
to you now. You asked it for the proof.
Sorry,
you're going to get muted. I could see that coming a mile away.
I do apologise, buddy, but Nathan is here and Brenda was speaking to Nathan, so let's at least let Nathan answer first, and if we need to jump in, we can. But Nathan, back to you, mate.
It's measured flat with Polaris, horizontal plane of reference. She said that's just a claim you're making.
Yeah,
no,
that's
it's
a
the
claim.
basis of celestial navigation. That seems like Brenda's talking to me. Again.
Yeah, that's the claim.
No, it's not a claim I'm making. Second attempt, Brenda's just going to chant through it because it's painful.
No, because you paused.
Third attempt. I haven't actually managed to go. That doesn't mean I'm inviting with a short pause you to now take the reins. Just putting more and more distance between something I've told you yesterday that you also did this little trick, your only trick. You one-trick pony act. What, you're not hearing it, you say? Yeah, that's because you're not listening, Brenda. What you're doing is flapping your gums when people are telling you about Earth's measured flat, like with Polaris and the flat baseline to it. I told you yesterday that you didn't listen. Started off making a very true statement. You haven't heard any proof of flat Earth? No, I know you haven't. You've got a hearing problem. Flap your gums when you should be listening. Meanwhile, Polaris is measured with respect to a flat plane, and it develops our latitude grid on a flat plane. It's not a claim. It's the basis of navigation and mapping.
Again, all you do is make claims and claim that your claim is true. You have to give numbers. What are the numbers?
It's not a claim, Brenda.
It's literally a claim. He says it's measured flat. That's the claim.
Yeah, okay. Call it a claim if you like.
Yeah, show me the numbers.
Is it easier? Is it easier?
What number? Wait, hold on. What numbers do you even want? What number do you want? What?
Measurements of the Earth being flat.
Okay, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles is the latitude grid system measurement. It's an angle measurement with respect to a flat Earth and the recession of the star we call Polaris towards the horizon at a rate of 1 degree as you back away 60 nautical miles. I haven't finished. Brenda's just scared of me reiterating that which he has only one trick to overcome, which is to interrupt me. Didn't finish the statement, Brenda. Again, you said you got a hearing problem? Yeah, I know. It's not actually a hearing problem, it's a listening problem. You flap your gums for the conclusion of the flat Earth measurement that is Polaris and how it's measured and what the measurement was. There you go. Just detailed it to you. I've detailed it to you many times. You just can't hear it. That's your inability to hear things.
So you say it's measured on a flat baseline? Can you confirm that, please?
What I've said to you multiple times, over and over again, you're parroting back which I've said to you multiple times and you're asking me to confirm that which I've only just had an affirmation from you. You've just affirmed what I've said. Thank you for affirming that which I have said, Brenda. So you understand Earth must be flat to get this angle measurement then. Great. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you for affirming that which I've told you multiple times that apparently, according to now, you've never heard. Now you've heard it. Earth's measured flat.
It's measured flat by measuring a flat baseline? That's begging the question,
for an angle
Nathan.
to Polaris. For latitude, yes.
You're presupposing that the baseline is flat. That's begging the question.
It's an angle measurement. It can only be flat. It's got 90 degrees to a perpendicular point at the end of it under Polaris.
That's not how angles work.
Under Polaris, there's her not listening again. Hearing problem. If you do it again, I'm going to appeal to the mods to kick your dumb ass out of here. Not listening and having a comprehension inability. You can't listen. It's got 90 degrees at the end of the baseline, at the GP of the star. It can only be flat, or it wouldn't have 90 at the end of the line on the Earth. That's the baseline. With respect to the ground positions for the mapping system we call latitude. 90 degrees at the end of a line can only be flat.
Yeah, you're presupposing that there's a 90 degrees straight angle between the GP and the observer. That's begging the question. Do you have a non-begging... Excuse me.
No. I've been accused of begging the question. No. It's celestial navigation as opposed to a claim where I beg the question. That's why we explicitly disagreed when you claimed I was making a claim and I disagreed and said, no, it's celestial navigation. Now, what has been turned into my claim, because I foolishly conceded to get the argument moving on with the constant interruption from a fundamentalist zealot,
you just doesn't listen.
No, when she claims I've used fallacy, I haven't.
No. I'm saying in terms of interrupting, you what you're accusing them is what you just did, like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, literally.
So what are we in? Earth Awakenings? Suddenly is the argument not the focus, and the interruption when she's cried.
I'm just telling you. I don't want to get hung up on it. I'm just telling you, like I'm calling you out. That's all.
That's getting hung up
So-
on it. That's precisely what we're doing. My point was this is
No,
us
now
getting
I'm moving
hung up
on.
on it when there's
See-
a debating
now I'm
point
moving
in
on.
process.
You're getting hung
the
up, but I'm
debating
moving
point
on
is
now.
in regards to Polaris measurements of a
Great.
flat Earth, and this little segue from this little white knight. What? Are you a moderator? Just you're what you're doing is getting hung up on it. Something you specifically.
I'm not.
Said you
I'm
weren't
moving on.
doing.
I just said I'm moving on now. I
Meanwhile,
made a
I'm
comment. I'm
arguing that
moving on.
Earth's measured flat with Polaris
And you're
measurements
still
and a
going
flat
on about it.
baseline. It's not a fallacy to say that it's begging the question. No, it's celestial navigation. I made that explicitly clear earlier. When she says it's a fallacy because I'm begging the question, no, it's very specifically not begging the question. It's celestial navigation. I justifiably will interrupt at that point. Thank you for the
It's
overzealous
a fallacy
moderation.
because you presuppose the baseline is flat.
Not doing anything. It's navigation. I'm not doing it. It's the process of navigation. Second time she's done it. It's
That's
just being
still
ignored.
begging the question. You're still just
It's just rinsing
presupposing
and
your
repeating.
answer.
It's just rinsing and repeating. I've overcome it. It's not my claim. It's celestial navigation. Maybe rinse and repeat it a third time. Maybe the mods will step in because she's just rinsing and repeating. I've overcome it.
Yeah, well,
But if she thinks the
moderator,
ground is
sorry,
curved?
2 seconds, Neil. 2 seconds. So, moderator did jump in. No, Brendan isn't a moderator here. So, I did mute him for chantering from the peanut gallery. You got two choices, Nathan. You can either continue to engage with Brenda, or I can unmute Brendan and you can speak to Brendan. I'll leave that choice to you, mate, but we will keep it between you and one person.
I've already made the conclusion. It's
Cool.
it's being measured flat. The line that isn't begging the question. It's latitude. You're saying, well, what when you measure latitude? No, I don't do that. I'm not measuring latitude. Latitude is what it is. It's a flat Earth baseline between you and a 90-degree position. I'm not begging the question of 90 degrees. The chat knows I'm not, as they all spam triangles. No, the right angle triangle is a prerequisite. It needs a flat Earth to be measured. It is latitude measurement with respect to a flat Earth. That's what it is. You just keep saying it's your claim. It's just begging the question that Earth's flat with a 90 at the end. But for latitude measurement, no, I'm not claiming it. It's not something I'm doing or doing wrong. It is celestial navigation, not my claim.
All right, I'll unmute Brendan now. It's gone a little bit quiet. So, Brendan, if you want to bring something up, you said you wanted to move on, so you can move on to something else if you want to.
Well, if I can, right, I just want to conclude this conversation, and then I have another topic to bring up, if I may. If that's okay. I don't want to get hung up on that.
What? Sorry, let me get it straight. You just want to conclude the conversation I just had with Brenda. No, I just concluded it. Earth measured flat with 90 degree at the end of the baseline to the GP of Polaris. That's the conclusion. You want to make a different conclusion? If you want to make a different conclusion, I'll have the debate with you. You're not just going to subvert my conclusion I just made by making a different one. Just let's get that clear.
Listen, Brendan, it's going to descend into chaos. We've already addressed it. It was done. We've moved on. So if you can move on to another question, all good. We're not going to go backwards from this point.
Oh, Brendan, do you have a new claim you wanted to make? I'm not going to allow you to make a new conclusion.
No, just go fuck
mine
yourself.
that I just
There you
made
go.
after winning a debate with Brenda. I'm not going to allow that. Did you have a claim you wanted to make?
No,
Really
he's
not.
muted. He just told you to go F yourself, so he's muted.
Oh, I see. So I correctly identified that he was just going to try and undermine the conclusion I just made. Yeah. I spotted it a mile away, didn't I? And what, when you didn't get away with it, it's F you, Nathan. Yeah. F you, Nathan. Yeah. Excellent stuff, yeah. And meanwhile, Earth must be flat to have 90 at the end of the Polaris measurement we call latitude. That's a flat baseline with 90 at the end of it. Brenda seemed to be under the impression that I'm claiming that, as opposed to it being a part and parcel process called celestial navigation. I won and proved Earth was flat and measured such. That's what I did. I made the conclusion. That guy didn't manage to successfully subvert it and undermine it.
So he basically lied. He said he had a new claim, but he really didn't. He just wanted to come in and try to subvert what already happened. I got it.
Yeah, they like to undermine a winning point from a flat earther. Oh, well, I've got a new question. Yeah, Earth's measured with curved baselines. But just so I can ask a new question and put as much distance from that baseless assertion as possible. That's what would have happened.
Well, Brian would be happy because remember last week we were here, Brian was very upset that we allowed Rob Noxious to come in and subvert the whole conversation.
Fair enough. Version is what you've got to do. They've got to lie to Glurf. That's how Glurfs are. Undermining a point that's been won by a flat earther, par for the course. Yeah, perfectly acceptable. I can undermine his point without taking part in the debate with him.
A bleached spheroid pilot, would you like to jump into the conversation rather than just hanging in the chat and chat skanking?
If he doesn't owl round at my live stream. No, peanut gallery only.
Yeah, no, it doesn't
Or
look
for
like
any
it.
more. If not, we're going to round out this live show and move into the after show. No.
Come on, keep it Freaky Friday. Where are you?
I didn't. We've obviously got a reputation already. We've only been here about 4 or 5 times. No. Last call.
Well, a little more than 4 or 5 times because last week could count for 5 alone.
So we've got Rich.
Last call for Magical Ball.
We're going to Rich Evans. So we're going to unmute Rich Evans. You can speak to him.
Should I turn my studio lights off then?
Yeah. Rich Evans, you're up, man. Obviously not.
If we got another silent partner, I think nihilistic staff.
I heard him try to speak.
What the hell? I think there's a question from the chat. Maybe I know nihilistic does want to actually get on into the voice call, but he has asked to Nathan.
Before you ask, what I'll do is I'll round out the live show. You can ask it in the after show. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned for that question. It's going to be exciting. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Of course, a massive thank you to today's Discord server, which is the politics server. Hopefully, one of my mods will put a link so you can actually join that server. I've been Nathan Oakley. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Just for the mods in the room, guys.
Yeah.
So Nathan had asked for 3 hours. Got an hour 22 left, so I'm not sure how long he'll run the after show for, but
let him go, man.
In. Yeah. Yeah, we got a cut off. We got a cut off time at 3 hours where we sort of end the show as such, which is his pre-show, show, and after show.
Shout out to all of the people in the live stream. 3 hours from now, Bible U will be live or premiering a stream. So go over to the Bible U YouTube channel. She's in the live stream chat right now. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show.
Go AJ.
Yeah, I was saying, and then after that 3 hours, then the room just goes back to normal, basically.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So it depends on whether he cuts it short or not, but yeah, there's an hour and 20 left on the 3 hours that he requested.
Yeah, so they can still hang around in the room, yeah? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no problems at all. It just means that his show's sort of finished at that point.
Yeah. Cool. Maybe Scott Mackey will come in.
Yeah, right. So the question from the chat, I know everyone's excited to know what the question was, but it was directed to Nathan. And obviously the participant does want to get on the voice call, but he has asked to Nathan how we came to understand that the Earth was flat, what was his awakening moment or eureka moments way back in history. So how did you become a flat Earth, Nathan?
Just listen to Math Powerland. I think too exciting. terms of finding out Earth was flat, that's how my route into it was. In terms of knowing Earth is flat, that's only come in the last couple of years. I was the people I criticise now as being flat Earth believers. I was one of them. I didn't know it was flat. Now I do. That's how it's measured. That's why I'm here. Now we've refined that argument to the point where we can absolutely pummel somebody who comes and starts talking about seismology and how it's justifiably globe proving, and therefore you can tell flat earthers who claim otherwise. I'll absolutely rip them a new one and point out how their claim uses a flat earth. It's taken a couple of years of refinement, but up until that point, I was just a flat earth believer too. Thanks to my panel, who I can't praise high enough, specifically Refracted Curvature, who is absolutely my favourite panel member of all of them, was the first to really highlight it and start showing how they utilise a flat plane. That's a couple of years ago, right, John? It's just joined, he didn't hear that. Fair enough. Anyway, yeah, there you go. There's the answer to the question.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. It's interesting, the journey from belief to knowing. And I think a few of us have been around this for 8, 9, maybe even 10 years. And I think we all started off in this, a belief that this has got to be true because of the things that I can see and all of these things. But the change from belief to actual knowing, when we can demonstrate and obviously reference that the Earth is most definitely measured and used for measuring as a horizontal plane, then you go from belief to knowing. It's demonstrated as such. It's practically used as such with regards to engineering, communication, navigation, all of these different types of things.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
Stopped at the belief step.
Shut up, Brenda.
I never stopped at the belief step. I knew it from the beginning.
Knowledge is a justified true belief. So all knowledge is belief.
That was justified true belief nonsense was clobbered back in years ago by Gutierrez, you clown of an idiot retard.
Yeah, that doesn't mean
16.
The hypothesis. Shoe. What's the hypothesis? It's a shoe. Get out of here.
Sweat.
Just expressing disdain for the stupidity we have to endure.
We all love QE.
Don't stop me from expressing myself, Neil.
Oh, what are we back on Earth Awakenings?
Trying to say I'm posh. Is that what that was? Or woke. Maybe he's trying to say I'm woke. Didn't get a response to posh.
Talking to me?
Talking to John. Anyway, we've got a reputation
John,
that's obviously been built up. Oh, now he talks.
Don't call me John, because we got a number of Johns. Whenever you say John, I'm thinking refracted curvature. In QE.
Okay, really good. We've already built up a reputation in the politics server, QE. The point where when we entered, we were told that there was a push to turn the server or the room in the server into a globe room or globe dominated room. Now we don't even get responses.
What happened there?
What was that? That was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, Timbo, where who was it? Was it Scott Mackey that was posting that he was going to be a globe room very shortly? It was
I think it was the other guy. What was his name?
Peter.
Peter.
Oh,
Peter the Goose.
Was it?
Yeah, that was Peter. That was Peter, the grand poobah of G46 or whatever the troll team were called. So they included a few people that had to come into the server. Say that again.
Yeah.
Getting rumpus by QE. Go ahead, QE.
Is it Fox Force 5?
Yes.
One more time.
Yeah. Might as well be.
Fox Force 5 or something, yeah?
Yeah, Girlfriend 6.
Yeah, that's a Pulp Fiction reference.
Wait,
What's up, QE?
I'm confused. Did they I'm sorry, Jedi. I'm just confused. Like, so they said what that this room was going to be a globe focused room. Why? Because the globe evidence is so overwhelming.
Yes.
Like what's
apparently?
Huh. Apparently. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that was
why
2
are we
months
not
ago.
hearing
Though.
any of that now? I don't get it.
Yeah, it was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Well, Brenda
Yeah, it was
came
pinned to the
in.
top of our chat.
Brenda came in.
On Neil, just one sec. And they came
Go,
in
Neil.
what? We'll go, Neil. Go ahead.
I was saying she came in saying, "Where is all the flat Earth proof?" And Nathan gave it to her. She said she hasn't heard any. Nathan gave it to her. She still said she didn't hear any. But where's all the globe proof?
There isn't any.
So in 2024, the best globe got is to say that a statement of fact said to her is just a claim. Okay.
Yeah, well, what we've noticed on this server is the best proof they have is boats go over the horizon. It's fucking, it's really weird, man. That's it, man. That's it. They say, okay, we say, do you see curvature? And they go, yeah, boats go over the horizon. That's the best proof they've got.
Well, actually, they say, sorry, the Earth's too big to see curvature, and then they tell us boats go over the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That concept, though, requires Earth to be flat.
I'm going to step away and make a coffee.
Elaborate.
The conversation will continue.
Okay, go.
Yeah, elaborate.
Well, because if something is well, the idea that something is disappearing bottom first, right, or that it's dropping behind the horizon, well, that drop is described from a horizontal plane of reference. The mathematics that utilizes that they get their claim from, and utilizes surface level as a horizontal plane of reference to assert that there's a horizon below surface level boats to go over.
That was Dr. Danny Faulkner's number one proof yesterday. I was listening to a video from a few years ago. That was his number one proof. Said he had he took a video of the hull of a ship somewhere in Virginia or something, and it kept on disappearing hull first. That was his experiment.
Hey, QE, that last video you made about Danny Faulkner was fantastic, man.
That was his experiment.
That was great.
Yeah, somebody got it. Yes, that was Danny's experiment. He said it was an experiment.
Well, Danny's got a different understanding of science.
Oh, he says that we follow the elementary version of science, the kind that you learn in grade school. And then I was waiting there for him to get to the complex version of science. He called it science, not the scientific method. The more complex version is you have to add observation.
Hey, can I just say,
what?
Dogs are Gods is back. Can we unmute him? Do you guys want to talk to him or no?
Unmute him. Let's see what he has to say.
Should we keep it going? All right.
Yep.
Let's go. All right. Well, he's unmuted anyway. Yeah. Go ahead, Dog. Yeah.
So before this goes any further, Nathan, would you like to give me a definition of level?
Nathan's going to make a coffee. I'm sure you heard that said.
My definition of level is no point higher than any other in elevation over the reference.
QE, can you
Well, if
take
you want to
this
speak
one,
to
or-
Nathan, well, I was going to say, if you want to speak to Nathan, you're going to have to wait 5 minutes for him to get back because he's going to make a coffee, dogs.
I think
Or
QE
you
can take it.
have it with QE.
We can have it with me.
Oh,
Or
there he
Jenny.
is. Go ahead, Nathan.
I'm not Nathan, mate. It's Jedi. Good to see you, QE. But no, please, sir, after you. age before beauty.
Oh, I thought that was Nathan. Okay. Having no part higher than another. Flat, horizontal.
I agree with the first part. The second and
It's not an
third
agree
part,
disagree genre.
I
That's
think,
the
are
definition of it.
synonyms.
Not an agree disagree genre. It's not subjective. It's objective.
Yeah, so definitions can have multiple applications depending on what you're trying to reference. So if you say
you're
level,
equivocating.
is no point higher than the other. Can I finish what I'm saying, please, bud?
It's a law of identity violation, an equivocation fallacy nightmare. A definition's a definition, and that's it.
No, that's not true. A definition is something that we made up. So
True.
it can't be a violation
It's
of
not
any
true.
logical law
Definition is
because
not
it's
a
made up
definition.
by human beings. Definitions are purely subjective, but my definition is no point higher than the other. So I agree with that.
Elmer Fudd Sophus, piss off. What's your scientific evidence for your ball-tard?
I'm not going to play that game. I'd like to talk about the definition
It's
of
not a
level before we
game.
move on.
It's the scientific evidence for your ball-tard, sphere-tard.
No,
You
it's
don't have any, sit
definitionally
down
a
and shut
game.
up.
So what you're trying to do is I came
You
in
don't have
with
any,
the
shut
understanding
up.
that I'd asked.
Shut him up.
Wait, hold on. You were asked for proof of your science for your ball chart, and that's a game. I'm sorry. I'll put it nicer. You were asked for scientific evidence of your planet Earth ball. Why is that a game all of a sudden? I'm weird. That's weird.
Yeah, because they
I'm
used to say
confused.
the whole body of science, right, Chocolate?
So the reason it's a game is because we were discussing the definition of level, and I was trying to finish that discussion without being interrupted and fully get my thoughts out. It was tried to be forced along a different discussion pathway before I'd finished that.
Definition's not a discussion. You retard. What a clown. Get the heck out of here. Let him up. We'll discuss definitions back in primary school. It's a discussion. That's off.
That's sort of like the definition and meaning of words is useless. Who said that? Did somebody say that?
Yeah. The numpty from down under. Roofy.
Oh, Roofy. So that's what this guy's saying. He thinks there's, what, 10 meanings of a word? Really?
Even if there
How would we
was, you
communicate?
can only use one of them in a specific context. So I don't even know how that's an argument. Ridiculous.
Does he finally accept that level's horizontal, or he's still trying to argue against that?
No, he's arguing
I'm
against
just
it. He's
laughing
left the
to myself.
conversation.
So far we've gotten. Sorry, buddy. So far we've gotten a statement of fact is just a claim, and what's your definition of level? And these are the arguments made for the ball, 2024. Interesting.
Well, you can't argue for curvature if you're going to bend surface level. You throw your calculator out the window. No, you ain't going to get away with saying conforming to a sphere.
Question.
You also can't argue for curvature if your claim at the end of all of that would be, well, it's too big to measure the curvature before we measure it flat. That would be weird.
Right. The guy earlier said level can be curved. I wouldn't be able to build if level could be curved. You moron.
Law of identity violation. Curve has got slope. Level has no slope. I'll slope a dope him in a friggin' fraction of a second. He won't know whether to piss or wind his watch.
Such a
You know
colourful
what?
use of
I
language as
forgot
well.
about slope a dope this morning. That would have ended it.
It never began. He doesn't know what level means. How can you move past that?
Yeah, but once he said level could be curved, that's when we got to slope-a-dope him.
Yeah, if they don't understand that level is not curving, there's no way they're going to understand the formula for slope.
You got a very good
That's
point
literally
there.
like saying that's literally like saying like let's try to define up in a different way that it actually means down.
Yeah, that
Just
checks out.
sorry to interrupt, Neil. Just a very quick bit of moderation. So there's lots of new people jumping in and out of the chat all of the time. If any of you don't quite know what's going on at the moment, we're currently entertaining Nathan Oakley 1980 and his YouTube channel with regards to FED, the Flat Earth debate. We're currently in the after show. If anybody's jumped in recently and wants to unmute and ask a couple of questions to himself and his panel, or any of the team here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, then please unmute yourself, guys. We're in a bit of time at the moment, so if you want to unmute yourselves, you got any questions, something you want to talk about, then that's what's going on at the moment. It might be a good time to ask. So I invite you all to do so. Thanks for letting me jump in, guys.
Wouldn't equidistant imply that you know how big the core is?
Core?
Equidistant.
Core? What's the core?
Equidistant. What do you mean equidistant? Equidistant from what to what?
That's my point. That's my point. Is they're begging the idea of the question of a core and to know the size. That's the question. Wouldn't it imply that they know the size?
You didn't give me anything with that. It's got to be from something to something else. It's something is equidistant from this point. Give me some cowbell.
Well, they claim the center of the earth, right?
Center of the earth for what? For elevation?
Yeah, that's what they say. Everything starts from the center of the earth and works its way out.
Now, is it in the elevation context?
No, they don't measure elevation from the center of the earth.
I was just going to jump all over that, if that's what you're talking about.
Talk about radius.
Well, the radius is equidistant. I'm sorry. So the radius is equidistant? That's non sequitur.
Brilliant.
What did I miss?
Some stupid stuff, man.
What radius?
Words and the words have no meaning. That's what you miss.
Roof here.
His brother. Somebody asked me what level was.
Yeah.
So I said having no part higher than the other, horizontal or flat. He agreed with the first part of the definition. He agreed with it, but he had a slight disagreement with the second part of the definition. And I told him that, number one, this is an agree-disagree genre. That's subjective. We're into objective. And I'm not playing his little reindeer games. Or less.
Wait, but he said he wasn't playing any of your reindeer games when you asked him for his scientific proof of a spheretard.
Oh, yeah, I did. I did ask him that. I asked him for scientific evidence for a spheretard, baltard, and he said he's not playing that game.
We are allowed to define our words however we wish.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nope.
That's how language works.
Are you familiar with the Socratic
That's not
method?
the Socratic method. What's your natural phenomena? Shoe. What's the hypothesis? It's a shoe. That's not the Socratic method, you numpty dipshit.
No, I was talking about phenomenology at that point. It was Kantian phenomenology, which you didn't understand.
Phenomenology.
You understand that the
What's the
subjectivity in language
phenomenology of a shoe?
It's got laces.
Yeah, that would be part of its phenomenology. Laces would be part of it.
And look at that.
What's that?
Look at that. I was
Hold on,
right.
Neil, thanks. What's the name? There's a female professor that you quote relatively infrequently, QE. She's like, words have meanings. Use your words carefully. Pretty sure it's a woman.
Oh, that's Dr. Mary Schweitzer?
Mary Schweitzer. Right. Do you know the exact quote off the top of your head?
Oh.
Don't worry. I gave her.
I can snatch it up real quick, though.
Okay.
It's just an argument from
Paraphrase.
authority. It's just an argument from
There it is.
authority.
You don't know what an argument from authority is. Shut up.
That's literally what you're doing
Mary
right now.
Schweitzer. From Mary Schweitzer. Exactly. That's one of the things I drive my students crazy on. Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully. Dr. Mary Schweitzer.
Yeah, we can define level however we wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
However we want. You
Absolutely.
retard.
That's how words work. That's how
the
words
village
work.
idiot can do what he likes. He can define things how he likes, but nobody gives any credence to that idiot on the village corner shouting out how he can define what he likes, how he likes. I mean, things like earth curve maths dictate that level must be level for you, and you reify the R value that's measured off a flat plane into a sphere beneath your feet. You still need level to be level. It's defined in your maths. Surface level, eye level. They're level. They're not deviating from level, and if they were, you'd need level to describe how much they were deviating from it.
Saying that level is a tautology.
We really are in 2024. Our words could just identify as whatever they want. That's really your argument.
Yeah, that's been the case forever.
Keep telling us about it.
Okay, well, QE and I both asked the same question. Are you familiar with methodology that would allow us to agree on what words mean?
There is no methodology for agreement. People either agree or they don't agree. It's political.
The Socratic method. So that's a no. Is that a no? You're not familiar with the Socratic method?
I'm familiar with the Socratic method. It doesn't say that there are predefined meanings to words.
It's about us agreeing on the definitions of words. It would be us coming to a conclusion about what we mean by a word based on its definition and our agreement that we mean the same definition when we use that word. That is in essence what the Socratic method offers.
Yes, being consistent isn't the same as defining your words. You get to define your words up front, and then you're asked to be logically consistent, which you never do, Nathan, right? But that's different than predefining your words. You can define your word however you wish. You just have to be consistent.
Well, that's the logic in that. Post the syllogism.
That wasn't an argument. It was a statement.
This is somebody on your side. Listen to what this person is saying. This is the argument for the globe in 2024. Continue, brother.
Yeah. Language. Wittgenstein.
Then dictionary is meaningless.
No, with dictionaries recount usage.
What's the syllogism?
Dictionaries go by usage, by how people use the word. We know this from Wittgenstein. Language is a game. Language is a game.
You said it was logical consistency. So post the syllogism.
Hold on, because otherwise we're going to get in trouble. The reason you're being rumpus, Brenda, is because you stated something. That was that you had logic. Now you're being asked for the syllogism.
The syllogism for what?
Logic, you claimed.
I simply said you need to be consistent.
You simply said it's logical. I heard you.
Yeah, you need to be consistent. That means not self.
Yeah. Okay. So
not
post the syllogism.
For what? For being
it's
consistent?
Not for you to continue to talk. So
the The syllogism for what? The syllogism for what?
She's asking the same question to the top of your
Just shut her
clarification to the answer. She's just not being reasonable.
Yeah.
She already knows that she's lent on this word, logic, lend credence to her argument. You ask for backing for the logic, she hasn't got anything. That's the reality.
Yep. It's the natural phenomena. Shoe. Hypothesis. It's a shoe. Brenda, 2018. That's off.
Given that she doesn't think words have predetermined meanings, why would she use the term logic as a way to back her argument?
Yeah, define logic. It's an anvil.
No, I mean, according to her, whatever words that she's just used, you can just identify them as whatever you want them to be. Or they might even identify themselves as something else that they're not.
Oh, that's
This is the world we're living in.
because she identifies with that.
Meanwhile,
Well, then she shouldn't
can
mind
do
if I
that.
still call
Okay,
her
right, let's just clear this up. You can do that. You can, like I defined as being village idiot behaviour, find words however you choose, then you come up against problems when you've got things like earth curve maths, define level as level, horizontal in nature, parallel with eye level, all of those things defy what you would redefine what level is, because it's a necessity in terms of defining how things deviate. For your curve, for instance, if you're going to suggest that there's earth curve derived from flat plane measurements, ones that you can't hear, and you need something to describe it deviating from. How much something curves is a deviation from the horizontal. You can't bend the horizontal. That's the point. Yeah, you can define it differently, but it just won't work anymore. It's the Socratic method, so we can agree on what we mean by the words we use.
Yeah, I think what a lot of the globers like to do is they like to kind of flip-flop between the individual and the group. I mean, it's obvious that, sure, words are arbitrary, but they're arbitrary at a group level, and we've all agreed what they mean. You can't then individually decide that, well, I'm going to be different to that and use that same language in a different way, because you're effectively speaking a completely separate language. So how are you supposed to then engage with that? Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, as Chocolate said, that's the world we live in 2024, though, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Crypto, what's good, my dude?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How you doing, Chocolate? Keep hearing you on here and thought I'd come in and say hi. But I think that's fundamentally what's going on with Brenda. That they don't understand that, like, this agreement has already happened at a group level. You can't then re-agree it with yourself. That's a separate agreement, like what that word means or what a group of words mean.
Thanks.
That makes sense.
Let's make the question of the day. What's the scientific evidence for the sphere tard? We do that?
Still waiting on that.
Yep.
That's a grey area.
Why do you got to give the game away, Nathan?
That's when you tell Nathan, shh, shut up.
I was trying to get somebody to give us a scientific prediction the other day. Nathan just come along and said, well, come on, we need the scientific prediction. What's your hypothesis? I'm like, damn.
True.
Really? It's fun.
Sometimes I get praise, sometimes I get condemned.
What's the topic?
Earth being measured flat for globe belief.
You guys touch the horizon yet?
Touch the horizon? No, you can't touch the horizon.
What's the horizon?
It's not got a postcode. You can't get there.
Why can't you touch the horizon?
It moves as you move. It's called the solution point in the distance. It's the point where things appear to disappear.
But I thought there's an
Apparent.
edge.
There's me trying to answer you, and you just want to yammer through the top of the answer, right? You go ahead, answer for me. In the middle of me. I
thought there was an edge.
Why would you think that there's an edge?
A so-called flat one.
Why would you think that? That seems crazy. Why would you think
It does seem crazy. I agree.
Are you crazy?
Guess who does have an edge, though?
Yeah, the ball.
Ballers have an edge.
Take a wild guess, buddy.
Ballers have an edge.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't.
No, so you would decry the claim that there's a hill getting in the way of boats and buildings, an edge blocking them then? Welcome to Flat Earth.
You've seen the edge of the Earth?
No, we're decrying it. The globe Earth edge that's claimed to block boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020.
You've seen the edge?
Is he deaf?
Yeah, I think
slow it down.
No, he's a troll.
1 second.
You said you debunked the globe. I didn't ask
asking
that.
a question.
That's an irrelevant.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking you a question. Are you F?
Yeah, he got muted because I think he's a regular troll.
Yeah.
I mean,
so where's the edge?
Nathan, if you want to continue to engage him, you're more than welcome to, but I would advise you that it's a waste of your time.
Yeah.
Okay, I answered him. So he asked where the edge was, and I pointed out that the edge of the globe, called Earth curve, was debunked in 2020. Globe Earth has an edge blocking boats and buildings, or it did, till we debunked it.
Do you want to continue engaging him? Because I can unmute if you want.
It's up to you as the moderator. I leave that in your hands.
Yeah, I mean,
keep it Freaky Friday.
You can if you want. We have guys like this come in that they're not even at the level of a Brenda where they're even interested in engaging. They just want to annoy you. So I don't know if you're interested in that.
Fair enough. It seems like you've answered that question then.
As long as you get to have them announce their name when they come in, we want a full name. Now, it's not going to be their regular name, but they can use their profile name. That's fine. But we want to know, we need a name to attach this nonsense to. They just can't come in all anonymous without stating their name. I would suggest that in the future.
Whatever his name was, the guy that just came in, he got a response. He just couldn't cope with it. Didn't cause chaos. I mean, maybe that was his aim, but what he actually got was a response in regards to his question about edges. Just turned it into a globe debunking on the spot.
Has an audience. Fucking sake.
Well, please don't swear.
No swearing. Shit.
No, please don't swear. Go ahead. Genuine, or whatever you are called.
Nah, just another troll. He's just abusing us and swearing. If I unmute him, he's just going to do the same thing.
Fair enough.
Sounds like he had a few.
Sounded like he was trying to make an argument from incredulity that the idea that we're speaking about how Earth is measured is absurd for some reason.
It's not
You know what the funny thing is? We get Globers in here coming into our room saying, "Oh, this is the best moderated room in the server." Yeah, they let us speak. We let them speak. Of course, we don't let them speak shit, but you know, once they have a fallacy, we pull them up on it. But you know,
No swearing.
fuck off.
No need.
Is there any scientific evidence for a spirit card? That's the question of the day.
No.
Got it. Are you Australian?
Yeah, QE knows me. I'm the
you're
kangaroo
allowed.
guy.
No, there's always the exception to the swearing rule. You're it.
Yeah, but I've never said cunt as much as you have the last time you were in, though.
Please don't. This video will get demonetized. Please don't.
Oh, sorry.
Compliment in Australia anyway.
The rule doesn't apply to all Aussies then, just Timbo.
It does. No, it's unilaterally applied to all Australians. They're allowed to say fuck as much as they like.
And the C word, we call it see you next Tuesday.
That's a compliment
Australians
in
do
Australia,
overuse that
right?
word almost as much as the British.
I think there's a delay. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over.
Aren't you guys
Yeah,
related?
Come on, QE.
Brits and Aussies, we overuse the C and F word, I would say. Brits and Aussies specifically.
That didn't answer my question. I said, aren't you guys related? Red herring fallacy away from it.
Might have been some distant cousin that was committing crimes and shipped off there, maybe. I don't know.
There you go.
I'm an immigrant. I came here on a plane, so.
Fair enough.
From the UK. My dad's Scottish and my mum's from Manchester. So.
How'd you cope with all the criminals?
Well, there aren't any. That's the funny thing.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I know. But
Nah,
the funny
just
thing
their
is,
offspring.
we actually don't have a big crime rate here. So
It's too hot.
not that bad. No, I'm down
Too
south.
hot.
It's really cold, but it's it's not that bad, man. Like, it's actually a
To get
pretty
off the
good place to live.
beaten trail. Not to get off the beaten trail. I seen that guy in the mall with the knife. It was about a week ago or something. I found that
that's in
really
Sydney.
strange.
Yeah, that's in Sydney. That's because we got no guns.
Yeah, lucky we got
What
the
was it?
gun laws to prevent things
Knife
like this
crime.
from occurring.
I watched Joe Rogan talk about going into London because he's obviously familiar with rarest ghettos. Someone took him to London. He said that the moment he arrived in some shithole part of London, walked into the whatever territory he's gone to, I couldn't name it. They immediately pounced on him with massive machetes and demanded his watch and phone. And he's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. He's like, damn, why did I not forget to take my watch off?
Name the suburb. Name the suburb.
There's plenty of shithole suburbs in London.
Why didn't Joe pull out his UFC?
When there's a load of masked gang members with machetes, I'd be handing my watch over too.
You guys have got a lot of crime with is it Pakistanis?
Not especially.
No? Oh, okay.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Trying to shift
Sorry,
the
I'll
burden over to some other damn racist.
No, he's right. Have you seen the prices at corner shops?
I was raised in a predominantly Muslim community, so I was in the minority where I was raised in Birmingham, which is just another major city in England. And I was of the 1% whites. That is to say that the black community and the white and perhaps Chinese communities were all like 1% of the community. And then maybe 10% were Sikh and the rest were Muslim. So I was in the minority amongst lots of Muslims. Now, when you're in a community like that, you get to see that the crime rate is just no different to anywhere else. It's just that that particular community is predominantly Muslim. So what, as a white person, do you say, well, the Muslims are all inclined towards crime? No. The percentage of the Muslims that are committing crime is no different to any other community. There's just always bad apples in any community. So the fact that that community is in the majority sometimes can give someone who is in the minority the impression that that is the culture, because you see that any crime is being committed by that group always. Well, yeah, they're in the majority, of course.
Yeah.
I bet you they're ballers.
Yeah, we can stereotype this crime, whoever race it is, but they're all ballers.
What were they seeking?
Well,
what were
that's
they
the funny
seeking?
thing, yeah. How many mass murderers are flat earthers? Probably zero.
Almost none.
Yeah.
They're all ballers. Could do this all
That's
day.
my point. Thank you.
I like fun with stereotypes, but it's got to be disclaimed that you are acutely aware that you're utilising the fallacy. Unlike our opponents, who are probably acutely aware that they're utilising fallacy, and when it's pointed out to them, they go la 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 through the top of you.
I don't know if you guys have seen the there's a guy called Mind Shock who talks about logical fallacies quite a lot, and he's interested in the flat Earth globe Earth debate, and he did an analysis of the fallacies between Dave Farina and Dave Weiss, and it was something like 15 versus 400. Oh, okay, fair enough. You guys have seen it then. Yeah, it's hilarious because obviously everyone here knows.
Obviously, I gave him a treatment. Mind shock, mind dump.
Yeah, that was funny.
Knuckle drag.
He identifies fallacies where there aren't necessarily fallacies. So you'll hear his ding, ding, ding going off, and there won't necessarily have been a fallacy committed. He won't necessarily go through what the cause of the dinging bell.
Yeah, I mean, the point I was trying to get to is his analysis of the Dave Farina, Dave Weiss debate was interesting because it was like that virtually everything Dave Farina said was a fallacy, and I feel like he analysed that pretty well. That one. I haven't seen a lot of his other stuff, so I don't know. But
fair enough.
But it's interesting when you get these. Sorry, go on.
I don't think you can make a globe claim without making a fallacy, though.
But I mean, he would wrap like 4 fallacies into a single sentence. It was almost impressive.
Yeah. Can
any
you
kind
make
of
a globe
statement
claim
which
without a
will-
fallacy, though?
I actually asked
No.
Dave Farina
No,
for a
you
chat.
can't.
I contacted him directly. Said I'd like a chat with him. He declined.
There's a surprise.
Of course he did.
Not often I do that. I don't often.
I did a treatment on Dr. Danny Faulkner the other day. In 40 minutes, he had over 173 fallacies. You do the math.
And that was, yeah, Flatsy was
correct.
taking count, wasn't she?
That's like $2.50 an hour. Wow.
He does actually break it down into a fallacy per hour or per minute rate. He did it with Tim Osman once and a few others. Right, QE? You'd work it out in fallacies per minute?
Yeah, Timmy Clown was a fallacy a minute. I think Danny has well eclipsed that.
Well, $2.50
No
an
doubt.
hour would be 4 a minute, something like that. Just over 4 a minute.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, exactly. He's really, really overshadowed Tim Osman in terms of fallacy use. Surprising,
Hey,
really.
QE.
Quite an achievement.
Didn't he took your image from the Black Swan and cut out all the rest of it, didn't he?
Cut off the bottom
Yeah, he cut the
statement
bottom off.
Yeah.
about the height. Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets better. He cut the bottom off. Then when he introduced the image, he charged flat earthers with cherry picking and altering evidence to their ends, and then presented that. Unreal.
Yeah.
You're Hillary Clinton.
That was hilarious.
It's akin to smashing someone around the head with a baseball bat and saying, "Why do you beat me with baseball bats?" Nuts. They do it a lot, though. We had it from the guy in the pre-show, didn't we? Projection. This is a problem for you. What? A horizontal plane of reference that's flat? No, that's how it's done. It's a problem for me because you've got to imagine and reify a globe beneath an imaginary line you make. It's not a problem for me. But they've got to project their pain onto us.
No, he was saying it's our problem. He claims the horizon's refracted. That's our problem.
Yeah. You keep trying to use a flat Earth and say it's a globe. What's wrong with them?
It's the first time we've had a positive response from somebody who was like, I think he's probably still here. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Jedi, though. Said, yeah, well, in the 24/7 Discord server, that's our attitude now as well. Well, would you not agree? It's the first time we've heard that.
Yes, it was some Jedi, and it was music to my ears.
Mine too. In other words, we're starting to make some...
We love Jedi.
He's ace.
He's our man. Yeah.
But he's sleeping.
Either way, it's just nice to hear that some of the momentum of building is resulting in people not wanting to come here because they don't want to lose to us, which is what they're going to say about a server that's not mine. Boycotting a server that isn't mine. It's like, no, you've got no excuse now. But that sort of reputational proceeding isn't what I'm here to focus on. I'm glad that it's been echoed that people appreciate Earth is measured flat, and that's something you can proactively go forward with, as you can. There's going to be
Where's
flat
that
earthers.
MPX?
Go on.
Where's that MPX idiot? Has he defined latitude yet? In like 4 days?
Probably not. Latitude's pretty important, though. Once you get to the point that they understand how latitude works, that's it. Your job is done as a flat earther. If you can just understand that one point, you won't have enough to go out and debate people on the subject. You'll have enough to get on with your day and not worry about whether or not you're wrong. No, I understand how Earth is measured flat. That's it. Then you can get on with your day. From my audience's point of view, that's what I want for the 50% of the people who come here that were like me when I got to this subject. I just want to know it's flat. Show me evidence. I remember getting banned from Globebusters live stream chat for going, what are you waffling on about this garbage for? Just give us the flat earth proof. Talk about that. They banned me. He's like, oh, all right, well, I'll have to do something then. It's only 10 years later.
That's what just happened to me, too.
And then talk about NASA photos.
Exactly. You need to talk about NASA photos. No, you don't. Talk about how it's measured flat.
Witcher claims nobody wants to debate him on ether, so I asked him what ether was.
Manifestation of the perturbation of the incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Hey, QE, what's ether?
No, it's a medium where light propagates through.
A non-physical physical substance.
Can't have nothing or nothing.
So what I said was, so you have no proof. And he called me gay, and he pretty much muted me.
He called you gay?
And then they took a vote, on Globebusters who's on board with ether. And I counted 30, 40 people. I'm on board. So there you have it.
They're seeking affirmation for the belief structure they're putting out. Wow, I didn't know that was going on.
Are you being
What is subject thing about agreeing?
I'm being dead serious, Chocolate. That's what happened when I went in Globebusters chat for about 10 minutes 2 weeks ago.
All on board with this unicorn thing? Everyone cool with the unicorns? We're all good with that? Just write in the chat.
But the funny thing was they said, yeah, you're a Nathan fanboy. I said, the minute Nathan starts claiming anything that can't be validated, I'm either gone or I'm going to refute him. But after what Richard just said, you're all just jumping on board. Nobody's trying to refute him. I'm a fanboy.
Cat's litter box couldn't refute him. Somebody asked me what was ether or ethers. I can only give you what people have told me. You ready?
Yes.
This was a group. This was a group of etherites, and they were asked a question in 24/7. It's about 5 of them. This is the answers that I got. You ready? There's 20 of them. Unmanifested medium, the oneness, the dome, magnetic fields, space, the substance of space, liquid flowing in and out of matter, everything, photons, the background medium. We can see it. We can't see it. Quantum foam, subtle energy, inertia, lightning, no cookies, vacuum energy, air pressure, and spirit of creation.
And electrifer.
Spirit of creation.
What is it? We can see it. Oh, we can't see it. What is it? We can't see it.
I want to hear. See, that's what they're trying to invoke God with it. The spirit of creation. No.
Spirit of creation. We are living in the age of Aquarius. Bloody hippies.
I told you, they're trying to link it up with God.
My favorite was no cookies.
What's that? No cookies.
Yeah, no cookies. That's the answer that I got. So I wrote it down.
My favorite was we can see it, followed by we can't see it.
Well, I was actually going to ask you to clarify that because it was my favorite, but I thought I heard wrong. And then I thought I was going to be a dickhead.
You heard right.
Everybody knows the ether is ether.
No cookies?
Did they mean no cookies like in the internet when you use cookies?
You have to ask them, Neil. I didn't ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, why would you at that point?
Why, you didn't want the cowbell on the no cookies?
Negative.
Did anybody say milk?
Yeah,
because you can't have cookies without milk.
Trimmed it into a video. Do you want to hear it? Without protestation or procrastination and at no risk of demonstration, the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and the perturbation in the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation toroidation of magnetization through vacuum evacuation show the maximalization propagation with a motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation where we view the Michelson-Morley experimentation showing consistent variation variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation in atmospheric stratification by interpretation, and that is a miniaturization of the ether explanation. If you lack comprehension, it's because of your education. Did I mention the free power generation? Long live the ether. This is a declaration and not a theora hypothesization. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980.
Did you just say that right now, or you played that?
Read it out.
He read it out. He screwed it up in a lot of spots.
You reading my journal?
We just wrote down a lot of the stuff that they said, mostly Witsit.
Oh, you need to add no cookies to that?
No cookies doesn't rhyme with any of that.
Need to put a beat behind that.
Shut up, chocolate.
Negative.
That would be hard to spit.
Did you ask for the classification of the ether sensation?
The Emancipation Proclamation.
The problem is you guys are trying to... I can't get it out!
Depends on the generation. We will give the classification of the ether sensation in the perturbation of the manifestation.
No, it's manipulation by flat earth debate.
Manipulation of generation in classification.
Well, you're gonna get some. What do you call that? Backlash for saying that I'm telling you not to talk about it because it's stupid. You said that, Nathan.
What's stupid?
Talking about ether.
I'm telling you not to talk about it because it's stupid. End quote. Nathan Oakley. I stand by it.
Yeah, you're gonna get some backlash.
Oh no! Really? Right, it's just us chatting amongst ourselves, and at some point this room's got to transition to a chaotic free-for-all flat Earth debate without us here. So, did you guys want to chit-chat without the politics server, and we'll return next Friday, hopefully to a chit-chatty bunch of Globers?
If you come back every Friday, the Globers won't be there on a Friday.
That's what I was hinting at. Exactly. They won't be here if they know exactly when we're going to be here.
I knew they wouldn't be there. I didn't listen to the show today, but I take it that there wasn't loads of Globers because they knew you were going to be there.
Yeah,
I see.
There's been Globers, just the moderation team, right? Just, first and foremost, thank you. You're all ace. But it's a bit of a thankless task because if you do your job well, no one notices that you've done anything at all. If you do your job badly, you end up getting an earful from me or people moaning about you. It's kind of a never-win scenario. So I just want to acknowledge how top-notch the politics server mods are, because they are. And can we all thank them for having us so that we're welcome back next week?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, seriously.
Now,
Thank you
what are you comparing them to?
Politics, man.
for having us.
What are you comparing them to? Freaking that joke we were on yesterday? The bitch crew?
Let's not moan about other servers that we will also frequent in future, please. Just say thank you to the politics server for having us.
You're more than
if
welcome.
you'd like
You said thank you already.
Yeah,
we can
if
stick
you'd
around for a
like to
chit chat.
change your day or just pop in, feel free, and yeah, we can sort that out.
Get some sleep, AJ. Thank you.
Right now.
Thank you for organising all this, AJ.
All right, Nathan. The guy talking right just then. Who is that?
AJ.
Mod?
Yes, AJ.
AJ.
What's your name?
AJ.
AJ.
AJ. Props to you, AJ. You do a freaking hell of a job in here. Just want to tell you that.
2 in the morning for him now.
Thanks, mate.
Right, we're going to ditch you guys. Thank you. We'll see you next week.
Yeah,
thanks,
take
guys.
care.
Have a good one.
Nathan.
Or maybe see you next Tuesday in a bit.
Cheers.
Wait. So should we unmute some of the toxic trolls and have a bit of fun?
Yeah, come.
Yeah, go for it.
Right,
Well done, though, gentlemen. That went really, really well before the hordes come through the door. Really proud of all of you mods, and to take that compliment at the end as well, you thoroughly deserved it. So, pat on the back to everyone. That went really, really well.
Is that really something to be proud of, though?
Yeah, it went well. It didn't descend into anarchy, people screaming and shouting for each other. The moderators did that job. So yeah, there are things that are positive. Come on, just because we're flat earthers doesn't mean we can't have positive things happen.
Oh, I agree with that part, but the screaming and shouting usually just comes from Nathan. I didn't raise my voice.
Never change, Brenda. Never change.
Did I raise my voice?
Doesn't mean that's not the point. I think frustration grows with some people, especially when they ask questions but don't cognitively listen to the answer.
Yeah, that's how debates go. You know, people disagree. You should be able to do it without being disagreeable.
Not what he said, though, is it? You didn't. It's ironic that you just did the thing he was pointing out that you do.
And what is that?
Not really listening to what he said and then responding to the thing you wish he'd said.
No, that's not what I did.
That's literally what you just did.
Okay, so explain it to me. What did he actually mean?
That's what I just said, and now you're not responding to me.
You mean I'm not agreeing with you?
No, that's not what I said, and that's not what he said.
Well, what did you say?
I've just said it.
Well, go ahead and explain. Obviously, so explain it to me.
She did it again.
You're doing the thing that I'm telling you you're doing, and then you're asking me to explain the thing that I'm already telling you that you're doing.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm right.
What is it I'm doing that you're objecting to? I don't get it.
This is what happened earlier when you were talking with Nathan. You asked a question for the evidence or proof that the Earth was measured to be flat, and he gave it to you, and then you literally said, "I didn't hear what you said."
Yeah, he didn't give me evidence. He didn't give me evidence. He made a claim. Claims aren't evidence.
So, seismology, for example, the very first measurements that we make, they reference the horizontal Earth because those angles are measured with that horizontal plane. It's seismology, it's a measurement of the Earth. Now, there's two angles that are being taken, the return angles from the P and S waves and the bearing angles. You know, your 360-degree circle away from north, your azimuth. So those require and are described as and used as horizontal plane. So when we measured the Earth to see, for example, what are happening with earthquakes and the return angle and their location, they're all going to be referencing the Earth because that's what we're measuring from. And that angles. What you do after that is secondary to the primary measurement of a horizontal plane, or measurements are done on this. He explained this to you, and you just said, no.
Yeah, horizontal doesn't mean that it's flat.
Yeah.
That's not what it means.
Horizontal is a flat line, Brenda.
No, horizontal is a perpendicular.
Horizontal is a flat line, Brenda. It's non-sloping, Brenda. It means flat line, Brenda.
Yeah, it's perpendicular. It's a perpendicular to a vertical datum.
At that, you fail, and there's nothing else to say. It's a flat line, Brenda.
A horizontal is a perpendicular to a vertical datum.
And there are horizontal datums as well. References mean sea level. They're latitude and longitudes. These are horizontal datums. Yes, there are vertical datums too, but there are two. In this instance, we're talking about elevation from the surface, and we're talking about declination from the surface, as in underneath the Earth, and the angle where it intercepts the horizontal plane, that angle of the return of the P or the S wave. Now, that's reference to another point because we're looking for the echo. So with regards to this particular part of seismology, that's a reference from here to there. That is a bearing, north, east, south, or west. Bearings, those compass bearings are horizontal. Now, this is on the Earth. We are measuring on the Earth. What you're talking about is conceptual and whatnot. It's a measurement of the Earth and what it is doing.
Yeah, latitude and longitude is a spherical coordinate system.
No, it's not.
Literally defined as an arc, of degrees from the equator. That's literally what a latitude is.
It's a deviance away from a central point. Those angles are horizontal angles. Your latitudes are circles around that. When you're talking about measurements for latitude lines, you can do that reference in Polaris. You can measure Polaris' altitude above the horizon using sextants, measuring from the surface of the Earth, the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, to the elevation or solar elevation, if it's the sun, to that star.
Yeah, that's again begging the question. You're just doing
No,
it
it's not.
again.
It's measuring the Earth. The angle is taken from the Earth. It's
Is the
not
Earth
begging the.
is the baseline flat?
Yes, it
That's
has to be
begging
to
the
measure an
question.
angle from. It has
That's
to be to measure a return angle. It
no, it
has to
doesn't
be
have to
to
be.
measure a
It
compass
doesn't have
degree.
to be.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
See, this is what happened earlier.
You can
So
construct a
again,
horizontal. You can construct a horizontal at your point.
I'm just going to do that. You don't understand. You're just nuh-uh. This is what I was pointing out earlier.
Because you're wrong. Because you can construct a
No.
horizontal at your vertical, at your zenith.
You understand when I said earlier we're talking about return angles. That's a return from a point to somewhere else between two locations. These angles are referenced to each other. The line between them is horizontal because we're measuring angles, not curves. That's the
Angles
first
don't have to be
primary.
horizontal.
Yes, it does, because the
No, they
Earth is
don't.
measured. First measurement is from a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's begging the question.
No, it isn't. It's a measurement of the Earth.
It's literally the definition of begging the question. Your conclusion is part of your premise.
What, that I'm measuring an angle?
No,
from
that
the
your
surface?
measurements
Yeah.
that your measurement is conducted on a flat horizontal baseline. That's the question.
It has to be to use this geometry.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Yes, it doesn't. We're using triangles.
No, you're not. You're using angles.
Yes, we are.
Angles, not triangles. There are no there are no triangles in celestial navigation.
There are 3 points we are interested in, and they form a triangle. Your location with your angle measuring device, the star in question above the horizon, and its geographic position beneath the star where it intersects the horizontal plane at 90 degrees. So between there and you and there and the star is a 90-degree line. You then have an angle up from this horizontal line to measure your angle to it and find within celestial navigation its geographical position, because you want to know your distance to that. You want to know your bearing to that, and you want to going to want to draw either a straight line from you to it or a circle around it. That's what you're going to do.
What is a circle of equal altitude?
Circle of equal altitude is a circle that has a radius from the ground position of a star and its distance circumference around that geographic position of that star on the surface of the Earth at 0 elevation.
Is that flat? Is that circle flat?
Yes, the circle is defined as a planar object, 2-dimensional. Inside that curved line is a plane of reference.
Yeah,
this is from the radius, and it has no part higher or lower than the other, mean sea level.
Yeah, so that's incorrect. A circle of equal altitude is a cap on a sphere. It is not a flat plane. It's not a flat plane.
It is.
No, it isn't. It isn't. You don't know what you don't know. You don't understand celestial navigation. It doesn't involve triangles, and the circle of equal altitude is not a flat plane.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're just saying yes, it is. That isn't an argument.
I'm just about to reference it, and I can do that in several different ways. Is there any chance that you can cite what you're saying?
Yeah. How is I know how a circle of equal altitude is taken.
No, not how you know. I want you to cite a reference that demonstrates and backs up what you are saying and how you describe the circle of equal elevation, because I can describe it with citation. Would you like me to start posting those for you? And then I can start posting horizontal datums as well on what they require and what their measurements to and from, elevation angles.
Right, elevation angles don't have a baseline. That's not a constituent part of any angle. Angle consists of a single point and 2 rays. That's an angle. Baselines are properties of triangles. There are no triangles in celestial navigation.
Okay, so an altitude angle, we've read this out before and you went, nah, then. So I'm going to start reading these off. So an altitude angle, sometimes referenced as a solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on.
Yeah, I'm not talking about altitude angles. I'm talking about the circle of equal altitude. That's a different object.
We're talking about triangles in this instance, and around that ground position, so reference that's 90 degrees, is where you're going to draw your little circle with your little compass.
Right. If that line, if the plane is flat, is coextensive with the Earth, how come you have to calculate the dip to the horizon from the horizontal? If it was actually flat, there would be no dip.
Hold on. So this is a correction for your altitude above that surface. The reason why you do this correction is to mathematically put your sextant upon the floor, the horizontal plane that the observer is still standing on. So he puts the sextant on the floor mathematically after he's taken this dip correction. Dip correction is the tangent between you and the horizon. And that angle of you at a higher horizontal above the plane that you're standing on, so you can go down to the horizontal plane that the Earth actually is.
No, that's not why. The dip is the correct from the horizontal plane at the observer's eye, right down to the horizon. If the Earth was flat, right, there would be no dip.
Not if the Earth was flat, there'd be no dip. You were halfway correct. The horizontal plane that the observer has with his eye line is taken down to the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on.
That's begging the question.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. You just said that that's the thing that's in question, is whether or not what he's standing on is flat or curved. And you're just presupposing that it's flat.
It has to be, again, to use this mathematics and geometry.
That's not how celestial navigation is done, dude. It just isn't how it's done.
Yes, it is. We can also.
You're just saying, "Nuh-uh," it isn't an argument.
Because we can also use terrestrial objects when sailing at sea to measure that elevation above mean sea level, so we can get our distance to it. That's why lighthouses, we know that altitude above mean sea level, 200, 250 foot, whatever it is, we know that height above the surface of the Earth. So again, very basic trigonometry. We have to have a horizontal plane for us even to make this first measurement.
Number one, you don't have to have a horizontal plane. You could use spherical geometry. And number two, you don't know the height of the lighthouse because the ground between you and the lighthouse is curved. It's an approximation.
It's an approximation from a height that we know.
It's an approximation of the curvature, the flatness or sphericity of the land between you and the lighthouse. You can, for purposes of simply making it easier, just assume that it's flat, but that assuming doesn't make it flat.
Yeah, I just can't.
Yeah, anymore. You just can't. We assume
it's somebody who just goes, nah, no, that's not what I'm asking for, which is exactly what you did with Nathan earlier, and you're doing it again.
If the grocer puts his thumb on the scale, you don't actually know the weight of whatever's being weighed, right? So the curvature is the thumb on the scale. It changes from a perfectly straight line to a curved line. Now we can ignore that because it's very slight, but that doesn't mean it's flat. It's actually curved. We just ignore it. I win. Your silence tells me I win.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it does. It does. Your silence tells me I win.
No, you're playing.
That's how Nathan works.
I haven't finished. Just because you were the last person to talk, just because you said, "Nuh-uh, that's not how it's done. It's actually done and measured on a sphere," is not even true. You
That's
can't
not
back
what
up
the
anything
official.
that you say. You can just invoke your model. You can just
Have you seen
invoke triangles, but that's not what the first measurement is.
The official
You can
books
carry on
on
anyway,
the
but just because you're
official.
the last person to talk doesn't mean that you get to grandstand and say that you won. No way, not
Yeah,
at
I
all.
think I do.
Everybody else can be the judge of that.
Yeah,
Right?
I think they can be. I think they can be.
I
I'm
think
happy
it
with that.
reminds me of those videos I see on YouTube of people celebrating too early and then they end up coming to a crash right before the end. Yeah.
I don't think I'm in that position, AJ. Right? Because the manuals on celestial navigation refute what I don't even know the name of the person. What is his name? Who was I speaking to? Jedi. Okay. Yeah. The manuals on how to do celestial navigation disagree with Jedi.
That's not true. So, because I've gone quiet, that's just because I'm getting up the citations of the references, which show that this is done on a horizontal plane. So, go on. You can invoke your spherical trigonometry if you want to, but that's not the measurements that you're taking. You can pretend that you're on a board if you want to and do calculations with a radius, but that's not what's actually happening.
Yeah. So a cherry-picked quotation of a definition doesn't mean anything.
Sorry. No, what I'm posting are people educating others about celestial navigation.
Yeah. Is sustainable design, what kind of a website is that?
I'm posting more.
What kind of a website is that?
Stop chanting. So let me do what I'm going to do. See, this will be what happens is, I don't know why I'm bothering, because like I tried to point out earlier, you ask questions, and I mean you personally, and I mean the ubiquitous you when people come in here and ask these types of questions, you're not going to listen to the answer. You're just going to go, no, it isn't. It's really a sphere. Really, honestly, it's really a sphere.
Are you really surprised that I'm going to disagree with you? Disagreement isn't not listening, it's disagreement. Right? This is what Nathan does. Nathan mutes all of his opponents and then declares victory and walks away. That's not what I'm doing. Right? So what kind of a website is sustainable design? Is it a nautical navigation website?
Go look up the fucking website and check it out.
Well, I'm currently in Discord and I just don't want to go away. So what kind of a website is it? Is it a celestial navigation website? Sounds like a design website. That doesn't sound authoritative to me.
Solar panel. It's for solar panel website.
Yeah, so what does that have to do with celestial navigation? Nothing. It's just a cherry-picked definition that goes with the false narrative that Nathan wants to spread, right? Nathan wants to spread a false narrative that the line between the observer and the GP is flat, which is, of course, classic begging the question. And then he wants to avoid that by screaming, shouting down, muting, and running away like a little coward.
Oh, I just heard a bunch of grandstanding and bloviating. What did I miss?
Pretty much that.
It's not grandstanding.
Yes.
I'm basically complaining. That's if you want to call it that, that's fine. That would be fair. I'm complaining about the dishonest interlocutor that is Nathan Oakley. But he's not here to defend himself, so I should probably stop, so I will.
Fantastic. Thank you for that.
Right. So the way arguments are actually won is by having a sound and valid argument. Huh?
He didn't stop for long.
I've moved on. I moved on to what constitutes winning an argument is having a valid and sound argument. It isn't
So it's not just
determined.
like stating "I win" like you just did.
Yeah, that's why
Correct.
you didn't win anything. Because you don't have anything. No argument, no solid argument, nothing. Nada. Next.
Yeah. Okay.
And the
cool.
way scientific questions are answered is by having evidence. Evidence is some fact or states of affair that would either confirm or disconfirm a scientific hypothesis or theory.
Cool. I wanted to pick up on something you said earlier about how definitions are arbitrary. That is correct, but it's correct at a group level, not at an individual level. So if you
Sure.
say that you can just define words however you like, that's actually not correct, and that's not how language works.
Well, in philosophy, the person that is presenting an argument can define his terms however they choose. In practice, right, communities define words. And in the community of geodetic surveyors, in surveying generally, level means conforming to the curved portions of the earth, of the liquid portions of the earth. That's what that community has chosen level to mean. And we can do this. The philosophical reason is because language is a game. We've learned this from Wittgenstein, right? The language game. Language is a game of, you start off with definitions, right? And then you argue based on those definitions.
Right, but so the problem is that you're actually flip-flopping between two positions. So
No,
on the one
I don't
hand,
see it. I don't see it.
well,
Could you
I will
explain it?
explain it to you if you don't talk over me.
I was
Fantastic.
being conversational. I was not
I was
trying to talk over
I was
you.
talking through a sentence and you carried on and you knew what you were doing. So anyway, you've got these two different ideas, right? You've got the one idea which is and both of the ideas are completely correct, by the way, but you're using them dishonestly, and I'll explain how. So on the one hand, you have this idea that the groups define words and their usage. Completely true. You also have this idea that at the start of like a philosophical process, you would then have to define words however you choose in order to then fit around those ideas. But the reason that you, at the start of a debate, define your terms and have to agree those terms is because if you don't agree those terms, then you can't actually have a debate in the first place. And the logic that flows from those definitions can't be consistent with each other because the definitions aren't consistent in the first place.
No, I agree with everything that you've said. It doesn't refute anything that I've said, right?
It does.
So it's a group consensus among surveyors that level has this particular meaning, conforming to the curved portions of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That's the group consensus. Definitions are an agreement between people, and if you disagree, you're correct. You can't have an argument if you don't agree on the terms beforehand. That's correct. It's all correct. Nothing contradicts anything I've said.
Yeah, but what my point was that you've predictably missed is that you can't be bringing in the idea of arbitrary definitions to a debate because the point of a debate is that you agree definitions before proceeding.
Well, sure. That's why you have a discussion about how you are using the term. If I talk to somebody, I'm a non-believer, so if I talk to somebody about God, I ask them, what is your definition of God? And it turns out lots of people have different definitions for God. So we determine what they mean by the words they're using before I examine whether or not their argument for God is logically consistent or inconsistent.
Absolutely correct. But the problem then is that if, as a part of that debate, you're saying that I can define terms arbitrarily, you've already got past the point where you should have agreed terms. So you can't agree terms and then, oh, actually, I'm defining arbitrarily post agreeing terms.
That's because I was making the argument. When I was speaking with Nathan, I was making the argument and I asserted my right to define the words as I wished to, in conformity with the group consensus of surveyors.
Right, but then you've not agreed terms, so you can't proceed with the debate.
That's because Nathan disagreed and refused to and threw a little childish fit. Yeah, he didn't agree, so there was no argument. You're right.
Yeah, so a debate can't proceed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if the other party refuses to accept your terms, then you can't really. That's a well-known problem. If the other person won't agree to your terms, you can't come to an agreement. You can't have an argument.
Well, yeah, there's no debate at that point.
Yeah, yeah. The problem is that there are community accepted terms for level, and that is conforming to the liquid portions of the Earth's surface, right? And so the subject matter in which Nathan is pontificating disagrees with him. That community disagrees with him.
Well, that's lovely.
Yeah.
But it's not
Yeah.
really got anything to do with what I said. So
It has everything to do with what you said.
no, it doesn't.
I'm agreeing with you.
I don't think you are. No.
I literally am. I literally just said I agree with you. Right? So level, it simply means equidistant and conforming to the curved portions of the Earth.
Well, that's the term that you're not agreeing on, which is why the debate can't move forward.
Yeah, well, there's no way to resolve that. The way you resolve that is that you have mods mute the other person so that you win, right? That's how you do it.
Well, okay. So now you are making a personal attack against me.
That was not a personal attack.
Well, it is, because you just said that I do something.
You is third person plural. It means flat earthers. Flat earthers go into their echo chambers like this place, right? And mute the opposition.
Yeah, echo chamber. So why are you here if it's an echo chamber?
Because flat earth causes real harm. It pollutes.
No, I didn't ask
pollutes
what
the
your
intellectual
motivation
environment.
No, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what your motivation for being here is. I know you think
Literally
you're the
what
same
you asked me.
No, it isn't. I asked you if this is an echo chamber. Why is your presence tolerated here?
I don't know.
Because it's not an echo chamber, bro.
Really? Then why was I muted?
Why are you here?
Why was I muted the entire time that Nathan was talking?
How are you able to talk to me right now?
I'm not muted.
Yeah. So that kind of shits on your idea it's an echo chamber, doesn't it?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. So are you aware of any mainstream media outlets that are pro flat earth?
Well, why would anybody believe the earth is flat when it's trivial to show that it's a globe?
Are you aware of any mainstream media outlets that are pro flat earth? Any? Name one.
No, I can't think of any.
No, there aren't any. So that's an echo chamber, right?
No, that doesn't follow.
I know that would be predictably your answer. I'm not actually asking for the benefit of you, but there's a couple of people in this chat who are benefiting greatly from this conversation.
Yeah, so the fact that mainstream medias are not pro flat Earth doesn't mean that they are echo chambers. That doesn't follow.
There must be because they're not allowing a difference of opinion into the.
That still doesn't follow.
We can. Well, it is. That's the definition of an echo chamber.
No, it isn't.
It is. So let me have a look at echo chamber's definition. An echo chamber is an environment where a person only encounters information or opinions that reflect or reinforce their own. So that'd be the mainstream, which all has the same opinion about the globe, right?
They have the same opinion because it's true.
Yeah. Right. Whether or not it's true, it still fits the definition of an echo chamber.
No, I don't think it does.
It does, though, because I just read the definition.
I think it has to be a false claim.
No, that's not in the definition of echo chamber. And that's an assertion from you of falsehood.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Flat Earth is false. Objectively, provably false.
It's not objective. That's an assertion. But regardless, the definition of echo chamber does not include whether you think something is true or not. The definition of echo chamber specifically talks about there are not opposing viewpoints allowed. And that is more true of the mainstream with regards to flat Earth than your presence here. So if you want to call this place an echo chamber, you better damn well be calling the mainstream media an echo chamber.
Yeah, I think they would allow somebody to promote the flat Earth, so they don't disallow it.
So which mainstream outlet is pro-flat Earth?
None of them.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean they don't allow it. You can be against something and allow it. You could have an atheist server that allows theists to come in and advocate for their case. That doesn't mean it's an echo chamber.
But I'm not talking about that. You're bringing
You
in a third
literally
example.
are.
I don't care about.
Kind of like this, their server allows globe proponents to come in and make their case all the time.
Yeah,
Except you mute people. Except you mute people rather
You're
than
not muted.
maliciously.
Every server mutes people, so we're not going to use that as a standard, Brenda. Don't be silly.
It's not.
There's people who are listening to this. So people, I'll DM them because I don't want Brenda to be sly and end up, trying to talk to them like they do. But we have this accusation of echo chamber a lot from people, right? Bear in mind how ironic this is. The people who would call this place an echo chamber are the very people who prove that it is not an echo chamber by definition. Do you not understand how ironic that is?
Yeah, I don't agree with your definitions there.
Well, these definitions are, I've just Googled, right? I've got 3 or 4 different definitions. They're all very similar to each other. We've got news media and social media, an echo chamber is an environment or ecosystem in which participants encounter beliefs that amplify and reinforce their own pre-existing beliefs by communication and repetition inside a closed system and then insulated from rebuttal, which clearly isn't the case because you're here calling it an echo chamber. Here's Wikipedia's definition. Oh no, that's a literal echo chamber, right? We have, the Wikipedia media echo chamber definition is the one I've already read. An echo chamber is an environment where a person only encounters information or opinions that reflect or reinforce their own. Let's have a look on here. Echo chamber on social media. This is the Cambridge Dictionary. A room or space. Oh no, that's a literal one again. Situation in which people only hear opinions of one type or opinions that are similar to their own. None of this talks about the truth of the information. None of it. I mean, and also, like, you saying that it's false is an opinion anyway, so that doesn't count for nothing. So.
Oh no, that's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Again, that's just you reasserting your opinion again, like arguments and repetition. Yeah, it is.
The Earth being a globe is not an opinion. It's
again, so that's just your opinion being given multiple times, which doesn't matter. We're talking about the definition of an echo chamber here, right? So the accusation has been made. We have an echo chamber. You being here is the evidence against that idea, and yet you still don't accept it. That's anyone listening from like a third perspective,
and not just Brenda,
understand.
the whole GF6 team. Who else we got in here constantly? Scott Mackey probably puts in more time than most flat earthers. So I think your claim's flawed.
Yeah, no, and obviously so as well.
Well, if it is, then we can have a good discussion about whether or not the Earth is flat. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being flat?
You've heard all the evidence.
I've never heard any evidence. Not once have I ever been presented with one measurement and numbers, an experiment, an observation that would demonstrate that the Earth is flat. Not once. Flat Earthers only want to discuss the globe. They never want to discuss the flat Earth.
I see. So finding no curvature is not evidence of a flat Earth. So you would say that the converse is true, right? So you have evidence of curvature, measurable curvature that we can verify. Please present it.
No, but where's your findings of no curvature? Can I see that?
Everywhere that I look.
The definition
everywhere that I measure
for him, it means curvature. Like the definition of level for him, it means curvature. So yeah, his definitions are just making that imaginary globe in his head. So we will never get to a point.
No, I'm not asking for for evidence of level according to my definition. I'm asking for evidence of flat according to your definition.
What would be evidence of flat? Would that be zero curvature?
Yeah,
Right?
show me
Would that be
the
zero
measurement.
curvature?
Show me the measurement.
Brenda, show us your curve without using a fisheye lens, please.
No,
us your
show
curve
me.
for
I asked for
No,
evidence for the flat
you
Earth.
please. You first. We've been showing all kinds of evidence here for years. Please bring us something for the globe. Show us the curve without a fisheye lens, please.
So this is a non-echo chamber where we can have a talk. I suggested that flat earthers give me evidence for the Earth being flat, and
We've
now
been
I'm
here for years doing that, Brenda.
show it to
Show
me.
us your curve
Show it to me.
without your fisheye lens, please.
Show me your evidence that the Earth is flat.
Look in the live stream.
Yeah.
No. Go outside. Just go outside.
Yeah.
Look at the horizon. Do you see it
That's where
bending,
it is.
Brenda?
It's out
Do
there.
you see the horizon bending, Brenda?
The horizon is a circle.
You are burnt.
If I turn around 360 degrees, the horizon is there. That's a circle.
I didn't ask you if it's behind you when you turn around. I asked you, do you see a curve when you look at it? No, you don't.
Yeah, we do see curves.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
You are full of shit.
Well, that's not a rebuttal.
The horizon is horizontal. So no, you don't see a curve.
No, that's not what the word horizon means. Horizon just
an airplane, Linda? Because I jump out of them. So don't tell me you've been on an airplane and you've seen curvature. Don't tell me you've seen a boat go over to curvature, because I'll send you boat zoom outs that bring that boat back into view. All in all, you're full of it, Brenda.
Yeah,
We've shown plenty of evidence that the boat doesn't go over the curve,
You've
that the
never
horizon
shown it
doesn't
once.
curve. We've done long distance laser tests. We've done plenty to prove our side of things and disprove the globe. In fact, the majority of us here went to prove the globe to ourselves and couldn't find any evidence of it without the help of NASA.
So your failure at determining the curvature of the Earth
According to
isn't
you,
an argument.
Linda, according to you, I should be able to look outside and see curvature everywhere.
No, that's not according to me.
Yes.
No,
you
it's
just
not.
said the horizon is all around you.
Yeah.
It's circular.
Yeah.
According to you, that means curved.
That doesn't mean I should be able to see it. That doesn't mean I should be able to see visually the curvature.
So where's your proof?
We have lots of proof, but where's your proof that it's flat?
You can't see curvature, but you have lots of proof that it's curved. Okay, go ahead, anybody. Continue with this individual. Continue with this individual, because I can't get anywhere with them.
That's right. You not seeing curvature isn't proof that it's flat.
Did you hear that as a civilian for a hobby, I jump out of fucking airplanes?
I don't see the
I've never
connection.
seen the horizon curve from any height that I've jumped from, ever.
Yes, you not seeing it.
You're claiming, Linda, you are claiming I can watch the boat go over the curve from the fucking ground.
Yes, you can.
You are full of it.
No, you can literally watch.
Look in the live stream, Linda. I'm going to send you something right now. You tell me how that boat got zoomed in after it went over the curb. You tell me that.
Zooming in
Where's your logic
isn't
for that?
Zooming in isn't curvature, dude.
No,
That
no,
means it,
no, no,
that
no,
means
no,
it-
no, no, Linda,
If you can
Linda,
zoom in,
the
if you
boat-
can zoom in,
Linda, listen. The boat going over the curve before I zoomed in on it was the boat going over the curve. When I zoomed the entire boat in, hull and all, where did the curve go, Linda?
you not being able to see something with your eyes and then using binoculars or a camera to zoom in it is not the same
You're
thing.
not answering the question. Where did the curve go that was there?
There was no curve there.
Because the Earth doesn't curve.
You not being able to see it doesn't mean it's curved.
You just told me I could see it standing at the beach. Now you're telling me I can't see it. But it's there.
You can see boats obstructed by the horizon. We're talking about obstruction.
You are full of shit.
That's not a rebuttal.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is, because anybody that goes to the beach to see the boat go over the curve can take out a telescope or their phone and zoom that whole entire boat back in. Hence, no curve the boat went over.
That's because you're using two different instruments, your eyes
No,
and then a
no,
camera. You're
no,
using two
no.
different
That's
instruments
because
with
there was
different
no
abilities.
curve. Linda, it's because there was no curve the boat went over in the first place. That's why.
You're reaching the wrong conclusion.
No, you are reaching the wrong conclusion. You're telling me I see the boat go over the curve, but when I pull my phone out and zoom it in, I'm not looking beyond that curve.
You didn't
are
see it go. You didn't see it go over the curve. You just didn't see it.
You are
For him,
full of
when you
it.
zoom in, when you zoom in that boat, so the camera leaves your hands and go to over that curve and see the boat for you. Yeah, for him, it's the camera following the curve.
Oh yeah.
Cameras don't follow the curve. You
Yeah,
not.
so welcome to the
According to you,
backyard.
Linda, according to you,
It's
cameras
Brenda, by the
can
way.
zoom in over the curve to see the boat that went over the curve.
So Flatman, you start with not being able to see the boat, correct?
No, I start by standing at the beach and watching the boat go over the curve you told me about.
You mean
then after the boat is no longer visible because it went over the curve bottom up.
Let's stick with the
It's not going
first
to work
part.
if you try to talk over me, Linda.
Let's-
After I
it's-
seen the boat go over the curve of the earth, I then take out my phone and I zoom in the whole entire boat. Well, where did the curve go?
You are presupposing that because you couldn't see it anymore, it went over the curve.
No,
Yes, you are.
told me. No, listen, Linda, you told me because the boat disappeared, it went over the curve. That's what you told me.
That's not
Yeah.
our claim. That's not our
Yes.
claim.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
It was your claim.
No, it isn't. The claim is that objects can be obstructed by the
please
curvature.
rewind to where Linda said, yeah, the boat went over the curve.
By the way, it's Brenda. It's not Linda. Right?
I'm going to call you Linda, so please get over it.
Whatever. So the point is that we can see objects, boats that are obstructed. You can still see the sail. You just can't see the hull. It's not invisible.
Brendan?
It's not invisible. It's visibly obstructed.
Is it Brendan?
It's not invisible. You're presupposing that because you can't see it, it's gone over the curve. That's begging
Somebody
the
else
question.
is trying to address you.
And
Can you please
affirming the
acknowledge
consequence.
Can you please acknowledge the other individual trying to acknowledge you?
We see it go over the curve with
No, you
our
don't.
naked eyes, but because the angular resolution of our eyes is lower than the one in the camera, when I use the camera, it brings up that boat from over the curve because I saw it. Literally, I saw it disappear over the curve.
That's right. You saw it disappear. That doesn't follow that it went over the curve.
Just stop interrupting. When I take that camera and I start before starting zooming out on that boat, the camera don't see the boat. Even the camera don't see the boat. So when we start zooming out on zooming in that boat, we can bring it up to the view.
Necros, you saw it disappear, right?
The camera saw it disappear, yeah.
No,
and
with your eyes.
and,
With
and
your
me
eyes.
also.
With your eyes.
I saw it disappear with my eyes and
Right.
with the camera also.
No, you saw it. You saw it disappear. You saw it
One second,
disappear.
guys. Guys, 1 second. Hey, Brenda, can you look in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, here the boat
Look in the
was
chat.
disappearing from the camera.
I don't see anything. So the point is that you saw it disappear,
Hey,
and you.
Brandon,
Be quiet.
shut the fuck
Be quiet.
up. No, you shut the fuck up and listen. Look in the chat.
I don't
Look
care
in the
about
chat.
the chat. I'm arguing with Necros. I'm not talking to you.
The camera,
Right?
it's the camera zooming out from a boat. It's the same camera that can't see that same boat when it's all completely zoomed out.
What I'm going to do is,
I think this guy's
Brandon,
on, so listen.
I'm going to mute you until you look in the chat. All right? Look in the chat and tell him what he's wrong about.
What's the thing in the chat, man? Is it what
The thing in the
logic
chat
would-
is a backing away from a boat that has not gone over the curve till
Okay,
it's no longer visible. Not
at
visible.
what distance?
Not.
Hang on, Brendan.
I'm responding to your question.
Brendan.
You asked me.
What
You asked me a
distance?
question. I'm replying to you.
At what distance, Brendan?
It's Brenda, not Brandon.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So I'm not. So you not seeing the boat doesn't mean it's gone over the curve.
At what distance?
It's not me that I'm.
At what? Hang
who's
on,
not
Necros.
oh,
Chill, buddy. Chill.
Yeah. He doesn't want you to speak to me anymore, Necros.
No. Necros is all right, but what distance, Brendan?
Brenda.
Oh, sorry, Brenda. What distance?
What distance? What? We're not talking about distance.
What distance should the boat be disappearing at?
I don't know. It depends on observer height.
Okay, so 1 foot.
It depends on the observer's height.
1 foot.
It depends on the observer's height.
1
So
foot.
Right. So this is. I'm not talking about distance. I'm talking about obstruction due to curvature. And the claim is
I'm
that.
talking about 1 foot.
Excuse me.
1 foot.
Excuse me.
Only.
Excuse me. I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Brenda.
I'm speaking. I want to finish my sentence. I want to finish my sentence.
Hey, buddy, just chill.
Oh, is this an echo chamber? This must be what an echo chamber is like, isn't it?
No. The height is 1 foot. All right. So what distance should the boat be disappearing at?
It's going to depend on the lapse rate also, and refraction.
Okay, go ahead. Explain that.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you mean? Refraction is going to make it visible further away than ordinarily without the Earth's atmosphere there.
Okay, explain that then.
Refraction allows the light from an object to curve along the Earth's surface.
Yes. What is the mathematical equation for refraction?
That's Snell's law.
Yes. What is that?
I don't
What's
know
Snell's law?
I don't remember Snell's law off the top of my
You
head.
just quoted Snell's law, and then
No,
you
I
say you
didn't.
don't know it.
No, I didn't.
You said it's Snell's law, and then you said you don't know it.
Yeah, that just happened, Brenda.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
So
you
this
did.
doesn't matter. I'm not talking about Snell's law. I'm talking
You just
about.
spoke about Snell's law.
Yeah.
What about it?
I heard it too.
You said
Brenda, you're really
Snell's law.
intelligent. Stop pretending not to be intelligent and work with this guy.
Oh, why would
Please.
anybody speak with you, Gleam?
Because
Don't be so rude. Don't be so rude.
I know who he is.
Okay, well, talk to me then.
It's
Just
not
talk to
Gleam,
me then.
correct.
Don't worry about the other guy then.
No.
Just talk to me.
She knows me too. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to interrupt. I'll shut up too.
No, you're all right, man. But, Marilyn.
We go way back, Brenda and me. Yeah, Brenda knows me. It's all right.
Just chill out for a second, man.
Marvin.
All right. Hey, Brenda, listen. You're claiming that you can zoom in over a hump of water. Yeah.
No, I'm not. That's not my claim.
Okay. So, what distance do things disappear on the horizon?
It depends on the amount of refraction and the observer's height.
Okay. The observer height is 1 foot. Okay.
And what's the refraction?
Go ahead. I don't know. That's your claim.
Yeah.
No, it's not my claim. I don't claim
It is
make
your
this
claim.
claim.
You just
No, it
claimed
isn't.
refraction. Just wait. Don't speak over the top of me, please, Brendan. Just
Brenda.
chill out, man.
It's Brenda.
Oh, Brenda. All right. What is the refraction rate?
That's going to vary based on atmospheric conditions.
Okay. And what is the mathematical equation for that?
For what? For refraction? It's
Yes.
N1 sine of theta 1 equals N2 sine of theta 2. That's
And what's
Snell's
involved
law.
in that is it? Yeah, okay. What's involved in that? The radius of the Earth or not?
No, the radius of the Earth is not involved in Snell's law at all.
Okay, what's involved in it then?
The index of incidence angle, the refraction angle, right, and the refracted angle.
And what else does Snell's law say?
That's it. That's it.
No, it doesn't talk about two. It doesn't talk about two media.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No.
Wow.
Right.
Are you sure? Can you cite
Yes.
that for me? Can you put that in the chat for me?
It's not in Snell's law. Snell's law is
Yeah,
literally n1 times the sine of
Okay.
theta 1 equals n2 times the sine of theta 2.
Can you cite that in the chat, please?
Why?
Because you made a claim that Snell's law doesn't talk about the radius of the Earth or anything else.
That's right.
Or two media. Can you cite that, please?
Right. It's not in the law.
Yeah, it is. N1 is one medium, N2 is the other medium.
It doesn't say that.
That's what it is. And the interface between the two is where you have the angle change of the ray of light.
No, it can
that's how
be
it
the
works.
same. It can be the same medium, but the medium can have a different index of refraction at different altitudes.
Yeah, that's not Snell's law then.
That is literally Snell's
No, that's
law.
not. Then you move into Fermat's theorem and others like Laplace.
No. Snell's
And
law
Huygens.
literally mentions.
Yep. I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
You know what?
Snell's law refers
Listen,
to the index of refraction.
Okay, hold on, please. Just one moment.
N1 and
Even
N2 are the two media.
No, they're not.
Please listen. Even with your Snell's law and your refraction in whatever index, you still haven't answered the question. At what point does it start going over the curve, the supposed curve? With all of your laws and everything else, when does it start going over the curve?
Again, that depends on the index of refraction and the observer's height.
57 minutes past the hour, N1, N2, two media, interface between the two, Snell's law, rotation of the ray of light. There you go. You're wrong.
No, N1 and N2 are...
Yeah, look at the image and tell me what N1 and N2 are.
It's the refraction index. It's not media.
Of two media. You have a differential between them.
Right. There can be a different refraction index in air. It's all just air.
Yeah,
no,
and if you're
it doesn't
talking about
have
one gradation, then you're not using Snell's law.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Because you don't have N1 and N2. You have a whole integration of different angles that you have to do across the ray path. You can't use Snell's law for that.
The index,
Brenda.
The index of refraction of the air can be different at different heights above the surface.
So when do things...
Okay, so then where's the radius of the surface come in to know the difference between the surface dropping against the ray of light going straight or dropping?
Again, at different points above the surface of the Earth, the Earth's air, the atmosphere, has different indexes of refraction. All Snell's law talks about is the index of refraction. Nowhere does the law mention media. It just indexes of refraction and angles of incidence.
Media. You have of media. And air, by the way, is treated as one inhomogeneous medium.
But it's not inhomogeneous.
Yeah, it is. It's inhomogeneous. It's not a mix of particles, different gases, different pressures and temperatures, everything moving around. It's quite inhomogeneous.
That doesn't matter. It's the index of refraction.
If you're talking about integrating a path of light over a gradation of inhomogeneous media, then you're going to have to use something other than Snell's law.
The atmosphere is one medium. It has different indexes.
That's what I just said, and you disagreed with it.
The atmosphere is one medium. It has different indexes of refraction based on atmospheric conditions and the height above the Earth.
Anything else?
Can I ask you something, Brenda?
Yeah.
We've been talking about this nearly 10 years, right?
Yeah, 9. If you count from 2015, I guess that would be 9, right?
Right. That's a while. And you've been an active voice.
Yes, I have.
This flat Earth nonsense, right?
Yeah. I know that you're a glober too, by the way.
What do you mean?
Well, you've said before, maybe a couple years ago, I haven't spoken to you in a long time, but you said the last I knew, you were a glober. The last I knew.
No.
Well, that's what I
No.
recall. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you a flat earther now?
No.
You're a flat earther too, you just haven't realized it yet.
I don't know what the Earth is, Brenda.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
So you're
Want
just a
to
sea
know?
lion. You're a sea lion.
No, I'm honest.
He's definitely not confused about his identity.
I'm not either.
Well, how could I know what the Earth is? I was just born here.
You could know it by conducting observations and experiments to determine its shape, by constructing a hypothesis and then testing your hypothesis. That's how
Okay.
we know things.
You could do that in a cave.
You could, but that wouldn't help you determine the shape of the Earth.
You could think you know the universe intimately, but do you?
Yes, you can be wrong. Science could be wrong. Everything we think about science could be wrong. It's possible. It's not
Would some of
likely. It's not likely, but it is possible.
I don't want to hog this, but would
don't
you
mind.
say you still have faith in mainstream science? Because a lot of people here don't.
Right, I know, I
That's the
understand.
point.
So I defined faith as a sort of a rational trust, right? I trust, I rationally trust the results of the scientific method because more often than not, it turns out to be right. It's better than blind faith, which I take to be belief without evidence.
It's not
And
religious.
science
It's not
is
religious. It's rational.
what?
It's not religious faith. It's rational. You just have
What's rational?
trust. Your trust in mainstream science comes from their ability to verify and establish things as fact.
Yes.
Well, there you go, guys. That's Brenda.
Yeah, that's
why she's stubborn.
faith. That's faith. No, you just need to
Yeah,
show
you're
me the
stubborn
evidence.
as.
You just need to
You're
show me
stubborn
the
as.
evidence. My beliefs are mostly based on evidence, right? So you just need to show me. That's why I began this by asking for evidence of the Earth being flat, and I just get a runaround.
No, you don't. Stop
show
fucking
me the
lying.
evidence. Show me the evidence.
Stop
then.
fucking lying.
Show me the evidence.
It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Put the lotion in the fucking basket.
Dumb bitch. I'll go back on mute.
Yeah. Before you get the server in trouble.
Hey. Shut the fuck up, dumb fuck.
I've already reported you several times. I hope this room gets deleted
Report me all you
because
want,
of you.
buddy.
Because of you.
I'm not part of this server. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, because of you.
Are the pair of you going to quit it, or do I have to ban you both? What's the problem with you people? Go elsewhere for that shit, eh?
Right, so I have yet to see any evidence for a flat Earth. All I get is word salad.
I told you, stop fucking lying. You delusional prick.
Yeah, it's still the truth. It's still the truth.
Keep fucking lying. Every time you say something like that, it's a fucking lie. Everybody knows it. So keep fucking lying, you stupid fucking prick.
Right. So I keep asking for evidence, and you keep
And that's a
failing
lie
to give it.
because we're giving you everything, and you're just too delusional to understand it.
No,
you're too stupid to fucking understand it. Thank you.
You haven't given a shred of
You're too
evidence.
stupid to fucking understand it. Thank you.
Yeah. So
You're
still
too stupid
waiting.
to fucking understand it. Thank you. Hey, Brenda, what's the difference between a man and a woman?
Yeah, I'm not here to speak about this.
Exactly. You're too fucking stupid to even fucking decipher that, and now you're gonna tell us something else. Okay, there, buddy.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. This is
You're stupid as
apparently
fuck,
this is apparently what a non-echo chamber.
Stupid as fuck.
Is that right? Right? Is this
Listen,
what a
you can cry being you can pretend being a victim, but there's recordings of you saying some really fucked up shit, Brenda.
I don't care what you think.
Brenda.
Can you stop it?
Pretending to be a fucking victim.
Can the mod stop this verbal abuse, please?
Dog bones are clocks has got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
That's literally what they are. That's literally what they are.
From the globe theory, you know, that's another ridiculous thing.
Dog bones are clocks because
spinning ball. No, they are not.
They literally are. They literally are.
No, they're not.
They literally are. And let me explain to you how.
Burnt. I don't want to know how you think they are clocks. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that's because it's an echo chamber, isn't it?
No, because it's a lie. It's not true.
It's not a lie. It's because the bones of mammals accumulate radioactive carbon-14.
So they go try to proceed to explain it. I don't want to hear your
I don't
crap.
care what you want. The
So
bones.
shut
the
it,
bones.
please.
The
Go
bones
back
of
to your curve. I want you to tell me when the boat goes over the curve of the Earth. That's what I want to hear from you.
Right. We see it disappear gradually over the horizon, right? You can never bring it back by zooming in. Right? Bones of mammals accumulate carbon-14. It's radioactive. When they die, it starts to decay. We can know that rate of decay, so that rate of decay acts as a clock, measuring the time from the death of the animal to the present. That's a clock. Right? And as far as boats going over the horizon, that is obstruction. It is not, I can't see it, therefore it's gone over the horizon. That doesn't follow logically. I can't see it just means you can't see it. If you can bring it back, it hasn't gone over the horizon. You just couldn't see it, and then you used a lens to see it. That's not obstruction. That's not curvature.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well done.
You just verified the boat doesn't go over any curvature. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. And for the record, Flatman Can did it. He brought Brendan into the Flat Earth.
So is there any more evidence for a flat Earth? Or are we completely silent? More evidence for the flat Earth would be photograph, the 1972 blue marble photograph taken midway between the Earth and the Moon as humans landed on the Moon. We looked back and took a photograph of the Earth. There are thousands of photographs, thousands of hours of video taken of the Earth from orbit or from far away that clearly show the Earth to be a globe and not a flat disk. There's zero photographs of the disk of the Earth, of the flat Earth, as promoted by flat earthers. They have zero photographic evidence, zero evidence of any kind, zero measurements, zero photographs, zero observations, zero experimental evidence. in favor. All they have are echo chambers, right? And abuse and harassment. That's all you have.
Yeah, we already destroyed that claim of an echo chamber earlier. I don't know why you're going back to it.
I bring it back because, I was being abused and harassed.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
If you say
I won't harass you, Brenda.
Okay.
And I'm not a flat earther either. I was just gonna do a 1-2 surprise in response to you, but I didn't want to be. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't
All
know
right.
you and I have never interacted before, but
Okay.
I know it's not a flat disc either, so it's okay.
You crack on if you want. I just think that this chanting about echo chamber is really cringe because it's objectively not true, and your presence here is the evidence against it. So, yeah.
Well, me and Brenda can bounce then. Brenda, I'll talk to you later then.
What? I never said you had to stop talking. Okay, well, if you want to leave, that's down to you.
I haven't left.
No, I was talking to the other one. Sydney just up and left, so whatever.
So is there any other evidences for the Earth being flat? Do you have any?
Yeah, I've presented them to you over years and years, so I'm not going to bother wasting my time here with that.
You're just not going to bother.
Well, I've done it for years, and you've never accepted anything, so why would I bother wasting my time?
Because it didn't constitute evidence.
In your opinion.
Right? No, objectively did not constitute.
No, in your opinion.
Well, so you say. That's not true.
Yes, so that's my opinion, and that's your opinion.
Yeah, so how do we determine something that's not an opinion?
Yeah, it's called evidence.
Yeah, you would need to present that.
But your opinion on evidence doesn't mean very much.
If you say so. Right?
I do say so.
I just listed some evidence for the Earth being a globe. Can you list any evidence for the Earth being flat?
You just said photograph.
I just posted an image in the live stream. Remember, I do that as a hobby as a civilian. I actually had a friend here the other day claiming he could see curve on the horizon in that image, even though I know he's just full of shit.
Yeah, I don't think that you can see the Earth being curved visually from 10,000 feet, which is.
But you can see it from the beach. Okay, got you.
You can do it photographically from the beach. And you can also see things curving away from you.
Do you hear how disingenuous you are right now?
No,
you can't see it from the airplane, but you can see it standing at the beach. That is amazing, mate.
Using a different method. Right?
There is no method to verify the curve from a plane or from the beach, period. Please stop
there is. From the beach, people have taken
Please
let me
stop
explain it to you. Right?
You already did. You saw the boat go over the curve, and then I showed you how the boat didn't go over the curve. Then you told me the boat still hasn't gone over the curve, and then you tell me you can see it from the plane, which you can't.
So what I told you was that you not being able to see it.
I want you to bring proof. I want you to show me Earth's curvature. Don't tell me, show me.
Yeah, that would be the 1972 blue marble photograph.
Oh my Lord.
Right.
Oh my Lord, this guy's living in the year I was born.
Nobody cares. So that's evidence.
No, that is a photo that you cannot verify as real.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Sure you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Just look it up on NASA's website. It says it's a composite image on NASA's own website.
There's evidence
it's
of
not a
how they
composite.
took that image and that it was all bupkis.
No, the 1972 is not blue marble.
Yes,
Is not a
that
composite.
one. Yes,
it's
that
not
one.
it's not a composite.
I didn't say it was a composite. I said there's video evidence of how they did it that proves it to be just an image of the Earth through a circular window.
No, that's not how it works. No, the camera and the film are in a museum. I think at JPL.
Guys, I got new evidence. I got new evidence to share with everybody.
Can you tell me your evidence? Yeah.
Well, stop interrupting me, and I will.
Okay, you tell us your evidence. All right.
I think everybody's annoyed with how you're acting.
Everybody should know that. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, girl.
Now, I'm trying to talk and he's interrupting me.
Or it. Brandon. Shut the fuck up. It.
Okay, I got a new evidence to share with everybody. I've done some experiments, and I took a plane. I took a level across the United States. I went up, and then I took it up through Canada. I went right up through Oregon, through Washington, through British Columbia. I went up to Alaska, and then I actually took a boat over and I went through Russia too. Yeah, dude, the Earth is flat, bro. I mean, I don't know anybody. The whole time the level was level, dude. I don't know. I mean, they're trying to lie to us, and I tested it myself, and I know that it's flat, bro. They're just fucking with us, bro.
The truth from the mouths of babies and slightly drunk people.
I'm not, dude. This is the work that I did as a scientist. I traveled. I went 6,000 miles, man. I
wasn't disputing you. I agree with you. Yes, it is flat. I'm just saying we get the truth from the mouths of babies and slightly drunk people. That's all.
Now, what the round earthers would say is that my level would always lay flat. But, I think they're wrong. Why are they wrong, though? I'm not a scientist. I need somebody smarter than me to tell me why that's wrong. Because I traveled thousands of miles. I ended up in Russia. I had to take a plane back to get home. But I drove so fucking far, dude. And I actually had to put my my car on a boat in order to get over to Russia up in Alaska. It was insane, dude. You would not believe how difficult it is to ship a fucking car from Alaska to Russia when they're right next to each other. But I did it. I did do it. And I drove through and I followed the Trans-Siberian Railway for a long time. And I gotta tell you, Russia's a beautiful country. Anybody, I mean, Russia sucks and all, I get it, but, man, that was a beautiful country to drive through, Yo, you guys don't want to talk to me? I've driven 6,000 miles to prove that the Earth is flat. You guys... Alright,
Yeah,
I got you. You just want to talk about it. You don't want to be about it.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous even to begin talking about a flat Earth theory before you can really exclude the potato Earth theory model.
Oh, that the Earth is made out of potatoes?
Yeah, I mean, it's more or less potato shaped. We talked about this. I think people mostly agreed on it. I'm just saying, I mean, before you really rule out, before you even go to that, because it's kind of like alien theory, right? You want to go to the alien theory last? I feel like flat Earth is a little bit like that. It's like before you go ball Earth, that's like normal, right? And then you go potato, that's like based. Right, and then if you want to go like all the way fringe, you go flat Earth, right? So I'm just saying there's a spot in between there where the sweet spot is, and maybe it's potato.
Any
You know,
evidence?
in terms of shape.
Yes, this potato Earth of yours. Where could we measure this potato Earth? Where can I get data that shows that NASA went round a potato to get to the moon and land on it? I know it's sad, but is everybody nuts like?
The potato, the moon looks a little bit like a potato if you think about it. If you look at the moon, it has a little bit of dimples and a little bit. It's like a little bit like a pale potato of sorts.
Our guest in the server is claiming a photo from 1972 is their proof for the globe Earth. I would like to add, why hasn't there been thousands, if not millions of more photos since? Why is there not a base on the moon like they promised would be there by, what did they say, 1978? Like by now, I should be able to pay between $15,000 and let's say $40,000 on a seat to go up to the moon and chill there for the weekend, take photos of the Earth from the moon, come back, show my friends the pictures of my trip to the moon and how I went in the anti-gravity room and floated around for a while I was on the moon, and like none of that is possible. But yet, according
that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely. And according to our guests in the server today, their photo from 1972 is all the proof they need that they're on a spinning ball in space.
Yeah, dude, they're dumbasses. Fuck them.
Yo, Bern, go and drink some
Yeah, that there government, they're just trying to regulate lie to us all day, every day, and they trick us with the laws, and they buy all the politicians, and then they fuck that shit up too. And then they make wars with all the other countries, and they put that on the black budget, and then they lie us about it because they use that their satellites, and they do that laser configuration communication, you know what I'm saying?
And then on top of that, if you were finished, am I clear? I just want to say that they tend to think that going to some other place is going to, none of the problems here will follow them there. Like when they get to Mars, there'll be no homelessness, there'll be no neglected veterans, there'll be no wars. Mars is going to be just a perfect blank plate, and it's going to stay awesome forever. Nobody's ever going to fight or argue on Mars.
I agree 100%. Look, can I ask you one simple question real quick? I don't mean to interrupt or nothing. I don't want to take too much of everybody's time. I shit my pants about 12 times a year, and I don't know if that's...
Yeah, I know. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's rough.
Anybody else want to try their luck? What's so hard about having a conversation about Earth? Why can't you just, come in, normal conversation, go in the data that were already provided for the globe, sit down, talk this through, figure out the math, understand it, apply it, and figure out why the problem is? Why can't we just do that? Always got with this nonsense, eh? If anybody's got legible globe evidence or something I haven't seen, something I don't understand, or they feel that they could explain something better to me about how I can't comprehend the Earth's actual globe, please feel free, DM me, you can email, you can whatever you like. I'm going to stay at my house and we'll go and test this for real if you want.
And please, if you have your own definitions for the words, bring your own personal dictionary.
Yeah, bring the dictionary, we'll sit down, we'll go through it, we'll go right into the meanings of words, and where I personally think that it's been misconstrued, horizontal can curve. People say that something's horizontal to things, it doesn't curve. Misconstrued. So yeah, bring your dictionary. I've got a good thesaurus. We'll go through every word and how it's been misconstrued, all been fooled into thinking, living a ball. That's simple. Fight, calling people names, calling people out about the content of their trousers. Simple, it's about Earth and where we live. No big deal. No way to put the kettle on.
That sounds good.
Just wait for that day. There will be a glober who will say, flat, it means a globe. Yeah, we agree with you. We are in a heliocentric model because the flat, it means, for me personally, my own personal definition of the word flat, it means a globe.
Can you use a laser to measure the spin of the Earth?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
So you're asking if anyone can use a laser to measure the curve of the spin of the Earth?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Do
a
you think
well-known
that's
phenomenon called this. Yeah, it's a well-known phenomenon. It's called the Sagnac effect.
okay? Well,
People use
that's
lasers to try and deter. Yeah, they use laser interferometry to try and measure changes, which could be due to things like acceleration.
so.
Unfortunately for the globe, the Sagnac effect failed to determine that Earth is orbiting the sun.
Okay. So they tried to measure the spin with a laser, and it didn't come out round.
Yeah, there's no globe spin.
Not
There's no
spinning. It's
globe.
just
There's no orbital path for the globe. Rather, there's no globe spinning and orbiting.
wow.
Yeah, they discovered this in the early 1900s. It's been known for over 100 years.
Whoa! Why didn't anybody tell me this?
I don't know. You didn't learn it in school.
Bunch of fucking retards today. I've noticed. Holy shit! One after another.
Yeah, there's a guy named Dayton Miller who carried out like 5,200,000 interferometry demonstrations using the Sagnac effect, using light, not necessarily a laser here, but using light to do interferometry, and he couldn't determine through over 5 million trials that Earth was orbiting the sun. Isn't that interesting? I think it's amazing going around modern cities today and seeing throngs of the most unhealthiest people that I've ever seen in my whole life everywhere. It's ridiculous. It's definitely gotten worse over the years. I've been around long enough to see vast changes in society, and this is one of them.
Imagine being in your like early 20s and trying to date these days.
Oh my gosh, I had that thought the other day. I'm like, this, I would move to another country or something. This is crazy. Yep, people are becoming, by their own physiology, I guess, good slaves for the New World Order, huh?
Oh yeah.
Dude, you're right about the cities. You can see it in every city now. I read a lot about the depressions in America and how people had to walk from town to town and county to county and state to state to try and find work and food at that too. And it sort of sounds as if all that's come back, and it looks like society's again where you can't get a job because you don't have a house. You don't have a house, so you can't have a bank account. You haven't got a bank account, so you can't have the finances to look good, get a job. And there's no way out of this because it all costs too much money now. It's all over again. They've totally devalued every chance of society sorting itself, and we want to. Lots of us want to build it back. It's so hard now.
You're right, old dude. It's kind of hard to hear what you're saying. You're cutting out, but I caught most of the gist. And on that note, I sometimes wonder if medieval serfs living under a feudal lord had more freedom than most people do today.
Yeah.
No, that's just incorrect.
You think so?
Well, personally, I guess that's what I think.
I guess it depends where you're coming from.
I see where you're coming from there. I can understand.
I find it really weird. Like when I was a young lad, had a piercing in my left ear and hair was a little long. Guess you could call me a long-haired rock and roll hippie. And I got canned from a job as a bag boy at a grocery store because I refused to cut my hair and or take my earring out. But today I can go to local Tim Hortons, and when I get to the window, the person's got rainbow colored hair, piercings all over their face, tattoos everywhere. That's fine these days, but when I was younger, my earring in my left ear and my long hair was unacceptable.
And that's why I think we degressed as a society, to be honest.
I think you probably mean regressed. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there is one advantage to standards not being enforced, and that is that as an individual, you can enforce those standards on yourself, and it's a much easier and bigger advantage. So if you think about it like that, it's not too bad. But
Yeah, you think it's kind of weird how in society that a simple act of eating right and exercising can put you above leaps and bounds of everybody else who's sacrificing themselves on the altar of conforming to virtue signaling.
yeah, that was kind of where I was getting to with that. It's like, I don't care so much about piercings and tattoos. I don't have any myself, but I don't care if people have them. But something like not being obese, right? That's a challenge for a lot of people. It's a challenge.
Crypto. I wasn't saying I have a problem with piercings and tattoos. I have piercings and tattoos. I was just saying how it's funny how harshly I was discriminated against for my hair and my one earring. Yet these days, as a business owner, I couldn't even imagine the type of people coming in for interviews, you know?
Oh yeah, no, I get you. What I was saying is that I don't care either way. Like, I'm not pro or anti. I was just saying what my personal opinion was. But I get what you're saying as well, because that used to be the case. Like I used to be told, you know, like you've got to wear a certain thing, you've got to look a certain way, and I never had particularly, like, I never had long hair or piercings when I was younger. I've got long hair now, but yeah, I get you. But what I said still stands. You know, you can actually define those standards for yourself now, and you can say, well, actually, I want to have a body that looks like this, and I want to have, you know, whatever I want. And it's much easier to get ahead of the competition now because there isn't any. You know, imagine trying to have like a really nice aesthetic body when everyone else is really disciplined and everyone eats right, versus your competition is a bunch of people who eat McDonald's every day. You know, like just think about it in those terms.
Yeah, do you want your own big old titties there, Crypto? Wouldn't that be nice?
Sorry?
You want to have your own big old titties all to yourself, Crypto? Wouldn't that be nice?
It's not that I'm fat. I just like cookies, and my name is Diabito.
No, man, it's much better. Like there's no food that you can feed me that makes me think, I would like to be fat again, because I was fat, you know, when I was younger. There's no food you could offer me now to say, well, do you want to be fat again for this food? I mean, nope. No, thank you.
True.
So, did Brenda leave with their tail between their legs? Oh yeah.
I don't think anyone else is talking here, bro.
I was asking.
Yes, we are. We just meditating while we listen.
Anybody in the field of buying slaves?
Does anyone want to answer my question?
Yeah, bro, you stitched it.
I think slavery is another question that we should ask about. So, anybody have slaves of their
No,
own? Oh, I got a bunch of slaves in my rice fields.
My guy, dude, don't make me mute you.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, but like, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we're not talking about slavery in here. For fuck's sake. What is it with you guys, man? What is it with you?
It might be the TikTok brains and the cookies. Something in the cookies, maybe.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the TikTok Riz party on TikTok?
The what?
The TikTok Riz party.
The TikTok Riz party.
Is that English or another language?
Yeah, it's a real thing. I've seen it.
Yeah, but why are you talking about?
Well, apparently Livy Dunn was there, and she was like rizzing up.
No one cares. Oh, for fuck's sake, guys. Do you want to talk about something that matters? No one cares about internet celebrities.
All right, bring up a topic.
Flat Earth.
Do you believe in Flat Earth?
That's what EC's here for. If you want to talk about Livy Dunn, you can go and make a Livy Dunn fucking VC. Where people who simp over blonde girls on the internet.
Go on. Give me some permissions. I'll make a Livy Dunn VC right now.
Go and talk to the admins of the server. They can
I don't
probably
think
sort
they
you
want
out
to
a
live it
Livy
down
Dun
VC. If I'm gonna
thing.
be honest, like that's
And
just
then
freakish. Who would want to live
then
it
you
down
can
VC?
talk about then you can talk about Brecky Hill as well if you want, or you can talk
You
about
know who Brecky Hill is?
any of these
Bro,
other fucking.
she's like top 3, bro. I mean, like not as good as Livy Down, but like she's
No one
alright, bro.
Dude, no one cares.
I mean,
No
you bring
one
up,
cares.
you bring her up, so I mean.
Bro, no one cares. No one cares. So
Have you
talk
actually seen Madeline Klein?
about flat Earth.
She's
or
a good
fuck
top
off.
3.
Dude, why do you
Well,
do this?
what
Just
do you
talk.
mean?
Stick to the subject.
I mean, he's like 13 and a half, so I don't think he should be speaking in here.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Especially about grown up stuff.
As soon as it's like, oh, you can't troll or be an idiot, he goes quiet.
Okay, let's
Bro,
just
you
get
guys
past it,
told me
right?
to be quiet. What do you mean?
Guys, let's just get past this. Let's go back to the flat Earth talk.
Yep. So it turns out the Earth's flat, guys. What do you think about that?
I mean, Lividon's not flat, but go on.
Yeah, you're gonna get muted, dude. What's this guy's name?
Is that your name?
It's just cringe. It's wasting everyone's time.
Just checking on the new people, but I think they dropped out altogether. Yes, you scurred them out. Thank you. Okay, good job, everyone. Vlad, you are unmuted for whenever you want to start yelling on the mic. Go.
So I guess I'll go to my previous question. Did Brenda leave with their tail between their legs?
I believe I brought her into the flat Earth. She ended up admitting that there was no obstruction between the boat and the camera, so I welcomed her to flat Earth. Or I'm not sure. I welcome them to flat Earth, whatever they think they are. So.
Well, that was why I was making the joke I was making. But it doesn't matter. It's all good. I do wonder if these people will one day go, I've been an idiot this whole time. Of course it's flat. Like, if they'll come to that realization at some point, or if it will just never happen.
I think I was sort of posing that to them last week or the week before when I was saying, so when they kick Artemis down the road another 2 years and another 2 years, like how many years down the road do they kick going back to the moon before they all start coming around to realizing it's not possible and they're just lying? I don't think we really came to a conclusion on that question.
Well, the conclusion is they'll just keep ignoring it and just keep believing it at the same time. It's all good.
Yeah, being happy with.
They it was flat anyway. They were just faking it the whole time. So you can't. They're never going to come to a realization because they were lying the whole time.
Yo, did y'all see the news? I think it was like 2 days ago. He said the ISS fell off and fell through a dude's house in Florida.
Wild.
Yeah. So he had a big hole in his roof, and supposedly a little piece of a battery, it's like some old battery charger or something. It's like a little metal piece of metal, and it fell through his roof, went through his floor, and ended up in his basement, right? And for the news, I guess he pulls his phone out and he walks up to the hole in the floor, and automatically he knows it came from outer space. Like, just no question about it. It definitely came from outer space, bro.
A chunk of metal from the ISS crashed into a Florida house. NASA confesses. Whoopsie! A 2021 operation of the International Space Station to release a cargo pilot was expected to burn up during every entry to Earth's atmosphere. A 1.6-pound piece of metal alloy made it through and landed on a home in Naples, Florida, 4 hours ago. That's in the news. So yes, you are 100% correct that this metal fell from the vacuum of space and came from outer space. So it's an alien piece of metal. Yes.
It's all very believable, all of it.
It fell off of their hot air balloon thingy that's floating. I hope they have home insurance because NASA won't be quick to pay for the repairs. That fixing that house wasn't in the budget this year.
That is what we call a hand of God. So entropy damaged the device, so the device just fell off, and that's God's hand. The NASA has nothing to do with that.
No, they can just take it from the salary of these guys that are pretending to be flat Earth. I mean, globe Earthers in the chat here. They can just take it from their salary, and then they can use it.
They can take it from Scott Mackey and AK. Yeah.
They don't get paid much, so I don't think it'll be.
I don't get paid much. If they take their low pay, they're not gonna notice it. Yeah.
I wonder how much Scott Mackey earns for trolling flat earthers online. What we think?
Someone has to do it. Someone has to work with the trash and do that kind of stuff. So Smack, Scott is here. He tells you guys he doesn't give a F about you people. He's just here because he's pushing data.
We should definitely believe someone. We should definitely believe someone at their word when they come into your VC in their spare time, according to their own, story, to troll you for hours and hours a day. You should definitely believe everything that person says.
Yes, and then tells you nobody cares about you.
Sorry, I was just reading what the gentleman under heaven posted, and it's saying how A cargo pallet was expected to burn up during re-entry to Earth's atmosphere, a 1.6 pound piece of metal, but somehow it didn't burn up on its way out of the atmosphere.
These days we are using these special alloys. They don't completely burn when in re-entry. Yeah.
You should just trust people that you know like a million times already, and they've destroyed millions of countries already, and you just got to believe them. You got to trust them again because they give them another chance. You know, it's a new day. Just give them a new chance today because even though they destroyed millions of people's lives yesterday, maybe they'll just be good today. You know, just trust them that they'll be good. You know.
It's like walking in on your chick and a couple of dudes, and you still keep dating her.
Got to be a victim. It's good to be a victim. Just be a victim and just try.
Got this scammers calling me. I'm gonna tell them. I'm gonna tell everything you guys told me. I'm gonna tell the scammers. All right, everybody, wash your heads for falling debris from outer space. So just be careful out there. Wear your tinfoil hats. So when it hits, it gets refracted away from your head.
What's that condition when you have a fear of going outside? Agoraphobia? Is that what it is?
Yeah, globophobia. Yeah, you live on a globe. You think asteroids are gonna fall on your head.
Not globophobia.
Man, those people are going to hear about that piece of the ISS and they're going to add an extra deadbolt to their door.
Do you have the ISS insurance, boy, in your house? ISS insurance. No, what's that? You know, falling debris from the ISS might damage your property. Oh, how much?
How much? An extra 20 a month? Sure, I'll take it.
You know that saying, it's better having and not needing it than needing it and not having it? Yeah, that's how we go with this one. ISS insurance, only $2,000 a year. You'll be covered from spacecraft. Space trash insurance available now. You can do the.
Can I get that with some Coriolis insurance, please?
I prefer to choose gravity.
You will not have peace of mind from aliens and alien attacks. Get your peace of mind right now. Come and buy your insurance.
Coriolis insurance. If a hurricane or a tornado destroy your house, that's because Coriolis. Now you can get the Coriolis insurance. You must get insurance because Earth is globe.
I suppose if there was no gravity, there'd be no Earth, apparently.
I like the gravity insurance. Gravity. You're gonna have on the tray, they're one of those billionaires out there. We got meteor insurance in this house. We have meteor insurance. You're a billionaire, you can buy anything, even space insurance.
And don't forget to buy some real estate on the moon and on Mars. We're selling right now. Discount prices, and you can stake out your own plot on Mars and on the moon. And we're also selling real estate on Jupiter's moons. They're lovely real estate.
Sorry, I was just about to say that. I almost bet my left nut on it that they're selling stakes in the new moon base and whatnot. The Artemis is going to be part of.
There's free McDonald's on the moon. McDonald's is now on the moon too, and on Mars.
Invest now. Own the first Tim Hortons or second cup on the moon.
Where's the new globies? Please save the conversation from these flatheads. Where's the new globies? Nobody. All right, go ahead. It's just at Masto in the text, just spreading his stuff. It's like a disease, like a rash. Doesn't go away. Even though if you scratch it a lot, still gonna be there.
I like to renounce my flat earthism, and I am now a globe.
Hey, good joke, but you're roboting and cutting out, so good one. I like it. It's the space-time warping joke that he's bringing, but that's the whole point. Can't hear it. It's bent. So, bent joke. Get it?
Is that me? I thought I was.
Yeah, that was you. That was you. But now you're back. You're back to Earth. Yes, you're back. Welcome back.
I just like to renounce my flat earthism. I am now a globhead, and I believe in the space testicle and infinite nothingness, and gas pressure doesn't containment. Yeah. Ask me anything.
So you're back believing in the Globetard. Good for you.
Yeah, man. I believe everything I see on TV.
Good lad.
Like everything.
Even if it's nothing, you still believe it.
Well, there's nothing on TV that they could possibly be lying about. Nothing at all. It's all correct.
Nothing at all.
Boys can become girls. It's true. Because the TV said so.
Yeah, they said, bro, you think this is a joke, but I've heard people saying exactly what you said. They said it in the news. They said it in the news. It has to be true.
Of course. I mean, why would the news, which everyone believes without question, actively try to shape and warp popular opinion over things. Like why would they use the most effective tool possible as a tool of effectiveness for a thing they want to achieve? That doesn't make any sense. So did you guys find Brenda's nut-eyeing over echo chambers funny or interesting or just predictable?
I missed it.
Oh, Brenda accused this place of being an echo chamber, not realizing that being able to say that very term within an echo chamber disproves the fact that it's an echo chamber.
Yeah, she's got some like really bad takes on some things that she's like. She'll say she disagrees with echo chambers. This place is an echo chamber, so you want to be in echo chambers, then, right? Well, no. So it's not an echo chamber. So because you want to be here, right? Yeah. Well, no, but yes, but no, but yes. Like, holy shit, Brenda, make up your mind, homie. Okay, so do you partake in echo chambers, Brenda? No, you don't. Okay, but you're partaking here. Yes. Okay, so this is an echo chamber. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Like, holy shit, dude. And then on top of that, she'll actually go to echo chambers and just squawk about flat Earth with no flat earthers in the channel. So is that an echo chamber, Brenda? No, it's not, because flat earthers have echo chambers. So if flat earthers have echo chambers, you can have an echo chamber too, but it's not an echo chamber because someplace else that you don't want to be part of is also an echo chamber. Yes, but no.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting way of tackling that. I mean, for me, I just look at the definition and say, well, does it fit the definition? No, it doesn't. Right, shut up. But you're actually then turning it on to Brenda and saying, well, why do you want to participate in this thing that you say you don't participate in? So that's an interesting approach. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of it is really interesting. Oh yeah, when they put a definition on the flat Earth and then do that exact thing, and you're like, why would you do something? Are you a flat earther then, by your definition? Like, yes and no. Again, it's a really broken, contradictory worldview where they want to tell you something that you're doing is wrong while they're doing it. And I don't see it as wrong. They see it as wrong. So if
it's
they
only wrong when you do it. Yeah, it's only wrong when you do it, correct?
Yeah, it's only wrong. Like, that's sort of the double standard.
But there's actually an almost triple standard here, because it's not only is it only wrong when you do it, you're not even doing it, and they are doing it, and it's not wrong when they do it. So it's like, what? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's like I noticed this a couple months back. I said a quick blurb about it, but I think it's good to rehash this. Like in the 2010 through 2012, you had a lot of these atheist YouTubers had like kind of taken over YouTube, and they did a lot of grifting. A lot of asking for money. It was always at the end like, "Hey, my roommate moved out. I need money. Can throw me throw me some pennies here? I provide you entertainment." And it worked for a lot of these these YouTube atheists. They got people to send them Amazon gift cards and all kinds of crap. Then a lot of theists were like, "Look at dude, you're passing around the collection plate. How can you be upset about the collection plate when you do the same thing?" So then they decided that it wasn't good to do that online. That's grifting. That's begging, e-begging, and they associated with something bad. So now they see flat earthers. Hey, I'm providing you entertainment. throw me a few bones. And they're like, he's grifting. And you're like, why? Why is it suddenly not okay? Because it's like a collection plate thing? They don't see it as a problem. I don't see it as a problem. If someone's providing entertainment and you give them money for providing entertainment, then that's a interaction. You know, like same.
It's the classic. They must always be in a position to criticize us, right? And the classic example I always give for this is the hive mind versus the independent thinker, right? So, and they'll as a group they'll criticize both. So if they think that we're all agreeing on a certain topic or set of topics, then you're not independent thinking enough. You all have the same opinion, blah blah blah. Criticize. But then when we all have different opinions on a topic or set of topics, you guys can't even agree. Do you even have a model? Why do you guys have all of these different opinions? I can't rely on what you guys are saying, right? So you're always in the position. They make sure that you're never in the right. You must always be in the wrong. And even if all of the positions are wrong, they will make sure that every position is wrong just so they can criticize you.
Yeah, that's what the best part. You can hard counter that. It's kind of tricky. You got to play it off right, but present to them something in the globe, but just say flat Earth. Like one of the ones I did once was Stephen Hawking's book, History of Time. I went to the used bookstore and it was like, hey, if you spend $10 on books, you can take any book from this bin for free. And I'm like, I'm doing page looking through the books. I'm like, there's a Stephen Hawking book in there. So I just grabbed it. And I went into Chimpanzee and I just flipped it to a random page where he's literally talking about black holes and time and how the universe has like a set clock of its own that isn't perceivable by people. I'm paraphrasing, But I read it basically word for word, but I put a few hums and ons in there as if I was kind of like shooting from the hip and just coming up with something. And one of the guys just said like, stupid flat earther, black holes have nothing to do with time. And I'm like, okay, tell Stephen Hawking. He wrote a whole fucking book about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like they'll counter anything we say because we said it, not because it's not true.
Yeah, that character Negator was a classic example of that. Whatever you said, he tried to negate. And the best part is, even if you presented globe, you would say something like globe, like a globe proof. Like they did this neutronium stream from like North Wisconsin to or mid Wisconsin to like North Minnesota, and I was like, wow, that kind of calculated the center of the Earth. So I presented it as a flat Earth proof, and just wrote down every negation he gave. And eventually, I was like, good. Now I got stuff to say. If someone brings this up, I got the negator on record talking about how stupid this experiment was.
Yeah. Actually, I see Matthew Learns is in the chat. Matthew, how do you define echo chamber?
It's basically a room that has no walls where everything echoes, but it's also meant to mean a place where people always say the same things and there's no new ideas.
That's globe Earth right there. Like you go to a globe Earth space, every single person says flat Earth is stupid. Echoed across every single account in there.
Right.
None of them can say anything other than that. It's like one of them says it, they all say it. It's echoed across.
Yeah, that's right.
Matthew, do you understand the irony of someone coming into this room and calling it an echo chamber?
No.
So the idea that someone can go into a room and tell that room that they're not allowing criticism while criticizing the room. You don't see that as ironic?
No, I mean, you'd have to provide evidence on both sides. Echo chambers in and of themselves are not a problem. It's just that,
I never said it was a problem. Maybe you're not understanding my point. The act of an echo chamber is something that's it's insulated from criticism, right? So it's insulated from different points of view, insulated from all that kind of stuff. So as soon as someone enters that room and says your point of view is wrong, it is therefore not an echo chamber, right?
Okay, sure.
So you understand the irony of someone going into a room and calling it an echo chamber?
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So when Brenda did that earlier and then nutted me about 8 times, like, do you not understand how sometimes people like Brenda make your side look really stupid?
Yeah, that's probably true.
The Dustin from Smarter Every Day basically accused NASA of being an echo chamber. He said this place is so bad right now that you can't do things you did in the 60s because of just endless positive feedback loops. No one's criticizing any of this stuff. It's just
I met Destin a couple times.
Did you see the video where he says, I might get excommunicated from NASA for saying this?
I don't remember that specific video, no.
Well, I paraphrased it. Yeah, it was. Here, let me grab it real quick. Yeah, it's not like he didn't say excommunicated. He said I might be deplatformed from NASA content for saying this stuff. Like he was worried that speaking the truth in NASA will cause you to like just go on. They'll just move to the next YouTuber. It's worth a watch because it really breaks down that the Artemis program, why it can't leave the ground.
Who was the guy that did the interview with Don Pettit and he said the real good engineering about the O-rings? Who was that guy?
That's him. Yeah, that's Dustin.
Oh, same guy. Okay, because he must be. Isn't he an engineering major or something? Like he.
Yeah, he's
getting his PhD in physics or something. By the way, his name is Destin with an E and not a U.
Oh, so not Dustin, it's Destin. Okay.
Right.
But I mean, when you look at his face, and I'm not an engineering major. I do have engineers in my family, but I'm not an engineering major. And the look that he gave the camera when Don said that was like, this is obvious bullshit, but I don't know how to handle this now. Like, it was funny.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it.
I'm looking for the video. Oh, that's 2 different videos. You haven't seen that one where he does the O-ring one?
I've watched a lot of his content, but I don't know. I mean, I don't remember that specific one.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. He might have taken it down. The one where he criticizes NASA. This is where you need to clip this stuff because you never know when it's just going to be deleted from the internet. Here, let me see if I can find another spot. Okay, I got it. I was searching the wrong title. It's titled, I was scared to say this at NASA, but I'll say it anyway. So check this out. Basically, he describes NASA, the engineers at NASA, as a fucking echo chamber. So bad that people are afraid to lose their jobs if they say the wrong thing. Scared. Like running scared.
So just to pick up on that, Matthew, sorry. Do you mind, Matt, actually?
Say that again? Yeah, I'll watch this, sure.
Do you know what I'm saying? Do you mind being called Matt, or do you prefer Matthew, or do you not care?
Oh, I don't care either way. I usually introduce myself as Matthew.
Fair enough. Okay, Matt. Well, basically, what I was going to say to you is that he's describing NASA as an echo chamber, but he can do that, and it makes sense in the definition because he's doing it outside of NASA. But if he was to go into NASA and go to a town hall and say, "You guys are an echo chamber," and they were like, "Oh yeah, cool, we can think about it," that would defeat that criticism on its face, right? So do you understand the nuance that I'm getting to there?
Yeah, I understand.
Because of the positive feedback loop that couldn't be broken by him or by anyone else, that's what makes it an echo chamber. And that also describes our mainstream media with regards to the globe. So I find it very, very interesting that people think that echo chambers are bad, yet they don't criticize the one they actually exist within every single day, and they come here to complain about the one that they could leave at any time and that welcomes them in any time they want. It's very strange. It's like they don't understand what the concept is. They just want to take the negative connotation. It's like when a fat person gets called fat and then they call you racist for calling them fat. All they know is that racist has a bad connotation, and they're trying to use that connotation to attack you. It doesn't matter what the definition is. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see.
Right, okay. Sorry, I know that was very wordy there. Please respond.
Yeah, no, it's very hard to break out of echo chambers, so I think you're right, and that's something we all need to work on.
Here's the video. It's a condensed version. 7 holes in the space station. Smarter every day. He has a longer form video of this too. That's like 40 minutes long, where he goes and talks to the people who designed it and all that. And then the other one, that's a full video. I was scared, with caps, full caps, to say this to NASA, but I did it anyway. Yeah, this dude's pretty solid. It shows you when you have a biblical worldview, you're not a toxic asshole. Like Destin, he is, he's a religious man first. His worldview comes from, God and family, God, country, and family. So he's not challenged. He's not threatened by somebody who disagrees with that or has like a flat Earth cosmology. Because he knows to treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. Holy shit, look at this. Rich Evans talking about the flush. It's too good, man. What do you think, Matthew? If someone in 2024 is still talking about the flush proves rotation, have they spent virtually their whole life in an echo chamber? Or do you think
I don't know what that means, the flush. I haven't heard of it. Oh, you mean the flushing the toilets different directions? Yeah. It's just an old wives' tale.
And that they don't know that is even is it a lack of education, or is it just because they've spent so much time in globe sort of like spaces that everything that you ever observe is all of it. There's no observation that doesn't match the globe, even if it's faulty. They just repeat.
I would put the toilet flush thing in kind of like the category of old wives' tale. Like there's things that people hear without verifying, and then they just sort of assume that it's true. But that's a bad assumption.
Yeah, with positive feedback loops. I own the flat earther with this argument. Here's your booby prize. You fell for a joke.
Do you think that, Matthew, question for you then. Do you think then that the more knowledgeable globers have got some sort of responsibility to tell the idiotic globers when they're making idiotic arguments? Because they don't listen to us because they have flat earthers are wrong syndrome, right? So if I was to say to someone like Rich Evans, who's clearly an idiot, this argument is wrong, if he hears it from me, he'll just assume I'm wrong and he won't listen to me. But because you believe in the globe, like you actually have a chance of getting through. So do you feel like there's a responsibility from you and the more knowledgeable globers to correct the more idiotic globers? Or do you think that's them?
Sure, there's some responsibility. If I hear people using bad arguments, I'll say something. So yeah.
No, but I didn't really mean on an individual level. I meant in a more kind of collective level. So you've got let's just say that you've got 4 groups of globers. You've got the hyper knowledgeable, you've got the reasonably knowledgeable, you've got the reasonably unknowledgeable, and then the complete idiots. Like, do you think that the top tier or maybe the top 2 tiers have a responsibility as a group to educate the bottom 2 tiers and to bring them up to speed? Or do you think that's just kind of on them.
No, I think you're right. There's a responsibility.
Here, I'll give an example of this echo chamber idea. So I was invited to Blue Marble Science server when I was feuding with Bev not the current one, the one before. And I said, hey, I'll go globalist in this server. Okay, I'm not going to talk about flat Earth. Everything's a globe. And I had posted news about a flushable toilet found in China that they dated back a little over 2,000 years. So I kind of half-heartedly said, hey, for all you globalists who think the toilet flush proves rotation, you've now got 2,000 years of rotation proof. Because they had 2,000 years of curve proof because of Eratosthenes. Now you've got 2,000 years of rotation. Just being tongue-in-cheek, like, hey guys, let's have fun and talk about it. And just because I'm a flat earther on a different server, this dude told me that I was mocking that proof. Like I was making fun of it. I go, no, I'm just being lighthearted about that. And then some other dude jumped in and said that the flush doesn't prove rotation. And some other dude said the flush does prove rotation. And I'm lying about how it doesn't. I go, what about this other guy? So I had about 6 people telling me I'm a lying sack of crap because I'm making fun of the flush. And another group saying that I'm a lying sack of crap for presenting the flush as proof. Now I'm like, can you guys not talk to each other? Why are you talking through me?
Well, that's what I was saying before about they put you in this position where no matter what your position is, it can be criticised. And that's part of I think that's part of a dehumanization process. But that's a deeper subject. I don't really want to go fully into that. But
yeah.
They put you into this position where no matter what your position is, they must criticize. And this is a good example. You've presented this piece of information. If it's true, then you're a liar, and if it's false, you're a liar. What? How can that be the case? How can 2 opposite positions both be criticizable?
Yeah, so it got so bad that this dude, this globalist guy, decided to ask me a question. He wanted to ask me what the real question was. And I was like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What do you mean by the real question? He said, well, you posed the real question. I said, no, that wasn't me. I clipped it where the guy screen capped it, where this other guy said, the real question is, why can't flat earthers understand the flush? So I was like, I quoted that. He goes, I'm not going to look at your screen caps. So tell me what the real question is, or I put you on timeout so you can think about the answer. I go, so your proof that you want an answer is to time me out so I can't answer. And he's like, yeah. I go, can I tell you I don't know? Does that work? No, that doesn't work either. I'm like, okay, what answer do you want to hear? Basically, I made up the real question. I'm like, fine, let's just go with that, right? Just fill in the answer you want for what any purpose you need it for, so we can get back to, I didn't say that, okay? And even that, I made this very funny video of Mission Impossible, dun 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 dun, like highlighting, going through I did word search, real question, highlighting all the people who said that, it was 10, not one of them. There was no point that I said the real question, so I responded to him saying, what are you talking about? When did I say real question? So all these other people, dun dun dun, the Mission Impossible, all these people you skipped over who actually said the real question is, you skipped over all of them, focused on me, and then said, this is the real Chris presenting the real question. I'm like, wow. Okay, fuck it. I'll just take my time out. And then when the timeout ended, he just said it again. What's the real question, Crit? I go, I thought I get to be on timeout as an answer. And that's what you get from this echo chamber idea, that it doesn't matter what you say. They're going to echo the real question, and it's not them who said it. It's because it's someone else's fault. All this stuff is some sort of external stimulus that they're all responding to that none of them take responsibility for. holy crap, dude! Like, Mishu, I posted. If you want to look, I did this event. I posted it on Bev's server. You can see the video there with the date, time, and date stamps. I don't know why you're always crying, dude. It's difficult for me to hear a grown man cry. And you cry as much as like a baby does. Like every post is just drenched with tears, dude. How about Mishu? I'll give you something to cry about. How about that? Take a break from the serve. Take a knee. Take a knee from the channel for a while. You're too triggered.
So Matthew, what would you say was the definitive globe Earth proof that you were shown that you said, "Yep, it must be a ball"? When was that? Because for every flat earther, there was like a definitive flat Earth moment where you go, "Oh shit, it's got to be flat." What was your globe Earth when you were weighing up the two sides? What was the one thing that you said, "Shit, it's got to be a ball"?
Time zones. The fact that it's noon in India when it's dark here.
You don't think time zones can exist on a plane?
No, I don't.
Have you looked up Globe Earth time zones? It's like literally a hot mess.
Yeah, but I mean, just the basic idea that it's light on one side of the Earth and it's dark on the other side of the Earth.
So there'd be two time zones then.
I think it means more longitude instead of time zones.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I mean, there are obviously big issues with the globe Earth time zones. I did ask him, and that was the answer. That's it. That interests me for a number of reasons. But I thought you would have a standard that was slightly higher than that. But that's interesting. I guess that's why
I would say
globes often come in and say, "Sorry, go on."
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I suspect that that's probably the key thing for most people. Like people who don't even think about this idea. You ask them for the first time, "Hey, why do you think the Earth is a globe?" They'd be like, "Oh, I don't know. It's light in Japan. I see the sunset, and it's dark here, and it's light."
That's strange. That's strange because at dusk, half the sky is dark and half is light.
Right.
In one view of the sky.
Yeah.
That Terminator line. That's one of the things. I think Crypto, you broke up.
What were you say about the Terminator line? And then I have to go.
Have you looked at it? Have you looked at the Terminator line on the globe model?
Well, it's more of like a fuzzy line because it's not a hard, sharp line. But yeah, I've seen pictures of it.
Yeah, it's like if you look at time and date and look at their Terminator line, it's a little goofy because it's a Mercator projection. But then also look at it on the globe. It's like this weird diagonal line that also curves around, mostly in Africa. If you look, I've seen people try to show the Terminator line across Africa, and that's because they said the map, the Mercator projection's jacked. But still, it's like it's not this straight cut line. It wiggles like it's bendizontal.
I don't know about that. I haven't seen any that look like that. To me, it makes sense. It seems like it's just like half of a sphere is lit up and half isn't. Obviously, a little bit more than half is lit up because sunsets and dusk and all that. But it seems to follow a great circle route. If you take the Terminator, it's always a great circle route.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of the island of, I think it's called Laurentia. We were talking about this yesterday. Me and a few of the the Shane St. Pierre boys, let's call them. And there's an island to the south of Russia, I believe. I need to look up the article. But we were looking through this article, and basically, they're at the same position, but in one of those places it's 9 a.m. and in another place it's noon. So there's a 3-hour difference, but the time zones aren't physically different. And that's true for a number of different places. I think one's called St. Lawrence and one's called Laurentia or something, so they've got a similar name. So I don't really know how that's possible on a globe, unless the map is inaccurate.
Yeah, on the globe, they use these time zones do not match the motion of the sun. They are political, all of them.
Right.
So this is like where people say, "Hey, look at these political time zones. It works on a globe." The fuck are you smoking?
Yeah, so I'd say it this way: if you're on the same longitude, no matter how far north or south you are, the time of solar noon is identical everywhere on the same longitude.
But the time zones don't reflect that.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also
Right.
not true. The example I gave you is where that's not true.
So I hear what you're saying. I have never seen that evidence, and that would be a definite globe destroying proof. If two different places on the same longitude have different solar noon times.
Okay, well I'll ask the boys, because we were literally talking about it last night in a VC. So, but I'm driving, so I'll ask them to dig it up. I'll have a proper look through it, and I'll present it to you.
Yep, sounds interesting. All right, I'm gonna run. Nice chatting. See you guys.
Yeah, take care.
We were also talking about the how the poles allegedly shift every 200,000 years or whatever, and apparently it shifts 200,000 years like clockwork. Apart from this latest one, which we're still waiting for, which is 780,000 years. So we're like 300% delayed on the latest pole shift, right? Whatever. But also a lot of the data they've collected just didn't match the theory. So they just said, well, this data doesn't make sense, so we're discarding it. Yeah. Very interesting stuff. But this often happens, and I think people don't understand the scale of what's going on. Like, when you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of these people working on these things, and whenever they come up with data that conforms to their worldview, they keep it. And whenever they come up with data that doesn't conform to their worldview, they just discard it. Eventually, you get a quote-unquote body of evidence that's based on a worldview and not based on reality. I don't think people understand what's going on.
That's why I try to ask globalists, like, okay, so the Earth is a globe. Now what? What do we do now? What happens next? To try to get them to some conclusion, because then hopefully that will snap them out of it. When they realize nothing is vacuous, there is no next. It's just a completely open-ended whatever. Then they have to contemplate how to focus that attention on something that matters now, because they told you it doesn't matter. It's a ball and nothing. Okay, so what's something then? Like, one of the people who answered, this is like years ago, I just really pushed him hard, Magnetic West. And he said, once you eventually after like 5-10 minutes of just grilling them, people uncomfortable in the chat or whatever, in voice, like, okay, just let it go. He's not going to answer. He finally says, fuck it, Crit. He goes, as soon as you know it's a globe, you design and engineer something for the betterment of humanity. So every time now I see him, I go, how's your engineering project going? Nothing. Okay. It was like 5 years or whatever later, you told me. Didn't you tell me that as soon as you realized the Earth was a globe, you were going to design and engineer something for the betterment of humanity? And that was 5 years ago, and you knew the Earth was a globe even before that. So, dude, I mean, you ain't getting any younger, homie.
Hello?
What up?
Who's speaking? Is no one speaking?
No, it was a silent moment.
Let's have a silent moment for Palestine.
In Iran.
Was there someone new asking question? Who was it, Merlin? What's going on? I thought I heard someone asking questions. My bad.
Earth is globe.
Because it has to be.
Well, the TV said so. So
Yeah, but the TV was told because it has to be.
True. But NASA said so as well. Why would they lie?
You know, TV programmed. The TV has to be programmed.
Yeah, but why would they lie?
Because you gotta pay your TV fees every year, so we can tell you Earth is globe in every channel.
But I don't understand why people who are paid to tell you something would tell you that thing that they're paid to tell you. Like, what's the motivation? It's not like people do things for money all the time.
To help you be smart about globe.
Must be. Damn it, I tried. Turns out the Earth isn't a globe after all. Fuck. Matthew's an interesting character, isn't he? He doesn't really fit neatly into globe, into the globe zealot mold. What do you think? Guess not.
You know that certain organisms are dependent on a host to survive, and they will behave accordingly to the environment, and they will also play chemical warfare or economical in a sense, because resources of the body are part of the economics, currency, energy. So these hosts, these organisms will take from the host and act as like it's helping the host, but it's not really.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's all globers, right? They're all just here for attention and for likes, for clicks. Well, that's kind of what they're doing. But, I mean, Matthew's not like a complete left-hard atheist tard, like a lot of them are, So, yeah, he's an unusual glober. It's an unusual globe zealot, let's put it that way.
That's why it's really hard to talk to him, because he's not coming from this sort of fervent, just everything you say is wrong. He's listening and he's interested. He's a man of education, and he understands personal identity in voice, in speaking from lived experience.
Yeah, well, that's why I ask him questions like, what do you think about this retarded thing Brenda said? Because I know that Matthew would actually give me a reasonable response, even if I disagree. But I know that every single thing I say to Brenda, whatever is coming back is unreasonable. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's, I suppose maybe I should qualify that, right? So there are certain things that when you ask a question, like for instance, if I present to you a fruit and it's like a maroon color, it would be reasonable to describe that fruit as maroon or red or purple, but if you say, oh no, that fruit is orange, it's like, that's not a reasonable response to the question. And I know that whenever I ask Matt a question, even if I think that the fruit's red and he says purple, I can at least understand that purple is a reasonable response. But with Brenda, you're always getting orange or yellow or something that's just flat out wrong.
This reminds me of the one time I was talking to an atheist, and I said, use atheist logic to understand flat Earth. I am not convinced by model or models presented by state-sponsored religion. namely the Catholic Church, NASA, and whatnot. And they said that doesn't work. I go, why doesn't that work, right? And then without really saying anything, just it doesn't work. And I'm like, okay, what you guys said earlier, that cavemen, atheism was first before religion, and then religion sort of came about. Throw it back to an earlier conversation. They're like, yep, all babies are born atheist, all that same sort of crap. And I'm like, okay, and you interviewed babies and got, okay, sure. So I said, use that, right? People are born with flat Earth. Someone's got to tell them it's a globe. And they're like, no, even cavemen knew the Earth was a globe. And I'm like, okay, if that's true, then why was it later discovered by the Greeks using Eratosthenes? And like, oh, he just confirmed it. And I'm like, okay, so it needed to be confirmed? Because I think like even cavemen knew the Earth was a globe. So why did it take this mathematician to do the sticks and shadows thing?
Yeah, doesn't make sense. It's very odd.
It's very odd. Yeah, it's very, very odd. I go, what if I told you Eratosthenes was just matching the state-sponsored religion? Zeus defeated Titan, Atlas, and made him hold the globe up. And they're like, wait, what?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is state-sponsored because they take your money and give it to NASA, so therefore state-sponsored. And it is religion. It requires belief. They have, and I've said this before, and they always froth at the gash whenever I say this, but it's like you have all of the tenets of a religion. You have your prophets. You have the guys like Einstein and Newton, and these are your prophets, right? You have your religious symbols. The globe is everywhere. You have buildings of worship, right? You can go to the NASA's headquarters. You can go to all sorts of different buildings where they essentially worship this idea. And you have your modern day preachers. You have your guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is kind of like the Archbishop of Globehood. And then you have your kind of lower zealots, so your priests and your vicars, or whatever terminology you want to use, astrology teachers and whatnot. It has literally every part of a religion that would be required to uphold the religion as an idea in a society. They have all of it. They even have holy books. They even have holy books that you can refer to. It's like, what don't they have that a religion has?
Well, they have space toilets. Ha!
Yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? When you really think about it, and you don't just get nutted constantly by the very zealots who are part of the kind of thought control. Yeah, it's obviously a religion. It's obviously a religion. But what's interesting about Christians and Muslims and Jews and all these other people is when you say to them you're in a religion, they're fully aware they're in a religion. So it's like, yeah. I mean, some Christians will tell you it's a faith, not a religion, whatever. But they're admitting something. They're admitting that there is a belief structure here that I'm adhering to that requires belief. But yeah, Globers can't do that. They and I think there's some sort of ego attached to it as well. They're saying, well, we're better than those people. We have a belief structure, but we're better. We're better than Christians. We're better than Muslims. Right, I'm back in a minute.
Scott Mackey is asking you. Are you still here, bro? Oh, yeah. Scott Mackey is asking you. So, do the Glober Christians and Muslims have two religions?
God, can he does like? Is it like he picks the stupidest question you can possibly ask? Like, dude, this is theology like 101. Like humanities. Like you had to have taken a college class that broke that down for you to get your general education. And then to come in here, like years later, like supposedly after you've almost completed some sort of doctorate program, and you don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, that question was for Uncle Joseph. Uncle Joseph. Question addressed for you from Scott Mackey. Letter sent through the ether. Read by myself. You heard it, so reply now. Whenever you can.
It's like when the stars just align, you get the perfect screenshot to post in Golden Globies.
That's how we know it's a globe, because when the stars aligned, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the proof.
Did you hear? Did we hear this morning when I was talking about the new video that Vsauce put out?
There's a new video. I gotta watch it.
Yeah,
I can't comment on it. Go ahead.
He's painting the bottom of his shoes with white paint.
People do that, right? People paint their shoes, right?
Yeah, because he wants to stay lockstep with the moon. Because he said, I'm going to paint the bottom of my shoes to get my 0.1 centimeters closer to the moon. Because the moon had, yeah.
So he's closer to the moon now.
Yeah, he's like the rest of us plebs are just further from the moon, but he's higher. He's enlightened and he's closer. He stayed equal by painting the bottom of his shoes white.
But that's kind of dumb, because you can just 3D print like an extra soul and attach it to the bottom. You don't have to paint it. I mean, he has the money for a 3D printer. Just put the measurements of the soul and you get you can print an extra soul and you'll be maybe 2 inches closer instead of 1 centimeter. You know? You want to be closer, at least 3 inches. I will also make him look taller. That's probably he was aiming for that without telling anyone. He just made a video so everybody knows he was a little taller now. But he sold it to you with the moon stuff. Ha!
Speaking of moon stuff, what's up with Jay Tolan in the moon lately? Any idea where he's going with all this?
You got a video, bro? Let me check it out. James Tolan's on the moon stuff.
Yeah, Jay Tolan. I don't have Jay Tolan's link handy. I'm driving right now.
Yeah.
But he bought some really high-end optics and some long wave infrared sensors, and has been grabbing images of the moon. And he's making a case for the moon having plants and an atmosphere.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is the guy who blessed us with all that high altitude aerial infrared imagery and even the photogrammetry analysis he's done of flat Earth. So for him to go from that to now, like, he's saying how much he loves NASA and satellites and space shit, and now he's showing us pictures of the moon. He's got like one image with 1,000 stacked images of the moon together that kind of gives off a little bit of a greenish hue, and he's saying that green means there's plants on the moon. Like that's a kind of sophomore crap that's coming out of him right now, and it's really kind of frustrating to see. And some people are wondering if he's got a special knock at the door. Given his line of work, he's currently active, working military contracts. It might be a safe bet to think that maybe somebody approached him.
Maybe he was always a bait. Maybe he was always a bait switch.
That could be too. I wouldn't discount that for a second.
They know they exist because Bart Sabel, I mean, he is like really in on government conspiracies, the moon landing was fake, all that stuff, right? And he doesn't like flat earthers. He really doesn't want any flat earther to use his content. You'll get your account striked if you clip it. He says flat earthers are CIA op. Well, if he's right, not all of CIA, not all flat Earth, but enough of them. The flat earthers he come across, he was able to connect them to the CIA. But the problem is he doesn't give enough charity, that there are real flat earthers. And
where's my paycheck then?
What I'm saying, that you're not working for the G-Man. There are some though.
My paycheck.
I mean, there's a ton of people in the community who are ex-military, even current military, former and current government workers who are legit, right? I mean, they don't show any signs of globular residue and have been very, very consistent over the years. So I look for signs of inconsistency. And when people start doing shit like this, it's like I nope out of there so fast.
Oh, yeah. It's like, red flags just pop up, out of nowhere. It's like, if the atheists were smart, they would have saw that too, the controlled op that the CIA did to them. they started putting like Dawkins and like the four horsemen of atheism. Their radar just shot up. These are G-men. These aren't real atheists. These are stooges of the government. They're advocating for a pro-government position.
Essentially, that's what Jay Tolan is doing. He's all supportive of NASA and the space program, which I don't know if he always was, but he's gung ho about it. He thinks they're telling the truth, but they're concealing some things because we're not supposed to know enough truth yet, or something like that. He thinks that they discovered plants on the moon during the Apollo mission, and that's the big secret.
Wasn't there like a found footage movie, like Apollo 18 or something like that? It was called, or 19?
Yeah, there's the fake WikiLeaks document, the fake WikiLeaks video of the Apollo moon filming.
Yeah, like they have some sort of life forms up there, like these rock spider things,
Yeah, I don't know if that was part of that WikiLeaks dump, which was all fantasy. But I saw something weird like that.
That was the excuse for why they switched the lunar rock, with petrified wood, because they couldn't give them a life form. They said, this is an alien. We accidentally brought back this rock spider creature. And if we just give them the rock spider creature, it's going to cause all this havoc. So here we'll just do a quick switch and give them petrified wood, and maybe they won't know the difference.
That's just amazing. Amazing because, I mean, you know that they're being deceptive, because petrified wood, I think, is somehow chemically indistinguishable from actual rock, right? I mean, you kind of have to go through a deduction to see a process, signs of a process in the formation of it, which I think itself is also dubious.
Yeah, this is like
I think they thought they could get away with it.
This is one of the things that Professor Phil, I talked to him about, give him one thing that sheds any shred of doubt on Apollo. And I said the petrified wood. And he still, to this day, argues that it's fake news. That it never happened. And I'm like, it doesn't matter how many sources I linked him. They were all in on it. It was, I'm not reading it correct. Just one excuse after another. And I'm like, now I trust the news. It's always something. To this day, he still is dead set that no, that was a lunar rock. That was not petrified wood. It's all fake news. It got hyped up. Nothing to see here.
Well, that's bullshit. It was mainstream news. I mean, that was the official narrative. Whether you believe it or not is different, but the official story is it is petrified wood.
See, that's the problem he runs into, is that his worldview dictates that there is nothing to see. There's not one reason to doubt the Apollo program. Not one. So if you give him something, he's got to gnaw it, because inside his worldview, he already adjudicated there is no reason to doubt it.
So he only trusts NASA of the 1960s and maybe 70s, and not the NASA of the 2020s. That's kind of what I'm hearing from him. If NASA were to come out today and say the Earth is flat, he also would not believe them.
Oh yeah, that's a good take.
A part of me, just a small part of me, wants to hold out, maybe 1%, and say, you know what, maybe Jay Tolan is about to blow all of our fucking minds with something huge here. But I'm not really going to hold my breath that hard.
It would remember with Flat Out Hero, he did a video where I'm a globalist now. And it's I'm gonna give you more information soon, right? But damn, the Earth's a globe. And it's such a globe. And then people started sharing it. Sharing it. And it was basically just a viral gag. Because then at the end, he's like, once I get 1 million 1 million views, or 1 million likes and 1 million subs, I'll be able to tell you the story. But until then, I'm worried about the flat Earth people shouting me down, and I'll lose reach. And people they fell for it, like Brenda. Like I remember Brenda falling for it. Like, you guys, flat out hero believes the Earth is a globe now. I go, if you believe that kind of tells you something.
Yeah.
If you fell for that, no wonder why you fell for the globe.
Well, I think Globers are at the point where they don't really need a lot of evidence to maintain their belief. They just need something that suggests that they're right, and they will cling to that to the bitter end. They'll accept subjective interpretations of curvature in photographs and then call it a day and say that is proof that there's a globe. I don't need to analyze it any further. I don't need to understand any alternate explanations. I see a curve, therefore it's a globe. The end. Therefore, everything NASA says, everything I learned in school, all my friends, all my relatives, and everyone who I know who works at NASA, they're all telling the truth. Nobody's lying to me, and nobody would. The end. And the problem with that thinking is it discounts the possibility that people are freaking deluded. That this age is no different than all other ages preceding it. And that is everybody in the whole world follows some big worldwide cult, some empire-wide cult. And the current religious cult that we have across our world right now is this heliocentric nonsense. It is the one world religion. It is the state religion.
Yeah,
they don't have us worshiping emperors, though. They don't have us worshiping heads of state like they're gods. They have us doing other things.
Oh, they do though. They still have prophets. They still have religious.
Yeah, it's a little different, right?
Sure, but I mean, do you think that people in the Roman Empire believed that the emperor was the most intelligent man was the greatest man in the whole of the Roman Empire?
Deep down, probably not, but they would certainly say it in public and then pretend to believe it for public's sake.
And how many Globers have you heard say that Einstein is the smartest man who ever lived?
Yep, same shit. Yep.
It's the same fucking shit. Same shit, different toilet.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say here. We have all the same trappings of the past in this age. All of them. They're not different. They take on a different form, but the function is absolutely the same.
Yep. Yeah, you're spot on.
And so with that, I mean, there's this hubris because things are different in form, but not function and form. People think that the underlying form has changed and has evolved and has gotten more advanced, that we are more scientific. We no longer have religious superstitions because we have advanced. Our underlying functions have improved, and that's not true. We're still functionally just as retarded as we've always been.
Yep. Yeah, and it's based on power dynamics, actually. It's got nothing to do with knowledge.
Yeah. Also, the One Piece. The One Piece is real.
You're really funny. Thank you for wasting our time. But yeah, no, absolutely, you're spot on, bro. There is this. Humans seem to suffer from this want to believe in power structures. I don't really understand. Like, I guess there's a safety in it, like safety in numbers, or like if you're not challenging the power structure, then maybe you can take power for yourself. And I don't know, but fundamentally, yeah, it's there.
Yeah, and along with that, there's the hubris is supported by the technology that surrounds us. And that's another fun thing. Just like what I was talking about, how the underlying forms or the outward forms haven't changed, but the underlying functions haven't changed and the outlying forms have. The technology we use has not fundamentally changed in 120, 200 years. We're still using the same stuff that you can pick up like anything Michael Faraday wrote about magnetism. And what was that, the late 1700s? And it applies today.
Yeah, true.
We still use the same techniques and principles and philosophy and even methods. We just do everything much smaller and much quicker.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it's very interesting. because
And I got a jet. I'll be on a little later.
it was quite interesting hearing an Amish person talking about technology.
Okay, who killed the chat? Did I do that earlier? Sorry.
Probably. I blame you.
Yep.
It
Freaking
was
Amish
me.
again.
You can blame it. You can blame it on me. It's okay.
I blame Bush.
It's always these Amish. They come in and they will just want to ruin technology for the rest of us.
Yeah, you know what? We never have IT issues. We have 100% uptime.
The only thing that the Amish are allowed to listen to is that they have one iPod amongst the whole community, but it's an iPod from like 20 years, and it has Amish Paradise on it. That's the only thing they're allowed to listen to.
I saw Weird Al Yankovic in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, do Amish Paradise live on stage, and that's like the Amish capital of the world. It was great. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was just kind of like I just happened to look at, I forgot why I was looking at that, but I just happened to look at it. I'm like, oh, wait, Weird Al Yankovic will be in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. That's funny. I'm going to do it. So I said, I've never seen him live before. And you know, it's really funny. Like, I think people are unprepared for how technically proficient his musicians are. Like his supporting act, his supporting band within Weird Al Yankovic, they're all virtuosos with their instruments. My God, it was like listening to and watching a prog rock band, like that kind of technical acumen all over the place. Really clean finger movements on the guitar, clean picking, excellent tone. You know, people squelching out harmonics and stuff. I mean, they're just so good at what they do, and especially at capturing the nuance and essence of the songs that they cover and parody. Like they got everything down so perfect. It's just mind blowing. Anyway, Weird Al Yankovic, Amish Paradise. You got to see it.
Yeah, I'll wait till he tours the UK.
I wonder if he's ever done that before.
Probably. Actually, probably not. He seems like an American thing.
Yeah, it's like a bucket list thing for American bands is to tour the UK.
It's like a what?
A bucket list, like a band that says, if I do anything else, I want to tour the UK.
Yeah, fair enough. It's probably not that relevant to you guys, is it? Because you've got basically America is a continent all on its own, and so if you're a rock band, you're big in America. Why would you? You might go to Europe if you're not that big in America, but if you're big in America, you probably don't bother going anywhere else.
Oh, that reminds me, like David Hasselhoff, the lifeguard from Baywatch, and also our hero from Knight Rider, he ends up becoming like this famous singer in Germany. David Hasselhoff at the top of the billboards in Germany. Like nobody in America knows about that. We just remember him like eating that Big Mac while drunk on the floor of his kitchen, rambling to his daughter about how much he hates life. That famous Hasselhoff video. That's kind of how he went out for us in America. But I think for the Germans, he's a Billboard star.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's actually fairly famous in the UK. Like everyone knows him. Like, yeah, if you go into a random pub or a club or whatever and just start talking about David Hasselhoff, most people know who you're talking about.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, he's pretty big here, but he's actually a big pop star in Germany. You know, he was also in that what's it called? Kung Fury. Have you seen Kung Fury?
I remember that Kung Fury. Yeah, that's a fun. Jeez, dude. Yep. That came out like 20 years ago, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I still think of that as a modern film, but yeah, it did come out a while ago.
Yeah, when you get older, everything's modern.
You're probably right. Yeah.
Crap. Yeah, I'm like tearing apart the house looking for stuff that I.
I mean, I still think of myself as like a 21-year-old, but then you realize shit.
Dude, yeah, I'm in my 40s and I still think of myself as a 20-year-old.
Yeah, I don't know.
Never grew up.
In some ways, it's good not to grow up. In other ways, it's not good. I guess.
Yeah, I think there's an element of like retaining your humor and young mirthfulness is probably one of the keys to longevity and having a happy long life.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm going to stay fun. I'm going to stay crazy and impulsive. I don't care.
yeah. And also, I think a lot of things that people, the main mistake people do when they get older, I think, is losing commitment to physical activity. Like a lot of young people, they're constantly walking everywhere, they're constantly running everywhere. You know, they go to the gym and lift weights, and they do all this good physical activity. As people get older, they lose that, and it's like you don't have to lose that. But people who choose,
you can still move. You can still move, people. You can get up and walk places. Did you know that? Yep.
Right, yeah, exactly. So that's kind of how I feel. Like I still go to the gym. I'll be going to the gym in my 60s, I'm sure, lifting weights and just, you know, doing my thing. And I think people who don't do that, you lose those abilities more quickly as you age. So
yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Like a gym membership should be like the basic thing, like one of the very foundation things that you do for yourself. If not a gym membership, then commit to a home gym. But committing to exercise is like brushing your teeth. Like it's that basic. Exercise, brush teeth, take a shit.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, because I'll even go through like 2 month, 3 month phases where I don't even go to the gym at all. But I'll then go to the gym for like a year, and I'll hammer it for a year, you know, and then I'll fall out of the habit, and then I'll go back. And I don't know, but that's me personally. Other people prefer like a more structured kind of way to their life. But either way, you've got a physical strength and nimbleness, stretching, all of these things, so important. You know, so important.
Yeah. So guys, squats, deadlifts, rows, and presses. That's all you need. And then go jogging. You're good.
And then pigeon pose.
and then make sure you do your downward facing dog and your
downward facing the flat earth dog. But yeah, this is all very important and also nothing to do with the topic of the BC, so I apologize.
That's right. I think those of us who are we're vets, right? We've been around the block. We get some more levity than the new guys who just wander in and want to talk about random crazy shit because you have no idea what they're going to bring. Like with us, we're going to keep it pretty real. We're going to keep it down to earth. But some random flat earther, some random glober comes in, wants to talk about conspiracy shit. It's like, come on, we got to shut that down. Reevaluate it first.
Yeah, exactly. I have to say though, as strong as I am, definitely the strongest person in this VC is Grass. She sometimes goes by the name Leluca. She bench like 140 kilos, man. Yeah, she's strong.
Yeah, she is. I'd like her to get on the mic more if she's around. It's good hearing from her. She's really good at smacking the globies around, and she sounds really sweet, and I think that disarms a lot of trolls. So, yep, we definitely need her and some of the other ladies we're familiar with to come here and shoot, man. I think Friday ladies' night again. If we could get Friday's ladies' night going, I think that would be a huge change, a huge shift in the energy of the room.
Yeah, I think, the issue with a lot of Globers is that they don't actually talk to any females in their real... Like, the closest most Globers get to a female is Brenda. So, that's...
You have to be careful.
That's worrying.
That's funny.
I'm worried for them. But that's their reality.
Yeah, and so they fall into the same situation as tourists going to Thailand.
Yeah, but but Brenda could be a Bernard.
Sorry?
Brenda could be a Bernard.
I didn't want to go further than that.
Anyway, the Earth is flat, right, guys? Am I right? The Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's fucking measures flat, mate. Elevation angles to Polaris. It's measured like that. There's no other fucking way around it, mate.
No way around it. You got your elevation angles. You got 2 flat lines.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the horizon and the horizontal have got a relationship. You use the horizon to establish horizontal with the sextant, and there will be a distance between the observer's eye height once eye to eye is fucking deducted, and the GP, and that could be 3,000 miles of a horizontal straight baseline. Welcome to flat Earth.
That's right. That's easily 3,000 miles.
Yeah,
And
man.
people,
And that's
people back then in like the 1750s were sighting stars 3,000 miles away. I mean, that's how they got to the Caribbean and crap like that.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, 1 degree is 1,035 miles, I think.
1 degree? The claim is 69 miles of regular, good old imperial miles, not statute miles per degree. And that's only within the narrow range, like within the middle 45 degrees of your 90-degree field of view from top to horizon.
Yeah.
So
15.
The claim that there's a linear relationship, we should not suffer any idiots that come in and say there's a perfect linear relationship of 69 miles per degree. It's like, no, that only applies to this 45-degree arc in your field of vision. It doesn't apply below that or above that. Any outside that bounded range, it's going to be non-linear. It's going to be changing somehow, exponential, potentially even logarithmic. We don't know.
Yeah, but you're taking an elevation angle in the first fucking instance, mate. Which if you're on the boat in the ocean and using Polaris for that latitude measurement, to 0 degrees. Sorry, I was just driving. To 0 degrees at the equator, as they call it. That's all elevation angles, which there's nothing to do with curvature in this conversation.
Right. The only curvature that they bring in is when they divide, like, when they bring in angles and they divide those angles by 360.
Yeah, and
they start forming arcs of a circle. Now they think that they got a ball, but those are arcs in the sky.
Yeah, and that was whoever the cartoon guy, the 2,000-year-old Eratosthenes had to bring 360 into it, but he never measured 360. He did measure the angle of 7.2.
Yeah, he did.
And he knew the distance between the two cities.
Yeah. So when you guys talk about celestial navigation, do you guys think you created your own, or do you think you're using the ones that the sailors used?
I refer to the handbooks.
You think you're getting that accurate, huh?
Yeah. Like when I read the Bowditch's manual on celestial navigation, and he says you're standing under the equator and you're standing under the tropics. Yeah, that's he meant to say that.
And so you ignore the part in those books that talk about the parallel light rays and the curve.
No, these are assumptions for the model.
We're talking about hang on a minute. Hey, we're talking about the sea level, mate.
No, I know, but I was asking you, because was it Amish who just said that's what the model says? The model has
the celestial sphere model has curvature. The curve is in the sky.
Yeah, but do you not agree that the celestial navigation manuals that you're talking about rely on the curved Earth?
They don't rely on the curved Earth. They rely on the assumption of a curve in the sky. And they often map this to the Earth. They talk about parallel rays in order to make the globe geometry work that they assume exists. So when they present these diagrams and they show like the unit circle, and they show like you on top of the unit circle.
He knows this, mate. He knows this.
Yeah, okay, so for the audience. Okay, hold on. I'll come downstairs in just a second. Sorry. So when they show unit circle and they describe you taking an angle that subtends to your point of view, and then they show you on top of the ball in an angle subtending to your point of view, you've got two subtended angles, one to the top of the ball and one to the middle of the ball. What they're showing you in those cell nav manuals is that those two are equivalent to each other. So it's not a good globe proof at all.
No one said it was a globe proof. But I'm just saying the model does, use a globe, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, depends on which manual you're going in. There isn't
Can you
always.
find a model that doesn't?
Let me just say
Yeah,
something,
like
mate.
some of the older ones don't.
No, we're talking
Let
about
me
the
just say
modern ones,
something.
though. Yeah, go ahead, say something.
Let me just say something. No, you don't use a globe or a curved Earth in celestial navigation. Any time whatsoever.
Do you think you can find anybody who talks about celestial navigation that doesn't include a curved Earth?
Do I think I can find what? Sorry.
Any celestial navigation manual, any instruction, any course that doesn't tell you it's a globe.
No, the whole world is diluted, man. So
sorry,
that's
mate.
the problem.
Sorry, mate.
You're not
Well,
going
that's
to
what I
learn
was
this in a
asking you.
classroom.
I know, that's why I was asking you.
I'll respond.
Did you make
I'll
up your
respond.
own, or are you saying what they're saying?
Excuse me, I'll fucking respond. Yeah, you'll
Okay.
see a globe in the books, right? Like a dingleberry hanging underneath a horizontal line. But in practical application, you don't use a curve or a globe. No, it's all horizontal angles and elevation angles. No curve involved. End of story.
Yeah, people pretend all kinds of crap in college textbooks. Most college textbooks are like 20 or 30 years behind anyway.
Yeah, you can open a book, mate. You can open a book, Glober, right? And I've seen it in the celestial navigation books. I've been on celestial navigation fucking YouTube things. I've been through it all, right? They will show you a fucking globe. They'll show you the light rays coming into the center of the globe, yeah, which isn't what's happening, right? But people are too thick to understand what's going on. Maybe like yourself, right?
Right. And when they show their light rays go to the center of the globe, that's to the center of your eye.
Yeah. So we're not actually going to the center of the Earth in hell to get the elevation angle fucking flat baseline. We're actually using the surface of Earth, which you know for a fact we are. And you're lying to yourself if you're denying that, because we're on the surface of the ocean. And that isn't in the middle of the Earth. It's on the top of the Earth, and it's flat, and it's level. And that's the way we're navigating. So you just keep pretending that you live on a globe and that you can't get out of this, mate. You can't get out of this situation. The Earth's not a globe. It's measured flat. That's that.
Okay, but you guys just seem to agree that no celestial navigation manual will not have a globe. So let's rephrase that.
The reason why the globe is invoked is because they're using the celestial sphere. Okay, never mind.
I'm not asking why.
Okay.
I'm just asking if it is in there.
Yeah, they will show a globe, but it's not used.
Everyone, right?
It's shown in the books, but it's not used.
Yeah, Scott, newsflash, the entire world thinks they live on a globe. So, okay.
Including the people who came up with celestial navigation, right?
Yeah, a lot of people well, not everyone, but like we've got clips like from the New Scientist 1979 edition, I think it was September or something, where they Darcy Redioff from the Royal Air Force writes in and basically says, yeah, in CellNav, actually for practical cases in the classroom, we teach to use Earth as a horizontal plane because that's how it works, as a horizontal plane. So you can cut out all the extra steps, just take elevation angles to the stars and then assume a distance and go. Off you go. Boom. Use the baseline. Use the flat horizontal plane as your baseline and use the star as your angle. Just do it.
Yeah. No globe. Ever.
Yep. And so, Royal Air Force teaching this stuff, right? And she's writing in an article to New Scientist trying to correct people's misperceptions and say, hey, guys, in practical use, we can cut out all this theory and just go to straight perpendicular angles.
Well, that's how they explain it. But in the pictures, when you look at the comic book, yeah, and I've looked at them, don't worry, I've read them. Yeah, you do see a picture of a globe. And they do show a light coming to the center of the globe. You're not working from the center of the globe when you're on the top of the ocean, are you? Right? So you know this, mate, Glober. But you want the globe.
I don't agree with your interpretation of what they said.
Yeah, I understand, Scott.
But that's beside the point.
It's a different interpretation, but the real point is when they show you in the diagram parallel light rays coming in, one going to the top of the ball where you think you are, and one to the center of Earth, they're showing you that there's an equivalence.
So is the sun always over the Earth for a GP? which is at the zenith, which
Yeah,
will
there's
be
a GP all the time.
yeah, which will be a vertical line. So is the sun always vertical at all times over the Earth?
Do you guys think you can find anywhere in any celestial navigation manual where they don't assume that the lines coming into the observer position and the GP are not parallel?
Not after the early 1800s, because by the early 1800s, the British Royal Navy got a hold of Nathaniel Bowditch's manual and a bunch of other cell nav manuals. And it's really weird, right? Because in the older original manuals, you don't have this. You don't have like diagrams of the solar system, of the Earth, and the claimed dimensions of everything and astronomical distances. So you have basically the Bible of celestial navigation come out in the late 1700s by Nathaniel Bowditch. And then by 1806, the Royal Navy and the Royal Astronomical Society gets their hands on it and starts stuffing all kinds of crap about the globe and the solar system and even more into it. Even on the first page, they put like a solar system diagram, and none of this existed before. It's like, why are you guys doing this? I mean, this is kind of weird. They've got special lessons and chapters on, let me tell you all about the solar system, guys. Here's how far all the planets are from the sun. And it's just really weird. It's really weird to see these lessons inserted into a celestial navigation manual when they didn't exist before and they served no purpose or function before. Yeah.
It's a lot of bullshit. It's a lot of bullshit because if that distance between the GP and the observer's height of eye, once he's brought it down to sea level, to match and to be on the same level of the GP, if that was curved, yeah, it wouldn't be an elevation angle.
No, it's true. They've got a way around it. Is with the circle.
Yeah.
They have a unit circle. It's how they get around it, and they add extra steps. But what's interesting to me, and just to wrap it up, they put all these distances and sizes of celestial bodies in. They have chapters devoted to it all of a sudden, which didn't exist before. And then they tell you in the same manual that the size and distances of astronomical objects don't matter. None of this matters. So we don't use them in any of our cell nav. But they've got like 1/3 the book is dedicated to pumping your brain full of all this crap about how far this stuff is away. And it's not true.
Exactly. So when that sailor's on the top of the boat, he's not in the center of Earth. And when that sailor's on top of the boat, making the elevation angle, he's using the sea level as the baseline. Yeah. Once he's brought once he's done the dip correction and brought his eye down to the sea level in relationship to the GP, that could be 3,000 miles. And that is an elevation angle measurement. And it will require a fat fucking baseline, mate.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's measured flat.
How do you reconcile celestial nav distances with stated model distances?
Yeah. There's no curve involved in. You might look at a curve in a book if you want to look at a comic, yeah, and think, oh, I'm looking at a curve, so it must be curved. No, it's not happening in practical application.
And do you think the people who do celestial navigation would agree with you?
Well, I don't give a toss, mate. I
don't agree about agreement.
Yeah, we're taking elevation angles. We're using sea level. What do you think?
I know you're analyzing us from a psychology perspective, Scott, but I think in our community, we value being correct more than being accepted. So you can add that to your dossier.
If you can prove to me, Scotty Bollocks,
you don't actually.
At a 3,000
we do value being correct.
All you care about is acceptance among your peers.
No, we don't. Imagine being a flat earther, man. You don't get acceptance being a flat earther at all. Are you crazy? You get ridiculed and mocked.
You've created your own community, which is here, right? This is why you guys come here all the time.
We thrive in the real world.
To find someone who accepts you.
No, don't go there.
Thrive in the real world.
I didn't bring it up. He brought it up. I'm just correcting him.
I did bring it up.
No, we're talking about a measurement. We're talking about using the sea level. Yeah. Once your eye's down to the sea level in relationship to the GP, which can be 3,000 miles and more. Yeah. That's the line that you're using for the elevation angle. And we all know the elevation needs that horizontal baseline on the surface of Earth. There's no curvature involved, mate. The Earth's flat and it's measured like that.
Well, you keep saying that.
Yeah, because it's
I know what
true.
you're thinking, Scott. You're thinking about like 3 points on a ball. If we could just verify the distances between three cities unequivocally, absolutely, then we can
So
prove
Scott,
this matter once and for all.
So Scott, that distance between the eye level once you brought it down to the sea level and the GP 3,000 miles away, tell me how it's curved.
I don't understand the question.
Well, that's your problem, mate. You didn't listen properly, did you?
No, you said, tell me how the distance to the elevation, once you bring the observer down to sea level, how's it curved?
Okay.
And it could be 3,000 miles away. How's it curved? The question doesn't make sense.
Okay, it might have been breaking up. Once you've brought your eye level, down to sea level, as in relationship to the GP of the luminary, across the sea level, which could be in excess of 3,000 miles,
Yeah.
Explain to me how that is curved to get the elevation angle.
It's just not the elevation angle. It's not how we determine it.
Oh, so what's the sextant designed for then?
To measure the angle distance between the horizon and the star?
No, it's designed to measure elevation angles.
And how does it do that?
It uses the sea level.
And how does it do that?
It gets the GP of the luminary and the observer's eye
The sextant
level.
doesn't get a GP.
It doesn't.
Wow.
Oh.
What do you just tell me in very physical terms, what do you do when you use a sextant? What literally do you do?
You obtain an elevation angle using sea level.
How?
How?
You got this thing in your hand. Okay. Imagine you have a sextant in your hand. Or imagine I have a sextant in my hand. And I'm asking you, what do I do with it? What do I do with it?
Yeah. So you look at the luminary.
Okay. So I have the sextant in my hand and I look up at the luminary.
Yeah. And you use your horizon mirror.
Wait, what am I doing with the sextant? It's on my side right now. What am I doing?
Yeah. So you're looking at the luminary and you bring it down to the horizon.
No, you're not hearing me. I have the sextant at my side right now.
I've said it twice.
Can anybody
Several
help him?
arms on the sextant you need to move to calibrate.
I've said it twice. Yeah. So you look at the luminary, you bring it down to the horizon using the horizon mirror.
What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. So I have the sextant in my hand. What's the first thing I do?
Fucking hell. So you look at the luminary, you use your horizon mirror, you bring the luminary down to the horizon.
You really can't take another person's perspective, can you?
Yes, I can. Yeah, you asked me this is the 5th time now I've told you what you're doing.
But you really have no idea that you're not explaining this in a way sufficient that anybody can do anything.
Well, everybody else is understanding me except for you.
I mean, the main principle of operation is you're taking elevation angles, and there are two ways that people conceptualize it. One is taking an angle of depression instead of elevation. The angle of depression is from your zenith down, and the other is an angle of elevation from the horizon up.
Can I tell? I think it's Mark. Whoever the guy. Here's how I would explain to do it.
I'll tell you what I'm called, mate.
Hold on. Let me tell you how it explains to you.
Yeah, go on, mate. You tell me how an elevation angle's curved baseline.
You take the sextant that you have in your hand, and there's a little eyepiece in there, right? You raise that to your eye, and you look through it. What you will see is two split images, one on the left and one on the right. On one on the left, you will see the horizon, and on the one you'll see the celestial body that you're looking at. And what you want to do is you want to squeeze that thing in your hand until those two images line up with each other. That's how you use a sextant, right?
Nothing different from what he said, and I just think that because you are slow,
except it has more detail and someone could do something
you
with
need
it.
to read it from a page to be able to understand it, because what it is literally what he said. So
listen, Scott doesn't know what an elevation angle is, right? He doesn't know what the horizon's being used for. He doesn't know there's a relationship between the horizon horizontal and he thinks the Earth's curved.
Okay, so let's just did what I just said, is that accurately how to use a sextant? Do you agree? That's what you would do.
No.
Okay, what would you do with the sextant?
I
More
would
than what I just
obtain-
said.
I would obtain an elevation angle.
How?
Makes sense.
By using the sea level as the baseline.
Do you not put the thing up to your eye, look through the eyepiece?
Don't ask me do I not. Don't ask me what I don't do. Don't ask me what I don't do.
Don't ask him what you don't do, because you don't fucking do it, all right?
Didn't
But I
fucking
just
do
told-
that, did I, mate?
What about what I did or what I said was wrong? Which
So
part
how
was
did
incorrect?
So let me, Scott. Listen. How did you get an elevation angle from a curved sea level?
I looked through the device and I
So is the
aligned.
sea level curved? Is the sea level
I
curved?
looked through the device and I aligned.
I looked at the device. Yeah. So where's your baseline?
I looked through the device.
What's your baseline? What's your baseline?
I looked through the device.
What's your fucking baseline?
Fucking shit all.
Where's that baseline? Where's that stinky baseline?
Where's your baseline?
There's no baseline. What I see is a horizon
baseline.
star.
There's a baseline from the tangent of the ball, and there's a baseline for the point of origin in the ball.
But what I see through the device is a horizon and a star, right? And I
So
line
what's
those
the
up.
what's the horizon mirror used for, Scott?
Correct.
What's the horizon mirror used for?
Can we just agree on how to use this device?
Yeah. So what's the horizon mirror for?
It aligns the star with the horizon in the device's view.
So what we're using the horizon for to establish what? Horizontal. Yeah.
No, it points to the horizon.
So what's the horizon mirror for? Stuttering much, Scott?
No, I'm amazed you can't understand this.
Yeah, I'm amazed you don't know what the horizon mirror is for, Scott. To establish horizontal.
The horizon mirror is to reflect
establish
the
horizontal.
light
Yes,
from-
you're correct there. Yes, you are correct. It's to establish horizontal, which
doesn't,
will give us
though.
the baseline for the elevation angle, Scott.
It doesn't
No
establish
curve.
horizontal.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
so
just
what's the
wrong. It
elevation angle
doesn't.
then? So what's the elevation angle for then?
No, you have to subtract the dip angle from that to establish horizontal.
No, you use the horizon to establish horizontal.
Yes, no, you don't.
The dip angle is supposed to account for things below your feet rising to your center line of the vanishing line.
So, Scott,
Across your
has the
field of
height of
vision.
eye correction got anything to do with curvature?
It has everything to do with curvature, because
Well, it's
without that dip
calculated
angle that they
into it.
factor in, they don't have curvature.
So what's the
So we
what's
don't
the
have
height
curvature
of eye
without factoring in
correction
refraction and
curvature?
stuff.
We don't have curvature, do we?
They calculate the dip angle based on the known radius of the Earth.
No, we don't calculate it, mate. It's a reduction in the measurement. It's an angle reduction.
And what is that reduction?
It's an angle reduction, which is
I
two
know,
straight
but
lines.
what is the actual number that you
Nothing
use?
to do with curvature, Scott.
What is the actual number that you use for dip angle correction?
It's minutes and seconds reduction from the height above eye from the sea level.
Okay, so how do they convert height, which is a length, to an angle?
Why you keep asking me questions when you think you're
Because
an expert on this?
I'm demonstrating that you don't understand what you're talking
Okay,
about.
so can you
You
just
don't know the
determine-
answer to these very easy questions.
Okay, then. What's an elevation angle, Scott? What's an elevation angle?
It's the angle from the horizontal plane at the observer's position to the star.
So what we're using for the horizontal
Scott.
baseline? What we're using for the horizontal baseline?
We're
Let's see.
subtracting. We're
What we're
subtracting from
using?
the dip angle.
No. What we're using? What are we using for the horizontal baseline when it's sea?
The observed horizon minus the dip angle.
So sea level, then, yeah.
The observed horizon minus the dip angle is the correct
Yeah.
answer.
So the
sea
difference
level-
is between globe and flat, Scott, we use the dip angle as a correction for the optical effect of perspective and not curvature. So
Okay,
any,
so what-
any
what do
dip
you-
that we observe to the horizon is really attributed to the vanishing point on flat Earth.
Okay,
And that's
so
where
how do
parallel
you
lines
calculate
appear to
the dip
converge to your observer's eye level due to the laws of perspective.
Okay, so how do you calculate the dip angle based on elevation, though?
Well, you'll know your height about sea level before you leave the port. Oh, cuckoo. Yeah. So we've got no curvature whatsoever in this conversation as yet. All we're talking about is horizontal.
Why do none of you want to address how you calculate dip angle?
Can you talk about the curvature on flat Earth?
What's an angle, Scott?
Let's say I'm 30 feet above the water. What's my dip angle?
What's an angle? Scott,
let's
what's an
say
angle?
I'm 30 feet above the water. What's the dip angle?
Let's say you don't know what an elevation angle is, Scott.
It's theta arctan times height over radius. You need a radius in order to have a dip angle correction, Scott.
Exactly. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And so does celestial navigation use a dip angle?
It's true elevation, mate. True elevation.
And how does that work? Can you show me the math for that?
Yeah, because you're bringing your eye down to
that's
measure.
Not math. Show me the math.
There's no math involved, mate.
There is. Let's see. This is demonstrating that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Stuttering much.
Of course there is.
Scott. So what's the math?
Don't confuse stuttering with understanding.
Okay. What's the math of the curvature then? Stuttering much? No, you've gone silent. What's the math of the curvature?
Why? It's just amazing you think that
being
able to overtalk somebody is proof of being right.
Yeah. So what's the math of the curvature?
Wait, was I server muted? Am I
Hello?
server muted?
You're good.
Hello?
Okay.
What's the math of the curvature calculation?
What's the math of the curvature calculation?
Yeah, you tell me, mate. What is it?
Yeah, it's interesting how you need to divert from the dip angle.
No.
You have no idea, do you? No, I'm not going down your rabbit hole. This is what you guys always do.
What's the curvature calculation?
Focus. Let's focus. Dip angle.
No.
Focus.
No.
Why do you get a dip angle from a height?
Yeah, you reduce your height.
I know you want to divert. I know you want to divert. I know you can't answer this question.
It's okay.
I get
right. Scott, I'll calm it down right now, and we'll have 2 seconds each. Right.
Dip
so
angle.
the height of the dip, it's not a dip angle, it's a dip correction.
Okay. How do you calculate it?
From your height of eye above sea level.
Okay, 60 foot above sea level. What do?
You'd look at the almanac and you'll say, I'm 60 feet above sea level, and it'll tell you to reduce minutes and seconds from that angle to get your elevation angle.
And so the people who made the almanac that you just looked up, what did they do to get their numbers?
What do you mean? What did they do?
Yeah.
How did they get?
So they conflated the apparent distance to Polaris with the radius of Earth.
What they're saying is, Scott, right?
What they think is a distance to Polaris.
Calculation.
That's how it started. Before they had put Polaris at 450 light years.
Scott, what you're trying to do is with most accuracy is to get where you are, your position, right? So you want your true elevation. So when you take the angle,
not going down your rabbit hole.
Scott, I'm talking. You can slag me off as much as you want.
You didn't answer.
I did answer.
You didn't. I asked how the people who wrote the almanac, what did they do to get those numbers?
What numbers?
The numbers you just referred to. You said we have a 60-foot elevation or 30-foot elevation above the ocean, above sea level. What did the people? And you said you get the dip angle by looking in the almanac. So I asked how the people in the almanac come up with those numbers.
Yeah. So what they did is they worked out that if you were 60 foot above the sea level, taking your first angle measurement, right, that isn't a correct elevate. That's not an elevation angle right now. Yeah. Because, and I'll tell you why, Scott, it's not a true elevation angle at that moment, because your eye level.
I just want to know how they got the numbers, man. It's a
You've
simple
interrupted
question.
me.
You know the answer.
Earth had a radius that was equivalent to the unit circle of 3959.
Excuse me, people. Right? You've interrupted me. They've worked out that when you take that angle with the set, I've not even. That's the third time. Right, when you've took that angle 60 foot above the sea level with your sextant, that's not an elevation angle at that point. Because, and I'll tell you why it's not an elevation, Scott, because at that moment, your eye level isn't horizontal with the GP of the luminary that you're working with. So what you've got to do is bring your eye level down to the luminary on sea level. Then you've got your horizontal baseline. Then it becomes an elevation angle.
Okay, so once again, the people who wrote the almanac, what did they do to calculate those numbers?
Well, they worked out that they need an elevation angle, which requires a fucking flat baseline. Yeah, there's no curvature involved. There's no curvature deductions. There's no curvature reductions or additions, and it's all angles and flat baselines, mate. So where's
Okay,
your
that's
curvature?
what they didn't do. That's what they didn't do. Now, what did they
Oh,
do?
so yeah, so they worked out that it's all flat and level, mate, and the Earth's flat.
So essentially, you have no idea how they came up with those numbers, do you?
So you
No
keep
clue.
asking questions. Well, you keep asking questions, but you can't come up with a curved elevation
But you
angle,
have
can you, mate?
no clue, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how did they come up with the numbers then?
I've just told you.
No, you didn't. You said what they didn't do. You never said what they did do.
Yeah.
How did they come
So
up with the numbers?
At a certain height, as you lower yourself, the angle will change.
Angle to what?
You know, to the luminary that you're looking at over the horizontal baseline. Do you agree with that?
No. That's just
so. Why do you? Okay, so why do you disagree with that then?
Because we can show it. If we go on top of a mountain and
What do you mean
go,
we?
you know,
What do you mean
yeah,
we?
Anybody, any member of the human race.
So go on then. So how did they not determine that that angle was coming down to a horizontal baseline? Please explain.
Any member of the human race can go and get something that has some kind of an auto leveler, which can get your vertical, and your zenith angle, no matter what elevation you are above the earth, never changes to the luminary. Your zenith angle never changes, regardless of your elevation.
And what are you trying to prove?
Your zenith angle never changes.
Okay, so where's globe Earth come into this?
Do you grasp that? You understand what I'm saying?
He doesn't get.
Where does globe Earth come into
you
this?
really
proof?
don't understand what the significance of it, do you?
Yeah. So where does globe Earth come into this?
Globe Earth comes into it because the zenith angle never changes. So therefore, the only reason we need a dip angle is because the angle to the horizon changes based on elevation. The zenith never changes.
So the GP of the sun brought down to the horizon, which you're using with the horizon mirror, and once you brought your eye down to
That's
sea
not
level,
what we're doing, though. That's your misunderstanding.
Oh, that's what
no
they
one's
are
doing.
doing.
That.
That's what they are doing. Yes,
no,
that's
they're
what
not.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Well, that's your misunderstanding of what they
no,
say
it's not a
they're doing.
misunderstanding. I'm talking the truth, and you're a lying twat.
Yeah, there you go. There's your final fallback.
So are
right
you?
There.
So let's.
I knew
so
we'd get there eventually.
One last question, Scott. Once you've done the dip correction, or the navigator has,
figure out how they get a dip correction, then we can talk.
Yeah. One last question, right? Because I'm going to go. So one last question. Once the navigator has brought his eye level down to sea level,
he hasn't done that, but go ahead.
Is that on the same horizontal plane as the GP?
Absolutely not. No.
So it's not a horizontal baseline for the elevation angle.
It is not to the GP, no.
No, so is it curved?
The GP is not on the same horizontal plane as the observer.
So it's not an elevation angle the sextan's achieving then?
The GP is not on the same horizontal plane as the observer. Is that a direct answer to your question or not?
So it's not an elevation angle then?
Can you acknowledge whether I've answered your question?
You've answered it incorrectly.
No, I answered it correctly. Your misunderstanding has nothing to do with whether it's correct or not.
So the eye level, once you've brought it down to sea level, is or is not horizontal to the GP of this luminary.
It is not.
So it's not. So if it's not horizontal, is it curved?
It is neither. There are two different horizontal planes.
So what is it then?
There's a horizontal plane on which the observer is working, and there's a horizontal plane of the GP, and they are not the same plane.
So are they leveling up with each other to get the
There's
distance?
no level
Yeah, they're
involved
leveled
in
with
it.
each other. I understand, Scott, and I know what you're getting at.
Oh, did you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I know what you're getting at too.
Yeah. And who's correct then?
Well, I'm going to go
Who's
grab some
correct?
lunch. I'll listen to you guys while I eat.
Yeah, Scott, so much of this, I think, is left up to interpretation and then what can be validated by what you do in real life. And what people do when they celestial navigate does not require a globe. They do all these mathematical corrections for the reason that it appears so flat. That's why they do these corrections. They have all the tables and everything else. Because everything is flatter than what they thought, so they have to curve it.
But if you want to think you live on a globe, mate, that's fantastic. But in practical application, the globe isn't being used. Now, you can go to sleep tonight, and if you want to live in a Santa ball world, that's fine. But nothing we do on this earth, right, takes in consideration a globe earth. It's a mathematical model that you've been brainwashed with. Yeah. It's not used in air flight. It's not used in navigation. It's not used in engineering. And we're pointing that out all the time to you. Yeah. There's
So when I flew from San Francisco to Australia, how do you think they figured out the heading and the distance that they were going to go?
So have you got the? Can you get me some information on the? So can you tell me how a plane flies then?
Yeah, that's another diversion. I asked a simple question. How do you think they figured out the heading and the distance?
I don't know.
I know, exactly. I do. It's on a globe.
So how did you do that then?
They did spherical coordinate calculations on a globe.
So how did they measure the globe? So how did they measure the globe?
No. Let's back up to your claim that everything we do is based on a flat plane. I just gave you one very clear example that they do hundreds, if not thousands of times a day, which is flying airplanes to other cities that all requires a globe.
Scott, you said some words. You didn't give any evidence to back up your claim.
All requires a globe.
So how did they do that then?
Each of these flights, they plug it into a computer which has the spherical coordinates.
So how did they get the spherical coordinates in the first place?
That's beside the point.
No, it's not.
That's another rabbit hole that you need to define. You need us to go back and explain how they did everything that we've done throughout history. Again.
Okay, so they've got the spherical coordinates. Who got the spherical coordinates?
No, I'm not going there, because what we have right now is I can tell you how to get a heading and a distance on a globe if I want to go from San Francisco to Australia.
So you're telling me,
and you can't.
Yeah, so you can't tell me how they got the spherical coordinates. How did they get the spherical? How did they get it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They have them plugged into computers on airplanes on every commercial airliner in the world, and they work. And they work. That's great.
How did they get the information?
You have nothing.
Yeah, we have elevation angles from sextants.
You have nothing.
Elevation angles to Polaris.
We have commercial airline flights throughout the world. You have nothing.
So how is them flights proving global Earth? Tell us how it's measured.
Because it is the only way to calculate the proper heading and the proper distance. The only way. And we can prove that because you have nothing.
Yeah. We contend that they can't really know the true distance because of too many confounding variables in getting that distance.
But we're not calculating, Scott. We're measuring. How did you measure it?
Well, I'm going to go deaf for a second. I'm jumping in an elevator. I'll always lose, but I'll be back in a minute.
Right, so
you go and
you think airplanes are using a globe to determine distances for fuel costs, because for airline companies, estimating fuel costs makes or breaks them as a firm, right? Across the entire airline industry, fuel is really the thing that makes and breaks them. The issue is we don't have any way to verify the means of knowing the distance between cities. We've got them mapped out according to latitude and longitude, which relies on celestial navigation and relies on the timing of light and what we think we know about the speed of light in order to get those distances.
Navigation has nothing to do with the
And
timing
the problem
of
is
light.
we don't know either. We can't verify either independently. So we don't know that those distances are going to be correct.
Celestial navigation has nothing to do with the timing of light.
No, it doesn't. But I mentioned the timing of light because in GPS systems, they use the timing of light. And they use GPS systems in order to get the distance.
And where are these GPSs?
Huh?
Where are these GPSs that rely on the timing of light?
All of them do.
I know. Where are they?
It's a mixture of ground-based because we use differential GPS in LORAN as well as E-LORAN systems as well as overhead systems, which are on satellites.
And where are those satellites?
Up there. Who knows?
Up where?
I don't know. It's classified.
You're so close. You're so
yeah, it's
close.
classified. I know, isn't that funny? It's classified. You don't really know where they are. I'm serious.
Yeah.
You have no idea to know where they really are. You can probably calculate it, but you don't really know where they are.
I know they're in orbit around the globe.
That's what you've been told. And it conforms to the calculations that they're in orbit, but you don't know that they're in orbit because you're just referring to the calculations of their orbits.
Global.
You're referring to the orbit, the calculations of their orbits. You don't know how to actually obtain their location, Scott. Nobody does. They're classified.
That's not true. They're not all classified. And
GPS systems are classified because they don't want bad guys to take them out. And they have a problem, right? They spoof GPS systems all the time. They spoofed GPS systems a few months ago for the Ukraine-Russia war. The Russians freaking spoofed GPS systems for NATO and caused a whole bunch of missiles to divert. I mean, these news articles are out there, guys. GPS isn't infallible. You can spoof it, you can jam it, you can do all kinds of stuff to it.
I have a question for the flat earthers.
Hello.
Hi. So I'm more of a a history, foreign policy kind of guy. So I guess my question
I am
from your
too.
guys' perspective. Cool. So I guess I'm just curious. At what point in the past did this, foreign or global Earth agenda, as you'd see it, when did that become the dominant view? And I guess
I think there are successive waves of this, and I don't think there's necessarily a conspiracy to confuse and hide it from everybody. I think there have been successive waves of delusion that have taken place. One of the big ones was maybe about 100 years ago. There's a big one around the 1800s and another one around the 1550s. So,
could you go more into detail on that?
Concept was invented in the late 1400s or early 1500s. And what they did was they combined land maps with the planisphere, which is the constellations, call it the star structure. They combined both of those together into one for navigation and called it the globe. It was really convenient and it works. And instead of everybody now thinking and understanding the reality of flat Earth, because of that invention, people believe that there's a globe that they live on instead of just a really useful tool for navigation. That's what I think.
So, so you would say that around the 1400s is when the idea of a globe Earth became convenient.
Yeah, late 1400s, early 1500s really took hold.
So I guess then why? What would you say about the ancient Greek? How they basically calculated that the Earth was a globe, and they actually calculated.
Yeah, we hear these stories all the time from Aristotle to Epicurus and Hipparchus and Aristarchus and Ptolemy and Plato. We hear references to them theorizing and postulating that the Earth is a sphere because it's the most perfect shape. And you have Eratosthenes measuring shadow lengths and assuming that Earth is a ball during the entire process, thus affirming the ball that he assumed. And, all of this really just speaks to, and you can verify this yourself, there were many Greek schools of thought, Greek schools of philosophy There are thousands of them, like universities. You could follow any Greek guy you want and join his cult, and he would teach you everything there is to know about his worldview and cosmology. And Epicurus had one where he first imagined that the universe outside of Earth was a big vacuum and that Earth was a ball, and everything else we see is balls because everything is balls because balls are perfect. And he built a philosophy around the idea that the ball is the most perfect solid that you can come up with. And so you've got all these fringe, and they are fringe, philosophical societies and clubs for a couple thousand years that derived, and some of them, not all of them, some of them postulated that Earth was a ball. Not all of them. So the idea that we knew and it was conclusive and the science was settled 2,300 years ago with Eratosthenes that the Earth is a ball is a complete misunderstanding of history. I mean, we've got Hebrew, Babylonian, even Roman cosmology doesn't support a globe. Greek cosmology doesn't support a globe. Hindu, Brahmin, Chinese cosmologies don't support a globe. Navajo, Cherokee cosmologies don't support a globe. There's not a single globe in all of ancient history until you get to recent times with us. And suddenly we're like, hey, it's a globe.
What about, so I would actually agree that I guess the globe as we imagine it, a lot of societies, especially advanced ones like the Chinese, didn't necessarily see it that way, but they also didn't see it as a flat plane. I believe up until like the 1700s when they had more contact with
Yep,
Europe.
that's right. The Chinese were flat
thought it was,
earthers until
more of
the
a cube.
16th or 17th century. You're absolutely right. The last
well, they were flat
emperor was
earthers.
visited by Jesuits and was presented a globe and was like, oh my gosh, Earth must be a globe. But there was a Chinese version of Eratosthenes around 200 to 300 BC. So around the same time as Eratosthenes from Cyan, Alexandria in Egypt, around that same time, was that the Tang dynasty in China? I forgot which one. But there was a guy, a scientist, and he did the same thing as Eratosthenes. He said, you know what? I'm going to put a bunch of sticks in the ground. I'm going to measure their shadows. I'm going to see how long their shadow lengths are. I'm going to measure the amount of time it takes for the sun to move. And I'm going to prove that Earth is flat. Yeah, because they were flat earthers. They wanted to prove that Earth is flat. So unlike Eratosthenes, who assumed Earth is a globe, this Chinese guy assumed Earth was flat and did all the measurements and calculations and said, you know what, guys? Earth really is flat. And it's because he assumed that the sun was small and local and Earth was flat that all the mathematics worked out. So if you change the assumption between Eratosthenes and the Chinese Eratosthenes, you can change whether or not you're going to affirm a ball or affirm flat Earth. They both work. They both work with different mathematical assumptions.
Where did that guy calculate the size of the world to be?
I don't know. I'd have to check. The only thing we have from Eratosthenes is a measurement in stades. And do you know what a stades is? Nobody knows what a stady is. Stades is a measurement that is lost in time. Nobody knows the actual length of a stady. And the stades that Eratosthenes says he measured Earth in is really up for debate. Nobody, and it was probably way off. Like they were way off on a lot of assumptions back then, right?
So would you still count it as a flat Earth worldview if you believe that it's a cubic shape?
Speculation, yeah. If you are on what's called a developable surface, which is basically flat, because you can extrude it, you can pull shapes out of it and pull them up. Then yeah, I mean the overall shape could be a cube, but I mean that's silly. Nobody has any information to suggest that or
that's what the Chinese
whatsoever. Believe. That's just kind of stupid, right? It's
sure,
stupid.
But that's what the Chinese believe. They didn't think it was like
believe Earth was
literal.
A cube.
They did, or at least a cubic shape. They didn't think it was like a literal flat plane.
I'm reading some original source documentation from the Chinese Eratosthenes. I don't see any mention of this. So if you could post that, that'd be really cool. Like if you really think the Chinese thought that Earth was a cube, please post your citation and references and links. I'd love to dig into that.
Well, I just wanted to pick little. I do have to go on a bit, but I would, if you have that, I'd like to read what the primary source you have. if you want.
Yep, I've got the sources. If you please hold for a few minutes, I'm going to dig them up and I'll paste them. There are 2 of them. And so stay tuned. Do you know where the text chat is?
No.
Okay. There is a text chat associated with the channel, and I'm going to be posting it in there. So you need to figure out where it is because I'll post it.
Ready?
Right on the line where it says 24/7 flat Earth. Right to the right of that, you should see a little text caption, little emblem.
I see it.
There you go.
Mr. Amish, you were saying that the satellites are classified. Did you see the pictures I posted, which locates the satellites?
I'll address that in a sec. Okay, 35 minutes past the hour, Chinese Eratosthenes. There you go. So yeah, so you mentioned satellites being classified. Yeah. If you want to gain access to an integration processing facility where they integrate payloads in with 2nd and 3rd stages, if you want to gain access to the launch site or anything close to any of this where you see what's going on, you're going to have what's called a top secret clearance and a bunch of tickets punched that are above top secret to see that stuff. So yeah, no, nobody really knows what's going on with satellites.
So did you see the pictures I posted?
Excuse me, pictures of what?
All the different satellites that my GPS was tracking when I was doing a survey.
What, you took pictures of them with a telescope?
No. Look in the chat. I posted the pictures.
He's talking about at 29 minutes after the hour. So, okay, so your machine is detecting something.
Yeah, you're showing points of interest on a virtual map and a coordinate system. What input did you have to any of those 3 things?
Hey, so I actually reading.
Yeah, the answer is you have no input to any of them, so you have no idea what you're looking at. You have no freaking idea what this is.
You claim that the satellites' locations are classified. These are giving angles and to the satellites being tracked. So if they're classified, how do they know where they are?
You don't know where they are. You think you know where they are.
Then how come when I don't have a good signal, good connection, and I do a static observation and I have my the information, the raw data sent into the processing center, they use that to calculate based off of where the satellites were and how long it was taking my exact location?
Because they tell you all those things. Like, you didn't get those yourself.
Okay, but they would need to know where the satellites are.
They probably do. You don't.
Yeah, you still can't verify it though.
Well, I can verify the fact that when I set 2 nails and then I set up my instrument on the local ground and I do a backside, it's within a couple hundredths of an error.
You can verify the car works because you turn on the ignition. It doesn't mean you understand where the engine is.
Exactly.
But it does prove that it knows exactly where I am.
The engine could be in the front or it could be in the back. How do you know how do you know where the engine of the car is when you start the car? You're using a car. The engine could be in the front or it could be in the back. The engine could be in either place, and you have no idea where the engine of the car is, but you're using the car. You turn on the ignition, you're like, yep, it works. And you maybe pop open the manual. The manual says, hey, look, the engine's in the front. You're like, okay, great. I got a front mounted engine. Might be transversely or inversely mounted. So yeah, it's cool. It's a V6. It's transversely mounted. I'm going to have a smooth ride. It's a smooth ride. And you're all cool with that because it all comports to what you read. Meanwhile, you could actually go to your car and open the back and see a fucking engine there. So you have no idea. And the people giving you the software have no idea. They're just a bunch of coders. They're getting the data from somewhere. Where does that data actually live? That data actually lives at distributed ground system stations, DCGS. There are satellite downlink stations all over Earth for satellites, and they do all the processing of the signals. And if you want to work there, you're going to have like polygraphs and clearances out the freaking wazoo. They do all the processing, they provide the data, and all the stupid app developers for Apple and Android and websites and stuff go grab that data feed. They're like, oh my gosh, look, it's legit.
Yeah, you're buying a device, you are basically on the bad end because they decide how the device works, you know?
Right. What you need to really understand is the topology of the information, the network that flows from satellites, well, from the ground to satellites and back to the ground and to your app. When you unpack all of that, you're going to find major chain of custody issues with the information that you're getting. And it starts with the freaking satellite when it's loaded at the integration center, at the integration processing facility, where they load it onto the second or third stage. It begins there. That is where the chain of custody ends. You got all these people that are like, hey, I'm launching a private satellite. I got a cube box. I got a sat box. I got a little thing that beeps. And I'm going to listen to the beeps from Earth. I'm going to give this to a company. They're going to launch it up and it's going to beep at me. And I'm going to track the beeps with my computer. So what happens? You give the launch authorities your satellite. They take it. It disappears for a couple months. You have no idea where it goes. They tell you it goes into this metal frame, this container, this cage. And the cage is modular and it gets installed and it's going to be shipped up into space with a bunch of other cages, just like it with other people's satellites. And it's going to go up, it's going to get rocketed up, it's going to deploy, and it's going to orbit Earth. And you think you're going to track that beeping sound as it orbits Earth. And you have no idea what they did with your little box after you sent it to them. And you're going to claim that you know exactly what's going on? I don't freaking think so.
Yeah, it's much more complicated than that because the linguistic language that mathematics also is provides multiple ways of interpretation if you combine them. So if you look at GPS, for example, you make a model for viewing on a map, for example. We have different maps. Everyone knows this. But the maps usually Globus used to look at are either Google Maps or some other software who provide the same mathematics that is round about the GPS mathematics. So if you look, for example, a flight path, right? The flight path usually shows a curve when you look at the globe model. But when you revert it or re-engineer it and look at provided flat Earth maps, I don't know how they are called exactly, but usually those provisions also show that the flight paths are usually straight. So why is that? If re-engineering mathematics and the math used being provided in order for the duality that is being able to provide the visual experience usually you Glovers have by looking at a GPS, it's the same for the device you have been using to relocate your satellites. It's basically the same, just a different kind of mathematics. So you truly don't know where the satellites actually are. They could be 3 miles off, they could be 5 miles off the actual
because they could be
location.
imposing a coordinate transformation system of the signal in between the satellite and you. So they could be imposing a coordinate transform. And guess what they do? They do impose a coordinate transform because satellites use ECI reference frame. The ground uses ECEF. And when they combine the two and they transpose it into a Cartesian coordinate system, everything gets distilled and boiled down to an XYZ flat plane coordinate system. Here's something else I was thinking about. Like if I wanted to launch a satellite, I know enough to be dangerous. So what I'd want to do is I'd want to come up with a custom encryption scheme for the signal that could not be cracked by known means. I mean, I might use something stupid like PKI, right? So I'm going to come up with a way to encrypt a signal between me and the satellite. This way, when the satellite passes overhead, I can confirm that it is my satellite, and I can do triangulation of its position with the signal. And I can confirm it's mine due to the encryption. The problem is the FCC, the FAA, and other federal agencies in the US, as well as other countries, which are the same, prohibit unencrypted communications over the airwaves. You are not allowed to encrypt a signal over the airwaves, which means you can't send up a satellite, a private satellite, with an encryption scheme in order to verify the quality of the signal and the contents of the signal as you receive it, which means that you cannot independently verify that Earth is a globe using satellites, because the government is going to move in. They're going to tell you to either give them the encryption keys, or they're going to tell you that you can't use it and you have to use something open. And I can only fathom why they would do that. I think they might do that because when they receive your satellite box to put into orbit, that they're going to do some rapid prototyping. They're going to study the circuitry, the circuit boards. They might reproduce it. And they might reproduce the signal the way that you would expect to receive it the way on Earth, even though it's not being broadcasted as such. And you have no way to know the difference. Absolutely none. But if you could encrypt the signal so that you could differentiate whether it was yours or spoofed, then you might have a chance at discerning whether or not the satellite is indeed orbiting. And unfortunately, all laws across the entire world are controlled by the government and don't allow you to encrypt. And if you do, you have to pass on the keys. And if you do, they have to be able to take your device and do something with it. And they're the ones that are going to launch it, not you. You will never be able to launch a satellite. 200 years into the future, there are not going to be satellite launches even so. So you're basically stuck with the system that they gave to you.
And also, how do we know that the devices, basically the satellites, are only surfacing one part of a continent, for example? Well,
Yeah, we don't know. There could be ground towers that are servicing different areas of Earth.
Yeah,
So what is this satellite launch thing you're talking about? What are those? What's a satellite launch?
I mean, it could be from a rocket. They've done balloon launches from rockets as well as from the ground. I got to go. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. But Ripcord, you're talking a second ago about flight paths, and you say those things can be re-engineered or remapped to be straight lines on a flat Earth model?
we basically don't know if
Can you share the flat
the
Earth model in
lines.
which you're doing? Yeah, can you share the flat Earth model in which you're doing these?
I mean, it doesn't have to do with the flat model at all. I'm just talking about the restrictions in which certain, how do you call it? Let's say America and China and Russia, the restriction lines, you know, where you have to launch a certain. I mean, if it's international, if it's a globe, you know, why do they allow different satellites to fly over the
we're not satellites.
territory?
We're talking about airlines. We talked about, right? You said that you said a second ago, maybe 5 minutes ago, actually, that when we see flight paths, when we're on trips to places, like I go from San Francisco to New York or whatever, that my flight path looks curved, right? You said that, right?
Yes, if you go with a plane.
Yeah, and you said we can do some math that we can recalculate that path and make it straight on a flat Earth, right? You said that?
Yeah. Wait a second.
Okay.
I
Can you show
don't
me
know.
the flat Earth on which you're making that straight?
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Do you think of one formula that is being presented, or what do you think of this?
I just want to know what flat Earth map you're putting that on.
Bro, I just previously mentioned, I don't know how they are called. I know just
all maps are flat Earth, mate.
But how do you know that you can make this thing straight if you don't even have a map?
Yeah, because there's no evidence of a globe measurement evidence, mate. How do you measure a globe?
I would prefer not to sidetrack this thing. He made a claim, and I'm just curious what he's thinking about when he said that. He uttered the phrase that we can flatten this out on a flat map. I'm just wondering what he had in his mind when he said that.
Yeah, this is the linguistic appliances of language. So you can say one thing, but you mean another. The same goes for mathematics. You can present one formula, but it represents
Listen,
another.
mate, I can't be asked for all the bullshit, mate. The Earth's measured flat, right? That's how it's measured.
Wrong.
Yeah?
Wrong.
No. Well, how is it measured curvature then?
It's never been measured flat ever.
How is it measured curvature?
By what formula to determine it's not flat?
Yeah, you can start saying, mate. Now, you can start saying now and getting argumentative and causing chaos. How's Earth measured curvature wise?
I just told you reciprocal zenith angles. Can you hear?
Wait, can I quickly just say something?
Yeah.
No, you can't, mate. No. What's an angle?
Oh golly.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to deal with two straight lines, do you, pal?
How long do the lines have to be?
It doesn't matter.
I didn't say anything about length, mate. You said it was measured. You said you can measure curvature using angles.
Yeah, I can determine curvature from angles. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So two straight lines measure curvature. Is that what you're saying?
We can calculate the curvature from the angles that those two straight lines give us.
So tell me how two straight lines have got anything to do with curvature.
I was just telling you before you spoke over me.
Yeah. Go on then.
So you take 2 points anywhere on the Earth, and you measure the zenith angles from point A to point B, and then from the zenith angle from point B to point A. And you add those two calculations, you add those two measurements together.
Yeah, but this is only to the visual part of the frequency we are able to recognize, and the distortion.
What does frequency have to do with it?
Yeah, frequency in terms of elements that surrounds you that we call then what was called perspective, for example, in which we see things.
Perspective
right? When you use different angles like not angles, frequencies like infrared or radio waves, the visual spectrum, if you convert them into our visual spectrum by the means of adding onto them, for us to visualize what does actually look like, what we are measuring, then it is totally different.
How so?
How so? If you use infrared, the measurement is different than what you see visually.
How?
Because the frequency you are being able to observe from your eyes, you cannot observe your eyes in infrared or ultrasonic sounds or something like that.
How does the frequency affect the angle?
It doesn't. That's the point. There is no angle to be observed.
But we observe angles all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
If you put it in refraction, which is air and water, and in which you basically observe and make your formulas about the curve of line of the Earth, then if you put another baseline, which would be infrared, the next best line, which has been observed by 1122 miles, there was no curvature measured at all. You could see everything.
What does it do with what I was saying?
Because the frequency matters in which you observe your elements, or is.
I wasn't talking about elements. You brought that in.
Anyway, listen, pal. Listen. The Earth's
I was just talking about two.
Yeah.
No,
listen,
it's not measured flat. No.
No. Listen, mate. Yes, it is because you've got no evidence of curvature measurement.
I just told you reciprocal zenith angles.
By visual observation, you are being tricked by your own eyes.
No, that's two straight lines, mate. Where's your curve measurement?
Yeah, and what are those two angles add up to?
Yeah, two straight lines, mate. No curve.
I know. Is this really that hard for you to understand that we can figure out? We can figure
It's
out the
hard for
curve.
you to understand that two straight lines don't equal a fucking curve, mate.
We can calculate the
By
curve.
the way,
We can calculate the curve.
Yeah, no. We need to measure it, mate. Now, how are you measuring the curve?
Well, we can determine how much the verticals are
We're not
diverging.
determining. We're not counting.
We can
Listen,
determine how much the verticals are diverging
Excuse
from each
me,
other.
dickhead.
Okay,
Listen to me.
talk me. That's all you got.
Yes, I will overtalk you because you're a dickhead.
Go ahead. Yep,
We're
I know.
not
I'm a dickhead.
calculating. Yes, you are a dickhead, and I'm
I
going
know.
to tell
I know.
you
I'm a
why you're a
dickhead.
dickhead.
Big time.
Yes, you do sound like a dickhead.
I
And
know.
we're not calculating curvature. Yeah, we're not fucking imagining it. How you fucking measuring it, dickhead?
This is how we measure it.
Go on then, dickhead.
Yeah, we find the divergence of verticals.
So how's that got to do with curvature?
Well, because if the Earth were flat, all verticals would be parallel, would they not?
So the Earth is measured flat in practical application.
This is interesting how you guys can never answer a simple question. You always got to go back to your script. If the Earth were flat, would all verticals be parallel? Yes or no?
No. What?
Simple question.
I tell you what.
You're going to run away from it, aren't you? You're going to run away from this
Uncle Dickhead.
question, aren't you?
Uncle Dickhead. I'm going to stop you right now, right? Uncle Dickhead, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm in control of you right now, right? Instead of saying to me, this is what you say, this is what you lot do, what we want you to do, right? Instead of saying, this is what you lot think, you put fucking some proof on the table how you measure Earth curve. Go for it.
This is proof. This is proof.
Go on then.
Yeah. We take it as a given that if the Earth were flat, all verticals would be parallel.
Hang on a minute. Excuse me.
If the Earth were flat, all verticals would be parallel, right?
We have to stop at each sentence. What do you mean we take it as a given?
Yeah, it's a mathematical truism that.
Mathematics.
It's a mathematical. Yes.
Excuse me, dickhead, Uncle Dickhead. We take it as a given. Mathematical is not a measurement, dickhead.
Well, if you're incapable of doing simple mathematics,
No,
and
you're a
understanding
dickhead.
how we measure
You're a
things,
dickhead, and I'm pointing out how you are a dickhead right now.
I'd be really curious to know what you get out of calling me a dickhead. How that makes you feel better about your own pathetic life.
So how do you measure? Okay, dickhead, how do you measure Earth curvature?
By getting the divergence of verticals.
So that's not a curve then.
It is.
How's a vertical
verticals are you talking about?
If the verticals diverge.
Excuse me, dickhead.
Wait, one deck.
We are getting childish these days, aren't we, man? It's like back in middle school.
You're talking fucking shit,
mate. Were you picked on as a kid, Scott?
I never picked on anybody.
No, I said, were you picked on?
Oh no, I was pretty popular.
Yeah, you're talking shit. Oh.
No, one deck is just frustrated. I mean, I can't understand him.
But
Scott isn't.
Yeah, but Scott is insulting you, so like in general, I don't understand the insulting. Doesn't really contribute to a fruitful conversation. It's just very annoying to listen to. Actually,
I'm explaining how we figure out curvature. If you guys don't want to know,
I was asking one deck. I personally don't really see the fruit within calling each other names. It really doesn't bring the conversation anywhere.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Hey, just real quick, if I could jump in one deck and ask Scott something. It's going to be on your side, obviously. Scott, you keep saying that these verticals are diverging from each other, and you have these zenith reciprocal angles. But why are you stuck on that falsehood that is misrepresenting what's actually being recorded here?
Which falsehood?
Saying that verticals are diverging from each other, and saying that you're getting a zenith reciprocal angle in the measurements because they're greater than 180. Why, even though you kind of I think you and many other Globers, you guys missed the point though, as to how you are getting those measurements, which would, I think, sum it all up but for Globers, it doesn't sum it all up.
How
So
do
do you know what
how
I'm
do you
talking
think
about?
we're getting? No, how do you think we're getting the measurements?
Well, I
The
can tell you
Globers,
exactly
the
how. Go
Globers
ahead.
use flat fucking Earth elevation angles, mate. That's what the Globers do. They use
But
horizontal baselines.
Yeah.
okay,
So
that's I'm gonna ask the other guy the question. How do you think
Yeah,
we're getting
no,
the
I'm
measurements?
telling you, mate.
What do you think we do?
Scott,
Okay.
so
Right, Scott,
Scott.
you're not
Oh, go ahead,
swerving
Zach.
me, Scott. Mate. Scott, I'm on your case now, mate. The Earth is measured. That's that, mate. You've got
Is he
no
breaking up
curvature
for other people
evidence
too?
whatsoever. You can talk as much shit as you want. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's breaking up in favour of you not wanting to deal with me, mate.
I got no problem dealing with you. I mean,
You can't deal with me, mate. You cannot deal with me.
I can deal with you just fine, man.
So Scott,
Yeah,
when
so how did you get a curved elevation angle then? Retard.
I don't.
So so that's exactly why you don't live on a curved Earth, retard.
I don't need a curved elevation angle. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't because you live on a flat Earth, retard.
Zenith angles don't require the Earth.
So what's an elevation angle? Is it curved or not?
I was talking about that. I was talking about zenith angles. Do you not know the difference?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. Is elevation angle curved or straight?
Do you not know the difference between zenith angles and elevation angles?
Oh, do you know what an elevation angle is, mate?
Yes, I do.
What is it? Yeah, so let's see, what are you doing?
It's the complement of the zenith angle.
Yeah. So the height of I in the GP is level, yeah?
It's the complement of the zenith angle.
Yeah, so it's not curved, is it then?
No, I never said it was.
Yeah, so you don't live on a curved Earth, do you?
No, I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
How are you going to prove it?
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Oh God!
Here we go again. Back in the same circle. Back in the same circle we were just in.
Uncle dickhead. Angles are straight lines, mate. Where's your curve?
Golly, one deck. Why you need to use these kinds of words, man?
I don't give a fuck, man. I'm sick of these fucking idiots talking shit.
But it really not. It's not contributing anything, man.
All right, let me ask him something real quick, one deck, because I'm on your side here. I want to break it down. I know. I think you kind of already hit the nail on the head, but he's not getting it. Maybe. So what one deck said, Scott, and I know you heard him. He said that let's put it this way: the baseline that you're going to be getting a 90-degree from would have to be straight and horizontal from position A to position B, so that way you can have them both as a 90-degree. Do you understand that, Scott? Yes or no?
That is incorrect.
Okay, so you don't understand
that's
it.
what
Okay,
he's
got
saying.
it. Okay,
I understand that's what he's saying. It is incorrect because we don't need a horizontal. We need a vertical.
Wait. Hold on, though. You're not grasping what's being said here, though. Okay,
I am
when
grasping
you get
what's being said.
Look at when you get a vertical, Scott. I want you to envision a basketball. Okay, and you're gonna get two toothpicks, and you're gonna put one on one. You're gonna poke it on one side of the basketball, and then you're gonna go over the curve of the basketball, and then you're gonna put another toothpick in that basketball. Now those toothpicks in the basketball are diverging from each other, correct? That's safe to say, right? Okay.
Yes.
But when you want to have a 90-degree baseline, okay, leave that basketball to the side. Now you're on your table, okay? Now you're go to the table.
Stay with the basketball.
Wait. No. Listen. We're gonna go back to the basketball. We're gonna go back to there. Hold on, Scott.
Okay.
Scott, hold on.
Sorry, go.
We're on a table, and now you get those two toothpicks and you stick them into the table. Okay, like I don't know, you're pretty tough and strong, but you put it. There's a little tiny hole in the table. You put the toothpick in. Now, when you put two toothpicks into that table, now you have a 90-degree that you can calculate from one toothpick to the other to see the angle that it's created from that vertical, right? Now you have an angle that's going to be complement to one another because now they have a baseline. They share a baseline.
Where's the angle in your mind, right?
Look at hold on. The angle. The angle. Dude,
Which
listen.
angle are we talking about in
We're
your
talking about the
example right
90
now?
degree, about the 90
Which
degree
one?
angle, okay?
Which one?
On both of them, on both toothpicks, okay? But the only
Wait,
the
but
only
where
way,
is the 90 degree
okay, you're
from?
not you're not listening. You're not listening.
It's because you're not
You're doing
telling
too.
me.
Okay, you're talking, but you're supposed to be listening, Scott.
Where's
So if
the
you set up a
angle?
tooth, okay, when you put the toothpick in the table, that creates the angle. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Okay, so we're talking about the angle from the toothpick
Do
to the
you
table.
agree? Yes or no, Scott? Do
No,
you agree?
it
Yes or
creates
no?
an angle. Is that the one
Okay,
you're
okay.
talking about?
Okay,
The
yes,
toothpick
yes.
in the table.
Okay,
Okay,
okay. Does it create a 90 degree angle? Yes, right?
it does. Yes.
Okay. Now, the only way to have a reciprocal angle of that, it's going to be based upon that 90 degree baseline that's created from the 290 degrees. That's when you're going to have these angles. Now you can make an angle from that because when you had it on the, let's go back to the
What do I
basketball.
make the
When
angle
you
from now?
well, you're gonna have an angle based off of the 180 line that you created. Now you can go further into that. So, for instance, if you dug into the table, now if you made a hole in the table in the wood, and then you can go beyond the 180 because you drew because that 180, that horizon, that horizontal baseline is where you're deriving that reciprocal zenith angle from. You cannot, and that, Scott, this is a problem with a lot of you globers. You're idiots, first of all, but you don't grasp that on a curve. Now let's get the basketball now with the two toothpicks. That does not establish the 90 degree baseline that you need to derive from to have a reciprocal zenith angle. This is the problem with you globers. You guys don't get it.
No,
But
you don't.
flat
You
earthers
didn't
do
come
get it.
close to explaining what I'm talking about, though.
No. Okay, Scott, you don't get it. It's safe. This is a safe place, Scott. You're safe here with us. We're trying to teach you. You don't get it. What you believe in is a lie, and I just explained reality to you. The reciprocal zenith angle is derived after the 180 degree line. So, like, you get a protractor, right, Scott? And then you
No,
have
it's
the little
not.
half circle. Look. Then you have a little half circle,
Dude, you're
right?
just
And that
wrong. It's not. Why continue
no,
when you're wrong?
you're lost. You keep saying you're just wrong, but what you mean by that is I am not saying what you believe, which is a falsehood. So that's
No,
why you think
you're wrong.
I'm
That's what
wrong,
I'm saying. I'm
Scott.
saying you're wrong.
Scott, you're completely wrong, Scott. I'm trying to help you here, bro. The
You're not.
180 that's created
You're
from
not helping because you're
pixels.
wrong.
The
It's based on.
180.
Listen, hold on,
Go ahead,
Apocrypha.
Badawan.
So where
Go
you
ahead.
were wrong, you said you only need a vertical, and that's bullshit. You need a horizontal line of sight to establish an angle of elevation and angle of depression. You're wrong, Scott.
Exactly.
I never
That's
mentioned
why I'm
angle
saying.
elevation. I mentioned zenith angle. Do I need
Yeah,
one
I
for a
know.
zenith angle?
I know you're being semantical.
Do I need one for a zenith angle? It's a simple question. Answer it if
Yeah,
you can.
zenith angle is an angle of elevation, but you keep skipping between the two.
A
As if,
zenith angle is not an angle of elevation. It's a
why
zenith
do you?
angle. That's why they
Why do
call it
you?
a zenith angle.
Why do you
What
always
is
interrupt?
what
A
is a
zenith
zenith angle
angle is a
measured against?
vertical. Yeah, that's from
It's measured.
vertical, not horizontal. But that's
Exactly.
not elevation. So when you're creating an elevation angle, you
I
absolutely need a
don't want
horizontal.
an elevation angle.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, your zenith angle doesn't prove a globe, Scott.
This is the
Do I
problem.
need a horizontal for a zenith angle? Yes or no?
Well, the angle of zenith is based
It's
off
a
the
yes or
vertical
a no.
line. It's
Okay.
real. Listen, you're being semantical.
No, I'm not. I'm being clear.
Angle to zenith is not what people look at. They look at the angle of elevation. You want to say
No, it
reciprocal
doesn't.
zenith angles, and the only way that's true is if you map it out on a globe.
No, I can take reciprocal zenith angles without
Yeah,
ever
now
needing the
prove the
elevation
globe
angle.
that you're using to make them reciprocate is
It is
actually true.
it is the proof of the globe. This is
It's
how
not.
you prove it.
It's only true in a model. You can't show it in reality, Scott.
No, I can demonstrate without
You
question
can
that
model it. Yes, you can model
I
it.
can
Yes,
I can.
you can't prove that they deviate in reality.
It demonstrates that the verticals are deviating from each other. Yes, it does.
Only when modeled in a globe.
No,
only when you
no.
model it in a
In
polar
geometry,
coordinate system.
you can put two verticals
Yeah,
on nothing, just floating in space, and you can prove they're diverging from each other. You can prove they're not parallel. Easy.
Geometrically speaking, yes.
Well,
But
that's all we
there's no
need.
geometric straight lines in reality. So to do that in
Then
geometry, I
how
would
do you get
have
it?
to create a deviating parabola.
Then how do you get an angle? Then how do you get an angle to anything? Then if there's no straight lines in reality.
What?
I'm straight as shit.
He just said there's no straight lines in reality. So then how do you get an angle to
Well, there
anything
isn't
if there
because
are no
of
straight
line of
lines?
sight, right? So are you saying
Okay.
refraction isn't true, Scott? You
So are
create
you
it. So you create
Yes,
that line in your
are you
mind, and then
are
you
you
project
saying
it
you
in a
can't get
model.
angles to
Quit
anything?
interrupting me, man. I really hate that. It doesn't make
I know you do.
It doesn't
Yeah,
make
quit
what
that, Scott.
It doesn't make what you're saying any more true. It just makes you rude.
Oh God.
Okay, so can you follow out what you just said? If we have no straight lines in reality,
Nobody
can
knows
you get
what
an
I
angle?
said because you interrupted everything.
Well, stop
So why
whining.
try to
Grow
finish?
up.
What do you mean grow up? Dude, you're the one acting like a fucking 7-year-old child. And you do it
Tell
constantly.
him. Tell him.
Constantly. And then you wonder, you act like you create this environment that's hostile, and then you act like a victim when people respond
I don't act like a victim.
hostily.
That's crazy. You guys sound like a couple.
I think it's cute when you guys get all mad.
Cute.
You
That's
guys sound
gay
like a
shit.
couple. Holy shit.
You guys should make out.
You're not funny either, dude.
Nah, but you do. No.
You
I
wouldn't say
think
that
a lot of people here agree.
in reality. You wouldn't come up to me face to face and tell me I sound like this dude's
I wouldn't
partner.
come up to you. I'd come on you.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that in reality either.
Oh yeah, I'm doing that.
Well, we can meet for coffee and we can find out. I'll pay.
Let's keep to the good part.
Yeah, I thought so.
So
Ain't no
anyways,
P. Diddy shit going down here,
More
punk.
globe proof. That was some more globe proof for you folks.
Do we have straight lines in reality or not?
No, because of refraction and scattering.
Okay.
But you
So we
didn't want to
can't-
cover that, so you just talked over me.
Yeah,
So we
this
can't
is what
measure
I
angles in
mentioned
reality,
earlier about frequencies that overlap each other. You know, I posted the increasing
blah.
frequency measurement, by which you can see visual spectrum and all the other frequencies in chat.
And then how does that affect angles?
The difference in frequency in which you observe it, which then causes refraction, for example, by looking through air or other elements. But as soon as you go a step over the frequency, like IR or microwave and such, there's a difference in measurement. You can measure further without being interrupted by so-called observing curvature or something.
Okay, so how do we correct for that in our calculations? Depending on frequency.
I don't know. I don't have the math for this, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of the main problems though,
Do you
Scott,
have
is like a lot of
wait
surveyors.
a second.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Scott, do you have actual math for the calculation for potency in terms of looking through
Hey yo,
air?
Battle Mod, happy birthday, you
I have
fucking
no idea what
asshole.
you're talking about. So I don't have those.
Thank you,
no.
Glad.
Oh, happy birthday!
Hey,
Happy birthday, Mr. Gander.
So if you have 1 cubic
you
meter
guys
of
are in
air
the
in
text
front
lobby
of you,
talking about my sexuality as if I'm not straight. I won't even defend
who
that.
cares, bro?
I know. I'm
This is not
comfortable
part of
with
the
my
conversation.
masculinity. Yeah.
I'm glad you're training. It's good for you. Keep on it.
Training. Listen, don't get butthurt, dude. It's unbecoming of you.
No, huh?
Really, it is. You're more efficient as a gentleman. Thank you.
Earth's flat.
For real.
Earth's flat.
Earth is a globe.
Try to prove it
How
not.
long?
Yeah. Reciprocal zenith goes great at 180 degrees. I don't know why you guys can't grasp this one.
Your
Not
imagination.
too hard.
In
No,
your imagination.
So going back to that, Scott, have you ever measured the angle to drop below 180? Or sorry,
I've never,
greater, depends how you're talking about it.
I've been through this probably a dozen times. I've never measured anything.
Right. So
But I
then
believe
how
the
do you know?
guys.
should.
But I
So
believe
then
the
how do you do
people.
that
But
then?
I believe the people who have.
Really? So when somebody uses these tools and instruments inaccurately and then comes up with a measurement inaccurately and then tells you this is what we came up with that was inaccurate, so you're going to believe them. And then you
How do
come
you
on here and then
how
try
do you
to
know they're
share,
inaccurate?
because if you're using an instrument to where you are taking an optical reading or measurement of that said second point from the first point, and because you have taken it optically so far away that now it's dropping in the horizon, and now you're snapping that as an actual elevation, because you're going to take the top of it and you're going to give it an elevation
Did he just disappear?
all the time. But
Oh,
the point is that because they use equipment inaccurately, because they're not made to be looking at 3 miles away at something standing at a certain position and then taking the angle to it. Because then when you do that, it's now lower. Optically, it's lower than it actually is in reality. And then you jot it on your paper, and then you go to the other side and you look back at the original position, and then you jot that, minutes and seconds of an arc on your paper, and then you go do the math, and then you realize, oh wow, both items are lower from one another. But stupid ass idiots don't grasp that it's an optical thing that you just measured. So you did it inaccurately. And then you come on Discord and say, oh, reciprocal zenith angles. That's how we fucking do it. You're stupid, Scott. Stop repeating the lies. That's not the way you do it. Thank you.
well, I haven't done it at all. But people who use these tools a lot longer than you
stop
have.
believing them. They lied to you. They lied to you. Stop believing them.
Well,
They
think
did it in the
you're
wrong way.
misunderstanding. I don't
No,
agree with
I think
your
you're just not
interpretation of
listening.
what they do. I did listen.
No. I know exactly
You
what
say
they're
things
doing.
drop as they go further away, and they don't.
Optically, they do.
Well, they reduce it. Listen, the angle
yes.
decreases because they reduce an angular size at a distance.
Exactly.
It's an inverse square. It's proportionate.
It's not inverse square.
Exactly.
No, it's
It is. It's inversely
It's not.
proportional
The
Not
angle
squared, though.
to the
Not squared,
distance.
though. Not
okay,
squared.
So Scott,
I didn't
Scott,
say squared. I said it's
You
an
did.
inverse. It's
No, you said inverse squared.
inversely proportionate.
Okay, you can take back the
Okay,
squared. I'll
okay,
let you do
so-
that.
okay,
so
Scott.
You
Scott, it
misspoke,
doesn't
right?
matter. Angular size reduces at a distance, and we know it. The greater
We
the
know that,
distance,
yes.
the
Exactly.
greater
Yes.
the reduction. Nobody
Yes.
said
Exactly.
squared.
Yes.
You didn't win a cookie.
I know,
Okay.
but
Okay,
but
so Scott, you just said you know
points,
that.
all points below your vanishing point rise up, and all points above your vanishing
Okay,
point go
okay,
down.
so
Yeah,
Scott,
towards the
so
vanishing
Scott,
point.
then
Everything
why
moves
did you
towards the
say?
vanishing point, right?
So Scott, so then why did you say that things don't get smaller the farther away you get from them? Why did you say that then? Because in the same wind, you said that it does happen. Why did you do that, Scott? Are you just being deceitful here?
Unknowingly.
No.
No.
No,
Then
what you're
why-
saying,
then why are
what
you
you're
double
saying,
talking?
what you're saying is that if something is at 6 foot and your theodolite or your total station is put at 6 foot, right? You're saying as we move further away, that 6 foot thing will appear to drop from that horizon, correct?
Eventually, when you get really, really far away from it, it's going to look lower, but it's an optical thing, though. We know that it's not lower. We're not stupid.
Yeah,
Scott.
you're wrong. It does not. If it's at 6 foot,
really?
it'll
Yes,
stay
it
at 6
is.
foot. Yes.
Which I
It'll
say over and over
stay
again.
at 6
It's because
foot.
of
You're
the
a fucking
frequency in
idiot,
which you
Scott.
observe your elements.
Yeah, it's not my fault. You don't understand this stuff, Apocryphon.
Okay, Scott. So Scott.
It stays at 6 foot.
you're,
It stays at your horizontal.
nobody's saying, you fucking moron. Nobody's saying that it's no longer 6 feet, you dumb fuck.
No, but
Obviously, it's still 6
it
feet.
stays right
Listen,
at your horizontal.
idiot,
It doesn't
listen,
drop.
idiot, listen, idiot. It's still 6 feet tall, okay? It's still 6 feet tall. But the
Uh-huh.
farther away you get from something, it's going, and as long as it's, let's say a light pole, okay? Let's say a light pole, Scott. That's 2 stories high, okay?
Why don't we just
And
stick
you
with
are
the
6 feet
example I
tall.
gave instead of doing a different analogy that confuses you?
No. You're the fucking one that's confused here because
And
you're the moron here.
then
You
stick
don't.
with the
You
example
can't
I
grasp.
gave.
No. I have to make it.
Explain my
I have to
example.
make it. I have to make it as simple as possible for you because you're a moron, and I'm
If you
trying to
want to
make it
make it as
simple for
simple
you.
as possible, use the example
So
I
look at.
gave.
So look at. So a light pole that's
Scott,
2
you never
stories high.
change, do you?
So a light pole that's 2
Well,
stories
you
high,
can't
Scott,
explain it either, can you, Battle
and you walk
Well,
away, and
well,
you
you
walk
Battle
away
you
from
made
it.
certain statements that I don't back or never say.
He's a fucking
So
moron, dude. I
I
don't even know
wouldn't
why he
try
still
to.
exists in these communities, dude. He's a fucking derailer. He's a moron. He comes and talks about things that are proven to be lies, and he still states them. He still
Yeah, he tries
regurgitates
to
them.
spit things out real quick that and say
Wait a
that's
second,
what
guys.
you believe when that's not what you're saying and it's not even on the topic.
Exactly, and he'll change it too.
Let me ask Scott this question. Why do you think when we observe something in a distance through the element of air, for example, which is obviously as different temperatures by measurement of different distances, so why do you think when you observe something live through an optical device, for example, why do you think things are wobbling in the distance the further and further you go observing them?
Refraction.
Exactly,
Easy
but
one.
what is a wobbling? Yeah, not formula. I mean, this would be too complicated. But why do you think this is? Looking at
What I
something
think,
in the distance and it's still wobbling. You know, it's like you have no focus. It doesn't stay the same. Like you observe something that is a cubic meter or 10 cubic meter in front of you.
refraction. Is there a different answer you want from me? I can give it to you, maybe.
Yes, so therefore you should acknowledge that in the further distance that the refraction increases exponentially to the amount of degrees it's being exposed to, right?
No, not necessarily.
So yes, the harder it is, the more it's going to wobble.
Yeah, but I've often seen things at great distances that are not wobbling at all. Very clear day.
Yeah, but there, the difference in temperature is usually almost the same, usually 2-3 degrees. If you're talking about this wouldn't be exponentially. There's no exponential in terms of degrees. When you're on the shore, right? The sand is being heated up. You're laying on the ground. You're observing further onto the distance on the ocean. What difference do you have? You have either the temperature, which would be like 32 degrees Celsius, for example, and then the water, which has been exposed, for example, for 1 month, about the same temperature, no clouds, everything, and it's around about 26 degrees Celsius, right? So we have a difference about 7 degrees. But usually during daytime, it's exponentially higher because of the evaporation. And therefore, the air also gets potentially heated more and more because of this. So you have an exponential factor that is taking place in the summertime, for example. This is why I'm mentioning it. In terms of a usually cool down plane, where it's autumn or spring, for example, where no such thing as exposed heat over a long period of time takes place, where it could be even to 20 degrees differences, which I mentioned in further distances expands to a wobbling observation. Which then further decreases the side of view of your object the further you go in distance. However, the device
It does
or the
what?
object
Wait, it does
doesn't
what?
decrease. The object doesn't decrease just because the element you're looking through, which is air, which is being exposed by temperatures, is still the same.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
If you're listening and following, then you should actually know that the thing you're talking about in terms of degrees isn't actually exposed by them.
So are you saying I can't get the angle of elevation or the angle, the zenith angle to any object anywhere?
By the exposure of high degrees and which I mentioned in wobbling observation, which is the same like I mentioned previously in the frequency in which we observe things for our eyes. And also the devices we use. A normal camera uses the same frequency just like our eyes. However, it's more capable of just zooming in and magnifying things, you know? It's a
Let's see if
different
you can
thing.
focus. See if you can focus for a second.
Even then if we use a magnifying glass, then we are being exposed to a different kind of truth that your globe model is basically telling us that it
Okay,
should
fine.
be, but it is not.
Are you saying I cannot take the zenith angle or the elevation angle to any object anywhere ever?
No.
What are
Because
you
of
saying
those
then?
because of
Oh,
those
you're saying we
elements.
can't. So we can never get an angle to an object, is what you're saying.
No. We can, but you have to apply them to the elements we are observing them. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand what it means to apply them to the elements we are observing them.
Apply them to real life.
If
in
you
reality.
Yeah,
in
let's say
nature.
you dunk your fucking camera into water and just look at water only. You have a different kinds of magnification than you have if you look through air. However, the further the distance, it becomes like as if it would be water, therefore refracting the light you are receiving further and further you go away. However, the temperatures actually help us by low degrees to a middle degree, which would be 20 degrees to 0 degrees, to look further and further away. However, if it goes above that and it starts to mix, which I mentioned, which is the wobbling we observe when we're looking through things or even with our eyes, not actually clarifying things in the distance, it then becomes clear that the refraction index becomes higher and higher the further we go. Therefore, you explaining this is my curve I'm observing, which is not the case.
Why is it not the case? What I need to do to my calculations in order to correct for that?
Use a different frequency, like infrared, or microwaves, or FM or
And
AM, radio waves, or long distance radio waves. They go further distance because they are low frequency. The higher the frequency, the more difficult it is to observe things in the distance. Do you understand? Because high frequency has a low bounds of rate, and the higher the frequency, the further you can go. Why do you think they're implementing 5G, for example? Just curiosity.
I'm not going down the rabbit hole. Keep going though.
Okay, then I'm going either. Because the difference is in the length of what a frequency can observe. If you tune a device to the same frequency of the wavelength you observe, ergo a lower frequency, you can look much further without a change of curvature or anything at all. Do you get what I'm saying now?
No.
There is no curvature. You can go. How can you go then when infrared or microwave and you go thousands, 2,000s, or even 3,000s of miles without interruption if the Earth is not flat? Does the microwave or radio waves in general, do waves go in cycle? Are they refracted? Are radio waves refracted?
Our radio is refracted. Some are, yeah.
By what? By gravity? Come on.
Well, I'm assuming radio waves are just light waves, are they not?
No, it's
They're a frequency of light, are they not?
no. Light wave are the
Are
visual
you sure?
spectrum in which we observe, which we call light. There's no difference. Everything
It's all
else
the
is
same. It's all the same thing, right?
no. It's not, bro. Are you
It's
stupid or something?
electromagnetic radiation, right? Electromagnetic frequency.
I think they're all
For
the same
example,
thing, just different frequencies, are they not?
can you see
But anyways,
electromagnetic waves?
let's not go down this rabbit hole. This is not a diversion.
Why not?
What are you trying to say? Because I'm trying to get back to the angles.
I'm not trying to say something. I'm saying something.
I'm trying
If
to
you
get back
cannot
to angles.
understand what I'm saying, then I'm sorry.
I know, but I'm trying to get back to angles, and we were talking about reciprocal zenith angles, and you say something about frequency. How does frequency play into reciprocal zenith angles?
Oh my god.
You don't know, do you?
Let's say you have a wave.
You're
right?
trying to run a script.
And the wave,
You're trying to run a script that is not accurate.
explicit.
I can do that. So
Your script
is
doesn't
light a
work in this
wave?
case.
Okay, go ahead.
Is light a wavelength? Is it a frequency? Does it deliver images to you, to the eye?
Don't care. We're talking about angles.
It is. It's a wavelength
Reciprocal
and a
zenith angle.
frequency, so it does apply light because of you of observing this wavelength of light. It applies to what you view.
So how does it affect the angle?
Scattering, absorption, all that.
How does it affect the angle?
So the angle gets distorted over a distance. We know this in survey. That's why we don't survey from a great distance, Scott. We've covered this, but you're always like, we're not trying to survey. No, you're trying to give it that's improper as if it's proper from 100 miles. And you're wondering why there's part of the mountain missing at 300 miles, and that's easy to answer. It's angular size reduction.
Yeah, but that doesn't work if you actually do the math. It doesn't even come close to explaining what we see.
It does work, and we know it. That's why we don't take elevation angles of mountains from a great distance, because we know it. The height will differ if you're standing right next to it. That angle will be different than it will be if you're 100 miles away, Scott. And it's due to the frequency of light and scattering and absorption and refraction and all that, and angular size.
You care to share the math on all of that?
You can Google it. In survey, would they accept? And would anybody in survey accept an angle taken from 300 miles for the height to establish the height of a mountain or a building?
If I can
no,
Google
they
the
wouldn't.
math, what do I Google to find your math for that? I'll look it up.
Math for what? Angular size reduction at a distance?
No, I know how to do that. That's just
what math are you asking for? Be specific.
All the refraction stuff and everything else you said, why they can't measure the height of a mountain or the
oh no, that's angular size, Scott. The other one is you said frequency doesn't affect viewing, but it does.
Well,
light is a wave.
Yeah, tell me where I go to look up how the frequency. Tell me where I go to look at how the frequency. Where's the frequency come in?
What's the standard for refraction? Light is a wave, is it not? Is a wave a frequency?
Yes.
If you change the wavelength, do you change frequency? Yeah. What do you mean so? So the standard refraction and angular size reduction and those things, you already know them. You don't have to Google them. You just don't apply them to observing it from 300 miles away because you want to say something's missing that we already know would be missing. We'd predict it to be missing based on angular size reduction at a distance.
Show me that math.
I don't have to show you anything. I
know you don't have
cited
to.
it for you. Angular size reduces. You don't deny this. So if we wanted to know the height of a mountain, we wouldn't take an elevation angle from a great distance because we know it would be wrong based on angular size reduction alone. Period. We don't have to introduce anything else. Yes, we do. That's why we don't. That's why we don't do long distance survey, because we do it in a process. A professional standard is applied to it for accuracy, Scott. And when you go outside that professional standard, you're no longer accurate, and no state, no county, or no township would accept your measurements.
Yeah, we've been through this several times now.
We have, and you just refuse it. You never rebuttal it. You never say, this is why I can do it outside of that professional standard, even though the authorities in this category say it can't be done accurately. You say it can, you're just some dumbass on the internet. I do this for a living. I say it can't be done and it wouldn't be accepted by anybody in the profession. And you say, I'm not trying to do a professional survey. No, you're trying to pass bullshit off as if it's some kind of accurate measurement.
So are we done with frequencies then? Because obviously it doesn't affect the angles.
Bro.
Is that a dodge or what?
No,
we don't need to address frequency. We don't need to address frequency to state why people in the profession don't do this from a long distance. Frequency is a side note. You and him can argue when you go to dinner later or whatever.
I just want to know how.
I gave you a highly specific answer. Can you rebuttal it? Yes or no?
So you're saying that this is
the answer
what
is
you're
no.
required?
So the answer is no. You have no rebuttal. You're just going to make another dumb statement and hope it flies. I got a big barn out here. You can throw shit at the wall all day long and it'll stick to it. It doesn't make it anything other than shit, bro.
Well, I agree.
Yeah, Scott, you just got wrecked by Mike, and good job. Good job, Badawan. Happy birthday, too.
Okay. I'm not sure what I got wrecked on, but...
What's up, Mike? You ain't been in flat Earth reality, man.
Shoveling shit, baling hay. Most of the work on a farm in an asphalt business is seasonal. So when spring comes, don't wonder where I am. I'm working.
That's fair, bro. It's just good to see you. Me and Cuddle's been wondering. So.
Shit, I got up at 5 today. I did way more than I wanted to. I'm going to have to do more. So I got to eat, bathe, and smoke, or the day is just going to be long as hell. I come in here to relax, and Scott's here. Imagine my appall.
Well, you just handed him a new ass, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how you think you did that. What did he prove that I said was wrong?
I didn't prove anything. You just had no rebuttal. You're a dead boat in the water.
I had no rebuttal to what exactly? That how you do your work?
My point exactly.
To the truth.
The truth is that we can take these satellites
you sidestep everything it said because you want to hang on to some falsehood.
No, the sidestep was what I said. Reciprocal zenith angles, and you guys had to divert to every last thing in order to not deal with simple fact that we measure greater than 180.
Yeah, at a distance, Scott.
Do we not measure greater than 180?
Once again, you're not measuring something.
Listen, no, we don't.
We don't? When we look at these instruments, what do we see when we add up the two numbers? Greater or less than 180?
You're using the instruments inaccurately, Scott. And he just told you, like in a professional standard, if you were to go take those measurements and come back, they'll fucking fire you and say,
this is just your diversion away from to not answer the numbers that we see.
It's not a sheer diversion. This is it. If
then
I
tell
argue,
us the numbers.
Hold on. If I argue with this, your findings at 300 miles or 100 miles, then I act like it's somehow valid and it needs a rebuttal. But it's not. It doesn't have a leg to stand on. Only some idiot on Discord believes this shit. Professional people in the industry would just laugh at you and walk away. They wouldn't even argue with you.
So
Well,
this is where
what
you can't
business
even
do I have arguing with a fucking fool?
This is where you can't even allow yourselves to admit that these are the numbers
I'm
that
not
they found.
lying, man. Listen,
No,
I
you're
didn't say
not
lying. I
admitting.
said
There's
allow.
nothing
You
to
can't
admit.
allow yourself to admit the numbers.
I can't
that they
allow
wrote down.
myself to act like this is a valid premise.
And if refraction
How are
bends
we
light,
then agreeing to the same difficulties you are explaining to us, and we are not capable of doing the math?
and if refraction were bending light down, like we all know that it does, what would that do to our reciprocal zenith angles? Would it make them less or greater?
You're retarded.
Yeah, notice you can't answer the question, can you? Can you answer the question?
Do you understand how? You understand how we can?
If refraction curves light down, would it make
and then it goes over
greater
your
or
head.
less?
It goes over your head. You fix it, and you never learn from it. So in other words, you're a waste of time to talk to. At the end of the day, you always have been. You always will be.
Because
You're
I
a
ask
waste of
questions you
time.
guys
We
can't
have
answer,
told you.
and that
You
bugs
can
you.
bring in. You could bring in more questions. You could bring in more questions to try to justify the bullshit you already shoveled, but it doesn't help you though. You understand that?
But here's the thing: if we took refraction into effect, it makes that summation of reciprocal zenith angles less than it would otherwise be.
You guys.
And so the
You
fact
guys
that it's
can use
still over
refraction.
180 degrees.
You guys can use refraction to make it to where you can see your own asshole, but it doesn't make it reality. Do you fucking understand that?
No one ever
Scott,
said
you
that. So.
Scott, you do know what the battle mod does for a living, right? I mean, you think he's just full of shit? You think he's just talking shit? Like, you know he's not talking shit, right?
Well,
You know what he does for a living, right? Oh my
Yes,
God.
he lays asphalt. He just said that.
He's been doing it for freaking a long time. Like, I don't know if you understand what the man.
And so he should be able to answer my question real easily, couldn't he?
Yeah, Scott will never get it. He's stuck. He's just stuck, man. He's just one of those guys. There's no hope for him.
I mean, just a general question. Does everyone understand when I'm talking about frequencies and the differences in them? Which I previously
definitely.
And that's why I asked you how much it affects it.
Which bro, it's exponential.
Here, let me tell you.
You have
here, let me tell you.
let me start at zero.
Ripcord.
You guys
Let
just
me
don't
help you
think
real
in
quick.
terms of mathematics, do you?
Hey, Ripcord, let me help you real quick. When you said frequency, immediately Scott probably thought of audio. He probably thought of like a tone. And then he probably said, well, how does tone mess with what you see? But he's not understanding that you are speaking about frequency as a vibration, as light is. A light, these waves. Everything is frequency and vibration. He doesn't know that. He doesn't get it. He's retarded. Just you got to kind of deal with that. But the fact is that when you say frequency, those that know, we know what you're talking about. When Scott hears it, that's an opportunity for him to then derail the conversation and diverge and dodge all the truth that was hitting him earlier. That's all he's doing. He's just fucking dodging everything.
Except for
by using
question.
as something that had nothing to do with anything.
What variable is the frequency in the angle calculation? Question.
Bro, there's no frequency in the angle calculation. You're observing something.
There is
specific frequency.
So why was it brought up when we're talking about angles?
Stop.
I told you.
Tell
You didn't
me,
get
in
it.
what frequency are you observing
Angles
something?
were already covered.
Well, if I'm looking at a mountain somewhere in the visible frequency.
Okay,
obviously.
so it's still the visual frequency,
Yeah.
but it tends of 18s to the negative of tens of 7, which is still a frequency in which we observe light.
The visual spectrum.
So if I'm doing
But it doesn't apply to your long distance angles.
I wasn't talking about.
It
So
doesn't have to.
if we're talking about reciprocal zenith angles between two mountain peaks, Do I need to take frequency into consideration?
How far apart are those mountain peaks, and how did you measure that?
57 miles.
How do you measure it? From one to the other?
I'm going on Google Maps.
Oh, and you're certain that the reciprocal angle is based on the model.
No, we don't
Yes
base
or no?
reciprocal. We don't base reciprocal Zenith angles on a model. We just measure them.
I know, and we don't measure with Google Earth either.
No,
yeah,
but
just measure it.
But we can take a theodolite up to one peak and point it at the other one, right? We can do this, right?
You can do it at 57 miles away, but it's not going to be accurate.
Perfect, yes.
Okay, but we can do it, and we can write down a measurement, right? We can write down what the
It's not going to be accurate, and nobody will accept it at 57 miles. Scott, we already covered this.
But
Who
we
cares?
can write it down, correct?
It's not going to prove anything.
What a moron.
And then we can go to the
I know
mountain,
you
we
want to
can write
cling
it
to
down,
that,
right?
but at 57 miles, it's not accurate.
Why is it not accurate? What's
It's
happening?
not even an approximation. You've been told
why not?
Hey, wanna know why?
Remember me
Why not?
talking
What's
about
happening?
wobbling and such? Remember me?
It's not wobbling. I can look at it. It's not wobbling at all.
It is, because it refracts and diffracts the light
not
you're
wobbling.
receiving
Hey, wanna
and
know?
observing.
Wanna
It's
know?
not
Wanna know
wobbling. It's
something
very
else?
stable. I'm looking
Because
at it right now.
it's deemed
Scott,
to be not accurate by professionals in that industry.
Okay,
Do I
what's
need a better
inaccurate about
reason?
it?
Do I need a better reason?
What is
Scott.
inaccurate about it?
Error increases over distance. That's
What
why
error
we do it
increases
at
over
short.
distance?
Bingo!
Error based on refraction. Placement of angles. It's a line of sight. It's based on your sight. You know, you keep saying
I agree.
tools. Tools, right?
Yes.
Our total station. Do I optically or visually obtain that angle or that line?
It's optically. The device measures the
Yeah,
angle
so
at
we
which
know the
photon
optical
hits it.
angel. Listen, and science is created because we can't believe our eyes, and we can even not believe our eyes more at a great fucking distance.
Exactly.
Okay, so in which direction does the distance divert light?
What? Say again?
It doesn't matter when we're talking about accuracy.
Do
Up or down doesn't matter.
He likes to ask questions.
In which direction
He
is it
likes to ask
inaccurate?
questions
It
that have
doesn't
nothing
matter.
to do with this.
Hold on. Prove why it matters, Scott.
No, I asked the questions to which I already know the
Yeah,
answers.
why
and I'm
does
trying
it
to figure
matter?
out if
How
you guys
does
know
it?
the answers also.
How is it attributed to the point or the topic?
Refraction will
Okay,
bend
if
the
we
light.
say it doesn't
Refraction
go,
will
then
bend the
tell
light
us where
down.
it goes.
Refraction will bend the light down, right?
Yes.
And so that'll
what?
give us and that'll give us a smaller zenith angle than we should actually be measuring, correct?
Is it consistent?
We don't know. That's why we don't do it at great distances.
No, we
have no numbers for those
We
distances.
do know. We do know.
We know the standard is just an approximation, Scott.
But we know it's always in the same direction, correct?
Yeah, which
Hey,
would
but
be
here's the
right.
thing, though. Just real quick.
it's always in the
But here's the
same
thing,
direction,
though.
right?
This is the problem. Scott, hold on. Let me just speak real quick. Just real quick. You guys let me just say this real quick. The thing that you're making mention of, if you're going to measure a mountaintop to a mountaintop 57 miles away, the problem that would be probably the reason why we don't do it that way, Scott, is because from one day to the next, you can get a different measurement. Matter of fact, 1 month to the next, when the seasons change and the conditions in the sky change, that could also drastically change your measured, elevation or angle that you thought you had. So because there's an error that's going to even drastically, be created from one day to another, or even from morning to daytime. Your measurement can be off simply by the environment that which you're looking through, the medium you're looking through. So, Scott, when you say we can use the theodolite to look at a mountaintop 57 miles away and get an angle, and then we use that angle when we go to the other mountain and look back, and then we use that angle, and then those two angles, we do math, and then we know that this is what is. But you don't realize that that's why we don't use that equipment that way, because there's a lot of error involved. And this is why we are laughing at you, because that's not the way we use that equipment. You understand that?
to us. Space is fake.
Okay, so if we know that sometimes we have refraction, what is the direction of that refraction
No,
always?
not sometimes. It's always there.
Okay, and what is always the direction of that refraction?
It depends on the temperature in which you observe the air, for example.
Really?
Right.
So sometimes the refraction goes.
Yeah, bro, you're putting this in question, bro. Are you really retarded right
Space
now?
is fake. Space doesn't exist.
No, I'm
Borg,
trying.
please
Like I said,
hold your
these
voice.
questions I ask, I already know the answers to. I'm seeing if you do.
Yeah.
The answer to that
So we
to that
know the answer.
question is yes. It always
Scott.
bends down.
No, that's not true, Scott. Because if
Yes,
you
it is
change the
true.
temperature, things. Okay. If that was true, then why do things stretch and grow taller sometimes?
That's light bending down. That's the light bending down.
So light's bending down, so it's making something go up? Is that the way it works in reality, Scott?
Yes.
Okay. Let me
Exactly
ask
how
him.
it works.
What?
Yes. If
What?
light bends down, it makes it appear to be up. Yes. Yes.
So by a
Okay,
normal
great
observation,
answer,
let's
great answer.
say 0 degree, and you have a difference of 20
moron.
degrees in a distance, and the object is being magnified, which you are saying that is
Wait, a
being
distance of what?
talked down. What?
You said
Say
something
again?
about 20 degrees. I missed. Where'd you get 20 degrees?
Yeah, the 20 degrees Celsius I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Temperature.
So
All right.
is it being magnified or is it being in a normal state, which you could still observe?
Nothing's ever being magnified by refraction.
Holy shit, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah.
What is the reason we are talking to you right now?
You need
You
a
don't
you need a lens. You need a lens.
You don't
for
understand the
magnification.
differences in refraction and magnification through multiple distances and different temperatures in which you observe your own elements, and you want to apply your fucking mathematics or whatever. It doesn't matter because you do not understand what is causing the actual outcome.
Magnification is a very specific type of refraction, requires a lens.
Your lens is your eye, which is basically the zero standard point in which we
I'm
everything
always
observe.
using my eye.
Even if you use a normal camera, it's at a zero standard point, which would be then the same magnification as your eye, unless you use further magnification, which we divide by different standards in which something is magnified in the distance.
Yo, isn't the atmosphere a lens?
No, of course not.
Yeah,
it can't be.
Don't say it can't be. It is.
It can't be. It can't be.
How can it be, bro?
That's so funny because they literally
because it
call
doesn't
it
have a focal
atmospheric
point.
lensing. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
The focal
You're an
point
idiot,
is
bro.
the focal
lenses have
fucking
a
point
focal
is the
point.
distance in which we observe the element, which is the air, which is
That's not what a focal point is.
potentialized by the temperature we observe
That's not
it
what a
through.
that's not what a focal point
Yes,
is.
it is.
Sorry.
Oh, come on.
No, a focal point is the point at which, after the lens, when light coming in at parallel rays will focus to the same point. That is the definition of a focal point. The atmosphere does not
Which
have
is
one
then
of those.
differentiated by temperature.
The atmosphere does not have one of those.
So wait, the
This is
atmosphere,
so
the
solid,
atmosphere
bro.
is not a lens.
No, it can't be,
How come again?
because it does not have a focal point. Lenses have to have a focal point to be able to consider a lens.
Well, what about you looking at whatever you're looking at?
Your eye has a lens with focal points on it.
So doesn't the
With a
atmosphere wouldn't you looking be the focal point, and the atmosphere would just be the lens in regards to the focal point?
That shows a fundamental misunderstanding of what a focal point is.
Right on, man. Fuck profundity, right?
It's not
I think
profundity.
that's
It's
pretty.
just
I think that's a
simple
pretty
definition of a
profound.
lens.
I think it's a pretty profound idea. The idea that you are your observation is creating the focal point within the realm of the lens.
Well, your eyes. Your
No,
eyes
you're-
have a
Sure, but
focal point.
Well, you just the fact that right, and on a grander scale, like you observing something, period, regardless of your own lensing, are the thing creating a focal point, and through because of the distance and because of the, let's say, water in the atmosphere, there is a lensing effect. Right?
It's gibberish, but go ahead.
That's gibberish? What do you mean gibberish?
Yeah,
That,
it is.
it's literally
Gibberish.
called atmospheric lensing. Okay, well,
Observation
do
is
this.
done
Say,
through your eyes, and your eyes have a focal point. That's basically what he's saying. And
yeah,
the atmosphere
Scott.
is a medium
go
that
ahead.
affects that focal point and your vision.
Hey, Scott, what's atmospheric lensing?
A misunderstanding
Since
of
you
what's happening in the world. What do you
since
think
you
it
think
is?
that it's just gibberish, since you think that it's gibberish, then what do you think it is?
I have no idea what people mean when they use the term.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you
So,
tell me
okay.
what? Why
Well, I
don't you
mean,
tell me what people mean
that
when they
checks
use
out.
the term?
Well, that checks out. No, that checks out.
Why don't
See,
you tell
you
me what
come in
people
here
mean
and
when
you
they
don't know
use
what
the
you're talking
term?
about.
Okay,
It
so
makes sense because that's what you do.
what don't I know?
Well, no, but
You don't know, do you?
appear.
You have
It would,
no idea
No,
what they mean
no,
either, do
I'm the
you?
one that's asking you, you idiot. I'm the one asking
I
you.
know.
well,
But
hold
unlike
on. Scott,
me,
could,
when I ask questions, I know the answers. You don't know the answer to your own question, do you?
hey, Scott, couldn't we agree, though, that,
You're
like,
retarded, bro.
hold on, brother, stop. Yeah, like, we could agree, though, that let's say you're not an authority on the subject.
I want to know if Apocrypha knows what atmospheric lensing is.
Of course I know. I'm the one that's asking
hold
you
on,
about
Explain
it.
it to me. Explain
Hold
it
on.
to me.
Aside from that, we could.
Hey, we've been talking about the whole time. It's bending of light. The
Explain
whole
it
time
to
we've
me.
been talking about it. The whole time we've
Bro,
been talking about it.
Apocrypha. Let
Go ahead.
Esau take a whack at this.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Esau. Go
I
ahead.
got your
My
back,
bad.
bro.
Oh no,
Both,
and
both
I
of you.
think I got you back too. My point is just I want the concession that, let's say, like, if we're gonna argue about the subject matter, then like Scott would agree he's not an authority on it. That's all.
Don't need to be. I understand it.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
I'm an honest man. I'm not an
I am
authority
positive
on
about
that.
it.
I was
I'm
just
not.
trying to clarify, like, to get the
Which part do you think I don't understand?
well, the part that you call gibberish.
Oh, about the light coming through the atmosphere is somehow going through a lens, and that when it hits your eye and actually goes through a real lens, which is in your eye, and then has a focal point on your retina and whatever that.
Right, but I was
Yes,
more
the whole thing's
referring
the
to,
retina.
like, the idea of the thinking of that you yourself observing something are creating a focal point. This might be a little much, but the idea that
duh.
you're creating the focal point by observing something, and the fact that you're
No, you
observing
create a
that focal point
Your eye creates a
through
focal point.
well, no, but through the atmosphere, it makes the atmosphere a lens. Do you know what I mean?
No, because it's gibberish.
Okay. All right. Cool, man.
A lens refracts light to a focal point. That's what a lens does. Now, the atmosphere you're talking about is not refracting any light towards a focal point. Therefore, it's not a lens.
But in regards to your observation and the creation of a focal point by your observation, the light acting the way that it's acting through the atmosphere would essentially qualify as a lens, is my point in my extrapolation. That's
No, it doesn't qualify at all. It doesn't meet any of the criteria of a lens.
Maybe it's too grand of an idea. I don't know.
It doesn't meet any of the criteria of a lens. None of them.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how Scott doesn't know what atmospheric lensing is. That's what
Either
we're
do
talking
you.
about. Dude, I'm the one that brought it
That
up.
makes two of us. I know you asked the questions that you don't know the answer to. I got you.
I do know the answer, but I asked
you
you
don't.
and you don't know the
No, you
answer.
don't.
Or at least you didn't concede. Yes, I did. I'm the one that said it already. It's fucking bending of light. I already said it. You know what it is, though? You know what it is? It's the reason why, Scott, that when you're looking at something in the sky, I have a picture that I put up a long time ago, and all you guys were like, "That's atmospheric lensing." I said, "I know, but that's the whole point," and that was of the conversation back then. So when the sun looks really fucking huge in the sky, not because it's really huge, because of
Yeah, put a
atmospheric
solar
lensing.
filter on the camera. Put a solar filter on the camera and see what
Exactly,
the sun looks like.
exactly. And you know
No,
what the
it's
solar filter
called
does?
glare.
You
It's
know
called glare.
you know what the solar filter does? It prevents that lensing from happening, from that
No.
amplification of it. If you yes,
Yeah,
yes,
it couldn't. It
actually,
couldn't.
you guys think that it's atmospheric lensing that is why the sunillion, I can never say that, eclipse, That's what you guys believe, that that's happening. You believe that the sun is already up higher in the sky because of atmospheric lensing, and that's why it's showing. I'm sorry, the moon, and it's lower than the horizon, but it's being lifted up. That's what you guys believe. Isn't that weird, Scott? Do you guys believe that bullshit? That's what makes that type of eclipse a possibility. Is that these two celestial objects are actually lower in the sky, but optically they're raised up higher? Do you believe that, Scott? Do you believe that bullshit or no?
I would agree that that's some gibberish.
Yeah, definitely. That's gibberish. That's what gibberish is. Because when the Glover tells you that the way these eclipses work is because the objects are actually lower in the sky, just optically, the atmospheric refraction is bringing it up in the sky, and that's why you can see it up high. But physically, it's lower. That's fucking gibberish. But that's what Glovers tell you. That's what NASA tells you. It's crazy.
Well, tell me why it's crazy.
If you need to be told why that's crazy, then you're probably crazy.
Well, hold on. You know why it's
You don't
crazy?
know,
It's
dude.
because the reason it's crazy is because on one hand, you're gonna say what we're referring to is gibberish, and then on the other hand, you're gonna lean on that gibberish to explain away the conversation about
Exactly.
the stellium. That's
No,
what's crazy, man.
we
So like,
can
what's
explain. We
crazy?
can explain
What's
how the
even crazier,
atmosphere will
man?
curve
What's
light in
even
one
crazier?
direction.
Let's back it up to like the epitome of mind control. Like, if one were to
Here we
think,
go.
yeah, oh yeah, let's go here, brother. Fucking like thinking like this. Imagine, like you're standing completely still, and I'm trying to sell you that you're actually riding on a roller coaster. You know what I mean? And then if you were to argue that saying that because you're so still is how you know you're on a roller coaster is where we're at, man.
No, but
Like,
nobody would say
that's
that
where I
though.
feel like, and that's the
Nobody would
height of
say
like
that.
mind control. Like I've
I know,
often
but
said, like,
nobody would say that.
have you ever considered like you might be like someone like from North Korea that thinks Kim Jong Un created that haircut. Like you might be one of those people.
He
You know
no
what I mean?
fool.
And that's
If I were
something
to
we
say,
all have to
if I were to say
consider
something
that
like
we
that,
might be like
yeah,
we might be thinking something.
He no
Like we
fool.
might be like an uneducated North Korean. You know what I mean? Like
why do you
we think
guys always have to make up these imaginary people to argue against?
they're
Why don't
fun
you
though,
argue
right?
against an actual
Because I keep
person?
it exciting and I'm not boring like you guys.
Imaginary people.
That's all.
That's funny, Scott.
He
Yeah,
thinks the
well,
leader of China is now
he just made up this
fucking
thing.
North Korea is fucking imaginary.
Hey,
That's funny.
I'm just
No, he
wondering
just
why
made up a
Scott
person
has a
who says
problem
we
with
know we're
letting
moving by,
people
we can't
finish what
tell.
they're saying. Why does it bother you so much to let a person finish what they're saying? You constantly just blurt out like you got autism in the middle of whatever anybody is saying.
Hey, that's an insult for people who have autism because no one wants to
It
be like a
is.
Scott.
It is. I
Well, no,
apologize
we're
to
going in
those
on
people.
Scott, so Scott's allowed to retaliate. Scott is.
And first of all, people with
We just
autism do not interrupt
interrupt.
people. People with Tourette's do. Get your maladies straight. Tourette's. You want Tourette's. But I let him finish.
Well, a
Yeah,
Tourettic tick. Yeah, it's a
yeah,
tick.
you're talking about Tourette's, not autism.
Well, it can be an
Beside
autistic
that,
nature too.
I've
It
let
can be an autistic nature too to interrupt. So I'm not saying blurt out like "Oh, Balzac" in the middle of Myers. You know,
says the person who just
talking about
I mean,
your
let's not talk
interruption and
about
you
disabilities. The only disability
It's
is a
funny.
mental disability we are talking here right now.
And
The only disability
our
is
liberals, man.
You
Listen,
definitely have a physical
can you
disability
answer why
without a
you
mental
fucking
disability
interrupt without
included.
another snowflake fucking getting offended?
Did I let whoever that was talking
I
about?
just want to know why the guy interrupts.
Well,
All
because
you
I don't.
snowflakes get offended and you just fuck everything up.
Because he's hateful.
You guys
No,
hate
he's
we
not
don't have
hateful,
the right
he
to
is-
say what we
no,
want
he
to
is
say and
ignorant in
offend people.
some
I
way or
do
form.
have the right to offend people. I'm an American.
So we
No,
are.
man, it doesn't matter if you're American or not.
In America
it
does not
takes
give you any
Well,
right to
listen,
offend
the
people.
question becomes, what the fuck
it
are you
is
going to do
because of
about
the
it?
ability. Yeah, no, it's because
Okay,
of the
anything
ability
that
to
I want to do
understand
about it
things,
as an American
and the
myself.
people
What the
who
fuck are you
don't
talking about?
understand things, which
Man,
we
I
then
used
call
to
Are
donate
you
understand
to-
things.
questioning my ability to be a free person and execute my own abilities as an individual?
Yeah, nobody's
Because
saying
if that's
that.
what we're really
Great. I
talking
mean,
about,
welcome.
if that's what
That's
we're
why
really
you're
talking
here.
about, that's a
The
tick
two of you
swinging.
can't
That's a
even let
dick
each
swinging
other
contest.
speak, man. What disability do you two have? Fuck, man. I'm so fucking tired of thinking we got to entertain a bunch of mentally disabled people. You should help them,
I agree
not
with that.
entertain
I
them.
agree with his.
Fuck.
It's based. That's based.
Grow the fuck
Scott
up, man.
Scott's one
Act like
too many.
adults.
Now that that's over.
What's up, Gregory?
Thank God.
How you been, Gregory?
What I learned from all of that is they got the phrasing wrong in the song. It's not America, fuck yeah. It's America, fuck you.
That's right. And
What's
there
the
won't be no
context of this
P. Diddy
conversation?
shit around here. Don't be acting like P. Diddy.
Hey, boys, for those who just joined the conversation, what's the context you guys are talking about here?
You.
It's a bunch of nothing now.
Come on, somebody answer that.
We're talking about you, bro, and Scott's inability to not interrupt people.
Hey, my inability to not interrupt you is an inability.
Only
fuck.
because we're on the internet, bro.
He actually thought about that shit enough to respond to it. And I'm the dumbass. Stupid.
Well, you're the one that said it. Nobody else called you a
I
dumbass.
didn't realize you could hear me. That shit was funny.
Yo, but anyways, can anyone answer me one question? And that is, Scott just left us. But either way, he has been at least for 3.5 years been here, listening over and over to multiple capable people of interpretations about what things are and what they are not, and he still doesn't listen. What can we do about him in order to convince him that what he is thinking about
Well,
is actually
Well, I'll tell you what, it's to let you know, characters like Scott, even though it's so frustrating sometimes to talk to him because he's so moronic, believe it or not, he creates more flat earthers than some of the flat earthers. Because people come in here and hear and they're like, wow, that guy's a fucking moron. I don't want to sound like a moron. And then they end up.
It's funny because Scott says he comes here to psychoanalyze flat earthers, but if anything, he's the one who should be psychoanalyzed. You know what I mean?
Big time.
I said that already.
cognitive dissonance is
major projection.
Yeah,
a poisonous attribute, you know.
Everywhere in here nowadays. Who the fuck is Scott?
Scott McKay.
I'm with you. I don't know.
He's the guy who makes a valiant effort to come in here
I
and
just
talk
scrolled through the whole chat and I don't see anyone named Scott. So
He
unless that
just
person
left. He just left.
Oh, then fuck that person.
He's a double talking, like deceiving, like he loves to poke and like throw wrenches and when the conversation's really good, he'll throw a wrench. When it's not really good, he'll poke to get it going. So that way he can throw a wrench.
No, to be honest, we actually should pray for him. Because he himself is so incapable of realizing things that is being presented in his own reality that he should be capable of realizing.
I don't know about you guys, but I pray in silence. I don't pray to look like I'm better than other people. When I mean meaningful meaningful prayer is done in private between you and your God.
Sure,
I
agree.
Record, concerning your question, there is no convincing them. Everyone needs to abandon this idea. No one can be the cause of someone to believe anything or to have any mental phenomenon. No one. The only thing that any other given human can do for another human is to speak persuasively as possible, but that's only so as far as being logically sound and loving in content and in behavior.
I know.
What if we're deaf and mute?
Whoa. That's cold. That's cold.
I'm asking a real question, but I'm not trying to make fun of the guy who just made that statement.
Well, if you're deaf and mute, you shouldn't be asking questions. You know
you can buy that. You can buy the Helen Keller roast by Paraplegic. I'll freaking post it in the chat, in case anybody wants it.
Hey, just a quick question. Do you guys? I'm asking this because I don't know if you guys know this or not. Like, what's your belief? Like, do you guys believe that solar requires direct sun, or can solar still operate when it's a cloudy day?
Of course it does, because you are not in the vicinity to observe it because of cloudy things,
We're
which
not
implies you
solar
cannot see the
energy is
sun.
not solar energy. The idea of capturing and acquiring solar energy is not solely based on the idea that we have perception of the ability to, or the ability to see the sun. It's the idea that we can actually receive energies that are emitted from the sun. That's what solar energy is.
I'm addressing the room because the other day I was on a TikTok live stream and some guy was like, "What's the point of solar panels on a cloudy day? Like, it won't charge." And I'm like, "That this guy doesn't know how it works, then,
That's
right?" Like, I'm
TikTok,
just
dude. That's you find ignorance on
there's
TikTok
a lot of
every day.
morons on there. Yeah, no, I know. I was just thinking, like, I was gonna kind of fill the room out here. Like, how do you guys feel about that? Because I mean, and then I had to use my personal experience. I said, well, I have solar panels for my cameras. That way, I don't have to keep charging them up for my security cameras at home. So, like, I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, no, the when it's really cloudy, there was a storm. The solar panels, they can't charge up. I'm like,
Well,
dude, you
you, my
Yes, they
friend,
do.
you, my friend, have been breached with the intersect of stupidity and intelligence, and you get
yeah,
to determine that something is intelligent and something's stupid. And
right,
what you've
and I was
discovered is someone said something stupid. I think that's what we
right.
can all agree upon.
And I was like, dude, it's right now. It's cloudy, right? It rained earlier. It's clouds everywhere. I said I could send you, like, I could DM you a photo
Yeah,
of my
they're
cameras
still getting it.
showing that they're charging. It shows that they're
Yeah,
charging. And he's
yeah.
like, oh, that's bullshit. I'm like, dude, you're
No, the
weird.
percentage lowers, yes, but maybe he's got one of them cheap rechargeable spotlights or won't do
I
it
don't care
unless it's
about
got
that. What I care about is, look,
direct sun.
I look into the sky sometimes, and sometimes I see the sun during the day, and at the same time during the day I see the moon, and the moon is this giant circular object that I see in the sky at the same time congruently while seeing the sun. So I question, how does that determine that the earth is flat when I can see into the sky and see the sun in a circular shape, even though it's shining and it's bright and it has this glaring, and also the moon, which is not super shiny and it's not that bright. It doesn't have too much glare. It has reflection on it, but all its reflection of its entire entity,
All
it
that
gives me a circular perception of how to identify it. So how does that tell me that the earth is flat when everything around me I see is round?
I don't look to the sky for the shape of what I'm standing on, so I
There
don't
you go.
follow. I don't follow you.
Well,
How can I? How can I?
if you
Hold on.
could, a blind
Hold
person can
on.
make the. Hold on, that was a weak argument. I'll tell you why.
It was. It
A
was. So
blind person can make the same argument.
yeah, how does the shape of the moon prove the shape of the earth? I don't really care about the blind people. I care about your argument, your premise.
My argument is that I'm seeing something outside of me, a lot of things outside of me in the same universe that I exist in that tend to be round. And then I'm being told that
Yeah, can
where I
things?
am in the universe is not round. So I would
Hold
like
on.
some explanation to fit with my understanding of what the
I
world
know that,
around me says that things
but
are round.
hold on. So just because you see round things in the sky means you're living on a round thing. Can things be different? What if you're in the forest and all you can see is trees? Do
Are we
you now
speaking in
become?
hypotheticals? Let's just be clear.
Yeah, no, I'm not
I'm not.
hypothetical. I'm saying just because everything in the sky you see is a circle doesn't mean you live
Well,
on a
that's a
circle.
hypothetical. And you also
And it,
started that statement with saying,
it's
if
not
you see
hypothetical. It's a
something.
logical premise. So, but
Right.
so you have no logical reason. Hold on.
No,
You have no
can
logical
you present
reason.
me can you present to me the logic
No.
that I
Yeah.
should
Yeah.
understand around it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, and the only way you could infer logically that we live on what we see is to see similarities between the two. So, What is similar with Earth that is similar with the sphere in the sky? Just because everything's a sphere in the sky doesn't mean the Earth has to be a sphere. That's illogical.
Oh, so because I look from Earth into the sky and say, "Oh, stars are pretty tiny," that means they're tiny.
Yeah, does that mean Earth?
Does that not? It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Of
Well,
course,
you're making a
because
correlation here that's illogical. It's like going
I'm
in the
using
forest.
I'm using your definitions.
No, our definition isn't to go to the sky
Not
and say the moon
yours.
proves a flat Earth.
That's like saying you
So you're
walk
not.
into.
You're not
That's
using
like.
our logic. Hold on. So it's
Go
like
ahead.
going into the forest and seeing a bunch of trees and seeing squirrels in the trees and saying, I must be a squirrel and the Earth must be a fucking tree.
Well, why do all trees grow in cylinders?
Why are you saying that blind people are going to
What
argue
does
about the
that
shape of
have
the
to
lights in the
do?
sky?
Yeah, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Wait.
It
What
has
did
to
you
do
say
with the
about
shape of the
blind
Earth,
people?
given that
Can you repeat
there's
that?
an ordinance that's already prescribed to the shaping and
Ordinance, so like
development
a
of
law.
everything.
There's a
Yes,
law for the shape of a tree. Who made those
let's call it
laws?
a law of the universe.
Well, who made the laws of the universe? Don't
God
laws?
did.
God.
Okay. At least we can meet there.
God did.
Hey,
I still don't know how the shape of the moon proves the shape of the Earth, though.
But
You
that
haven't
makes
built.
you atheist. It doesn't necessarily make you a flat earther. It makes you an atheist.
Hey,
No, it doesn't make me an atheist to agree with you
You
that
can be
God
a
made the
flat earther
laws of the
and an
universe.
atheist, and you can be a flat earther without being an
Okay, I'm
atheist.
going to assume you have a comprehension problem. I agreed with you that
I
God
do
made the
not. Yeah,
laws.
you can. Yes, that's fair
God
to
made the
assume.
laws of the universe, and then you implied I was an atheist. So I don't know how you got there either.
Well,
He does
you
have a
did give us
comprehension
definitions.
because he said that
No,
blind
I
people
agreed
can
with.
give
I
us
didn't
the
give you
first
any
then come to
definition,
conclusions.
dude. I didn't give you any definition. I agreed that God made the laws of the universe. And I still ask for how the logic, so I can follow you, build the bridge. How does the shape of the moon prove the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't.
I didn't say it proved the shape of the Earth, but I argue this: if the shape of the moon is the shape of the moon, and the shape of the sun is the shape of the sun, and the shape of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Pluto, Neptune, and every other guy that's around us, Mercury included, and all the other people, why is the Earth going to be special?
Hey, he
Why
who
wouldn't
spoke.
it be special?
Because
That's
it's
a
a
hold on. That's a
playground and
two-sided sword.
observation point of God.
It's a
I didn't
double-edged
answer.
sword.
I
Why
didn't let
wouldn't
you
it be?
answer.
Hold on. Why are you arguing that the flat Earth is a flat disk flying through outer space around the sun like every other planet
Yeah.
in your lost mind?
Yeah,
Which
it's like
is
a
also
law
a
of
false assumption.
conformity.
Like
It's illogical.
everything else is a ball, and then the Earth decided, oh, you know what? I'm going to fit in, but
Everything.
I'm going to be flat, and I'm going to
The
follow
Earth
all
is
the
not
rules
in the
of physics.
heliocentric model.
The Earth, with its existence, follows all the rules of physics that exist in the universe, but except that
We don't know that the laws of physics apply to the entirety of what we see or the
someone else
universe.
speak.
That
Why
that
are
would
you
be
letting him go off on the rails?
I mean,
illogical.
obviously they do, but we cannot actually touch them or manipulate them. You know, it's what we observe. Nobody
We
has
can,
landed on
we
the sun
can,
or
but
the
I
moon
think
or
we
the
can.
stars or anywhere.
To argue with your statement, not to even dispute with you, but you know, I would say that we can. We're just not able to right now, and eventually one day we will be able to, and then it will
How?
be thrown out the.
Unless we breach the firmament and let all the water in,
No, we
which
just need
God
to
has
build.
said
We
He
just need
will
to
never
build.
let rain
We're
go
getting there,
about
and
the earth again,
civilization is getting there. We have so
making
many.
His
We have
promise void.
hundreds and hundreds of satellites floating outside of the globe of Earth. All
Hey,
right.
hey,
One
he who
day,
spoke.
one
Can
day,
I ask you
all
a
those
question?
satellites are going to be a unit that would
Hey,
simply be
Hey, holler
a
back at
structure
us
that can
then.
say, "Hey, you know what? I can be a robot arm, and I can pick this ball up,
Hey,
and I can
he who
say this
spoke.
ball
Can I
can
ask you a
move."
question real quick? Can I ask you a question? He who spoke. Have you
You can
ever
ask,
walked?
ask anything.
Have you ever walked into a really, really big warehouse, or even like a big box store, like Home Depot or Lowe's? I don't know where you live or what you have
Whatever.
around you.
Yes, sure.
Okay,
Let's assume that I have.
okay. So like when you go in there and all the lights are round, but does that mean the floor's round?
What lights are you talking about?
All the lights in the ceiling, right, way up at the top of the warehouse or the big box store that you're in. If all these lights are round, does that mean that the floor you're on is round? Or is it just mean that's just the way it was built, where the things that are on the top are round, and then the things that are below, like your
To answer your
floor.
question, no. And that's also because it's possible that you can walk into a warehouse where all the lights are square.
Okay, but we're talking
I got
about
a
where the
question.
lights in the sky are
It
round,
has to be asked.
apparently.
Well,
Right?
you
It has
you
to be
you
asked.
you left the sky and you went to a warehouse, so I'm just helping you there.
No. I'm trying, because what I'm saying though is like when you said I looked up and I saw the moon, I saw the sun, I saw these
I didn't
planets, I
say
saw the
any of
stars.
that.
No, you said the
I did
moon,
not
the
say
sun.
any of that.
Oh, you okay? I could have swore I heard you say when I look up at the sun, it's round. When I look up at the moon, it's round. When I look at the planets, it's round. When
I
I look at the
said
stars,
that.
it's
I
round.
said that. See, I said that.
Okay.
I'll agree with what I said. I'll disagree with anything that you try to say I said.
Okay,
That
well,
I didn't say.
great. I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. I'm just repeating what you said. When you said that you look
Yes.
up and you see everything round, then you said, then where I'm standing, you said, then that makes where I'm at, meaning Earth, that it should be round too because of what I saw up. Then I take
Okay.
you into a store
Okay.
or a
Well,
warehouse.
hold on for a second there. Hold on. I'm not cutting you off,
No,
but I'm
no,
saying, hold on.
You're
By
going off
your
the rails.
definition, by your definition and understanding, you are
Your logic is
prescribing
shape
the
of light and
understanding.
flat ground.
Oh,
The only rebuttal you had was, well, what if the lights are square?
I could
That
go
still
even
doesn't make the
further. I
floor
could go even
of the
further.
warehouse is square.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
But what?
that's why I
Sorry,
can't.
I couldn't hear
Oh, go
you.
ahead.
What if the lights are square? What was your answer?
Okay. So when you said, what if the lights were square? Then I said, but we're not dealing with squares in the sky. We're dealing with circles in the sky. I said that. I said, we're not dealing with squares. We're dealing with the sun and the moon that are circles.
And is it safe to say that the warehouse that I'm standing at is also described? We also use most of the descriptions and definitions to describe the sky and the sky that the light in the sky that you see, which may be in this inference another planet. So that planet could be the shape of what you think it should be shaped as.
So let me give you like a little like a thought experiment here. Okay, imagine
Oh my gosh, he's already lost.
Yeah, he's already lost. Okay, look at. Imagine you were born in a warehouse that was 50 miles by 50 miles built. Okay, and we understand that a building was built flat, right? From the smallest to the biggest, all their floors with a little slope for drainage. I get it.
I
Okay,
just
but
imagine the circle.
so let's say
The circle.
so let's say you were born in a warehouse, okay? And all you ever knew was that the lights that are on the ceiling that come out when it's time to go to sleep, those
We're
are
also
all round.
Well,
They're all round. They're all round. So then, what makes you, as a child, what's going to make you think, well, since all those lights above me are round, then this floor that everywhere I look, I can't see that it's curved and round, but I'm going to say it must be round because the lights above me are round. Because when
Which
we're
is
on the
retarded.
Maybe it's retarded because you're looking for a curve.
Oh, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah, no. He is assuming that you have not been previously indoctrinated with every kind of kind of form, and you're observing things just like they are on your own state of being.
Right.
You know, nobody has told you, what you are living on is round right now.
Right.
Just because of the
So
dimension
therefore,
you
I
are
have
living
no
in.
sense of curvature. I have no idea of curvature, and I have no mathematical reference to curvature.
Okay. So now you fast forward. Okay, then somebody comes along and says, "Hey, we are living on a round ball. I know it seems flat everywhere, but you see those things up there on the roof, on the ceiling? They're round, and we're round." And then you grow up saying, "Oh yeah, I believe you." And then you go, "Well, wait, how
I
come
love this. I love this instances because has any of you ever asked the question? Do you think that ants think the Earth is flat?
I'm sorry.
No,
Say
they
that again.
don't. They know where they come from.
Well, I'm not debating the intelligence of an ant or the intelligence of a microbe, but if you place a microbe on Earth, do you think that it determines that the Earth is flat after any amount of time?
Wait, dude, how can we know what a microbe is thinking? That's way out there,
So
bro.
you're a microbe in this instance, and that my question is, how can you know that the Earth is round or flat?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked.
Their purpose does not
Going back to
determine
measuring.
what environment they live in.
No, I'm glad he asked. Though I'm glad he asked because what we can do today in today's world, right? In a world where we all been indoctrinated, we were all once globers, quote unquote. Even the ones that believe it not to be a ball anymore. Once upon a time, as a child, they learned
I
it was a globe.
disagree, but I get where your point is getting at. So go on.
Okay. So if you learned it was a sphere, and then you have all this explanation as to why it's a sphere, how it's a sphere. Okay, fast forward to now, we're adults right now, and we're like, hey, we actually looked into the things that we were told, and we're finding a lot of discrepancies. Things aren't adding up when we're seeing way further than we technically should be, because logically, if that part of the world should be on the other side of a water
But what
mountain, if you will.
exactly is it that we are seeing that is determining as microbes on the Earth that it is round or flat?
Okay.
That's all I
So
want to know.
so there's a mathematical equation that you should be able to produce as a believer in the sphere, because you but want to give it a circumference, and a radius even, and even to the center of the Earth. So with all this math that's introduced to you, then you can use that very same math against the person that believes in that math. Because now we're in a position to, we're like, okay, you say it's this far or this much away curve from me. Well, then guess what? When we see something that's 30 miles horizontally with no curve, well, that doesn't make sense, because technically it should be curving away from where you stand. It should be
And
curving away
should
like a
be at a
basketball.
different angle that we actually should be able to observe.
Is it really a curve?
No, there's topography, yeah, but there's not a curved ball.
Because
Water.
you can perceive that you're seeing a curve from a distance just to find out it's a mirage or even a reflection. That
Yeah,
is an instant.
well, I have news for you. Those optical phenomenons only
It's not a
hurt the.
phenomenon. It's quite relevant in day to
It's a
day.
phenomenon when you see something that's cut out because of the heat in the sky. It is a phenomenon because you know that's not. That's not
Wait, you
like.
said it's. I don't want to deviate, but you said cut out because of the heat in the sky.
Yeah. So, like, for instance, with you know what? Okay, let me start over. Do you know what causes a mirage?
You need to start at what he thinks the flat Earth is, and
You're
have
right.
him tell us what he thinks the flat Earth is. I want him to describe it.
Yeah, that's a good point, because he might think of a disk, and then all the planets are still planets, but there's just. Yeah, you're right. What do you think flat Earth is? Let's start there.
I don't think the Earth is flat at all.
No. Whenever we
What,
say flat Earth, what comes to your mind?
Yeah, what do you think we think the flat Earth
exactly.
is? That's what they're
Well,
asking.
if I'm gonna play it from the school of thought, I'm gonna simply say that you think the world is flat.
Okay, but when you hear that, what do you envision?
Yeah, do you believe that means we're the third disk from the sun?
I don't envision anything because I don't understand a world that is flat.
Well, then
So I
how do you
understand.
listen?
Well,
How
no,
are you
you asked me a
debating it?
question and I'm trying to answer it, and then you're trying to
Yeah,
guide
how
my
are you
answer.
debating it if you don't envision anything? How are you saying this can't work in
But
your
my
model
debate is,
if you don't have a
no,
model you're
not how.
envisioning?
But what you mean to ask is not how. What you mean to ask is what and why am I debating? What I am debating.
That's what we're asking right now. What are you debating? Because that's
So
not
my
our model.
position is the world is not flat. What is your definition of flat so everyone's on board
You're
with the
thinking
idea of
Yeah.
what's
So
flat?
definition. So when we talk about flat, here, now guys, 1 second. I'll give them the answer. Basically, when we're talking about flat, we're referencing a horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane that everything in nature balances itself out to is what we're referencing, and that is flat all across the plane. So everything in nature starts to get into an equilibrium state with that. water, the land, everything.
What do you
So
mean
you
by
can
that? Because when a plant
so
is growing tall, when a plant is growing tall, a tree is growing tall, it is reaching an equilibrium, and for it to reach that equilibrium, there are other properties that it requires. Rather than being stuck to the soil, it needs the air and the atmosphere around it to be a healthy substance, and so many other variables to interact with that proposition.
It
So,
depends
what
on
is
the
your
genetics
definition
of
of
the plant,
stability?
which then
No, that's fine. The
determines
real
its
question
state
is, I
of
would ask,
being.
what are you defining as stability to concede that anyone that the
right, dude,
world
you don't
is
have to
flat?
keep talking. I know. See, this is the thing with you guys. You don't have to keep bloviating. I know what
Question,
you're gonna
bro.
say
It's a
within the
question.
first couple
Answer
of
the
sentences.
question.
So
No one's
basically,
offended.
when everything, yeah, no, I'm not talking about being offended. You bloviate. You add too much to the answer that you're saying. I know what you mean. You don't have to go on. Basically, like if a tree's growing upwards, you're gonna see that it grows perpendicular to the horizontal plane. Everything in nature tends to go either perpendicular, vertically, to the horizontal. So horizontal planes are like, so if you see a tree, it doesn't grow like askew, like it grows straight up and down, and its branches branch out. So when you see everything in nature, it tends towards that equilibrium state, vertical to
Well,
plumb.
what is your
So
definition of that equilibrium state then? Because that's where I
that's
start to
the
even
horizontal.
That's what.
That's what
Oh,
I'm trying
sorry,
to tell
I'm
you,
not
brother.
attacking you, but that's the logic that I start to target. What is that
That's what I'm.
equilibrium
Okay.
state? Because
I
also by
listen here.
those definitions that you present,
You don't know how to shut up
Unless
once
it's
you have
unless
asked a
it's a
question,
living
dude.
thing, it doesn't
Guys,
contribute
guys,
to the.
guys, guys. Don't talk through me. Okay, I hate it when I'm talking and somebody else jumps in when I'm talking. Just relax, okay? Just relax. It's harder when I'm trying to give an answer when I got another flat earther, trying to rumpus me. So basically, everything that you see in nature is growing on the horizontal plane that we reference. The horizontal plane is the flat earth that we talk about. Everything is going towards that equilibrium state. So you have vertical and you have horizontal. Everything that grows vertical on the earth is tending towards that horizontal plane. So it's always meeting at a vertical, right? Your body is geared with this information. So the vestibular system knows what horizontal is. Your eyes know what horizontal is. Everything that you know, the balance that you have is towards the horizontal plane. That's how you know that when you tilt your head, you know that it's something is off. You're not perfectly horizontal. So everything in nature is tending towards that horizontal plane that we reference. That is the flat earth that we're talking about. Not what you're saying, the actual earth itself being flat. So flat earth is a horizontal plane of reference. That's how we navigate to the stars. That's celestial navigation. That's everything. That's when somebody's doing land surveying, they're measuring flat and level to the plane of the horizontal. So the horizontal plane is completely referenced in the case for flat Earth. It is not the actual Earth itself. The Earth it can be flat, right? You can measure it flat. But what does that reference? I'm telling you that when land surveyors or anybody that's doing their work are making that land flat, they're doing it to the horizontal plane of the Earth. So they're referencing the Earth itself being that's their guide, right? So celestial navigation, the Earth itself, the horizontal plane is their reference. So that this is indeed the fact of the case of the matter, right? Water lies flat and level, and it holds rigidity in 3D space whenever it's picked up out of the ground. You can see the surface of water. It's the same as the horizontal plane of reference. So the horizontal plane that we reference is the flat Earth, not the Earth itself. I think you guys always get confused this way. Stop saying that. Water and everything else on the Earth is tending towards that equilibrium state that the Earth itself is referencing the horizontal plane. Anyway, that is it. I know he's not here, but
Wait,
that's
what?
what we're
He left?
referencing when we say flat Earth. Yep.
Oh my!
You want to talk out of this.
Everything for naught.
Yeah, it's okay. Does everybody understand what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
When we talk about flat Earth, it seems very difficult to explain to a human being that is what we're referencing. We're not referencing the actual mountains and valleys. We're referencing the horizontal plane that the mountains and valleys are actually tending towards. Everything is tending towards that. Because if you were to destroy a mountain and let it lay rubble, hold on.
The best way to revelate to a surface that is being leveled and in equilibrium is any liquid we can account to, which is usually water we used to refer to. Any harder substance like mountain or general graphite state of stones or metals and anything else can be distributed by mountains or anything else which has been in developments. The metal battle mod, are you here? Battle mod? Jedi adjusting his microphone.
Might be away.
Or unless you are hot micing, Jedi.
What's up?
Yeah, what do you what is your reference of post of your image?
Well, the conversation in the text lobby. Are you keeping up with it? You want me to tell you the whole
No.
conversation? I mean,
I
he
mean,
said
if you can, I'm
he
just
made a
looking
post
at
that planes fly an arc path. It's impossible to do on a flat Earth, or it's impossible to not fly a arced path. But when you take off and you land, your path is going to be arced, no matter the shape of what you're flying over.
Yeah.
So that
So
flat
I
math
want you
map in the
to
arced path is a reference to that.
I want you to look at your own picture that you posted where
Yeah,
the
it's a
arc is
Mercator
happening
map.
from A to B. What do you notice in your own picture? Is there anything that would be not normal in your eyes of view?
Well, like the Ziggy line cross or something. What?
Yeah. So yeah, of course.
Yeah, so
This
that's
is
not
what I
the
mentioned.
equator, and it's not the meridians. It's an image of a Mercator map, and it's showing another path. That's not; those aren't meridian lines.
So this is what I mentioned 1.5 hours later to Scott in terms of how things are being observed in terms of GPS manipulation of actual coordinates that could be intertwined by the linguistic language of mathematics, which could be combined, and
Yeah.
also
Well, yes, because
in
we have
order to alter
conversion.
the mathematics that you're actually seeing by a visual standpoint.
Yeah, we have conversion rates, so we can convert from any coordinate system, planar to polar. It's either way. If it works in one, it works in the other. Mathematically speaking.
So for me personally, I wouldn't use in any shape or form something like pictures like you used like right now, because
I'm just
the
entertaining
arc
people. That's
from
not
A
an
to
argument.
B is a perfect arc. However, the actual straight path that would be used in a flat plane Earth map that we would apply would be always a straight line.
It wouldn't be a straight line because you
It
have to.
would.
The path of the plane would not be a straight line because of takeoff and landing, an ascension to flight ceiling.
Of
You
course.
have to
Yeah,
take off
yeah,
rays.
I know
So
where you're
to
going. Yeah.
accurately represent it, no matter what map I do, I have to say the plane takes off, it ascends to a certain height, it stays at that ceiling, then it descends from that. So it would be a parabola or an arc path.
However,
Period.
our
No matter what.
viewpoint, our
It's how
viewpoint right
it's
now
how
at this
planes work.
picture is a 2D standpoint, and it
It
has
is.
no relation or correlation with a 3D observational point.
All right, instead of continuing, let's ask if anybody else has any evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Well, this has length and width, but
No, we like
the parabola is supposed to represent height, which would
So-
make it 3D. That's the height of the path, or 30,000 foot flight ceiling. So it is a 3D reference.
Well, I know that the
Sorry,
Earth's not a topographical plane, if that works.
Yeah, that does work. Does
Okay,
anybody want
great.
to take that? Instead of having a banter between us, we need to ask people in the room, which is the reason why we're here, guys. Go ahead. What's your question?
No, it's not a question. I was saying that I'm proving that the
Statement.
Earth is not a topographical plane.
You
Well, it
asserted
is.
that, and he's
So-
asking you to prove it now.
No, he asked me what my question was.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's
go
an
ahead
assertion,
and, go
not
ahead
a
and prove
question.
that it's not. Go ahead and prove that it's not.
Okay, so if you have two people facing south in the southern hemisphere on a topographical plane, they should be seeing
Okay, before we
stars.
hold on, Rich. We got to put context to this. When you say two people facing in the southern hemisphere, what's the southern hemisphere? We have to establish what the meanings of
Bottom
words
half of the Earth.
And what's the
Is it terrestrial
topographical
or
plane?
is it terrestrial or celestial?
The Earth?
Yes.
The Earth is terrestrial.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're saying southern hemisphere in regards to terrestrial, that means that we're talking about a curving Earth, right?
Look, if I don't want to get hung up on this small of a definition, I'm trying to be as clear as possible.
Yeah, but it's a hemisphere. Hemisphere,
Hold on,
half a sphere.
hold on, Mike. Rich, I need you to answer the question, please. Just answer the question simply, and we can move forward. It's just that easy. So, is the Earth curving if we're talking about the southern hemisphere? Yes or no?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so the Earth is not curving then. So, when you say southern hemisphere, the Earth is not curving.
I'm saying when you say the word southern hemisphere, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're talking about a globe.
You're just talking about
Okay,
south.
that's great. That's great. So when you say southern hemisphere, we're not talking about the Earth that's curving. So we're putting context to what you're saying, and the audience will know that you're not talking about the curving Earth at this moment, right?
So you can have a southern hemisphere on a globe Earth and on a flat Earth.
All right.
You really don't need to
Continue.
keep muting me.
So you were saying,
yeah, I do because you don't know. People don't know how to stop. So go ahead, Rich. Keep continuing. Now that we have context that you're not talking about a curving Earth, please continue.
What are you guys talking
I'm comparing both of the models, right?
In the
So we have the
topographical
flat
plane.
and the globe.
Yeah, you were
Right?
saying in the topographical plane when facing south.
Yeah.
So my question would be, in what model?
Yeah, Mike, that's what I'm. Guys, can I carry the point if you don't mind? I'd like to.
for
I'd like
sure.
to see if I can lead them.
Yeah, let
Let
me
me-
take this. Okay, everyone else, put yourself on mute.
Yeah, just relax, guys. I know everybody wants to jump in, but let me just take Rich somewhere. It's a logical path. All right, so if we're talking about you saying that the southern hemisphere positions on the two observers, and they're on the southern hemisphere, both of these people, Rich?
Correct. Yeah, facing south.
Facing south. Okay, so how do we establish where they're facing? Like as far as like in relation to one another?
They can
We're
be
only
100,
talking about in
100
relation
yards
to one
away, and they can both have a compass.
Okay, so they're not that far away from each other.
No, they don't have to be that far. Although the
Okay.
difference is more, the difference is a lot more noticeable the further you are away. But it will technically be different no matter if it's 100 yards or not.
So what is your argument, or what are you putting forward? The two observers 100 yards away are facing south. What are they supposed to see, or what is it like that you're making a point of?
On a planar Earth, they would be able to see different stars. They do not see different stars. They see the same stars in a slightly different orientation depending on how far the distance is between them.
Okay, so why would you say on a flat Earth that doesn't work?
Because on a flat Earth, as I said, you would be seeing different stars.
Yeah, are you like
No, you don't.
referencing
Yeah,
the
but you,
AE map?
yeah, guys, Mike, brother, let me take this point.
Listen, I want to know if he thinks south is a complete circle, bro.
I know that's where I'm about to take him. You have to trust. I'm not gonna lead him not that place, dude. I'm not just you know me, dude. I'm gonna take him exactly where we all want him to go.
Really? I thought you were about to admit that the Earth was a globe. I honestly thought that's what you were about to do.
Just relax, dude. Just relax. I need you to just be patient, okay? So if you're referencing something right now in your mind as to like what a flat Earth is, then what do you have in your mind what flat Earth is, Rich? What is it to you?
A top-down projection with an Antarctic southern wall.
I know. How does that look like? Can you describe it?
It looks flat.
I know that, Rich. What does it look like to you in your mind?
What? Are you trying to give me a Rorschach test? I'm confused.
No, dude. Like if you were to give flat Earth a shape, what shape would you give it? Top-down view.
Flat plane.
Your orthographic view. I know that.
Yeah.
What is it? What shape does it look like? You know shapes, Rich? You know a triangle, a circle, a rectangle. You know shapes? Okay, what shape does it look like in your mind?
Oh, probably a circle.
Probably a circle. So you see the circle. Antarctica is a ice wall that wraps around 360 around the continents.
Exactly.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you said that, are you straw manning us because nobody has given you that specific idea? No one.
That's not what the flat Earth looks like.
Has anybody listen to me when I'm saying this very carefully? Who has given you that so that you can think of it that way?
Mark Sargent.
Okay, is Mark Sargent a person that's in this call right now?
Well, I see him in the face of every baby, in the smile of every
Answer
child.
the question, Rich. Answer the question.
As far as I know, he's
on the
not.
call right now? Okay, so he's not on the call. So does he represent anybody in here? Or does he represent himself? He represents himself, right?
And a flat Earth idea, yeah.
No, you can't caveat to that.
What?
People that like that idea, if they like that idea, they're going to adhere to it. Does anybody in here adhere to that specific idea that Mark Sargent put forward? Anyone in here?
No.
Answer the question, Rich.
I don't know everyone's personal opinion.
Okay, has anybody in this call on this VC since you've been here adhered to that idea, Rich? Just answer
like this call today. I was trying to make sure I understood what you were asking.
Okay.
Like this call today, or in the past.
So every time,
please.
All right. So every time that you come to this voice call, does anybody in here talk about the thing that Mark Sargent's talking about?
No, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have assumed that you thought the same thing as Mark Sargent.
Okay. So if you're saying the flat Earth doesn't work and you're using Mark Sargent's example, none of us have said that. Are you making a straw man out of what we're saying?
Well, I don't necessarily say that it would.
Answer the question. Are you making a straw man of what we are saying?
No, having a misapprehension of where.
Yes, you are. I need you to be honest right now, Rich, because you're not being honest. Nobody has talked about that since you've been here, Rich. I'm going to unmute you. Now, I need you to be honest before we move forward. Are you making a straw man argument about what flat Earth is in your mind to us?
No.
Okay. So you're being disingenuous because I just pointed out that nobody here on this VC and 24/7 has ever told you that that's what the Earth looks like. For you to carry an argument forward in this call You have to have substantiated that somebody's told you on this call somewhere in 24/7 that has represented exactly what Mark Sargent is saying. Nobody has ever said that. You're the only one who's come in here and said that that's how we think. So you're projecting how we think onto us. We never said that. So you are making a straw man argument against us. Do you understand? Now I'm not going to ask you anymore. I'm only going to tell you because you seem to lack the comprehension skills to understand, Rich. Your projection about flat Earth, telling us that's what we think, and then making an argument against it is a straw man. Do you understand, Rich? Yes or no? Or do you want me
I
to
understand
speak
the words
slower?
coming out of your mouth.
All right, then. We shouldn't have any more arguments against what the idea that you have. So drop the argument, maybe reformulate it, and think about something else because we are not saying what you think Mark Sargent is saying. So stop putting these arguments, which we didn't say, onto us. That's all I wanted you to know. Do you understand now what I said clearly?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Now we can move forward without your argument. Do you have another argument? Because that is not what we said.
Well, why do we have to move forward? Could we not become more clear on the position?
Fuck is to the problem.
I already told you. Nobody in here is arguing the fact that that is or is not the case. And we're not even bringing that up, and you're making that a point. So therefore, because nobody brought it up, it should not be an argument, Rich. Because you're trying to make it one. We don't want it to be one because nobody here is advocating for that position except for you and
I
Mark
get that.
Sargent.
Oh, well, in the voice of charity, should we not discuss what yours is and how it's different from Mark Sargent's?
Yeah. So basically, the only model that we would reference to is the celestial sphere, which is basically just a model of how perspective works according to the things that we see in the sky. Do you understand?
No, not quite. I'm not seeing how that's different from Mark
All right.
Sargent's.
All right,
Yeah,
do
Mark
you even know what the celestial sphere model is from the outset?
Doesn't sound that different than the stars being in the firmament.
Can we address the major premise, please, already?
All right. So we're not referencing the terrestrial idea or the concept of what we think that what the land looks like from a top-down perspective. Do you get it, Rich? Nobody here is saying what all the continents look like in regards to one another. We're not talking about a specific idea of a shape. Nobody's making that argument except for you and people that want to argue against the idea that some things can't work on a flat Earth. Nobody's actually making that argument except for you and Mark Sargent.
But like, you'd agree that Australia and the southern point of South America are quite far, right?
Yeah. So how do you know what the whole Earth looks like? Have you seen it? The whole Earth. To argue from a standpoint of saying, well, my Earth looks like this and your Earth doesn't work. Have you ever seen the whole Earth, Rich?
No, I've never seen the entire Earth. I don't see how that's
okay.
really
So then, how can
applicable.
you say
to presume to even know where these
don't interrupt
things are? You have to know what lat and long is. If you don't know what latitude and longitude is or how it's derived, you don't even know how to argue this topic from the beginning.
That's correct. That is correct. Do you understand now, Rich?
You don't need to know latitude and longitude.
You think you know where these things are based off of latitude and longitude. Do you know what latitude and longitude are?
Again, you don't need latitude and longitude.
Okay, he's not going to answer, Amish.
But
We're going to ask him one more time.
You think you know where these things are because you think you know what latitude and longitude are.
Answer, Rich.
He didn't ask me a question, Alpha.
That was a
question.
But yeah, so you think you know what these are based off of latitude and longitude. It's the coordinate system that everybody thinks that they know about, but nobody fucking knows how it was developed, and we do.
Yep.
Well, regardless of however
No,
those are developed.
No. You're
It's not
gonna get away with
regardless.
it.
We hold in full regard what these concepts and ideas are.
So if you don't know, you need to drop these arguments. If you need, what I'd say is go research more about what latitude and longitude is, come back, reformulate your argument, and perhaps you have a better stance, because this is a very weak position that you have. You don't know anything about even your idea of how you live on a globe. or the representation of the continents or of anything. You don't know how that works. So how would you presume to tell us how what we think works if we don't even, if the argument is so far off of what we say because you're trying to represent what Mark Sargent says and put a projection onto us? Your argument is completely fallacious, on top of the fact that you are arguing from ignorance because you don't even know of what longitude and latitude is. That's a simple fact. That's a simple fact, and it's the truth.
What
Because
fallacy?
you made it
Please let
apparent.
me. Please let me hear
No.
the
What
entire
fallacy was it,
argument
Alpha?
Rich is saying. Dude, please let me hear the entire argument that Rich is saying, and then I'll address it.
All right, but hold on, Gregory. The thing about it is, we've already started. I don't know if you came in late or if you were listening to all of it, but we've already heard enough. We don't need him to restate something he doesn't know what he's talking about. So his ignorance is going to be proven over and over again, thinking he has a foothold on the argument. He needs to understand he doesn't have a foothold. It's a very weak position to say that he's going to say, well, I know how things work on a globe and it doesn't work on a flat earth. Is basically what he's saying. For people two observers facing south, that they can't see the same things in the night sky. So that's his argument. And he's saying that can't work on a flat earth. Explain that to me, flat earther. But then I asked him how he knew that what he's saying is true, but he's basing everything upon Mark Sargent's idea of that ice wall that wraps around the whole entire earth, and it looks like a circle, is what he's saying. And so he's arguing against that, but he doesn't even know what his globe earth it looks like and how he can orientate himself, or what any position of how something, as far as two observers on the earth, what they would be seeing. So we don't need to hear him explain it again, Greg. We're not going to hear him. He just needs to understand. He needs to do more research on the topic, and then come back, reformulate his argument, probably in a different way, not this way.
Well, I was already refuting him in the open chat before he spoke up with this weak appeal in the voice chat. So, for the sake of clarity, to actually concentrate our refutation to his argument itself, yes, he doesn't have what is logically required to know the position, to know how we even have any astrological facts, but his argument is trying to be a deductive argument, saying that it's not possible to observe the same set of stars when standing on a horizontal surface of the earth and or oceans. And so, of course, he hasn't given a deductive argument to prove that. He hasn't given any reason to support that conclusion. I've already refuted him in the open chat and text chat.
Yeah, so why is he extremely fallacious now in the voice chat? That's my question. If you refuted him, why would he be still thinking that what I told him is something new? It almost sounds like he didn't even understand based on our position. If he was thoroughly refuted, it seems like he's got this invincible ignorance that he wants to pursue, going ahead and saying that is his position, regardless of what you just told him in the text chat, not probably moments ago. So
Wait,
this
what was
is
the
this is what
fallacy?
we have to deal with.
Your supposed argument is just fallacious. You just have a false premise. It's really that simple. Your argument has a false premise, has a false.
That doesn't make it
implication.
invalid or fallacious.
It has a false supposed implication. It is not implied necessarily or in any sense that it is not possible to stand within a given area and observe the same set of stars. It's not. There's nothing.
Does an
impossible about that.
argument
You don't have any
need to
reason
be
say that's not
sound to
possible.
be valid?
You need true premises and a logically valid argument in order to have a sound argument. One of the premises is false. So
it can be valid but not sound correct?
You're trying to refute our position with a false implication. Our position does not necessarily imply, nor imply in any sense, that it's not possible to observe a same single given set of stars within a given area where that single set of stars is observable. This is beyond controversy and rational doubt.
No, you keep on saying it wrong anyway. It's weird. You keep on saying that we can't see the same.
Okay, I'm getting sick and tired of him saying, "Nuh-uh, Rich. What we're telling you is that nobody's holding the position that you're putting forward, nor is your position even any way logical, because you want to know what fallacy. There's a couple of fallacies begging the question. Argument for ignorance fallacy. I mean, we can move forward and start just putting all the fallacies that you're actually putting forth when you're making your case. You don't have
Really,
a
it's
case.
just a straw man. That's what he's committed. He's committed a straw man fallacy. He's attacking a horizontal surface, horizontal Earth and/or ocean surface, where supposedly it's not possible to stand in a single given area where a single given set of stars is observable to multitudes of different observers. That doesn't follow. It is possible to stand on a horizontal and/or a horizontal Earth and/or ocean surface, look at a single given set of stars within a single given area where they are visible, and a multitude of observers observe them. It's very simple.
We already established he's arguing against a model we don't promote, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So everything past that is just fruit of a poisonous tree.
You got it.
It's really not that difficult. Like he didn't have a case, and this is where I get irritated with some people. Like they just keep replying as though they have a case. No, this is done. It's like you are thoroughly refuted. You're just attacking a straw man. Your argument has a false premise in it because you're supposing a false implication that is not really implied by our position. No, stop.
Okay, in text he said present my model. I have no model, Rich. I don't present a model of the flat earth.
Yep, don't need a model. And I would bet most people who ask for models don't even know what a model is. And when you were to give them a model, they wouldn't even know what to do with it because they've never seen one before.
The underlying thought behind
If I
their
were to present
request
a
for a
model,
model.
it's going to be a fucking spreadsheet with some really complicated math in all the columns. Are you ready for that?
Can I listen? He's straw manning me in text. Listen, you should give up on the straw mans, Rich. I didn't say mine is different from Mark Sargent's. I only said, and Miggy said it too, nobody in here gave you the AE map as a flat earth model. I didn't make any mention about different or what my model is or anything. That's all just in your mind. I don't have a model. Which
The underlying
does
strategy
differ
behind
from Mark Sargent. He has a model. I don't.
I'm trying to say that the underlying strategy behind them demanding that we present a model really says this: give me an untenable position. Go stand in an untenable position so that I can succeed in destroying it.
Yeah, you know the important thing about that, Greg, is that he doesn't even know what he's talking about for the Earth being a globe. That's the thing that we got to highlight. His ignorance on that specific area where he doesn't know what he's talking about. So how could he then project and say that he knows how the flat Earth would not work? That is extremely fallacious. He doesn't even know how longitude and latitude work for the Earth being a globe. And that Amish pointed out during the conversation with him. He couldn't even tell you how that works. So how could he then tell us how it doesn't work on a flat Earth? That's it's crazy. That's what's frustrating, is that people don't see that. So hopefully the third party perspective who's listening to this call can also say, yeah, that's weird. How come he doesn't know how the globe Earth works? At least that would be something. But he doesn't even know that.
Right.
Right. His globe is fashioned out of the spherical coordinate system of latitude and longitude. And he doesn't know how that was created and how it's confused for the terrestrial.
Yeah, can he post a globe Earth model in the chat maybe?
Well, it's not about posting. Listen, it's not about posting the globe Earth model. And
I'd like to see that.
he doesn't listen. That doesn't matter. He wasn't able to explain how longitude and latitude work on a globe. So what difference is it going to make if he posts something in the chat? That's not a part of what we're doing here.
We could post the same AE map. We could post the same AE map that he posted, and we could call that a globe model because it is a globe projection. And it's funny that observations and flight paths don't work on a globe projection.
Yeah, but he's not able to articulate his point of how he knows what he knows, which causes the error that he's making. So it doesn't matter if he posts something. It's not going to matter to anyone because he doesn't know how to articulate himself.
No, I agree. I just mean like a lot of people say, "Oh, flat earthers don't have a model."
Yeah, he's just
but
saying
it's
that
like
on another note. Yeah.
But it's like, dude, you don't have a model either. You know what I mean? Like you have some globe projection, okay, but where's the model? You know, that's just what I mean.
So
they
not
don't have
only
a scientific model. This is
so not only does he affirm a position which he is unable to defend, but of course, then resulting to the immediate demand that you do the same thing. You go subscribe to an untenable position so that I can knock that down too, so I can make myself feel better. No.
Yeah, they don't have a model either, right?
I just posted it.
It's not a model. See, like he said earlier, most you people don't even know what a fucking model is. It's not an image of the blue marble, that's for certain.
Now, for the sake of the audience, what is a model, and in what sense are we saying the word model? I mean, what category of knowledge does this quote unquote model belong in, and what is it? Did I lose connection?
No, we
No,
hear
I
you.
hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're still good. It's Friday night. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I guess the state indoctrination system didn't work well on me because, I mean, for a multitude of reasons, but specifically concerning geodesy, concerning the Earth, I never replied with these rather silly replies that the commoner, the common person replies with concerning, especially, you know, optical phenomenon, you know, optics. Like I never said, well, why don't we see the Eiffel Tower when I'm nowhere near close enough to see it, or seeing Mount Everest, or why aren't the planets flat? Like I never said these things. They never even crossed my mind. I'm trying to infer what is the underlying cause or catalyst for that common pattern of critique, because it's a pattern. Like when you talk to the average person, to the common person, not the veteran anti-flat earth sophist, but the common person, and you provoke them to be challenged about the issue long enough, that's the pattern of objections that they say. It must be some sort of it must be some sort of propaganda that I just didn't come across. I didn't come across these anti-flat earth propaganda where these false ideas about optics and other false ideas about geometry, where all these supposed implications of the Earth being having a horizontal surface really are not true implications of that premise. I was taught that.
Commoners.
Go ahead.
No, I was just commenting on your word usage there. The commoners.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he common or racist? I'm joking. I'm joking, Greg. Don't think me liberal.
No, I'm one of them.
Petite bourgeoisie.
The bougie. I did hear the canard with you know, the horizon and boats. We all heard that one. I did hear that one, but I didn't hear the other ones.
Should I drop out? Did Rich leave?
Yeah, he
I want to know
posted
if
the
Stephen
Google
Hawking
Earth and
left.
dipped.
Really?
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that, Greg. Go on.
That's awesome. I disconnected him because he was just chat skanking.
So yeah, I did hear the canard with boats disappearing over the horizon, supposedly being indicative of the peak of the water hill wrapped around the ball. I heard, the edge, falling off the edge, and I didn't hear much.
I've heard those rumors.
It's a problem. It's a real problem. Like it's not good. There is no good in thinking fallaciously. None.
Except for a globe earther who doesn't know what he's talking about because they don't even know that they're doing it. They can't even conceive of how wrong they are. So they're going to commit that fallacious reasoning every time.
They didn't even follow Greg when he called it a canard. They were lost right there, and I was like, oh yeah, rumors. They surround us every day, don't they? And I'm just a hick, I'm just a farmer.
Well, that makes it doubly hard to have conversations with people when they don't even know the words that they're coming out of their mouth or what we're saying. Either one. Because when they start talking about the Earth as a globe,
yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, how could they perceive a specific argument if they don't even know themselves? So it makes it doubly hard because now you have to articulate the word, like get into semantics. It's very troubling for us. And then we labor over the point, and then because they have that fluoride stare, their eyes are just glossed over whenever and then they just start claiming that we don't know what we're talking about. So frustrating.
And it's not so difficult for me to explain what I mean by the words that I say. I'm more than glad and willing to do it. At least after several years of practice after I've been doing it. But
You mentioned fluoride.
Yeah, we got.
Do you guys drink tap
I don't know if
water?
you guys heard it earlier. Dogs are gods. Yeah, but we won't talk
No,
about
why
that.
do you like
We
fluoride?
had dogs are gods. Yeah, hold on, guys. Hold on. I was speaking clearly when that guy started talking. So basically, this morning when Dogs Are Gods was in here, he met Nathan Oakley. So I don't know if you guys were listening to that conversation, but I think Dogs was actually served on the same point that we always make in here, in regards to like his point about. I think he brought up celestial navigation, of course, and I don't know if they moved off to the point because I actually had to leave, but he was trying to argue celestial navigation with Nathan, or P and S waves. So I don't know if you know that, like when people talk about those P and S waves that are going, the vibrations of those, going through the Earth. So and of course he was reifying the position, saying that it could only work on an Earth as a globe, so on and so forth. So you need a flat Earth, flat stationary Earth for that to be the case. So if that was these seismic waves that are being this rippling effect that is happening over the Earth. So Nathan was referencing the horizontal plane that I was basically using in my arguments for the past month now. The horizontal plane of reference, which is what I refuted the gentleman prior to Rich, the one that left. He who spoke or something like that. That guy. Sometimes they're really hot and bothered, when they got like a little bee in their bonnet. But you have to actually parse out why they think the way they do and how that can't work, because we only reference a horizontal plane in every instance. So in navigation and how we level things, like everything has been referenced to the horizontal plane. So, and of course, water, when it finds its equilibrium, it has the flat surface on it when, we see that surface tension. So everything tends towards that equilibrium state.
I never was indoctrinated into those ideas. These ideas of these things only work on a globe. You can only observe the stars the way we do on a globe. You can only see things disappear bottom up the way we do on the globe. We can no.
That seems to be the theme throughout these guys who come in here advocating for the position that it can only work as a globe, because they have that bias of where they got, I call it globe goggles, but they can't see past their globe goggles because they only see globe. And it's like, well, why wouldn't you say that it could work or couldn't work on a flat earth? Like, what is it that you see differently? And so when you actually get into the mind and kind of reveal what their stance is, it's basically they're looking at the Mark Sargent map and they're like, well, Mark Sargent's map doesn't work. Really? And how do you know what that means according to the Earth being a globe? Because Mark Sargent's map, you know, that AE map that he's pointing to, that's a globe flattened out, dude. So how do you know that doesn't work? Do you know what longitude and latitude are? Like, and so if you don't, Amish pointed that out because that's that's a part of what he should have already been coming through with if he understood what that means and how they derived that. It's just crazy. He didn't know that. So the audience doesn't know, however. Go ahead.
You've heard me say this term before. This is the technical term that logicians use when they when you say the phrase the globe goggles, the controlling premises. It's a controlling premise in their pattern of inference. So there are premises that everyone, this is true about every human, or this is true about every thinking agent, human or non-human, there are controlling premises that we will not relinquish, we will not let go. And they guide our interpretation, our pattern of inference. They are the lenses, the goggles through which we interpret any proposition or any empirical data. And of course, preferably those controlling premises are true, right, as they should be. But their controlling premise of the Earth being a globe is not true.
I guess the way that they reason with you, I think it's hard to hear sometimes. I remember these gentlemen that were asking you a question about how the Earth got here, and I remember I was listening to you, and you're like, well, it was the God that put it here. Well, that doesn't show how it's flat. It's like, dude, you didn't even ask that question. You asked him a whole entire.
I'm aware.
Do you know how frustrating that is to listen to?
Yeah.
Like just.
Can I ask a question?
I can't even. Yeah, go ahead, man. Ask your question.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for you guys to finish. I wasn't trying to interrupt, but what's the deal
You're
with tap
fine.
water?
Go ahead.
What's the deal with tap water? Because I know they put like
Yeah,
chlorine.
yeah, I know, but it's not a topic for this room. That's why I said let's move on. That wasn't a topic for this room. But there's a lot to talk. We're not in a position or a platform to be able to speak of such things. We'd like to, but we can't do it now because it diverts. It takes away from what the premise of this room is. So
yeah,
I'm not saying we wouldn't have the conversation, but probably go to 24/7 Actual. They have a Rumble bot there. The Rumble bot people can probably speak a little bit more freely on that if you want to.
The one thing that we could talk about is how the government says, they tell you that they can produce, on the ISS, mind you, in space, okay, a place that doesn't exist, they'll tell you they can literally turn poop into coffee, pee, sweat into fresh drinking water, but yet here on Earth, they tell you that it's about somewhere, like, I can't remember the exact figure, in the millions of families reporting zero access to fresh drinking water. There's a water crisis in America, not just Flint, Michigan, okay, all across America. I have a well water, and they were worried it was contaminated by a nearby landfill, and luckily my water, my well wasn't, but just a few, just really close by it was. So there's people right now who cannot drink their well water because it's being contaminated. So they have to get water delivered. And even that they can't do. The government can't even take fresh water and deliver it to people on Earth, but yet somehow they'll tell you at the ISS they've mastered technology that turns.
Well, I would argue it's the same way that
here's an easily recognizable point. There's billionaires that fly around in their private jets every single day, but the average person might not be able to afford a trip until they've like gone through a whole fucking year of work just to afford this little week-long endeavor, right? It's just the amount of resources they have. They have it more
you
filtered
messed
into
up
that
though.
area.
The people have paid for this water already. Okay, they buy people on city water paid ahead
I
of
got a
time.
question.
They
Doesn't mean that tech
prepaid.
can't exist, though.
They
I got a
prepaid
question.
for the water, and it's not delivering.
What
I'm
kind of
confused. Did you say
budget
that
would it
poop
take
turns
to
into
turn
water?
my poop into drinking water I could make coffee out of? What kind of budget are we talking first?
Oh yeah, for like the NASA budget.
Well, I'm just saying to turn poop right here on Earth
Oh yeah, it's not
into
possible.
fresh drinking water. Can I take my septic and turn it into fresh drinking water? That's
No,
good
you can't do
and
it. It's
pure.
not. Yeah, it's not possible.
It is possible. That's why you do holding pounds. So listen, we got fresh water when we were pilgrims in this land, but we knew more. We weren't separated from knowledge. So we knew how to store food without refrigerators and freezers, and keep it fresh for years. But people lost that knowledge, so they think it's not possible. But the truth is, it is. With a little bit of knowledge, you can keep your cabbage right on the counter for a month rather than put it in the fucking refrigerator and watch it turn brown. But you got to be smarter than the fucking cabbage.
Yeah. Do you know that we lost through the industrial age the knowledge of all those things, of how to prepare things in that way, Mike, because of the fact that convenience became a thing, canning foods and
Well, yeah, a lot of city folk have, but we still pickle
Yeah.
stuff in the country. We still ferment fruits and meats, and we know how to keep things jerkied and fresh for a long time.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's a lost art. So people don't know how to do
Right,
that,
yeah.
which is the main reason why a lot of that information is lost between humans
But
today.
it's relatively cheap to but you need land. See, you need land for holding ponds, and you have to hold water. You need a freshwater source, so you put your well water in and you mix your septic with it, and then you move it from holding pond to holding pond, and through filtration and time you end up with purified water. But you also have to know that, so you need land and knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge.
It's not like that's just a loss, though, because the reason we stopped jerking stuff is because canning was more efficient, centralized everything.
I'm always jerking, bro. Sorry.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
that's fine, bro.
I had to say it. I had to say it. It was too
Yeah, but
easy.
what Mike
It was
is
too
talking
easy.
about-
It was too easy.
Yeah, but what Mike is listen, what Mike is talking
It
about
was too easy. I'm sorry.
Guys.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just
I'm
relax.
sorry. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, what Mike is talking about is something that's been lost in translation. So if you're saying that because we've grown a lot faster with the idea of the industrial age, like becoming more convenient and helping more people in that way, well, the people actually are not helping themselves because they've gotten complacent, right? Complacency has taken over the idea that every person was able to fend for themselves. Now it's like I have someone else is fending for me, and so they rely on their listen. And this isn't just happening in the sense of like work that we do. This is happening in knowledge in the areas of knowledge. So you don't have to think anymore. Google does the thinking for you. So this is the problem that we have.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm relating this back.
Like if you,
Yeah, I'm relating. So hold on, guys. I'm relating this back to the flat Earth in the sense of saying like that's the issue that we have when people come into this call and think that they know what they're talking about. When like let's say if you were to argue with Mike about how to preserve things, you could only think so far as to say you don't know how somebody out in the country could survive because to you the modern convenience of having all the material goods that you have because of the industrial age is the only way you could. Yeah, you're so. Yeah, you're so dependent on that you haven't able to understand that you could do something like store food for long periods of time without having a refrigeration. So
you also
we
think
can
there's a
our own stuff all the
resource.
time. We got a big canning pot.
Through dependency, it's easy to tell people that there's a resource shortage because they don't know that they can just walk off in the woods and find a meal within an hour. if they forage naturally. Without hunting or fishing, you can take food right from Earth.
What's up?
And
you there?
one of the worst things is that agriculturally, we grow the least nutrient food that there is, and the forest provides more healthier foods and more nutrient-ready foods than we do in agriculture. But you think that somehow this system has your best interests at heart. Then why is it that field cabbage has anti-inflammatories in it and pain relievers? You could relieve 2 stones or 2 birds, kill 2 birds, 1 stone. Pain relief, anti-inflammation, and food and nutrient, all with field cabbage rather than agricultural cabbage. The cabbage we grow is the least nutrient shit that you can get.
But how else?
You saying that farming's less efficient than foraging?
No, I'm saying it's less
I
nutritious.
didn't say efficient. I said nutrient value. So
how
you
else
can
am I gonna get
listen.
pesticides
You
in
can
my
eat
body?
10. You can There's another one. You're going to get pesticides too. But you could eat 10 cabbages that we take advantage of in agriculture, and you're not going to get the nutrient you would get from one boiled down from wild cabbage, field cabbage. You'll get more
Sure, but
nutrients.
in the same time, I could collect 10 field cabbages. I could collect, 100 tons of grain from my fields or whatever.
You can, but the nutrient value you won't get. So what you don't understand is what you eat, that's what you are. So if you're not getting nutrient, you're going to continue to be hungry. You can eat all day long, but that doesn't mean you're getting the nutrient that your body needs for all its processes to work.
Right, yeah.
Including the brain.
Plants were bred for like quick harvest times, not necessarily nutrients.
Nutrient value, yes. You hit the main thing there. Harvest time. Efficient harvest time. So that means we can make the most money in the season, in a grow season, not the most nutrient. So, but for your brain to work properly in your immune system, you need those nutrients. So you should at least learn to forage. If you're worried about the fall of society or world scenario, the first thing you should do is learn to forage. Take classes on identifying what is edible in the forest, in your region, in your area, medicines in the forest. I'm not telling you to follow old remedies and all that, but there are scientifically known remedies in the forest. I mean, we could start with penicillin and work our way down, but it's
Unfortunately, I fucking die if I come into contact with penicillin.
All right, so let's kind of segue back to the knowledge of the Earth being either a globe or flat and stationary for you guys, right? So if you guys are proposing that, coming from the stance that the Earth is a globe, and you don't have any primary knowledge or experience that it is, then how do you know that it actually is, right? Because all of this knowledge that we're talking about can be understood to be true, like what Mike is saying about foraging and all of this, but how can you know something that you've been only told is the case? How can you prove that existence of the globe is true? So is there any evidence to support that? Or do you just think that there is because of what you've been told all your life?
Well, I would say
So
with what I've been
Go
told,
ahead.
if what I was told was wrong, then it wouldn't work out. But a lot of things link together very well. Like the math behind it, the math works out. If it didn't accurately predict reality, then of course it would be fake. But it does. You can accurately predict a lot of different things in reality with the math.
All right. So that
Like
seems
what,
to
for
be a
example?
bold statement. But what do you think you can predict? And if you're saying the math, I think these terms, you were basically, it's almost like you were indoctrinated to say these. It sounds like a script. You wouldn't know how to articulate what math you're talking about and then use it as a predictive value. So what prediction and what math do you speak of specifically? Like numeric values, give me some numeric values, and then give me a prediction that's used with those numeric values. Can you do that?
You
How about day-night cycles?
Let's hold on. Let's drill down into what you just said and see if you know how to articulate your point.
Do you want me to like take an actual equation and
Yes.
accurately? Well,
And
that's kind
prove
of
it
hard
to
right
us.
now because I'm like in my house, not able to.
Okay. So
But
not able
if I
to
were to go
articulate.
outside, and measure like the atmospheric density, the heat, that kind of stuff, then I could tell you exactly how far away a laser would land if I shined it straight, like straight level, just like how far it would take for it to land to the ground.
So basically, right now, you just have this knowledge in your head that you think that it can be done. You don't know if it can be. With the predicted value of what? Yeah, hold on. With the predicted value of the math you so described, but don't give us any numeric values. So what I've done right now was I've actually exposed the fact that people say these things. They don't know what they're saying, though. Underneath the vague statement that the globe Earth produces some math that gives us predictive values, we don't know what type of math. Numeric values, we don't know that either. We don't know the actual predictions that are being made. We don't know anything. The only thing that we know is that you said that it's so. But without any evidence to back it up, you don't have a justification for saying that. You're just saying that. You don't know.
That's what consider this.
We got day-night
You made an
cycles.
appeal to, hang on.
Sure.
You made an appeal to math and predictions. And then Alpha just scrutinized you to demonstrate that you are actually educated, informed about the supposed math and predictions that you vaguely appealed to, but evidently you couldn't recall at least one equation or one prediction to demonstrate in the slightest that you know about the supposed mathematical proofs and or predictions. But furthermore, that would be an insufficient appeal even if you did spell out with omniscience about math or predictions, because appealing to math or predictions is not logically sufficient to demonstrate that the premise that the Earth is a ball is empirically adequate. What is logically required to prove that premise is to measure, at best, at most, measure to demonstrate that the Earth has been measured to be a ball. So if you don't have that, you don't have what is logically required.
You say it's not possible to mathematically measure it.
I didn't say that.
No, we're saying
clarify.
you didn't say that, and I didn't say that. I said you were insufficient in supporting any of the premises in which you vaguely stated when you said there's math and predictions, which you were doubly wrong by even saying that, because logically consistent, you're not providing evidence that the Earth is curving on its surface. So you're not doing what we need to ask you about how you know that the Earth is a globe. You're only doing something that they've told you as a script, as an answer back to how you know that the Earth is a globe. That's basically all. You're running off of a script, and it's very vague. You don't know the numeric values. You don't know any of the equations. You don't know any of the predictions. You don't even know how it can be done to measure the surface. So with that information, you're half cocked. Hold on a second. You're half cocked coming into this argument, and you're shooting from the hip, thinking that, well, I said my piece, I'm good over here. No, you didn't do anything. You've said a vague statement in which nobody didn't understand anything about. That's what I'm pointing out. That's why people don't understand what they think they understand.
So instead of asking the Discord guy that may not be the best mathematician or geography guy, why not just go to like literally?
Can anyone else hear him clearly?
Nope.
Instead of asking a person on Discord that's random, that's unprepared, that just walked into a VC full of people that aren't PhDs and probably anything of the sort, why don't you go and ask?
Okay, you don't know.
Wait. How do you
That
know
was
that?
his point.
How do you know that? Yeah, but how does he know that? How does he know that? None of us hold any PhDs. I need to know that argument from any place that he's actually going to be able to reconcile the fact that he just got this all-knowing supportive knowledge that none of us have any PhDs. I'd like to know that. Go ahead, sir.
There's that critique also, Pugmagus. So that's just a long way of saying you don't know. So you don't have the answer to demonstrate that you know the premise, the Earth is a ball, it to be true.
But most of all the colleges in the United States would I guess teach that.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
Why not go to any educational degree?
No, sir. We're not going to do that. We're not going to play your
game.
We're asking. We're going to ask you questions. We're going to ask you questions that you don't know because you sound like you're ignorant, which it sounds to me like you are. You're using this as an escape hatch so that we can answer a different question, not the one that we're asking you to support. And the one that we're asking you to support, you don't have that answer. So you're telling us, well, go to some college. Go look at some other people.
You're asking me that
what
doesn't
you're
have a PhD. My answer would be I would refer you to somebody that does have a PhD on
Yeah,
geography.
we've spoken. No, you don't even know what you're talking about, sir. Like, what
That's
do
why
you
I
think
just
the
said you should
geography
go to
person?
somebody with a PhD.
Yeah. What do you think they're going to tell us?
Why not go to
What do you
somebody
think they're
with a
going to say?
college?
What
Why
do you
not go?
think they're going to say?
Can you answer the
What do you
question
think
on
they're
why
going
you
to
would
say?
not go to a
Oh,
college?
no. I'm asking you,
Okay.
what do you
All
think they're
right.
going
No,
to say?
that's fine. If you don't want to answer my question.
Yeah, what answer could they possibly give us that's going to supply us with the information that we require? What do you think they're going to
They
say
would show
that's
you
going to give us
how
the
the
answer?
world is a globe. That's pretty fucking
They're going
simple.
to tell us how the world is a globe. Have you met a geography professor? Have you
I've
ever
never
met
met a
one?
geography professor that has told me the world is
Okay.
flat. No.
So then how do you know that the geography professor is going to tell you that the earth is a globe
Because
based on evidence? How do you know that?
it seems like all the evidence that they are using all come to the same conclusion that the world
Where
is
you
not
at?
a flat.
Okay, you're
All
just
right.
giving
So
us your
now I need
autobiographical prejudicial conjecture. You don't actually know what you think they know. That's it.
exactly.
You
Have you
don't
ever
know what they know because he's not a PhD.
Well, tell me
All right.
about
Okay, so he
So have you
doesn't
ever?
know.
I'm gonna
Not
get through.
emphasize that you're
I'm
not a
gonna get through.
PhD. That's not the emphasis. It's not
I'm
the
gonna look
point.
for
You
everybody.
people don't
I'm gonna
know.
look for everybody that's rumpusing. Just don't rumpus, okay?
In
Basically, I'm
geography
asking
field.
secular dude. I'm asking secular man how he knows that the geography professor or teacher is gonna be able to supply the answer that we're asking for. How does he know that? I'm asking him that. He's not giving the answer. So I muted him because he kept
I
rumpusing. Go ahead, secular man. How do you know that they're going to give us the answer? Go ahead.
The answer for the world is a globe?
the question is
Yes.
fucking confusing, bro. I don't
Yes.
know. What the fuck are you
Not
asking?
asking
What
you, Mr. Confused Man.
so
I'm not
what is your
asking you,
question?
Mr. Confused
What's
Man.
your question?
I'm
What's your
asking
question?
secular man.
Okay, what is your question?
My question is, how do you know when you appeal to a geography teacher or professor that he's going to supply us with the answer that we require that the earth is a globe? How do you know that?
That he's going to supply you with the answers that the world is a globe. So I
Yes.
mean, he could.
How do you know that?
Well, you're
How do
asking
I
just
know?
he can't possibly.
No.
Let him
Listen,
answer.
focus on what I am saying. Focus on what I'm saying. How do you know that he's going to supply us with the answer that we require if the earth is a globe? How is he going to
So
tell us
what?
and demonstrate to us that the earth is a globe? Do you understand now?
He can. Yeah, he can show you a bunch of different, like
Can we hear what
experiments that
that
we've
professor?
used.
Dude,
He
stop
can.
talking over his answer. Let him
So
answer.
we have there's I mean I'm not the PhD, so I'm not gonna like tell you what those equations are, but there are equations on how to like explain how the world works in terms of like
That's
gravity and like how the horizons work on the oceans and how
That
you
correct,
can't
that
see
equation.
across, like you can't see
Let him
Italy
finish.
Dude, stop
from the
talking
United
over
States.
him.
So there's plenty of there's plenty of experiments that we can go and test out in the real world, or even like show you of experiments that have already been completed if you don't
All
want
right,
to have to go
secular.
through that whole process.
Yeah, secular. My question to you was not about what we can do. I'm asking what the geography professor can do, because that was the appeal. The
He
appeal was to
answered.
the geography professor. I know that, but I'm not talking to you. So when I'm talking to secular man, and he said that appeal to this guy, right, who has this knowledge of the earth, and then you said, well, there's equations that exist, but then again, you don't know, right? I need to know that you don't know. First of all, you just appeal to some equations that may or may not exist, correct?
Yeah, I would rather appeal to a guy with a PhD on geography than a guy on
Ah,
Discord. Yes.
I could
excellent,
argue this.
excellent.
The point is that
So
he doesn't
excellent.
know
No,
for a
you,
fact that they
no,
are aware.
I'm not
I would.
talking to you.
I my
So
yeah.
stop talking to me.
I like to follow the people that have very specific degrees or knowledge in a very specific field and listen to them, and maybe other peer reviewed, to see if they come to the same conclusion, and figure out if somebody else has a different conclusion, who might be right or who might have any kind of flawed logic or reason or
Okay,
math.
so you're basing all of your intelligence on somebody else's, like, you would say that you're resting your mind on his knowledge of the earth being a globe, or at least to have a case for the earth being a globe, and perhaps to prove us wrong, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, I like to
Secular man?
base my opinions on other people that are
Let's call them.
that
Yeah,
have
let's
like
call them
science
the
degrees.
experts. Could we
Yeah,
call
the
them the
experts.
experts?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the experts, the experts could refute us, but not anybody on Discord.
No, I'm
Like
not
not
saying
any
that
one
you
of you
can't
guys.
refute me. I would just say that you more
No,
like
not you,
we
secular
would
man. No, I
yeah.
get what you're saying, but not you, not us refuting you, but somebody like that that's in Discord that thinks the Earth is a globe. That if they don't have a PhD, they can't refute what we're saying. That the only person that
No,
could give us the answer is someone who's a professor at a college. That's what
Well,
you're
no,
saying,
no,
right?
I
no.
would say
The
no.
point
Hold
is
on,
that you
hold
can
on.
only.
The point is that like in terms of like how you view credibility, like people that have degrees have a higher credibility than people without degrees, or people that have been in that field for 20 years have a
Okay.
higher credibility.
Okay, so my thing is, do you know of such a human that would be able to have a conversation with us? Because we'd love to talk to a PhD or a geography person, and for you to like be on the call, and for you to hear what they have to say. Because I think the most important part for you is that they have the answer, right? That's the only thing you care about. So they come in here and support us the answer, and you hear like a thorough refutation of what we're saying. Because right now perhaps you don't have one, or some of your cohorts that are in here chiming in, they don't have the answer to support the case that the Earth is a globe. So what we would say is that it's so simple, right? Maybe talk to one of the guys that you think that are able, they have a PhD, and just say, hey, I got this place and these guys are talking mad stuff about the Earth not being a globe. Can you please give me some information, or can you tell them how the Earth is a globe? And so what we would ask you is that hopefully you can see that we're not afraid to have these conversations with those types, and from our side, we've already talked to all the intellectuals of academia. We've talked to cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs, all of them. We've talked to almost every guy who can probably answer the question. We're not afraid of
Here,
that.
I have a
So the only thing
question.
that so 1 second. So the only thing that you got to do is either get that guy in here so that you can hear what he would have to say, or else you can't say that there's a magical equation or some other answer that's supposedly there that's not, if you don't know that there is or not. That's my
Right.
thing to you, secular man.
I got you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yep. Humongous. Go
So
ahead.
my question is that if that person were to be here right as of the moment, and then they proceed to cite you historical references and equations that they use, would your response to that be like you want them to go out and do it as of the moment, as if you're talking to them in the lab? Because that's kind of what you did earlier when I told you that there's ways you can find this through mathematically, but you asked me for the specific math to go out and do it as the moment as when I was talking to you. Give you specific
Yeah, I
points.
know. Listen, I know what it sounds like when you're actually having to provide evidence for the case, but it's absolutely. It's somebody scratching their mic. Just watch what you're. Put yourself on mute, fellas, if you're not talking. So when you ask, or we're having a conversation, and I ask you for specifics on any of the things that you said, and you're not able to articulate the point of any numeric value or anything of substance to give us, like, not just a vague answer, but an actual specific one. Because in here, I would say it's more of the case of specificity. So when you're specifying what it actually is that you're saying, we're going to say, okay, let's look into the equation you just said. Does it have any merit? Can we go test it? Is there something that we can do to verify, validate that information to be true as far as what we're going to say? We're going to put it against the Earth itself. So
well, you
for us,
can.
it's okay, so these are things that you think that you know that is possible. What I'm asking you, it's not in your head right now. It's like, well, it all works out in my head. That's
You
fine.
want it to actively
What
be demonstrated, but I'm just telling you how it works, but you refuse to go out and do it yourself when you can do
all
it
right.
yourself.
You didn't say how it works, sir. You said a vague statement of you think there's some equations out there that it could be done in a way that was like proving that the Earth is a globe. That you're saying vague statements. Okay, now let's go back to the numeric value. What equation do you have that we can look upon the Earth and then be able to measure it as per the equation? Do you have anything of substance?
Well,
I'm
this
letting you
one
define
works on
that.
very basic geometry principles where you go to a location where the shadow, when the sun is directly above, is basically 0 degrees off axis. And then you go in a certain direction. The experiment actually done was 500 miles in that direction. I think it was to the northeast. I don't know exactly which direction. Doesn't matter. Just 500 miles. And then you measure the shadow at the same time. And see what the degree of that is. And the angle would be similar to the full circumference of the Earth, and you can derive the circumference of the Earth from that.
Hey, Mickey, he sounds like a McToon graduate. That's what he sounds like.
Yeah, I know. He's
Who
okay.
is
So,
McToon? Wait.
so don't worry about that. Let's not divert. Let's not, guys. Just I know you're. Trust me. Just because they get easily distracted. These guys. We gotta keep them laser focused. All
Well,
right,
you
so
tried to distract me. That's why I answered that.
no, I know that, but just kind of let's get back to the point. All right. So if you're saying that can be done to conclusive, would you say it's conclusive? This information that you just laid out. It's conclusive.
I guess to the Earth being a globe, I guess not. It tells the circumference. The conclusive evidence, I guess, you'd have to go with some other experiment. But that just tells you the circumference of it, and the part is that the shadow changes angle. That's evidence to it being a globe.
Okay. Are we at any point of this test? Are we assuming anything? And if we are, what are we assuming?
We're assuming based on that the angle changes that you're moving around a sphere.
Okay. I think everybody knows what all of this means, because if we're basing off these ideas off assumptions, then we're not actually doing due diligence to then test the Earth for its sphericity. We're actually just assuming that it is.
Oh well,
And,
okay.
that
Well,
doesn't
you
get
can
us-
take the experiment without the assumption that it's a globe, and instead of measuring the circumference, you see if the shadow changes. Now you go 500 miles in a direction, and then you measure if the shadow changed. And if it changed, that means that either the sun is closer to the Earth and it's a different angle from the sun to a flat plane, or that's a sphere. And then you can test whether it's a flat plane or a sphere by raising that pole higher. If the pole goes higher, that means that the angle from the sun to the Earth, which would be differing because it's closer, would cause the angle to also change. But that doesn't happen no matter how high you make the pole. So thus it's a sphere.
Wait. Did Eratosthenes do exactly what you just said? Raising the pole higher? That seems like an altered test.
Well,
It's altered
the
from its original
historical
state.
precedent is that he built it off that assumption that already came before because that's proven through other things. Well, the fact that it changes degree was proven before in a different experiment that it's a globe. That's one of the first inferences, I believe, of the theory is globe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody's well aware of that. But what I'm asking, though, is if you altered something within that test, doesn't it alter the results as well? Because you're then saying that your caveat would be that you have to do this X other thing. This other thing would then show you more information as to how it is. But what we're actually relying on in its base assertion is an assumption. We are saying that because he started off saying that it's not something that he verified, but it's something that he's assuming. And then you're saying on top of assuming that the Earth is a globe, he's taking a poll, or you are, I should say, not him, because that wasn't his test. You've altered the test to then show that because I altered it, it gives me more evidence that it is a globe. When in the first case, the whole test itself was an assumption. So we're basing the foundation of what you said, raising a pole higher, on an assumption. We're basing it all off that premise. That do you get what I'm saying? So
the point
your
of
result, the end
assumption
result
is
is not.
The point of the assumption is that we're using that as a building block. It's structure built up, and the structure is that we're assuming that it's a globe because the experiment wouldn't work without that assumption. If you assume the Earth is flat and you use different sized poles to measure the shadow, it would exchange different results, and thus that experiment would be inconclusive to the circumference of the Earth. It's a building block. That assumption allows the experiment to work, and it works in every single case with that assumption. Thus, the assumption is not proven true, but has another piece of evidence behind it that is true.
Yeah, so you're basically saying a preponderance of evidence is the case for evidence. But what we're telling you is that the Earth, you're saying that a preponderance of evidence, a lot of evidence, that's what preponderance means, a whole bunch, right? A whole bunch of evidence proves that the Earth is a globe. So we're not saying that. In the case for you saying that you're looking at the Earth in a specific way, we're saying, how is it directly measured? And so you've given us something that's not a direct measurement. It's an assumption built upon another assumption that you altered the test. So basically, this altered test is now being used to then say, well, Eratosthenes did it
It was
this
less an
particular
assumption,
way,
but a phenomenon.
no, it's not a phenomenon, sir. It's an assumption. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's not
Wait.
play
How
word
is it
games
an
here.
assumption and not?
So I'll tell you. I'll tell you, sir. I'll tell you. I'll help you. I'll walk you through this. It's very easy for me because I've done it so many times. So basically, when you first start out saying that I'm going to test the Earth to be a globe, how would you then know that it is one if you don't know that it is? First of all, you need an assumption, correct? In your case. In the case for Eratosthenes.
I imagine at the very base of all logic, there's one assumption. At the very bottom.
Yeah. Well, to start any of this, right? The wheels that are in motion are only in motion because we had an idea. The idea is the Earth is a globe or a sphere, and we're gonna go out and prove it.
Well,
that's kind of the scenario.
Isn't that how a hypothesis works, though?
But he's kind of wording it in a way that is entrapment. It's like it's not an assumption.
Why?
It's seen within reality that the shadow doesn't change based on the angle of the shadow doesn't change when you change the height of the pole or whatever.
Yeah, we can't talk about your altered.
Very painful.
Listen, it's altered and it's not sufficient. But the case that I'm making for you is that you don't like the word assumption because of the dirty connotation that it leads you to understand.
No, that's not why. Because it's not true.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it is true. You just agreed to it, sir. You know that it started. Eratosthenes started off with the idea that he thought that the Earth was already a sphere, and so what he did was just reified it. It's a
no. It's based upon
what?
A phenomenon. It's based, not assumption. Assumption was the wrong word. I'm sorry I said the wrong word. It's phenomenon. He based this on measured phenomenon that the shadow doesn't change.
Like
Is that better?
Like what? What's the measured
The shadow
phenomenon?
doesn't change. No matter how tall you make that pillar,
based on what? You're not talking about your altered test, sir.
Previous experiments.
We're not going to talk about your altered test. You've altered the specific test to fit a description that you're trying to prove right now. We're not talking about your altered test.
And I'm not talking about it either. I'm talking about...
Sir, we're talking about exactly how he began the idea that he's going to do this test. Eratosthenes didn't say, I'm going to check to see if this pole is larger or smaller. He didn't do that. Based off his assumption that the Earth
phenomenon.
is a
It was based
sphere.
off phenomenon.
No, it's not.
No,
it was not based on a phenomena. So
it
the base root of Eratosthenes. No, before he goes out into the field and does anything, what was he thinking? Like, first of all, what was his premise? Well, do you know?
The premise is that the phenomenon is that the Earth is a sphere. So let's see if we can measure the circumference if it is a sphere.
Citation for that. I need you to support it with a citation that says exactly what you said. You are lying.
Okay.
Sir.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna give me an order so tall that's impossible, and you're.
Okay, so you know that it's impossible. Why did you say it? This is what I don't understand, Humongous. You've made a claim to something he didn't say, and then say that, yeah, this is how it works. You're lying. You're calling me a liar when I'm calling you the liar. You are saying that the start presumption is that they're doing a measured phenomena. They're measuring shadows. No, sir, that's not the measured phenomena. They assumed the Earth is a sphere. That was the beginning point. And then they went out and did their little light and shadows test. That's what you don't understand. You can't put the cart before the horse. You can't say that.
I was making a good argument, and then you just gave me a fucking ultimatum here, where you're either gonna give me this impossible.
It's not an ultimatum. It's the facts of the matter. We're stating the facts of Eratosthenes. He did not use a measured phenomena. What he did was he actually assumed before he went to go measure his light and shadows. That was the first thing. We're starting with the premise, sir. Where did Eratosthenes begin? And it was him saying that I think the earth is a sphere. Let me go and see the light and shadows. We're going to use the length of a stride from a person as a measurement for the 1 stadia. That's the length of a stride. So 1 stadia is the length of 1 stride, one human walking at a specific pace. So you don't know anything about Eratosthenes. And then furthermore, you're altering it to make it sound like you have a better case for it being more sound. And that isn't gonna make it more sound, because its premise, where it began, was that he assumed that the earth was a sphere. That's what you don't understand. So we need to start there. And you're being a liar saying that he first measured the light and shadows and then said that the earth was a sphere. That's not how it went down. That's why I'm asking for a citation. I need a citation to say that he first started with the light and the shadows. Then he said that, well, we think the earth is a sphere. Do you have a supporting case for that? That's what I'm asking for from you.
I
Go
would
ahead.
argue that we were having a good argument, and then you added in a question, the citation, as if I talked to him himself.
No, you bloviate, sir. No, I'm asking for you to support the premise in which you said that is the case. You said this is the case, that they measured a phenomena, and then he said that the earth could be a sphere. But he didn't do that. That wasn't the first thing he done. The first thing he done was said that the earth is a sphere, and let's go outside and measure some shadows. The first thing he done was said that. He already assumed the earth was a sphere. Do you understand that point? Yes or no?
Are you going to
Humongous.
mute me every single time I'm winning an argument?
Just answer the question. Either you know or not about Eratosthenes before you alter the test.
I don't know
Did you
anything
know
about
that was the first-
Eratosthenes.
Okay, that's
Don't forget
what
to
we're talking
unmute
about,
Buff,
you and
by the
I.
way. He's been muted
Could it
for a long
possibly
time.
matter which direction he did it in first?
Yeah, it does matter, because that's not what Humongous is saying. Humongous is saying they started with a naturally observed phenomena, and no, sir, he did not. That's
So
not
what,
what
though?
happened here. So it's important, because the foundation of the test should be such that either he knows that the earth is curving based upon a naturally observed phenomena, or he's saying that is his point, but not according to Eratosthenes. He doesn't know about Eratosthenes, yet he's referring to it because that's light and shadows, what he done, thousands of years ago. So you guys don't know the story. We've heard it thousands upon thousands of times, and we know it inside and out. So you guys don't know that, but we do. We know that it's not even a first order understanding or secondary. It's probably like tertiary. We don't even know if the guy even existed. So that's not even up for debate yet. The only thing that we're talking about is, can the Earth be known to be directly measured as a curving surface? And with this gentleman's answer, is light and shadows were the first phenomenon? No, it wasn't. In the case for Eratosthenes,
What do you mean by
the
directly
first thing he
observed, though?
done, yeah, he only assumed that the Earth was a globe, and a sphere, and then went out and did his light and shadows. That's the first step.
What's a direct observation?
That's you actually going outside and doing a test, making sure that you see something happening. What are you seeing in nature? That's a direct observation. Now, I'm sorry, but he got in his feelings and he was just wrong. We're not going to let somebody continue if they're just completely wrong. He didn't even know about Eratosthenes, which he needs to go probably into the internet and find out who he was, what he did, and how he did it. See, this supports the case for me telling you, guys, don't come in here half-cocked thinking that you have an answer, shooting from the hip. You don't have the knowledge to support the claims. Please go do your research. Come back, reformulate your argument, and you'll have the platform again to talk. But when you don't know, you're arguing from ignorance. It's frustrating.
Why does a guy
You have to
thousands of
listen
years
to
ago
say
matter,
wrong
though?
thing. Because that is the supporting premise for people that think that the Earth is a globe. That's why.
I mean, it's secondary information.
It doesn't matter.
And
The information doesn't support a method by which we can directly measure the Earth being a globe, sir.
Miggy, can I say only
This
one?
guy doesn't matter. All that matters are my observations.
No, man. Miggy, can I? Let's say that these guys matter, and let's now try to find out what size he measured, what size we have today, what is the radius, what we got from his measurement, and let's check it if is that correct.
Why can't we just measure it ourselves with our own direct observations?
And that is the
Sasha.
story. But what you will get if you go on with the story, you will get the equation. We will go into equations like we did, and then you will find out with the observation in reality that equation it's not. Do you know how much is off? It's not off 1%. It's off from 1,000 to 3,000%. It's off that equation.
All right, so let's just address what Sasha, you have a good point, okay, first of all.
Okay.
But let's address his point, because he doesn't, I promise you one thing, he doesn't know what you just said. So sir, do you have a point that you wanted to bring up? I addressed the people, like, where they're at. So, sir, do you have a point that spoke up? If you have evidence of the Earth, yes. Yeah, if you have, yes, of course. What's your name? Godswill? Okay. Godswill, do you have a case for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, I do, but it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know why would it matter. That's the whole point why we're here.
I don't feel like arguing that right now.
Okay, well, listen, you can just sit back and listen to other people. But if you do have any questions, or you want to provide evidence, you can do so.
I was asking a question.
What's your question?
I wasn't making a point. I was asking a question. That's different.
Oh, what's your question?
Why does a guy 2,000 years ago matter if all I need to do is make direct observations?
Well, according to the people that come in here that support the claim that the Earth is a globe, they have this one scenario where this Greek did this test a long time ago that supports the premise that the Earth was measured to be a curving surface. So the curving surface that they think they live on was supported by this gentleman, Eratosthenes, and he's done this test. And so it matters to them, or at least the paradigm for the Earth being a globe, that would be supporting evidence that it is a globe. But that's why it's important. Okay, so they're trying to identify that is the importance of it. Okay, so maybe not you, I'm talking to you, you're an individual, you think differently maybe. But the case for the Earth being a globe and what people want to come in here and support that it is a globe, they use Eratosthenes as an example of somebody measuring the Earth's surface. Do you get it?
I mean, I guess I do, but I would rather just work off of my own information.
Yeah, like I said,
I wouldn't trust historical texts personally.
Yeah, listen, I agree. So you are your own person. You formulate your arguments differently than anybody else. And I don't want to stereotype you that you're just like the rest of the Globers. So that's why I was asking if you have any information to support the case that the Earth is a globe, you put it forward. We'll listen to you, at least hear you out the first time, right? I want to know where you're coming from, how you know that the Earth is a globe. Because if you don't have any knowledge, I think it's just based off an assumption, which is kind of my stance right now, that you just have an assumption thinking that the Earth is a globe. You don't know that it is. But if you, like I said, if you have a case for it, then I'd like to hear it.
I mean, this gets into like what is knowledge and how do you know things?
Well, but not so much.
Is the concern.
Yeah, not so much that, but more of the fact that there's a method that can describe a way that anyone can verify that the Earth is a globe. So if you can detail to us how it's important that there's a method, right? Maybe not that you've done it, but perhaps there's a method we can verify it ourselves. Then we can test that method and verify that it is what you're saying it is. So it's not so, I would say, yeah, it would be helpful that if you did a demonstration that you figured out it was a globe, but more often than not, I would just say, just give us the method and we'll even talk about it if it's possible to do such a thing.
So it's not like one method. It's like 15 or 20 different methods, and the fact that they all are pretty consistent with each other.
All right. So think about this, right? I know most of you guys who think the Earth is a globe say exactly what you did, preponderance of evidence, all that good stuff, right? But if you were to measure something, how many methods do you think it would take to measure something, sir?
A lot of different ways. Depends on what you're measuring.
I know,
and like the rules of geometry you're exploiting.
I'll tell you. I'll give you an example, right? We'll just say that
does trigonometry exist in this universe that you're talking about?
Relax, okay, relax. We're not going to get into your.
Sorry, I flew off the handle there.
We're not going to get into. It's okay. It's okay. Just relax. Take a breath. We're just going to take it slowly so that you don't get me and you don't get crossed our wires, right? So if we're saying I'm going to show you what we're going to measure, we're going to measure your foot. What tool can I use to measure your foot to see how long it is? So I know what shoe that what shoe you're going to wear. What would I do if I wanted to know what size your foot is?
There's a lot of different ways you could do that.
I know there's a lot of different ways, sir. But what way can you figure out a way that we can directly measure your foot? Yes or no? Is there a way that we can know the size of your foot to fit you in a shoe? Is there a way that we can do that?
There are multiple ways, so yes.
Okay, let's not talk about multiple ways, because I mean that's only going to confuse you and the audience.
I could take the volume of my foot, right? I could take a mold. I could use a ruler. I don't even need a ruler.
Sir. It's in this argument. If your name stands for what I think it does, then you would be seeking the truth as much as we would. Okay, so here's the problem, right? If you can detail to me just one single method to measure your foot, is it possible to measure your foot with one method?
Sure.
Okay. So now that you've said yes, there's one method we can use. It doesn't take 15, so we only need one, right? So that one
that's
method I could well, just relax. If that one method that
Why
you
do I
just
have to
detailed to
relax?
me, because you're not. You're really up in a tizzy right now about it because you're upset that I'm pointing out the fact that there's only one method that you can actually focus on. You don't have to focus on all 15. That one method can describe the size of your foot. And then once we get that size, that's the size that your foot is, and we can put your foot inside of a shoe. Right? So you can actually match your foot to a shoe based on this one direct measurement that we've done. So it's simple enough to understand, right? So all of us here can say, yeah.
I don't understand, actually. Sorry, I flew off the handle again.
That's okay. Listen, the thing that I'm saying is that once I measure your foot directly, then the size of your foot is known, right? We put your foot, because before we didn't know the size of your foot, you didn't know the size of your foot. We put it next to a ruler. We said, aha, your foot is,
Why are you using a
12
ruler?
inches, 11 inches. Because it's a form of how we can measure, sir.
It's just one form.
Method. Yes, I know that.
Not the one I prefer.
There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't matter. The
Sorry, I
point
flew off
is
the
that
handle
it
there.
can be.
Miggy, only shortly.
You've been doing that, so it can be measured. That's the only thing that we're concerned with. It can be measured, right, sir?
Miggy, only
Several different ways.
Sir,
yes, I've answered that many times.
I need your answer. It can be measured with that method that I described, right?
It could be, sure.
Okay, so it can be. So we know that. Okay, so once you measure your foot, then we know what size of shoe that you can wear based upon that information because we've directly measured your foot. Now we have.
You don't want to engage with my argument, so this is pointless.
No, it's not pointless, sir. You're hating the fact that I'm pointing out that one single. It doesn't matter. Listen to what I'm saying. The words that I'm telling you right now is the. Okay, so now you're just gonna divert because you're getting in your feelings about it. You need to focus. All right, so if I'm showing you what,
and I'm sorry I flew off the handle again.
So you don't know how to control yourself in this argument because you're failing to produce the evidence that I'm requiring, which is a direct measurement, which I'm showing you can be done with your foot. We're able to measure things, sir. We can know things. We're directly measuring your foot to know what size your foot is. So that information is useful. Now
if you don't want to engage with my argument, why am I talking to you?
I don't know. Perhaps you.
What's
thought
my
that
argument?
You had
Can you
an
just say what my
argument?
argument is?
No, because we're not going to go to your argument. It's extremely fallacious. We don't need to talk about your argument. I'm detailing to you how you can know how to measure things, and you're running away from that fact. I don't know why. I think you're afraid right now. That's my idea. But instead of that, why don't we focus on the fact that you can't? Yes.
I have engaged with the idea that you can measure your foot. It's really simple.
Okay.
I wish you would move on from it, actually.
Right. Well, the important thing is that because it can be done and directly,
I flew off the handle there.
Then we can. Yeah, but why do you need to keep saying that? I don't get it.
Because you keep on saying that I'm getting heated, and so since you're probably not gaslighting me, it's probably me getting overheated.
I didn't say that, but you keep saying that. You don't need to keep saying that. Honestly, you could just keep yourself on mute while I'm talking, and then unmute when I'm not. Right?
I think you're going to talk, and I'm not going to say much.
Okay, well, you could just listen. How about that?
Well, then what's my argument?
So
if you don't want to engage with it, then why should I listen?
Okay, so now you have to be set up.
You can go out.
It's weird. It's weird because your name is God's will, but I don't think that's what you have in mind. I don't think you have God's will in mind if you're being this destructive in this argument, right? Truth should be the thing that you seek, sir. That's the only thing. All right, so basically a direct measurement of your foot could relate to the fact that you could measure things, right? So in that case, you could say, well, the earth is something we stand on. Obviously, we could measure the earth itself for, its sphericity. If it's possible that the Earth is curving in the way that they tell us, all we got to do is directly measure the surface, and voila, we'll find out how much drop over distance we would measure directly. Now, that is the most important part of what I said about measuring your foot, because you could directly measure your foot, which in turn you could directly measure the Earth, because it is something that can be measured. And he left, didn't he? Okay. Anyway, that is all.
No matter what kind of approach, rather than these painstaking incremental steps to the point.
Miggy, to be funny, when you're speaking about shoes, I finished the fucking shoe school. You're measuring the foot with the fucking ruler, and that's it, you know. And then you have only three metric size in shoe technology. This is like a UK, American, and I forget the third one. You have in inches, in centimeters, and third one I forget it. But yeah, that's ridiculous. I don't know which method he want to use for measuring foot, but that was so ridiculous to listen. You know, now like you're going some kind of nuclear science. You know how to measure foot. You know?
Yeah. We're trying to speculate on the theory of measuring a foot. You know, what's the ethereal cause of the foot being measured? Like, how does it exist in free space without, you know, like he wants to take apart like the whole universe just to measure a foot. You know, like this.
I can teach him something. There is, I told you, I forget it because that was 30 years ago. It was like you could use the symbols like a triangles, half sphere, half circle, and that symbols was giving you the number. The world shoe how to say technicians can recognize with what number is with that symbols, because that's presenting the numbers. I forget it how it's going, but it's like a half rectangle, half square, a half a circle, and triangle. Yeah. And yeah, you're mad. Only it's ridiculous. But yes, Miggy wanted to point it out that you can measure Earth even if it's 100 times bigger than this size. That's the point. Don't be scared because it's so big. You can still measure it. And we have technology today to do that. If Aristophanes has Nikon, he would be very surprised. He will not watch the shadows if he had technology to watch the surface. An equation for people who likes is 3,959 miles. It's geometrical horizon of 1.22 miles with observer height of 1 foot. That is equation, and you can read that on every page in every country, in every educational system. That mean that's what we are looking for. That 1.22, that math, what we are talking about, that professor, what you know, that professor of geometry, and that peer reviews, PhDs, 1.22. They decided, they wrote about that. That's experts. We didn't wrote 1.22. That's not our math. That's math from the experts. But you regular mathematicians who are counting, it doesn't match. I think it's not problem also with flat earthers. It's problem with the people who knows the math. They have problems also. Because the people who knows the math, if they look into that, they will find out immediately what is going on. People who doesn't know the math, they have a little bit problems. I understand. That means it's not about flat Earth. Learn the heliocentric model and try to use that model in reality. There one guy on TikTok said, I watched a good show. He said, "Don't let the truth to ruin the story." That mean people enough truth, you know. Let's leave story to lead us. Guy said today, I believe more the people who, I don't know what, than himself. That's brave. I'm still more thinking that it's not anymore about geometry, it's about psychology.
Rich, you're trying to hyperinflate a roadmap into a model of Earth. You don't see how asinine that is?
Oh, in no way am I saying you have a model for the entire Earth, right?
Oh, hold on. Is the road Earth?
The road's
And
on the Earth.
Does having a roadmap, does that affect the statement that I said I have no flat Earth model of the Earth? You asked for a specific thing, I address that specific thing. A model of the flat Earth. No, I don't have one. But yes, I have a roadmap.
Right. That's in that first question I asked you, if you want to scroll up, right?
No,
the first thing I was asking.
I don't need to reread things. No, I don't need to do that.
Well,
maybe
I think
you
it may
do,
help
but
you
I
in
don't.
this situation, because what I was
I have
originally
no model.
asking was, when you say that, do you mean you mean to say that you don't have a model for the flat Earth? You have a model.
Well, the
It's
question
not for the entire flat Earth.
The topic was, is this the model of flat Earth? And I said, no, AE map is not our model of the flat Earth. We have no model of the flat Earth. So it was on the category and topic of modeling of flat Earth, not your idea of what is a model.
No, but it is when you say I don't have a model.
It's a direct response to whether or not we've modeled the flat Earth. No, we haven't. The answer doesn't change. You can play semantics all day long, but the answer doesn't change.
Well, you have changed your answer, though.
No, I haven't. A roadmap isn't a map of or a model of any phenomena on a flat Earth. It doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't even predict anything.
So when you're saying we don't have a model, you mean we don't have a model for the flat Earth in its entirety.
God. I'm not going to act like this is a valid line of questioning and entertain it. So do what you will with it, but my answer hasn't changed.
Your lack of willingness to engage with clarification is not my problem.
It's not clarification.
Yes, that's all it is.
It's not even a valid question, and so I'm not going to honor it with a continuous response to one fucking question.
I continue to love Israel. That's my prerogative.
Oh, my Lord. I'm not even going to ask. I mean, when we're on it, can you give me the link to the scientific model of the globe Earth? Or are you just going to give me a bunch of different maps and call that a model?
There you go.
Well, technically, that's not a scientific model there, Rich.
Why? Okay, so let's go through your definition of scientific model, and
No,
you tell me
let's
where
not.
it differs.
How about you just give me that link to the scientific model of globe Earth and not a picture of the blue fucking marble?
So a scientific model is a physical and or mathematical and or conceptual representation. Is Google Earth a physical, mathematical, or conceptual representation of the Earth?
No.
Which is it? Why is that not a conceptual representation?
Is it a representation of the reality?
There are missing elements.
Well, hold on, because it's a coordinate system for the purpose of travel.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a
Are
category.
coordinates a concept?
It's a category area.
Are coordinates a concept?
No, coordinates are not concepts. They're mapped out travel paths. They're known references for location for the purpose of travel.
Sorry, but what do you believe a concept to be?
It's not about believe. I know what a concept is.
And you know that a concept is a general idea or understanding of something.
Sure.
What?
Can I ask Rich something?
Yeah, keep laughing, but... So
Rich,
your blue marble is a model, huh?
Yeah, Google Earth's a model based on the definition you provided.
This all started from, no, we don't have a flat. Okay, cool.
And you asked me for a model. And then I presented one, and you're saying that's not a model.
Scientific model. So
and that's what I'm giving you.
I give you the colloquial definition of what a model is. Yes, colloquial.
Is that Google Earth presentation of the reality?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Can you prove it?
Does that? No. Wait. Does that Google Earth has continents also?
What? Does Google Earth have continents?
Has the continents? Yes.
The continents are represented on Google Earth. Yes.
Okay. Is it presented maybe there Suez Canal on that Google Earth?
As far as I know, the Suez Canal is on Google Earth.
Okay. Why Suez Canal in reality doesn't curve and on Google Earth it's curving?
Good question.
Where's the system?
How did you determine it doesn't curve?
then we will speak. That's first question. Second question: is it on your Google Earth? Is it Bolivian Salt Lake?
Sorry?
Is it on your Google Earth, Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, that big lake of 4,000 miles squared?
I was just getting to the Suez Canal. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep
No.
up.
Yeah. I ask you that's one question for Suez Canal. Why Suez Canal in reality
Yeah, so can we finish
curve?
that question first?
Yeah, okay, tell me.
Well, I was asking you, how did you determine that it's not curving in reality?
You can observe that in reality.
That's just pushing the cart. Like, where's?
Yeah, you can go to Google. You can go to Google Earth, for example, and you can find out really. Look, it's curving, and I'm agree with you. It's really curving. But you can go there on Suez Canal, or you can go in Saudi Arabia. There is Highway 10, the most straight road highway in the world. Or you can go to Bolivia on that Salt Lake, or you can go to Holland, or you can go to Florida, or you can go to
called
any.
Gish galloping.
Yeah, or you can go on any sea, any lake, or any ocean. You can go there, for example. That means a lot of places, not only one, because I'm giving you more choices,
Naming a bunch of places doesn't answer my question of how you determined it's actually straight.
I'm telling you now.
You're not being honest with his appeal, Rich.
I'm telling you now. I'm agree with you. Every of these position on Google Earth, they are curving, all of them. But in reality, they're not.
That's what's in question.
That is in question because you are watching something
the
in computer.
Last thing you said is what's in question.
The thing is because where did you get that Google Earth? From the computer. But you have reality outside, my boy. That's the problem, Because,
have you gone to the Suez Canal and verified that it's straight?
Of course that we can.
No, I asked if you had.
Oh, if I didn't.
You realize you telling me to go there isn't really a justification of it being the case.
No. I'm telling you this.
You realize you haven't refuted his premise that the Suez Canal is not horizontal.
I
don't have to refute a premise that is not justified. I know you will never understand that, Beardy McNo argument.
Can I answer you this question? Ever do that in your life? Do never check that surface in reality ever. And you will be saved. Okay?
What?
Do not check the surface in reality ever, yourself ever, in any position, and you will be saved. Look every time in computer, and you will be saved, man.
He's being sarcastic.
Do you ever use a computer? Do you ever use a computer to get directions?
I'm using computer and reality. You are using.
Do you ever use a computer to get directions?
Yes. And we use also oil rigs to take oil from the sea, and then we have the distance to the oil rigs, and then we have the surface between us and the oil rigs. And that surface does not curve, and it should curve in reality. But of course that it's curving in computer. I agree with you.
We're moving. We're just seeming to just lean towards the black swan. Or do we want to?
No, it's not just leaning towards the black swan. As you pretend that I haven't shown you those two videos, where the video from D Marble is a very thorough demonstration of measuring the surface of the waters and of the earth to be horizontal.
But how is that going to show me it in reality, Gregory, if it's a video on the internet?
Which is a refutation of the propaganda from Nat Geo, which is in that TikTok clip. So you're going to whistle past those and keep talking to Sasha, persevering to condescend to him, as though he doesn't have an argument to justify the premise that the surface of the earth and oceans are horizontal. And also,
those are just videos. How does that prove anything about reality?
Those are just videos, right? So just be dishonest with the evidence. You don't actually engage.
At least
the evidence that's being
that's great for you to say.
You just do dishonest, uncharitable, reductionist replies against the arguments that are said to you and pretend as though they're not sufficient. You just
Yes,
pretend
reducing
that
your
they're not
arguments to
sufficient.
rubble is what
You
I
just
do best. You're
pretend that
correct.
they're not sufficient. Pretending that they're not sufficient doesn't make them insufficient. So you need to actually be honest with the arguments that are actually presented to you. But I know that's asking too much from you because you're not an honest person. You don't actually want to know.
Well,
You
I don't
come
know
into
if
this
you were
voice channel
listening
to
to the
pretend
conversation that was
that you
being
want. You
had.
come into the voice channel to pretend that you want to critically consider what others have to say. But then when we actually give you informative substance, especially like what I've already presented to you, you then just pretend that the arguments are not sufficient while you dishonestly make a productionist of absurdism out of them.
So your inability to see that the analogy, the parody of logic that I'm utilizing here is that when you hand wave Google Earth because it's on a computer and then send because it's not reality, and then your evidence is just a video on a computer, that doesn't really work, right? You're lacking this one little thing called consistency.
You're not being honest with the position that's actually being said to you. The video from D Marble, in addition with hundreds of other videos that have been posted on YouTube and are still there for the past decade or more, are patent demonstrations where you're measuring the surface of the waters, especially to be horizontal.
You're demonstrating you weren't listening to what I was saying.
Rich, any error. You have yet to expose any error in any of them. You just pretend that they're not sufficient. You just talk as though they're not sufficient without any specific objective true premises and any logically valid argument to expose any error in them. You haven't done what is necessary to refute any argument that we've said in our defense, nor in refutation of the globe. None.
Yeah, Rich, that's actually a false equivalency because you're right, you're just looking at a computer screen, but what you're watching is a video of the real world, whereas the Google Earth is just a simulation. So it's a false equivalency there.
And not only that,
so
in the video
when I
that
show a video of NASA
several years ago,
re-entering the atmosphere,
stop,
and that gets hand waved as CGI. Why does that happen,
Shut up.
Laz?
Just shut up. No. In the video from
I was engaging with someone who actually was going to try and have a conversation with me, as opposed to you who just...
Shut up. You're just obfuscating. Shut up. In the same video from D Marble, he appeals to Google Earth explicitly, not in passing, in a very painstaking and slow, explicit way, that Google Earth itself, when you look at the elevation data that they put in there, they don't put any elevation data. They don't put any curvature concerning the topography of the Earth, even over 1,000 miles. Watch the video. Actually watch it. Actually critically consider the arguments that are being said to you for once in your life. Stop coming into this voice channel pretending that you are so intellectually superior and pretending that you want to critically consider the arguments that we have to say and pretending that they're not sufficient without any specific objective true premises in any type of argument at all.
Astounding how many words can leave your mouth without saying anything meaningful.
More dishonesty.
That's the most honest thing I've said today.
More dishonesty.
Yeah, sure, man. That makes you able to sleep at night.
Yeah, so now
you can think I'm lying about everything I'm saying. If you don't see that as the most dishonest thing you can possibly do, then you're more lost than I thought.
This is the part where you become disruptive, so I'm going to disrupt your disruptions. This voice channel is not designated for your stupid bullshit, where every time you get demolished and savagely refuted on every point that you try to raise in this voice channel in the debate, that you just reply, you just persevere to keep talking, as though you have the higher ground. You're dead, dude.
You know what, Gregory? I think you really would have been one of those people. Really.
Yeah. Again, he's about to do it again, so I'm going to keep disrupting his canards.
No, I was just
His
making a
voice
point
channel is
that
not
I really
designated
think
for
that Gregory
you
would be one of the
to run
people
your
saying
mouth
that the
a
Emperor's
bunch of
clothes
camels
are
and
actually like
canards.
fire.
His voice channel is not designated for your garbage retorts. So no.
Put him on mute.
Yeah, someone please. Like, this is too much.
It
There's
is.
got to be
I'm glad you
I
agreed before we mute you.
I can't even say anything, or else he'll start spurging out.
Well, you haven't given him a chance to speak uninterrupted. So he's not affording you what you
Yeah,
want to
Rich,
afford him.
stop interrupting Gregory, Rich. Anyway, I had a point here. You said, why can't we just accept the videos from NASA as reality? Well, I mean, the difference is the demarble video is just tangible reality from ground level, right? Which everyone experiences, whereas the NASA video is obviously unverifiable, intangible, sorry, from medium which we can't confirm or deny, right? So
it seems as though you're
the NASA
arbitrarily
videos are
telling
from a
us what's
supposed place that is
verifiable
not
and not
possible
verifiable.
and not
So
verifiable. That's
do you
the
see the
difference.
difference there, Richie?
Yeah, that's the difference, Richie. The difference, Richie,
Oh,
is that
God.
the NASA
Like,
videos are
are
supposedly
you
from
really
a place
gonna
that is
ask
not
me a question and
possible.
then let
That's
him
not
keep
possible.
talking?
That's not possible. They're from a place that's not
He's
possible.
so terrified to
and
hear me
they're
speak.
from a place that's not
This is painful.
possible. I'm gonna finish this sentence because
if it
his
kills
question is
all of
obviously
us,
his question is obviously rhetorical. You already know that you're not going to be honest in answering the question. So I'm going to thoroughly articulate the refutation to your supposed insinuation that we're not being consistent. So just
everyone
shut up
can
and sit
only
down.
take so much
shut up and sit
poisoning of
down,
the well.
Rich. Just shut up and sit down. The difference between the NASA videos and D Marble and men like D Marble and women like D Marble is that the NASA videos are from a place supposedly that is not possible and has already been refuted concerning the ad hoc appeal to try and make it possible so that they can tie up that humongous hole that is the irreconcilable discrepancy in their metaphysic, in their cosmology, in contrast to the obvious fact that we can stand on the earth and or sit on a boat or stand somewhere in the water and do measurements of the surface of the earth and or waters being horizontal. That's the difference. It's possible to do the latter, and it has been done. It's not possible to do the former. It's very fucking obvious.
Everyone notice how I wasn't server muted and I let him say all that he needed to say?
We're trying to be fair, Rich. What they're saying is we could repeat D-marbles right here on Earth, but none of us could go to space and repeat and verify what NASA does to do it simplistically, you know.
But the problem is that it's just seeming to me to be an assumption that this is unobtainable. It doesn't seem as though that it has been demonstrated to be
valid,
impossible.
Rich. That's valid.
Yeah, no,
but
it's not
I'm not
an assumption.
Hold on, Greg. I'm not assuming that I can't go to Earth and repeat it, or go to space and repeat it. I'm not assuming that. That's a known fact. I can't go to space and repeat that, but I can get on a flight. I can do anything D. Marble did because he did it right here on Earth. I cannot repeat what NASA did, and that's not an assumption. I'd buy a seat on a rocket if they were selling them and do it myself, but they're not.
Oh, that's at least an extremely honest answer, and I commend
I
you
can
on that
afford it,
battle mod.
Rich. I could afford it. I really could. I was going to go when.
Well, I mean, not to toot your own horn or anything, but my point here being that if you were to have the chance to, you are willing to say that it could be possible for you to buy one of these tickets and to go up there. Whereas what Gregory's saying is that there is no space, so therefore you can't go there, which is obviously just begging the question.
You could go to a high altitude.
The question just to disagree with your position.
It's not just a disagreement; it's the logic you're using.
Shut up with the bullshit. It's not a fallacy to disagree with you.
If I were to write out what you had just said in an argument, it would basically amount to.
Here's the problem, though.
If the Earth is curved, you could go to space. You can't go to space. Space is fake.
No, that's not even the argument either. You're attacking a straw man either. So shut the hell up as I refute your straw man. That wasn't the argument.
Why would you refute
You're
a
trying
straw
to
man?
appeal to videos from space. You think that people have gone up into machines and
You
left
don't even know what
the
you're
Earth
talking about.
so far. Shut
You're
up.
so lost,
You
man.
think humans have gone into
So fucking
machines
sad.
and taken video of the supposed humongous ball that they supposedly live on their entire lives, and then eventually left to go take some photos and or photographic video, come back to the Earth, and do show and tell to the world. That's not what happened, because you don't live in a ball on a ball in a cosmic vacuum, and nor could you, because the supposed ad hoc appeal that you make in order to have your humongous ball of sedimentary substance wrapped in water, wrapped in gas in a cosmic vacuum is universal gravitation, either Einsteinian or Cavendishian. And I've deductively refuted them both, exposing them to be unverifiable and implying absurdities that render it impossible. It's in the open chat again. So I await your refutation, which you don't have. As long as I'm in this voice channel and you're in this voice channel and you continue posturing, I'm going to smack it down.
He left about.
You don't like that? He did.
The punk ass left.
Yeah, 12 sentences ago.
That's okay. It's for the audience also.
He just went to the store to buy some milk. He'll be back in a minute.
No, he dropped down to the atheist helpline, which he'll get muted there and do the same thing. Nothing new under the sun. He just goes to each channel that disagrees with his worldview